In an effort to rectify the regrets of his past life, Yifan resolutely transfers to the high school where Ning Xi is enrolled after his rebirth. Here, he encounters the captivating silhouette that has lingered in his memories. The Ning Xi from his recollections lies upon the operating table, expending her final breath to utter, "Yifan, in truth, I have always harbored feelings for you. In this life, he shall endeavor to win over the gentle and adorable genius school belle step by step." Chapter 1. An Unexpected Rebirth. What is the most significant aspect of life? Wealth? Power? Neither of these. The essence lies in human connections. Family, beloved ones. At the Central Hospital in the Imperial Capital. Yifan, I like you. I have always liked you. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to leave you. If there's a next life, would you marry me? Beep. The harsh sound of medical equipment fills the emergency room. Gazing at Ning Xi, who has utterly lost her pulse upon the rescue table, tears cascade from Yifan's eyes. 3 years prior, when his mother was gravely ill, he happened to be abroad for business negotiations. Upon receiving the news of her passing, it felt as though the entire world had turned to darkness. Ning Xi was the sole beacon of light in his shadowy existence. 3 years of heartfelt companionship led him to develop affection for this innocent, kind-hearted girl. Yifan dared not express his feelings to Ning Xi, fearing that rejection would strip away even their ordinary friendship. It was only today that he discovered Ning Xi harbored feelings for him as well. It is often said that when affection exists, it cannot be silenced, for it will escape through the eyes. Yet, he remained oblivious, like a wooden puppet, to the affections Ning Xi revealed. An overwhelming wave of regret engulfed him. Fragmented memories coalesced into vivid scenes, rising to the forefront of Yifan's mind. Brother, remember to wear more clothes as the weather turns chilly. Brother, do you not know that staying up late harms your health? Right now, go home and sleep. Brother, do you think my outfit is pretty today? Yifan despised himself. He loathed his own obliviousness. He lamented not realizing sooner that Ning Xi had cherished feelings for him for so long, only to await a response that never came. There is perhaps no greater tragedy than this. Sadness, pity, regret. Half an hour prior, they were en route to a business negotiation when their vehicle encountered a mishap. Just as they exited the car, a large truck hurtled towards them. In a moment of peril, Ning Xi recklessly pushed Yifan aside, her petite form violently thrown aside. The words she spoke before her demise echoed endlessly in Yifan's ears. Helplessness, remorse, and anguish. These emotions completely shattered him, leaving no desire to remain in the world. Yifan trembled as he approached the rescue table, caressing Ning Xi's delicate face, his eyes filled with deep affection akin to a swirling vortex. Xiao Xi, I will accompany you. Wait for me. Upon finishing his words, Yifan lay beside Ning Xi, grasping her now cold hand, while his other hand seized the surgical knife on the table, plunging it resolutely into his own heart. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was swallowed by an endless darkness. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals, and thus they must first endure trials of the heart, toil their muscles, hunger their bodies, and leave them destitute, disrupting their actions, thereby cultivating resilience and enhancing their capacities. Yifan was roused by the sound of reading, his hazy consciousness slowly returning to his body. Waves of sharp pain coursed through his mind, prompting him to gasp in shock. Had he not already perished? Why did he still feel pain? With great effort, he opened his eyes to behold a face ravaged by time, etched with wrinkles that seemed to narrate tales of squandered youth. Pang Wenjian narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Did you sleep well?" "It was all right." Yifan instinctively nodded. "Ha!" The reading in the classroom abruptly ceased, followed by a chorus of laughter from the students. "Yifan!" Pang Wenjian wore a stern expression, his hands striking the desk rhythmically, glaring at Yifan with exasperation. "Do you know what time it is? It's senior year. Skipping class, surfing the internet, fighting, sleeping in class. You're guilty of it all. You truly are. An incorrigible prodigal." In the face of Pang Wenjian's reprimands, Yifan paid no heed. His gaze wandered around the classroom until it landed on a tattered calendar hanging on the wall by the door, causing his pupils to constrict violently, his body trembling involuntarily. March 18th, 2010. This was the year he turned 17. Familiar faces filled the classroom, memories flooding back, and Yifan's previously muddled consciousness finally cleared. He had been reborn. Reborn to the year of his senior year, a decade ago. Absurd, bizarre, and utterly unbelievable. These emotions coursed through Yifan's mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming euphoria. His rebirth meant he could encounter the Ning Xi of 10 years ago. He and Ning Xi had first met in 2015, and at this juncture, there were still 5 years remaining until their paths crossed for the first time. To lose everything. To have everything to start anew. One can hardly grasp the essence of it without experiencing it firsthand. "Are you deaf?" Noticing Yifan's silence, Pang Wenjian slammed the desk in frustration, his complexion darkening. Come with me to the principal's office. Prepare to gather your things and get out, you cancerous growth. What are you staring at? Focus on your self-study. Many students shrank back, sitting up straight, fearful that this moving volcano would turn its gaze upon them. Yifan snapped back to reality, his eyes deep and mysterious like the night sky. Since fate granted him a chance to start anew, in this life, he would seek his girl and guard her with his very existence. Yet, the more nonchalant Yifan appeared, the angrier Pang Wenjian became. In his eyes, Yifan was deliberately provoking the authority of his homeroom teacher. His face flushed crimson with fury as he exclaimed, "Just wait to be expelled." Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Yifan rose and walked to the classroom door. What was he about to do? Yifan turned his head slightly, giving a slight nod to the bewildered Pang Jiangwen. "Teacher, let us go." Everyone in the classroom stood in disarray, including Pang Jiangwen himself. In this day and age, there was someone eager to be expelled? Madness. In the principal's office, Yifan and Pang Wenjian formed a stark contrast. One was placid as water, while the other was a volcano ready to erupt. Wang Maomin, with his silver hair and white beard, rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Teacher Pang, surely a student sleeping in class does not warrant expulsion?" "Of course it does. Principal, you must expel Yifan today. Just this month alone, he has been guilty of sleeping in class, skipping class to surf the internet, arriving late, and fighting. He has committed every offense." According to the statistics from the Academic Affairs Office, Yifan has been reprimanded twice this month and received 3 warnings. According to school regulations, 3 warnings count as 1 minor infraction, and 3 minor infractions constitute 1 major infraction, while a student recorded with a major infraction is subject to immediate expulsion. Pang Wenjian passionately argued against it. "He cannot be expelled." A middle-aged woman burst into the office, her face bearing the faint traces of time, yet still exuding the beauty of her youth. Upon discerning the woman's countenance, Yifan's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and he strode purposefully toward her, enveloping her in a fervent embrace, his lips struggling to articulate, "Mother." Yixian stood frozen in place. Since her remarriage, her son had not held her once more, and the act of remarrying had carved a chasm as profound as the heavens between them. "It's all right." Yixian gently patted her son's back, her gaze shifting to Wang Maoyan, her face etched with anxiety. "Principal Wang, regardless of the mistakes Xiao Fan may have made, expelling him is out of the question. If even the school abandons him, what will become of this child in the future?" Wang Maoyan cast a sidelong glance at Pang Wenjian, letting out a soft sigh. "Madam Yi, please do not be so hasty." Yifan interjected, his expression remarkably composed, calmly stating, "In terms of both sentiment and reason, the school possesses the authority to expel me." Yi Huixian opened her mouth, gazing at her son in disbelief, her face a portrait of astonishment. "Xiao Fan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" "I do." Through the window, Yifan's gaze seemed to drift into the distance, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. "Mother, I wish to transfer schools." Chapter 2. The Omnipotent System at the School Gate. Yixian felt a swirl of emotions as she gazed at her son, who was burdened with numerous bags. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed her expression as she tentatively inquired, "Son, why the sudden desire to transfer schools?" "It's nothing much. I just feel I've been rather lackadaisical." Yifan paused, fabricating a benign fib. "Since it's already the 3rd year of high school, I thought a change of environment might uplift my spirits. I no longer wish to drift aimlessly." "I'm delighted to hear you think this way." Observing the newfound maturity in her son, Yixian's heart was a tumult of emotions. She slowly continued, "Today is your Uncle S' birthday, and I prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Would you come home for dinner?" Her tone bore a hint of imploration. Since Yifan commenced high school, his visits home had been exceedingly rare. Yixian had quietly shed countless tears over this reality. She understood her son's sentiments all too well. He simply wished to avoid that person. Witnessing her mother's demeanor, Yifan felt a pang of guilt deep within. In his past life, he had erred far too frequently. In this lifetime, he was determined to make amends. With this thought, clarity washed over Yifan. He was just in time to satiate his hunger and indulge in a hearty meal. A simple statement left Yixian momentarily stunned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Xiao Fan, are you willing to come home for dinner?" Yifan smiled. He approached a red car parked by the roadside, opened the trunk, and stowed away his belongings before climbing into the vehicle. Observing this scene, Yixian felt as though she were in a dream. She discreetly wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eyes, and a long-lost smile graced her face. "Son, it seems you've grown up." On the journey home, Yixian drove and softly said, "Son, I have a request. Once we're home, please try not to argue with your Uncle Luo. He has his own struggles." Such occurrences had transpired far too many times in the past. Without a few words of caution, she simply could not rest easy. Yifan's lips curled into a barely perceptible bitter smile as he silently nodded. "Mom, please focus on driving." In the past, he may have been immature, but he would not be so in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Yi Fan stifled a yawn and remarked, "Mom, I didn't sleep well at school last night. I'll just rest my eyes for a bit." With that, he closed his eyes. Though he appeared to be asleep, his mind was far from it. At this moment, a series of voices resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations. Host has bound to the omnipotent system." This voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. In his previous life, Yi Fan had encountered numerous online tales and was not unfamiliar with the concept of a golden finger. Even such an absurd notion as reincarnation had befallen him. A system? It was not something he could dismiss. After a brief moment of astonishment, he accepted it all and inwardly inquired, "Could you elucidate what the omnipotent system entails?" Scholarly in astronomy and geography, understanding human relations, discerning yin and yang, knowledgeable in the 8 trigrams, versed in the nuances of military strategy, and capable of extraordinary feats. In martial prowess, able to kill from 10 paces, leaving no trace 1,000 miles away. In medicine, capable of healing the ailing and alleviating suffering. Intellectually astute, strategizing within the confines of a chamber while determining outcomes from afar. To compare oneself to the likes of Guanzhong and Li Yi, sitting in contemplation, confidently surveying the world, and determining the fate of 3 parts of the realm before even stepping out of one's dwelling. To satisfy these 4 aspects is to be truly omnipotent. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan's lips subtly twitched while his eyes remained closed. Yi Xian, focused on driving, did not notice her son's peculiar reaction. Yi Fan inwardly scoffed. Such an existence could not possibly be real. The 4 attributes mentioned by the system, if anyone could accomplish even one, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a living deity. Achieving all? Absurd. System. Knowledge is the fundamental element of human wisdom. As long as the host acquires sufficient knowledge, omnipotence can be attained. As the words settled, a virtual interface materialized in Yi Fan's mind. Host, Yi Fan knowledge. Level 1, 3100, intelligence. Level 1, 2100, martial power. Level 1, 1000, medical skill. Level 1, 0100, merit points. 0 experience points. 0 upon seeing the uniformity of level 1s. Yi Fan's mind was flooded with a torrent of expletives. Good heavens. Not even a single level 2? System, is it possible to upgrade these abilities with experience points? Indeed, that is correct. Yi Fan continued. Then how does one obtain experience? 2 methods exist. First, the host can earn experience by studying various forms of knowledge, which can then be utilized to upgrade each ability's level with a maximum level of 10. Second, on the first of each month, the system will issue tasks. Completing these tasks will reward the host with experience points, the amount of which is variable. The first of every month? Today is only the 18th. There is still nearly half a month left. Yi Fan could only pin his hopes on the first method and pressed on in his mind. How does one study various forms of knowledge? Be more specific. Read books. The system's response was quite clear. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of a standalone villa. Yi Xian gently shook Yi Fan's shoulder, her voice soft. "Xiao Fan, we've arrived home. Wake up." Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, feigning the appearance of having just awakened. He exited the vehicle, carrying his luggage, and followed his mother into the villa. Once inside, the scenes from his memory perfectly aligned with reality, and Yi Fan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his past life, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Luo Shan. However, after his mother fell ill, Luo Shan had devoted an entire year to caring for her with utmost attention. The love he displayed was undeniably genuine. It was then that Yi Fan began to accept Luo Shan in his heart. As they stepped into the living room, a middle-aged man emerged from the kitchen, of average height, square-faced, not conventionally handsome, yet not unattractive either. "Xiao Fan has returned?" Upon seeing Yi Fan, a spark of joy flickered across Luo Shan's face as he warmly beckoned. "Hurry and wash your hands. You must try the braised pork I prepared." "Thank you, uncle." Yi Fan nodded slightly. This exceedingly ordinary exchange left the 2 40-somethings momentarily speechless. Luo Shan's face flushed slightly, his hands fidgeting as he struggled to contain his excitement. This child, why are you being so polite with your uncle?" Since marrying Yi Xian, this was the first time Yi Fan had addressed him as uncle. It was no wonder he was so moved. Tears streamed down Yi Xian's cheeks, and she could hardly fathom that in her lifetime she would be graced with such rare warmth. Upon witnessing his mother's tears, Yi Fan instinctively moved to console her. Yet, before he could take a step, someone else had already taken the lead. Luo Shan, in a flurry of activity, fumbled for tissues and carefully dabbed at the tears on Yi Xian's face. "Why cry so much? Stop crying, please," he said, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Yi Xian's shoulders trembled slightly as she choked out, I'm just so happy. As she expressed, these were tears of joy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt an even greater pang of guilt, mentally berating himself mercilessly. During dinner, Yi Xian recounted the events of the day in their entirety to Luo Shan. When Luo Shan learned that Yi Fan wished to transfer schools, he did not inquire about the reasons, but rather asked directly, Xiao Fan, which school are you considering transferring to? Your uncle has some connections. Perhaps we can leverage them. Yi Fan set down his utensils and replied, Jinhua High School in the capital. As he spoke the name, a subtle softness appeared on his face. Ning Xi is there. What? Yi Xian sprang to her feet, astonished. You want to go to school in the capital? Yes, Yi Fan nodded, his expression exceedingly earnest. Mom, there is no need to persuade me. This is a decision I've contemplated thoroughly, and I hope you can support it. His words effectively silenced Yi Xian. Gazing at her resolute son, she ultimately relinquished her intention to dissuade him. She was well aware of Yi Fan's character. He was unwavering in his resolve. Acceptance was one thing, but Yi Xian felt a twinge of sorrow. The capital was so far away, and she found it difficult to part with him. Luo Shan, understanding his wife's feelings, gently patted her hand and reassured her, Xiao Fan has grown up. He is entitled to his own aspirations, and that is a good thing. Moreover, Jinhua High School is one of the top schools in the country, far superior to his current one. Thank you, uncle, for your understanding. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. Of course, it's nothing, Luo Shan replied, flashing a sheepish smile after sensing his wife's discontented gaze, quickly closing his mouth. As Yi Fan focused on his meal, his deep-set eyes brimmed with affection. Jinhua High School, Ning Xi. Chapter 3. Entrance Assessment. After dinner, Yi Fan retreated to his room. In his previous life, he had heard Ning Xi mention certain matters regarding Jinhua. It seemed that to transfer midway into Jinhua, one had to undergo a rigorous assessment. The specifics of this assessment remained a mystery to him, as even Ning Xi had been unaware. However, she had once told him that no one had ever entered Jinhua as a transfer student. Never. This suggested that the difficulty of the assessment was of a hellish caliber. Given his current academic standing, passing the assessment would be akin to chasing a mirage. At present, his foremost task was to improve his grades across all subjects. Otherwise, even if Luo Shan wielded formidable connections, he would likely be powerless to assist. Yi Fan pondered inwardly. System, what level does a secondary knowledge rating represent? System, above 700 points on the college entrance examination. And what about tertiary? System, outstanding graduates from Tsinghua University, across all subjects. Alright, that's manageable. A plan began to form in Yi Fan's mind. He approached his solidwood bookshelf and picked up a volume titled Advanced Calculus Analysis. As he delved into the text, he became completely engrossed. The once obscure and difficult concepts seemed to spring to life, flooding his mind with clarity. Soon, he found himself immersed in a sea of knowledge. As time passed, the system's notification tones echoed in his ears. 10 minutes of reading, experience points 1. 10 minutes of reading, experience points 1. 3 hours slipped by in an instant. Upon finishing the last page of Advanced Calculus Analysis, the system chimed once more. Reading complete, experience points 5. Adding the 18 experience points accumulated during those 3 hours, he had a total of 23 experience points. Not too shabby. Yi Fan grabbed the water cup on his desk and gulped down a few mouthfuls before checking his status panel. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge. Level 1, 30100. Intelligence. Level 1, 20100. Martial Power. Level 1, 10100. Medical Skill. Level 1, 0100. Merit Points. 0 experience points. 23 to elevate his knowledge to level 2. 70 experience points were required. At the current rate of accumulation, he estimated he would need roughly 6 more hours. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was nearing 8 p.m. Yi Fan's objective was simple, to elevate his knowledge to level 2 by tonight and to level 3 before entering Jinhua. In doing so, he would be well prepared, regardless of how challenging the assessment proved to be. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He retrieved a book on physical analysis and new concept English from the shelf and immersed himself in reading once more. Time was of the essence, and the task was urgent. As the hours passed, his experience points steadily climbed. Finally, at precisely 2:10 a.m., the system's notification resounded in his mind. 10 minutes of reading, experience points 1. Experience points have reached 70, meeting the conditions for upgrading knowledge. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. After toiling for so long to accumulate the necessary experience, Yi Fan readily opted for the upgrade. As soon as he did, a profound clarity washed over him. An indescribable sensation that felt both mystical and elusive. Once this extraordinary feeling subsided, Yi Fan checked his status panel once more. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge. Level 2, 0500, Intelligence. Level 1, 20100. Martial Power. Level 1, 10100. Medical Skill. Level 1, 0100, Merit Points. 0 Experience Points. 0 Seeing his knowledge elevated to Level 2. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, upon realizing that advancing from Level 2 to Level 3 would require a staggering 500 experience points, his good mood evaporated instantly. 500 experience points? And that's merely for Level 3. What about Levels 4 and 5? The thought alone made his head ache. Yet, when he recalled that fleeting figure from his memories, all negativity dissipated. There will always be a gentle breeze in this world to fill the dreams of countless souls. In Ning, she was that gentle breeze for Yi Fan. 5 days later, Jinhua High School, a prestigious school renowned across the nation for its remarkably high graduation rates. Principal Jinhua once remarked, a statement that stirred remarkable waves across the internet. Even a pig could achieve admission to a prestigious university if it attended Jinhua. Consequently, Jinhua Middle School became the paramount choice for countless parents. However, the school's exceptionally stringent admission requirements dissuaded 99% of prospective students, revealing that Jinhua was not as easily accessible as many had presumed. In the office, Zhan Chongshan, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and clutching a student registration document, furrowed his brow as he periodically scrutinized the youth seated across from him. As the principal of Jinhua, he was compelled to consider the school's academic success rate. Despite his friend as numerous commendations over the phone the previous night, he remained resolute in adhering to the established protocols. Without rules, there can be no order. Regulations are immutable, and even he, as principal, could not circumvent them. The young man before him was Yi Fan, who sat calmly in his chair, exuding a composure not typical for his age. In stark contrast, Luo Shan, who sat beside him, was visibly anxious. Over the past few days, he had made countless phone calls and exerted tremendous effort to secure an audience with Zhan Chongshan. Whether Yi Fan could gain admission to Jinhua hinged entirely on the principal's pronouncement. Zhan Chongshan set aside Yi Fan's registration, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze as he addressed Luo Shan. You are Yi Fan's guardian, correct? Yes, indeed, Luo Shan replied, rising promptly to introduce himself. I am Luo Shan, Yi Fan's guardian. Principal Zhan, is there any issue with the registration? Zhan Chongshan shook his head, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. There is no issue per se, but as Jinhua is a renowned key institution in Xiaoguo, any student wishing to transfer must successfully pass the school's entrance examination. An examination? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Luo Shan's face, his voice altering abruptly. Is an exam truly required for admission? He had often heard his wife lament about Yi Fan's academic performance. He is at the bottom of his class. The prospect of an examination, in all likelihood, spelled disaster. Mr. Luo, there is no need for astonishment. To transfer to Jinhua, one must indeed take an exam. Zhan Kongshan's expression was earnest as he elucidated. This is Jinhua's protocol, and I hope you can appreciate that. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. A bespectacled man with a square face entered, clutching several examination papers, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Principal, I have brought the exam papers. Zhan Chongshan nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his gaze to Yi Fan. Are you willing to undertake Jinhua's entrance examination? Certainly. Yi Fan had anticipated this scenario and inquired, Principal, what score is required for admission to Jinhua? Zhan Chongshan, taken aback by Yi Fan's calmness, replied, Jinhua maintains high standards. To transfer to the senior science class, your total score must not be less than 730. What? Luo Shan shot up, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious? 730 points? It was no wonder he was astonished. Achieving 730 points in the college entrance examination would undoubtedly make one the top scorer in the province. Given his understanding of Yi Fan, even attaining 300 points seemed a Herculean task. Isn't this setting the bar impossibly high? Luo Shan's expression darkened, and he grasped Yi Fan's arm, urging, Xiao Fan, let's leave. There are plenty of good schools. We need not limit ourselves to Jinhua. Uncle, wait a moment. Yi Fan remained steadfast, fully aware that Luo Shan was concerned about preserving his dignity, fearing he might suffer humiliation later. However, he was determined to attend Jinhua because, in this institution, Ning Xi was present. That reason alone was sufficient. Seeing Yi Fan's reluctance to depart, Luo Shan grew anxious, whispering, Xiao Fan, did you not hear the examination requirements? 730 points is ludicrous. A smile graced Yi Fan's lips, as if the very sunlight had converged within his expression. I wish to give it a try. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Ning Xi. Luo Shan's brow furrowed tightly, ultimately conceding with a resigned sigh, loosening his grip. If Yi Fan wishes to try, then let him. Yi Fan, you truly are remarkable. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Zhang Kongshan's eyes. It had been ages since he encountered such an intriguing young individual. I sincerely hope you succeed in the assessment. Best of luck. With that, he beckoned to the middle-aged man, who placed the examination papers on the desk before Yi Fan and quietly exited. Such occurrences were commonplace. As a prestigious national high school, Jinhua attracted innumerable students aspiring to enroll. However, two prerequisites were essential. Outstanding academic performance was the fundamental criterion, followed by a successful admission process. Transferring midterm? The rigorous assessment standards had seen no one succeed. Not a single soul. Glancing at the clock, Zhang Chongshan casually commented, "It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. I shall grant you 3 hours. If your total score across these 4 papers exceeds 730, you may enroll at Jinhua." Yi Fan nodded slightly, retrieving his backpack and extracting a pen to commence the examination. Zhang Chongshan made no delay, rising to exit the office. Luo Shan cast a worried glance at Yi Fan, hesitating briefly before ultimately following Zhang Chongshan out. Once the two had departed, Yi Fan focused intently on the 4 examination papers before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 730 points? Not insurmountable. He picked up the topmost mathematics paper. Upon seeing the questions, related knowledge surged through his mind as if he were operating on a higher level. Indeed, he was operating on a higher level. The system was undeniably formidable. Over the past 5 days, Yi Fan had immersed himself in study, diligently accumulating experience points until, just before arriving at Jinhua, he successfully elevated his knowledge to level 3. Jinhua was within his grasp. As time flowed steadily, an hour passed before Zhang Chongshan and Luo Shan returned to the office. The nature of their conversation was unknown, but Luo Shan bore a hint of resignation and defeat in his expression. Observing Yi Fan engrossed in his work, Zhang Chongshan gestured for silence toward Luo Shan and indicated the sofa. Once seated, neither spoke, patiently awaiting the outcome. With a sigh of relief, Yi Fan set down his pen, casting a glance at the wall clock. 10:43. He leisurely organized the examination papers, rising to nod toward Zhang Chongshan on the sofa. "Principal, I have completed the examination." Zhang Kongshan's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his disbelief palpable as he stared at Yi Fan. "You finished all 4 papers in less than 2 hours? Impossible." Could it be that this young man, recognizing his futility, had chosen a forfeit? Considering this possibility, Zhang Chongshan reminded, "Yi Fan, there remains over an hour until the designated time. Should you not double-check your work?" "There is no need." Yi Fan shook his head, his youthful visage as placid as still water, devoid of arrogance or humility, exuding an air of naturalness. "I have never entertained doubts about myself." "Very well." A flicker of brilliance ignited in Zhang Kongshan's eyes as he approached Yi Fan, collecting 4 examination papers before sitting at the desk to commence his grading. Luo Shan, however, found it difficult to remain still. Upon reaching Yi Fan's side, a look of concern crossed his face. "Xiao Fan, why the rush to submit your paper? There's still time." Yi Fan placed his pen back into his backpack, bowing his head as he spoke. "Uncle, if my mother wishes to see me in the future, please make time to bring her to the capital." Luo Shan was momentarily bewildered by Yi Fan's cryptic response. What does this mean? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him. Zhang Chongshan set down the test papers, his face a canvas of astonishment, while a tempest of emotions surged within him. A prodigy. Cough. Witnessing Zhang Kongshan's demeanor, Luo Shan's palms began to perspire with anxiety, tentatively inquiring, "Principal Zhang, how did Xiao Fan perform?" In truth, he harbored no expectations. 730 points is indeed quite a challenge. Zhang Chongshan regained his composure, casting a profound gaze at Yi Fan, his eyes aflame with fervor. He concealed it remarkably well, yet Yi Fan astutely sensed the intensity. A subtle smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Luo, I shall promptly arrange for the enrollment procedures for student Yi Fan." In an abrupt reversal from his initial coolness, Zhang Kongshan's demeanor transformed, radiating warmth as he continued, "It's nearly noon. We might as well enjoy lunch at our school cafeteria. The meals at Jinhua are quite exceptional. You can rest assured in entrusting the child to us." At Zhang Kongshan's initial statement, Luo Shan stood dumbfounded. As for the subsequent pleasantries, he absorbed not a single word. Enrollment procedures? Could it be? At 1:50 p.m., just before class commenced, the students of Class 2, Science, were engaged in preparing for their English listening exercises. The first lesson of the afternoon was delivered by their English teacher, Yang Ting, who also served as the homeroom teacher for Class 2. As the bell chimed, signaling the start of class, Yang Ting entered the classroom as per usual, but this time, she was accompanied by a boy. The boy possessed striking features, standing approximately 1. 8 meters tall, his eyes reflecting a depth and maturity beyond his years, with slightly long black hair flowing gracefully. It was none other than Yi Fan. Upon entering the classroom, Yi Fan felt a surge of nervousness, his blood racing. Where's she? His gaze swept across the room, desperately searching for the familiar figure from his memories. When he spotted a small head peeking out from behind a mountain of books in the third row by the window, his heart raced. Found her. Although he couldn't discern her features clearly, Yi Fan was certain it was her. In that moment, his heartbeat quickened. A whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, unease, excitement, swirled within him. In his previous life, he loved only her. In this life, she is irreplaceable. Setting down her textbook, Yang Ting clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone, please pause for a moment. We have a new student joining us today. Let us give him a warm welcome." A smattering of applause ensued. What is happening? We have a transfer student at Jinhua? Don't ask me. I'm just as clueless. Many students began to whisper among themselves, especially the girls, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, what a handsome guy, Luo Yuman exclaimed, nudging Ning Xi and winking, Xiao Xi. Look at the handsome guy. Stop it. The girl named Ning Xi, with her fair complexion and serious demeanor, had a few strands of hair framing her face. Her exquisite features highlighted by her pure, untainted eyes, akin to a crystal-clear mountain stream. She remained wholly unfazed by her classmates' antics, her focus fixed on the examination paper before her. How boring. Luo Yuman pouted, exasperated. All you ever do is study. At this rate, you'll drive yourself mad. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Ning Xi's immaculate forehead. That's nonsense. Ning Xi chuckled softly, two adorable dimples appearing on her cheeks, her voice sweet and melodic. Studying is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to retreat. Luo Yuman rolled her eyes dramatically, then turned her attention to Yi Fan at the podium, a dreamy smile blooming on her face. Clearly, anyone who wasn't excited about the handsome newcomer must have a few screws loose. Yi Fan proceeded with his self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Yi Fan, Yi from Leaf, Fan from Ordinary. His slightly magnetic voice made several girls blush, their hearts fluttering. How handsome! Yang Ting assessed Yi Fan with curiosity, genuinely intrigued by how he had transferred to Jinhua. Quite a novelty. However, she quickly resumed her role once Yi Fan finished introducing himself. Yi Fan, there are still plenty of vacant seats in the class. Feel free to choose any. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan acknowledged, descending from the podium and heading towards the left side of the classroom. This ignited further excitement in Luo Yuman. The new handsome guy is coming our way. Look, look. Noticing her friend's tightly clasped hands, Ning Xi sighed in resignation. Don't fidget. I can see just fine. As she glanced up, she met Yi Fan's gaze, and in that moment, their eyes locked, an unusual spark igniting in Ning Xi's. She shyly lowered her head. Seeing her slightly youthful face, Yi Fan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Little one, I have finally found you. Chapter 5. A long road ahead as Yi Fan passed the third row, he suddenly halted. Hello, classmate. I'm Yi Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. His voice was clear and pleasant, imbued with a hint of magnetism. Ning Xi, with her head bowed, appeared composed, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Could he possibly be speaking to me? Surely not. The girl began to self-hypnotize in her mind. Xiao Xi, why are you dazed? The handsome guy is greeting you. At least respond. Luo Yuman nudged Ning Xi with her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. What is the use of such a friend? Ning Ti, Rikit. Yi Fan's lips moved, the name resonating beautifully. I'm Yi Fan. This time, Ning Xi realized she could no longer escape. He had explicitly called her name. It would be impolite not to respond. She shot a glare at Luo Yuman, lifted her delicate face, her eyes sparkling like stars. Hello, Ning Xi. Her voice was soft and sweet, sending a delightful shiver through Yi Fan. He didn't say anything further, merely nodded gently before taking a seat behind the two girls. A long road lies ahead. There's no rush. Take it slow, lest I frighten this delicate little rabbit. Wow, he is sitting behind us. Luo Yuman's excited little face flushed crimson as she leaned closer to Ning Xi and whispered, Xiao Xi, are we about to experience a stroke of luck and love? With such a handsome guy, we could enjoy endless benefits. Where else could we find such a delightful opportunity? How absurd, Ning Xi retorted, choosing to ignore her desk mate and redirecting her focus to the physics exam paper. Physics had always been her Achilles heel, and in preparation for the monthly examination scheduled in just over a week, she had been diligently cramming. However, the final challenging question on the paper left her feeling utterly perplexed. Since the previous evening, she had been stuck on it, and even now, she had yet to devise a suitable approach to tackle it. The classroom bell chimed. Yang Ting cleared her throat, announcing, class is starting. Everyone, please take out your English textbooks. A collective sigh of relief escaped many students. The atmosphere in the senior year was exceedingly tense and overwhelmingly busy, particularly at Jinhua, which felt almost hellish. Throughout the lesson, Yi Fan couldn't help but gaze at Ning Xi's silhouette, his mind drifting back to memories of the past. In his previous life, when he had just established his company, he had ventured to a talent market in search of employees. Initially, he sought merely a receptionist, but unexpectedly, he encountered Ning Xi, a brilliant student from Tsinghua University. Their fateful connection began at that moment. Once the homeroom teacher departed, Luo Yuman turned around and engaged Yi Fan in conversation. Yi Fan, I'm Luo Yuman. Which school did you transfer from? Jiangbei, Linhai, he replied. That's quite far. Luo Yuman exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. What brought you all the way to the capital to study? And it's quite rare for someone to transfer to Jinhua. At this juncture, she lowered her voice and raised an eyebrow at Yi Fan, adding, to be honest, did you perhaps use a backdoor to get in? Yi Fan thought to himself. So this is the familiar, gregarious friend Ning she spoke of in her previous life. You're quite the conversationalist, aren't you? Ning, she interjected, unable to hold back. She gently poked Luo Yuman, questioning her audacity to ask such things. She then offered Yi Fan an apologetic smile. Realizing her question was somewhat inappropriate, Luo Yuman awkwardly chuckled. I was just making conversation. Please don't mind her, Yi Fan. Yuman is just like that, without any ulterior motives, Ning, she explained, her baby-face features revealing her helplessness. Not a problem. It's not a sensitive topic, Yi Fan replied, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The reason I could transfer to Jinhua is that I passed the entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuman transformed into a curious child, hastily inquiring. What was the assessment like? Yi Fan merely smiled in response. Ning Xi's eyes glimmered with a deeper understanding. Previously, she had not heard of Jinhua accepting transfer students. Yi Fan was the first she had encountered who had successfully transferred there. The mention of an entrance examination conjured numerous thoughts in her mind. Perhaps Jinhua was not entirely averse to accepting transfer students. It could be that the so-called entrance exam was simply too challenging for anyone to pass. Driven by curiosity, Ning Xi tentatively asked, Yi Fan, would you mind sharing the details of the exam? Of course, he replied. For Ning Xi, the term refusal did not exist in his vocabulary, whether in this life or the last. Luo Yuman stared at him in disbelief, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Is the disparity between people truly this glaring? Oblivious to Luo Yuman's astonished gaze, Yi Fan calmly retrieved 4 exam papers from his backpack and placed them on the table. He flashed a gentle smile at Ning Xi, radiating warmth and sunshine. The content of the examination is quite simple. It consists of these 4 papers. Ning Xi paused for a moment, and after a couple of seconds, her gaze darted to the papers in a flurry. The next moment, her mouth fell open slightly, revealing her adorably astonished expression. Full marks, full marks, full marks, and yet more full marks. All subjects, Chinese, mathematics, English, and comprehensive science, boasted perfect scores. This was utterly absurd. Yi Fan waved his right hand in front of Ning Xi's eyes, teasingly inquiring, Xiao Xi, what are you thinking about? Jinhua does accept transfer students. As long as the entrance exam score exceeds 730 points, one can enroll. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuman gasped, her expression akin to that of someone who had just seen a ghost, completely disregarding Yi Fan's affectionate moniker for Ning Xi. Yet, Ning Xi noticed a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks. Xiao Xi? Xiao Xi? Xiao Xi? Did he just call her Xiao Xi? They had only just met, and he spoke so intimately. Furrowing her brows, Ning Xi politely remarked, I didn't expect you to be such an academic prodigy, Yi Fan. It seems I won't need to trouble the teachers with difficult questions anymore. One honor. Sensing Ning Xi's slight discomfort, Yi Fan's smile widened. You can always reach out to me whenever you need assistance. I have plenty of time. Besides, your matters are of utmost importance. Of course, he left the latter part unsaid. Strictly speaking, this was Ning Xi's first encounter with him. How overly sentimental, Luo Yuman remarked. Glancing between Yi Fan and Ning Xi as if she could sense an inexplicable sourness in the air. It's so mushy it gives me goosebumps. Though her voice was low, both Yi Fan and Ning Xi heard her clearly. Ning Xi shot a glance at Luo Yuman, stating, repeat that. Just joking. Don't take it seriously. I want to do it again, she replied, her tone light, but laced with an unyielding undertone. Understood. Miss Ning, Luo Yuman retorted, rolling her eyes. Faced with her serious desk mate, she felt utterly powerless. Mushy? At the mention of those words, Yi Fan wore a barely perceptible wry smile, as he had been making a concerted effort to restrain himself. Patience is a virtue, he mused silently. He understood this principle well. Thus, his plan was succinctly summed up in 3 words. Take it slow. After all, in this life, he had resolved to cling to this little one. Chapter 6. A transfer student at Jinhua. Ning Xi turned around, settled into her seat, and stowed her English book, retrieving the physics exam paper once again. Today, she was determined to conquer the final challenging question in physics. If she could solve it today, she would carry on tomorrow. Endless struggles yield endless battles. Why are you pulling out the physics paper again? Luo Yuman asked, somewhat exasperated. Since the previous afternoon, Ning Xi had been engrossed in the physics exam. She simply couldn't understand how the exam could possibly be more captivating than a handsome boy. To her, there was no comparison whatsoever. With just over a week until the monthly exam, my last physics score was less than stellar. I need to catch up. In response to Luo Yuman's inquiry, Ning Xi provided an explanation. Physics was her weak subject, and it was precisely for this reason that she volunteered to participate in the selection for class representative at the beginning of the semester. Ultimately, she achieved her goal and became the physics representative for her class. She hoped to create pressure for herself in this manner, believing that with pressure comes motivation. The next class would be physics, and she had yet to devise a solution for the final complex problem. The physics teacher, Qi Wenju, had mentioned that the upcoming class would focus on explaining the last question on the exam paper. As the representative, it was highly likely that she would be called upon to answer. This thought filled Ning Xi with a sense of anxiety. What if she were indeed called upon? That would be disastrous. She hoped she was merely overthinking it. Noticing Ning Xi's furrowed brow, Luo Yuman comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. No one in the entire grade managed to solve the last physics problem, so don't be too hard on yourself." This was a sentiment Ning Xi had expressed to her on multiple occasions. Yes, I know, Ning Xi thought, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Hearing their conversation, Yi Fan, who was sitting behind them, gently tapped Ning Xi on the shoulder. "Xiao Xi, may I see what the problem is? Hey, you're quite familiar, aren't you?" Even Luo Yuman, who was typically oblivious, noticed Yi Fan's casual address of Ning Xi and remarked, "In just one class, you're calling her so comfortably? To be honest, do you have a crush on my Xiao Xi?" With that, she shot a glance at Yi Fan and continued, "There's no need to be shy about it. My Xiao Xi is incredibly beautiful. I can't even imagine how many boys like her. One more or one less 1T make a difference. However, I personally think you have potential. After all, proximity to water towers brings forth the moon." Before Luo Yuman could finish her sentence, she felt a chill run down her spine, abruptly halting her words. Oh no, she had been too smug. Ning Xi lightly nodded at Yi Fan and said, "Classmate Yi Fan, you could just call me Ning Xi." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, but chose not to respond. He understood Ning Xi well. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she was actually quite adorably naive. At that moment, a balding man in his 50s entered the classroom. This individual was Qi Wenju, the physics teacher for Class 2. As Qi Wenju stepped into the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the students. Ning Xi cast a glance at Luo Yuman, who instinctively shrank back, adopting the demeanor of a model student. Yi Fan, seated at the back, observed this scene with keen interest. To him, Ning Xi's gaze lacked any real menace and instead appeared particularly endearing. At the podium, Qi Wenju set down his teaching material and took a sip from his thermos. As he sipped his tea, his eyes scanned the classroom, pausing momentarily on Yi Fan. He had heard that a transfer student had joined Class 2, and it seemed this was the young man in question. While surprised, he also felt a flicker of curiosity. A transfer student from Jinhua? This term was rather novel for someone who had taught at Jinhua for over a decade. "New student, please introduce yourself," he commanded, and instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. Unfazed by the attention, Yi Fan rose slowly, his angular face betraying no hint of discomfort. "Teacher, my name is Yi Fan," with Yi as in leaf and Fan as in ordinary. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon him that accentuated his handsomeness. Many girls were captivated by the sight. This new boy is so handsome, so good-looking. Ugh. Several girls quickly suppressed their thoughts, their cheeks flushed with warmth. How could they harbor such dangerous ideas? Yet he truly was striking. Ning Xi rested her head on the desk, her bangs obscuring her delicate features. Her attention was fixated on the exam paper before her, her right hand swiftly calculating on a scratch sheet. Noticing Ning Xi's focused demeanor, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. She truly was diligent. Qi Wenju gestured for Yi Fan to take a seat, his voice aged yet commanding. "I am Qi Wenju, the physics teacher for Class 2. You may call me Teacher Qi." "Hello, Teacher Qi," the class chorused. "All right, let us begin the lesson." What? Discontent spread across the faces of the students, as they were only 5 minutes away from their break. How could class start now? Though they thought this, none dared to voice their thoughts. "What do you mean, what?" Qi Wenju's gaze swept across the classroom, his tone growing stern. Do you think you're still in the first or second year? This is the third year. The classroom fell into a heavy silence. Chi Wenju frowned and said, "Take out the physics exam from last month. We will discuss it in this class." Upon his command, the room filled with the sound of rustling papers. Every student had a physics exam in front of them, except for Yi Fan. Chi Wenju noticed this and glanced at Ning Xi, who sat in front of Yi Fan. "Ning Xi, since classmate Yi Fan doesn't have an exam paper, please lend him yours so he can share with Luo Yuman." "Huh?" Ning Xi stood up, her face showing traces of confusion. Just moments ago, her focus had been solely on the exam, and she hadn't heard what Chi Wenju had said. "Teacher, what did you just say?" A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the classroom. Ning Xi, however, remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the attention. Chi Wenju regarded her with mild surprise and patiently explained, "Yi Fan doesn't have a paper. Lend him yours to share with your desk mate." He added, "And remember, no distractions during class, understood?" "Yes, I understand," Ning Xi replied, nodding her head slightly, turning back to place her exam paper on Yi Fan's desk. She then pulled the exam paper in front of Luo Yuman into the center and resumed her calculations, appearing as if nothing had transpired. In reality, she was merely functioning as a tool for others. At the back, Yi Fan picked up Ning Xi's exam paper, not really looking at the questions, but rather admiring her elegant handwriting, which brought a smile to his face. Her writing was as beautiful as she was. "All right, let us begin the lesson," Chi Wenju declared as he began to explain the exam paper, banishing the students' reluctance and replacing it with earnest attentiveness. Being at Jinhua, their fate was no longer in their own hands. During the break, Chi Wenju occasionally posed questions, and the students called upon to respond wore expressions of trepidation. Unbeknownst to them, more than half of the class had already passed. At the podium, after writing the final complex problem on the blackboard, Chi Wenju took another sip from his thermos and inquired, "Who would like to come up and solve the final problem?" Silence reigned in response. With a resounding thud, Chi Wenju slammed the thermos cup onto the table, his frustration palpable. "After granting you all more than 2 weeks, still no one could solve it?" The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Ning Xi, come up and attempt the problem." Chapter 7. The problem-solving turmoil. Ning Xi, come up and attempt the problem. Just as one fears, that which one fears comes to pass. Rising from her seat, Ning Xi exhibited a rare flicker of emotion. Her gaze fixated on the daunting physics problem on the blackboard. A wave of helplessness washed over her. This question was beyond her grasp. At that moment, all eyes in the classroom converged upon Ning Xi. She blinked, her heart racing. Yet she revealed nothing of her inner turmoil. "Teacher, I cannot solve it." In this day and age, one could exhibit such confidence even in ignorance. Had it been any of her classmates, they would never have dared to utter such words, for they would surely incur Chi Wenju's wrath. A twitch of Chi Wenju's lips indicated he was about to speak, but was interrupted by a voice. "Teacher, I would like to give it a try." At that, Yi Fan raised his hand and slowly stood, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hearing the voice from behind, Ning Xi turned to glance at Yi Fan, bewildered. What was he up to? Was he attempting to extricate her from her predicament? Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon Yi Fan, enhancing his already handsome features. For a moment, Ning Xi found herself momentarily captivated. It is often said that graceful ladies attract noble gentlemen. Yet, every girl harbors the dream of a prince on a white horse. Undoubtedly, Yi Fan epitomized the aesthetic ideals of most girls, including Ning Xi. At this juncture, an unusual glimmer colored her gaze as she looked at him. A seed. Though it requires nurturing and care, it had already been deeply sown. "Oh," Chi Wenju expressed mild surprise before nodding in approval. Indeed, although Yi Fan is a newcomer, his eagerness to engage with problems is commendable, certainly surpassing yours. Upon hearing this, many boys shot him hostile glances. Yi Fan could only sigh in exasperation. Was this truly a compliment or merely an incitement to rivalry? Chi Wenju remarked, "If that is the case, then come up and give it a shot. Let me see what level our transfer student from Jinhua is at." With that, he placed the thermos cup down and moved his chair to the right side of the podium. Several girls began to whisper excitedly amongst themselves. "Wow, he is so handsome. Yi Fan is truly good-looking. I wonder if I'm his type." The murmurs stirred discontent among many boys. "What is this? Showing off unnecessarily. He is just a privileged newcomer. What is there to be proud of?" Amidst these whispers, Yi Fan remained unfazed yet somewhat bemused. Why was everyone so intent on fostering animosity towards him? With a leisurely stride, he approached the podium, grasped a piece of chalk, and, after a brief glance at the blackboard, began his solution. The orbital radius RH, derived from GMM, RM, 4 pi RT, RHGM, calm and confident. Within a mere minute, Yi Fan completed his solution. Teacher, I'm done. The boys who had anticipated Yi Fan's failure now wore expressions of skepticism. It couldn't be right. It simply couldn't. This physics problem had stumped the entire senior class, and Yi Fan's resolution time was far too brief. The answer had to be incorrect. Yi Fan, your method. Chi Wenju scrutinized the solution on the blackboard, perplexed. You utilized knowledge from university-level vector analysis, didn't you? The moment Yi Fan began, Chi Wenju sensed something amiss. This approach was entirely different from his own. Indeed, Yi Fan conceded with a nod. Teacher Chi, you did not specify that we could not employ university-level concepts. Of course, I could utilize other methods, though they would be more cumbersome. A collective gasp echoed through the room. All students widened their eyes in astonishment. Who exactly was this new transfer student? Not only could he solve such a challenging physics problem, but he also possessed alternative methods? Incredible. As Yi Fan stood at the podium, Ning Xi's clear eyes sparkled with intrigue. How impressive. She resolved to seek his guidance after class. With a physics prodigy so close at hand, such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Yi Fan, either knowingly or unknowingly, cast a glance at Ning Xi, a slight smile playing on his lips, a hint of concealed amusement shimmering in his depths. The bait was almost set. Chi Wenju, taken aback by Yi Fan's assertion, challenged him. Then utilize the knowledge from the senior curriculum to solve this problem. We shall see whether you possess genuine skill or merely rely on borrowed prestige. One test would reveal the truth. In response, Yi Fan picked up the chalk and began to write vigorously on the blackboard. Approximately 3 minutes later, the left side of the board was filled with equations. Once finished, he set down the chalk and stepped aside. Teacher, please take a look. Raising an eyebrow, Chi Wenju smirked slightly and casually inquired, Are you going to check your work? No need. Yi Fan calmly shook his head. The answer will be correct. His tone, though understated, brimmed with unwavering confidence, exuding an air of assurance that felt entirely natural. Wow, that is incredibly cool. Luo Yuman covertly kicked Ning Xi under the table, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Shi, regardless of whether you're smitten or not, I can hardly contain myself. I've decided. She trailed off deliberately, scrutinizing Ning Xi's reaction. From her observations of Yi Fan's demeanor towards Ning Xi, Luo Yuman sensed a subtle shift in the air. With her extensive viewing of idol dramas, she surmised that Yi Fan likely harbored feelings for Ning Xi, and thus, she sought to gauge Ning Xi's response. Decide what? Ning Xi queried, her clear, crystalline eyes devoid of any pretense. Noting Ning Xi's innocent demeanor, Luo Yuman sighed in mild disappointment, muttering, Xiao Shi, you truly are naive. Naive? Though Ning Xi found herself somewhat puzzled, she did not dwell on it, for that was simply her nature, unassertive, of course apart from her studies. Once again, her attention returned to the blackboard as she softly murmured, Perhaps it is you who is overly complex. Luo Yuman opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. The whispered exchanges between the two girls went unnoticed, as the entirety of the class remained transfixed upon the podium. No, more accurately, upon Yi Fan himself. Such confident words filled Chi Wenju's eyes with admiration. After glancing at Yi Fan's problem-solving process and final answer, he couldn't help but exclaim, Your response is entirely correct. Well done. At this proclamation, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Indeed? Oh my. Yi Fan nodded at Chi Wenju and returned to his seat. Chi Wenju wrapped his fingers on the desk and addressed Ning Xi, saying, Ning Xi, as the representative for our physics class, you ought to lead by example and seek Yi Fan's guidance more often. His tone carried a hint of admonition. Understood. Ning Xi had already been contemplating this. She paid little heed to Chi Wenju's tone. However, while she remained indifferent, others were not. Just as Yi Fan settled into his chair, a frown creased his brow. He slowly stood up and remarked, Teacher, this question exceeds the syllabus. I believe it is an oversight on the part of the exam setter. Moreover, you have mispositioned the decimal point in the third row. The students of class 2 gasped in astonishment. Did he just undermine old Chi? Is he courting danger? Chapter 8. The fish bites in the classroom. Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged intrusion, captivating the attention of numerous girls. Ning Xi turned to glance at Yi Fan, her cherubic face marked by astonishment. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared as if Yi Fan was standing up for her. But why would he do such a thing? They had only just met. Why take her side? Could it be that, Ning Xi, you are overthinking this? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. Yes, that must be it. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and a rare blush adorned her cheeks, making her all the more enchanting. At the podium, Chi Wenju's hand, holding the thermos, froze mid-air. The decimal point was misplaced? After a brief pause, he turned to the blackboard. When his gaze landed on the spot Yi Fan had indicated, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. Fortunately, he was facing away from the students and no one noticed his unease. He slightly twitched his lips, moved the decimal point back one place with chalk, and turned around. Feigning nonchalance, it was a lapse on the teacher's part. Yifan's observational skills are commendable. Yifan sat down, his expression a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. Teacher, I personally believe this physics problem is significantly beyond the syllabus, posing an excessive challenge for the senior students. Such difficulty has not appeared in the college entrance examinations in previous years. He spoke eloquently, his tone imbued with an innate confidence, asserting that this question, whether studied or not, held little significance for the upcoming exams. What do you think, teacher? Meeting the earnest gaze of the young man, Qi Wenju felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Ahem, Yifan makes a valid point. It was indeed a lapse in my attentiveness. He cleared his throat. I will consult the exam setter regarding this major question. Very well. For now, let us proceed with self-study. With that, Qi Wenju exited the classroom, his back revealing a hint of awkwardness. This examination paper was his own creation. As soon as Qi Wenju left, the classroom erupted in a flurry of discussions. Wow, this newcomer is quite impressive. Not just impressive, but incredibly so. Indeed, if it weren't for him, I would never have noticed that Teacher Qi had misplaced the decimal. Among Class 2, a few academically gifted boys in the front row huddled together, their glances occasionally drifting towards Yifan. The girls were no different. He's so handsome. Unreasonably so, isn't he? Not only is he handsome, but his aura is also commanding, and his physics skills are exceptional. Perfect. What are you all thinking? We're in our senior year, about to face the college entrance examinations. Studying is paramount. Once we reach university, you can date all you want. Don't you realize that time is of the essence? By the time college arrives, the prime catches will already be taken, leaving you with nothing but scraps. Luo Yuman raised an eyebrow and teased. You seem quite popular. Look at how these girls are smitten. You'd better take responsibility. Yifan remained unperturbed, offering a calm smile. Accustomed to such attention. In his previous life during high school, he had been dubbed the school heartthrob, receiving numerous love letters daily, with even some audacious girls confessing their feelings publicly. Thus, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Luo Yuman quipped, accustomed, you say? She suddenly found a striking resemblance between Yifan and Ning Xi. Their conversational skills were remarkably similar, leaving her at a loss for words. She nudged Ning Xi. Little Xi, we have such a handsome guy sitting behind us, and you still have the mind to study? Stop messing around. Still with that phrase. Ning Xi, her clear eyes reflecting seriousness, pointed to the physics paper before her, saying, Yuman, please don't disturb me. I'm busy. All right, Princess Xiaoxi, study well. I shall remain silent. Luo Yuman sighed in resignation, pulling out a romance novel from her desk and engrossing herself in it. Without old Qi around, are we still solving problems? Unless one has lost their mind, why not enjoy the handsome guy instead? Upon hearing Luo Yuman's words, a smile graced Ning Xi's face, her lips curving like a crescent moon. However, the smile faded swiftly, returning to her usual aloof demeanor. Yifan observed the subtle shift in the girl's expressions, chuckling inwardly. This girl, why must she maintain such an aloof facade? Deep down, she was just a naive little girl. Ning Xi lowered her head, intently studying her notebook. She had only grasped a fraction of Yifan's problem-solving steps, with most remaining somewhat elusive. Initially, she had considered seeking his guidance, but it felt too abrupt, given that they had only recently met. After a moment's hesitation, she suppressed the thought. Yet, it was undeniably challenging. After several minutes, Ning Xi set her pen down, ruffled her hair, feeling a wave of frustration. Yifan propped his chin on one hand, a smile playing at his lips. Knowing Ning Xi as he did, he was certain she would opt to consult him. Therefore, he remained unhurried, patiently waiting for the fish to bite. Ning Xi took a deep breath, turned around, and in a soft, delicate voice asked, Yifan, may I take up a little of your time? Yifan nodded and inquired, Xiaoxi, what is it? Upon hearing Yifan's address, a faint blush rose on Ning Xi's fair cheeks. The ethereal aura surrounding her was swiftly shattered as she furtively glanced at Luo Yuman, discovering that her deskmate's attention was elsewhere, prompting a quiet sigh of relief within her. The girl stifled her inner shyness, and, with her lips slightly parted, addressed Yifan, you may call me Ning Xi, it's sufficient. Yifan couldn't suppress a chuckle, fully aware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. Upon hearing her words, he smiled and replied, all right, Xiaoxi. Ning Xi opened her mouth, determined to address the matter at hand. Yifan, could you elucidate the solution to this physics problem on the blackboard? I find your reasoning somewhat perplexing. Of course, Yifan responded without hesitation, for the word no did not exist in his lexicon when it came to Ning Xi. He glanced at the clock on the classroom wall, his lips moving slightly. The class will conclude shortly, and our next period is physical education. I've heard that attendance may be optional at Jinhua. Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with astonishment. Haven't you just arrived at Jinhua? How do you already know that the next class is physical education? Yi Fan raised his right hand and pointed towards the door, where a schedule was affixed to the wall. The girl's face flushed crimson as she hastily lowered her head. Ning Xi, what were you thinking? How could you ask such a foolish question? How embarrassing. Xiao Shi, why are you so easily flustered? Yi Fan chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward, their faces mere centimeters apart. Typically, such proximity either indicated a kiss or a playful peck. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of the girl, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his voice low. However, your flushed cheeks are quite beautiful and undeniably charming. Chapter 9. Physical Education Class. Ning Xi's mind went blank, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Yi Fan appeared to be perpetually smiling, his deep-set eyes akin to a luminous crescent moon in the night sky, seemingly intent on drawing her into their depths. His strikingly handsome features and impeccably sculpted visage, coupled with a hint of masculine vigor, rendered the girl's thoughts momentarily stagnant. Her round, glistening eyes remained fixed upon him, unwilling to waver. Yi Fan's eyes curved, instinctively reaching out to tousle Ning Xi's hair. However, just as his hand extended, it froze in mid-air. A flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, and he ultimately discarded the notion. To Ning Xi, he was merely a new classmate she had known for 2 lessons. Such an intimate gesture would undoubtedly brand him as a rogue. The risk outweighed the reward. Gradually regaining her composure, Ning Xi felt her cheeks warm as she said, Yi Fan, just call me Ning Xi. We are not that familiar yet. With that, she turned her body, burying her head in her arms on the desk. Yi Fan pressed his lips together, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Ah, so your true nature is finally revealed. The girl before me is indeed the real Ning Xi, just as I remember, equally adorable and bashful. He sighed. The path ahead was long, but there was no rush. Little by little, Yi Fan redirected his gaze and retrieved a calculus book, flipping through its pages. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. 10 more minutes, another experience point. Ding! As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Yi Fan set aside his book. Though 2 experience points were minimal, they were better than nothing. Little by little, they would accumulate. As the bell rang, the atmosphere among the students of Class 2 instantly brightened. At Jinhua, physical education class was one of the few opportunities for relaxation during the week. Groups of students gathered to discuss activities for the upcoming class. Luo Yumin tugged on Ning Xi, who was still resting her head on the desk. Upon seeing her flushed cheeks, she paused. Xiao Shi, your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? And no, Ning Xi stammered, her gaze evasive and tinged with a barely perceptible panic. I'm just feeling a bit hot. Yes, the weather is quite warm. Luo Yumin remained oblivious to her deskmate's unease, excitedly suggesting, Xiao Shi, let us play basketball during PE. Basketball? Ning Xi immediately rejected the idea. That's a sport for boys. Preferring tranquil environments, her only form of exercise was the morning run. The idea of basketball was somewhat unpalatable to her. Moreover, she wished for Yi Fan to guide her through the physics problem, making her refusal unmistakably clear. Xiao Shi, your way of thinking is quite erroneous, Luo Yumin chided. Hands on her hips. Who says basketball is only for boys? If that were the case, how would there be women's basketball? Ning Xi lowered her eyelids, left speechless. After a moment of silence, she resignedly replied, Yumin, you go ahead and play. I want to stay in the classroom and work on some problems. No way. Luo Yumin insisted, pulling Ning Xi's hand with a touch of authority. You're always studying. You're already first in our class and among the top 5 in the grade. What more do you want? Come on. You must join me for PE and relax a bit. I won T. Ning Xi was firm. Seeing the indecision on Ning Xi's face, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curling slightly. Just go. Huh? At his words, both girls turned to look at him. Yi Fan smiled, asserting that relentless studying was not necessarily beneficial. While striving for better grades was commendable, burying oneself in books was not the solution. A balance between work and play was essential. Luo Yumin covertly gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, nodding enthusiastically. Exactly. What Yi Fan says makes sense. Xiao Shi, don't be so hard on yourself. Can't you leave a little room for us less studious folks? Ning Xi's pretty face was a picture of surprise. Was Yi Fan genuinely encouraging her to attend physical education class? Hadn't he just promised to help her with the physics problem? How could he change his stance so swiftly? Stealing a glance at Yi Fan, she quickly averted her gaze. Her round, sparkling eyes twirled adorably. Ultimately, she quietly nodded in agreement. Yay! Luo Yumin chuckled softly, winking at Ning Xi. Unable to resist teasing, She added, "Oh, it's a good thing I'm your close friend. It seems my words carry more weight than ye fans after all. Truly, you've forgotten your old friends for new loves." Before she could finish, Ning Xi clamped a hand over Luo Yuman's mouth. Her face was flushed but serious. "Yuman, please don't joke like that." "Oops, my mistake." Luo Yuman giggled, swiftly changing the topic. "Let's go find a spot to play." Ning Xi nodded. She glanced back at Yi Fan and softly said, "Yi Fan, regarding that physics problem, you can choose the time. I'm available whenever." Yi Fan squinted, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Thank you." Ning Xi exhaled in relief. On the playground. "Ning Xi, here. Suk, here. Yi Fan, here." Song Wen tucked away the list in his hand, somewhat taken aback. "To think you celestial beings have all gathered here." It was indeed a rarity. In the past, during every physical education class, there would invariably be a few absentees. Such occurrences were quite commonplace at Jinhua. The students erupted into laughter. Song Wen waved his hand at everyone and cheerfully announced, "This physical education class allows for free activity. Take the time to relax. Long live the teacher." Instantly, the crowd dispersed. There was only one basketball court, and a few boys, chattering and laughing, approached with a ball. Upon noticing the presence of others on both sides, they exchanged wry smiles. "Well, we're a step late." However, one tall boy, upon spotting Ning Xi on the left court, felt a flicker of barely perceptible fervor in his eyes and strode confidently towards the left side. Not far off, Yi Fan, seated on the grass, allowed a soft hum, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then slowly rose and made his way to the basketball court. The girls present were Ning Xi, Luo Yumming, and the class monitor from Class 2, Su Ke. The trio's attempts at basketball were devoid of any skill. Nevertheless, their playful laughter, as melodious as that of a yellow oriole, captivated a number of boys, with the majority of gazes fixated on Ning Xi. Her inky hair was tied up with a purple ribbon, a few strands cascading down her shoulders, accentuating her porcelain skin, unadorned yet refreshingly enchanting. In the north, there is a beauty unmatched and independent. As they beheld the graceful figure amidst the court, the boys' hearts ignited with fervor. Yi Fan, however, felt no surprise at this turn of events. Naturally, his girl was exceptional. Being well-liked was nothing out of the ordinary. On the court, Luo Yumming, slightly out of breath beneath the hoop, tossed the basketball a few meters away to Ning Xi. Seeing the ball soar through the air, Ning Xi felt somewhat flustered, her petite hands flailing in a hurried attempt, yet she failed to touch the ball, just as she was about to retrieve it. A voice from behind made her furrow her brow. "Ning Xi, allow me to teach you how to play basketball?" Chapter 10. The emergence of a rival standing a few meters in front of the girl was a boy clad in branded athletic attire. His skin was slightly tanned, yet he exuded a unique charm. Zhao Wenhao, with average grades, served as the sports representative for Class 2 and was also the captain of the school's basketball team. It was rumored that he hailed from a wealthy family, having donated a significant sum in teaching equipment to Jinhua, thereby securing his admission through exceptional means. Zhao Wenhao was regarded as a prominent figure in the school, and at this tender age of budding affection, he had received quite a number of love letters from girls. However, upon laying eyes on Ning Xi for the first time, he was utterly captivated. No other girl in the school could compare. Thus, he had been devising ways to approach Ning Xi, though his attempts had yielded little success. Today, witnessing Ning Xi actually playing basketball filled him with uncontainable joy. Basketball was his forte, and such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. Ning Xi turned around, politely declining, "No need." Not disheartened by her refusal, Zhao Wenhao picked up the basketball at his feet with one hand, applying a slight force with his fingers, causing the ball to spin rapidly on his right index finger as he flashed a smile he deemed charming. "Ning Xi, we are classmates. You need not be so polite." Ning Xi gently shook her head, reiterating her refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, Zhao, but really, it's unnecessary." Observing this, Zhao Wenhao subtly exchanged a glance with class monitor Su Ke. He had often bestowed favors upon Su Ke, knowing her connection with Ning Xi, and now the moment was ripe for utilization. Receiving the cue, Su Ke approached Ning Xi with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Xi, why do you refuse? We're all rather inexperienced at basketball. Zhao Wenhao is the captain of the school team and is willing to teach us. This is a good opportunity." Ning Xi lowered her head slightly, murmuring, "Class monitor, you all go ahead. I'm feeling a bit tired." "Oh, come on." Sununtai kiskiviko graspeth Ning Xi's hand. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, Xiao Xi, are you really going to abandon the class monitor right at the start? Ning Xi hesitated, feeling conflicted. Every time Zhao Wenhao looked at her, she felt a wave of discomfort. It was precisely this that fueled her resistance. Luo Yumming approached, exasperated. "Xiao Xi, A handsome guy is willing to teach us basketball, and you're turning him down? Ning Xi cast a helpless glance at her deskmate, and then at Su Ke, not wishing to dampen their spirits, ultimately relenting. All right, let us play for a while longer. Got it. Luo Yuming patted Su Ke's shoulder and turned to Zhao Wenhao, inquiring, how do you plan to teach us? Simple. Zhao Wenhao quickly replied, we'll split into pairs for a match, and you can observe how I dribble and shoot. A match? Luo Yuming's eyes brightened at the suggestion, a glimmer of anticipation surfacing on her face as she decisively agreed. Okay, it's settled. With that, Su Ke released Ning Xi and moved beside Luo Yuming. Yuming, we'll be on the same team. Let us give Zhao Wenhao, the basketball captain, a good thrashing. Shall we? That sounds like a splendid idea. This notion resonated deeply with Luo Yuming, who then turned to Ning Xi on her left, stating, Xiao Xi, you'll be paired with Zhao Wenhao. At this, Zhao Wenhao felt a surge of elation, discreetly giving Su Ke a thumbs up. This assist was truly remarkable. Huh. Ning Ti, already feeling averse to Zhao Wenhao, was dismayed to learn she was to be paired with him, her face expressing clear reluctance. With the basketball in hand, Zhao Wenhao approached Ning Xi with a confident smile. You need not worry. Victory will surely be ours if you team up with me. Huh. Luo Yuming scoffed dismissively. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. Zhao Wenhao remained unfazed by Luo Yuming's provocation, smiling as he said, shall we begin? He aimed to impress Ning Xi, believing his skills and charm would certainly leave her in awe. The beginning is always the hardest. As long as he could make a good impression on Ning Xi, winning her heart would merely be a matter of time. Wait a moment. A calm voice rang out, causing the trio of girls and one boy to pause in surprise. Yi Fan strolled into the court unhurriedly, a sunny smile gracing his lips. He positioned himself between Ning Xi and Zhao Wenhao, effortlessly placing Ning Xi behind him, and raised an eyebrow. How about including me? His composed gaze was enigmatic, adding an air of mystery to the moment. Ning Xi gazed at the tall figure before her, momentarily entranced. What is Yi Fan doing here? Zhao Wenhao's expression darkened slightly. Earlier in physics class, he had found this newcomer quite bothersome. What a pretentious handsome guy. He was merely a pretty boy. Before Yi Fan's arrival in class 2, he was the sole focus of all the girls' attention, with the exception of Ning Xi, of course. However, once Yi Fan made his entrance, the girls became utterly enamored, driving the arrogant Zhao Wenhao to a state of considerable irritation. After finally managing to play basketball with Ning Xi, the unexpected appearance of Yi Fan disrupted his plans. Incensing him further, enough is enough, Zhao Wenhao declared with unwavering resolve. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly as he replied, nonchalantly, classmate, you seem to have misunderstood. I wasn't addressing you. With that, he turned to Ning Xi and flashed a radiant smile, his gaze soft and inviting. How about adding me to the team, Zioxy? Zhao Wenhao's expression soured, darkening as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. All right, Ning Xi replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding gently, her adorably innocent demeanor strikingly charming. Compared to Zhao Wenhao, she preferred to team up with Yi Fan, for his gaze held a purity that made her feel at ease. Upon witnessing Ning Xi's agreement, Zhao Wenhao's face darkened even further, resembling a piece of charcoal. In his view, Yi Fan's actions were a deliberate provocation. How dare a newcomer be so brazen? It was intolerable. As Yi Fan prepared to join, Luo Yuming's eyes sparkled with delight. Yi Fan, do you play basketball? Just a little, Yi Fan replied casually. Oomph. Zhao Wenhao scoffed, shifting disdainfully to the side. Just a little? What are you doing here then? Do you expect me to teach you? His face was plastered with derision. You ought to practice on your own first and avoid embarrassing yourself here. One must possess self-awareness. Ning Xi clenched her small fist and stepped forward, aligning herself beside Yi Fan. Her voice, soft yet icy, pierced through the air. We are all classmates. Why must you speak so unkindly? Zhao Wenhao was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that Ning Xi would stand up for Yi Fan. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. Gazing at the earnest Ning Xi beside him, Yi Fan felt a warmth spread through him. In his previous life, the girl had defended him in the same manner. Now it remained unchanged. Yet, he was not the same Yi Fan as before. In this lifetime, he would assume the role of protector. Yi Fan looked up, his expression unperturbed. Classmate, you seem to have misunderstood. Zhao Wenhao retorted, misunderstood my foot. Yi Fan continued, his tone devoid of emotion. What I meant by a little differs greatly from your interpretation. Oomph. What could possibly be different? Zhao Wenhao glared at Yi Fan, his anger palpable. If it weren't for this newcomer, Ning Xi wouldn't be upset with him. And now, the situation appeared even worse. Yi Fan chuckled softly, seemingly sidestepping the issue. I believe I heard you're the captain of the school basketball team? And what of it? Zhao Wenhao replied, pride evident on his face. Yi Fan chuckled calmly. What I meant by a little might just entail shaving your head, dear captain. A profound silence enveloped the group. Chapter 11. A role model among us. After several seconds of stunned quiet, Zhao Wenhao erupted into laughter, his tone mocking. You think you can shave my head? Look in the mirror first. It's utterly ridiculous. If you find it amusing, feel free to laugh a little longer. Yi Fan responded with the utmost indifference, unfazed by Zhao Wenhao's mockery. In his previous life, he had been the owner of a billion-dollar company, accustomed to various high-stakes situations. This quarrel was merely child's play. Why would an elephant react to the insults of an ant? He considered himself an adolescent elephant at this point. Luo Yuman leaned closer to Ning Xi, her eyes gleaming. Xi, don't you think Yi Fan is quite handsome? He's a rather intriguing person. Ning Xi smiled softly, offering her own appraisal. He is. You. Zhao Wenhao's face flushed with anger, feeling as though he had struck cotton with all his might. The sensation nearly made him choke with frustration. Yi Fan turned to stand beside Ning Xi, smiling lightly. Xi and I will team up against the three of you. As he spoke, he ruffled his hair lightly. Be careful, I might just shave your head. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi became flustered, waving her hands in the air. Yi Fan, I don't know how to play basketball. Don't worry, you could just stand aside and watch. Yi Fan interjected, not allowing her a chance to refuse. He leaned slightly closer, whispering near her ear, inhaling her sweet fragrance, feeling an unprecedented calm wash over him. This sensation was delightful, if only it could last a lifetime. Ning Xi was taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden movement, retreating a couple of steps, her face flushing with heat. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she stammered, Is it really all right? I feel like I might be a burden. Not at all. Yi Fan shook his head, reaffirming, What I say is true. You will not be a burden. Outside the basketball court, numerous boys had taken notice of the unfolding drama. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they all witnessed Yi Fan whispering to Ning Xi, an act that did not go unnoticed. Wow, this Yi Fan is quite bold, isn't he? On his first day, he dares to flirt with the campus beauty. A role model among us. This guy's finished. Look at Zhao Wenhao's expression. It's terrifying. Handsome, tall, academically gifted, and possessing impressive charm. Why must I endure being in the same class as such a weirdo? A few meters away, Zhao Wenhao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, almost murderous. These discussions were painfully grating to his ears. Every boy in science class, too, knew of his affection for Ning Xi. Yet this newcomer had the audacity to be so intimate with her in front of the entire class, publicly humiliating him if he did not seek revenge. How could he continue to exist in class 2? Fine. Zhao Wenhao ground his teeth, resolving, I'll pair with Luo Yuman and Su Ke. No scorekeeping. Whichever side makes 5 points first wins. Agreed. Yi Fan nodded, indifferent to the rules of the contest, for he was certain he could not lose. In his previous life, basketball had accompanied him for over a decade. Losing to a mere rookie like Zhao Wenhao was simply inconceivable. Wait. Zhao Wenhao's gaze turned vicious and cold. Since this is a competition, the losing side must face a penalty. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. What kind of punishment? Simple. Zhao Wenhao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, If you lose, you'll have to run 3 laps around the playground while shouting, I am a waste. Yi Fan, don't accept his bet. Zhao Wenhao, you have gone too far. Ning Xi and Luo Yuman interjected, believing this wager to be nothing short of an insult. Even Su Ke couldn't help but interject, Zhao Wenhao, we are all classmates, seeing each other daily. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Wenhao disregarded the words of the 3 girls, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan. Are you willing to wager? Yi Fan made a reassuring gesture towards Ning Xi, casting a curious glance at Zhao Wenhao with a smirk. And what if you lose? Zhao Wenhao erupted into a boisterous laugh. How could I possibly lose? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Indeed, I can, Yi Fan replied calmly. Thus, if you lose, you must adhere to the same conditions. By this time, numerous boys from Class 2 had gathered by the basketball court, their eyes filled with a hint of pity as they regarded Yi Fan. What was he thinking? After all, Zhao Wenhao was the captain of the school basketball team, his skills well established. Was he courting disaster? This newcomer was about to embarrass himself, and it would be quite the spectacle. Zhao Wenhao, having completely lost his patience, was eager to publicly teach this audacious individual a lesson. Enough talk, let us settle this. With that, he picked up the ball from the ground and tossed it to Yi Fan, adding, Don't say I'm bullying you. You can have the first shot. The basketball hurtled towards Yi Fan's face at great speed, clearly an attempt by Zhao Wenhao to humiliate him publicly. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Fan leisurely extended his right hand, catching the ball with ease. Just don't use this as an excuse if you lose, he remarked nonchalantly. Turning to the still-dazed Ning Xi, he spoke softly, Xiao, Xi, just watch from the side. Ning Xi's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, yet words escaped her, especially as a blush crept across her cheeks upon hearing the affectionate nickname. Why did he still call her that despite her earlier warnings? As Ning Xi pondered this, Suka took her hand and led her to the center line, exclaiming, Xiao Xi, it's probably best if we just watch this match. To be honest, Suka was beginning to regret aiding Zhao Wenhao earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this predicament. What situation this was? Luo Yumin hesitated for a moment before walking in their direction. Thus, the court was left with only Yi Fan and Zhao Wenhao, unknowingly transforming into a solo match. Yi Fan casually dribbled the basketball. Ready? Let us begin. With a shout, Zhao Wenhao charged towards Yi Fan, aiming for the basketball in his hands. His intent was straightforward, to establish dominance and show Yi Fan his prowess. However, as Zhao Wenhao approached with determination, Yi Fan merely shook his head and muttered, naive. Remaining stationary, Yi Fan leapt into the air just as Zhao Wenhao was within 3 meters of him. Was he attempting a direct shot? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No way he can make that shot. How dare he? Swish! The ball swooshed through the net. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Their voices choked as if by a fishbone. The murmurs ceased, and their mouths gaped open in disbelief. He made that. Yi Fan had launched the ball from a distance of over 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Logically, that shot should have been impossible. Yet the ball had gone in. The 3 girls near the center line covered their mouths in shock. It went in. How impressive. Yi Fan smiled slightly to himself. Oh, it seems my shooting touch is rather good. He exhibited neither pride nor surprise. His demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. Zhao Wenhao's hand froze midair, mere inches from Yi Fan, yet that distance felt insurmountable. He stared at the bouncing basketball with a pale face. How could it go in from that far? What incredible luck. Let him have one shot. I refuse to believe his fortune can hold out. Zhao Wenhao dismissed the point as mere luck, snorted in annoyance, and retrieved the ball beneath the basket, declaring, now it's my turn to attack. Yi Fan lazily positioned himself at the free throw line, watching Zhao Wenhao from several meters away without any intention of defending. Wow, he looks so cool. I can't take it. Yi Fan, I love you, exclaimed several girls from class 2, their eyes sparkling. Zhao Wenhao cursed under his breath. Damn it, this jerk is showing off again. He took a deep breath, his dribbling smooth and fluid, and in the blink of an eye, he broke past Yi Fan's non-existent defense, charging towards the basket. Fine. Yi Fan didn't even bother to defend himself. He merely stood there, letting Zhao Wenhao dash past him. Trash. Zhao Wenhao scoffed, gazing at the basket, an idea suddenly sparking in his mind, one that quickly escalated into an unstoppable urge. I'll do it. From 2 meters away, Zhao Wenhao leapt high, propelled by his speed, as he aimed for a dunk. Chapter 12. This is going to be a disaster. As Zhao Wenhao soared through the air, the spectators were left in awe. Let me show you what true strength looks like. He bellowed, slamming the basketball forcefully towards the hoop. He could already envision the look of shock on Yi Fan's face as the ball swooshed through the net, eliciting a sense of triumph within him. A dunk, especially in a one-on-one scenario, could be utterly demoralizing. At that critical moment, Yi Fan's figure appeared behind Zhao Wenhao, his legs coiling with power as he leapt higher and faster. In a seamless series of movements, he completed the action in the blink of an eye. Bam! Just as the basketball was mere inches from the hoop, an unexpected force surged from Yi Fan's hand, causing Zhao Wenhao's face to change dramatically. The ball slipped from his grasp, crashing into the backboard, and due to the immense force, it rebounded at great speed. Coincidentally, the ball rebounded and collided with Zhao Wenhao's face. With a loud smack, those unaware might have thought someone had been slapped. Zhao Wenhao, taken aback, lost his balance and fell to the ground in a daze. The onlookers from Class 2 were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. A slam dunk followed by a kiss. Surely, this must be a jest? Goodness. Yi Fan is astonishingly formidable. Luo Yumin and Su Ku covered their mouths, their eyes fixed on Yi Fan, who stood by the hoop with an expression of serene composure, revealing their incredulity. How impressive, is it not? Truly remarkable. Is this even permissible? Hearing the exclamations of her 2 friends, Ning Xi's face displayed a hint of confusion as she murmured, I assent this a foul? Luo Yumin responded, a foul? Su Ku interjected, what a novel perspective you have. Luo Yumin sighed, patting Su Ku on the shoulder, my apologies. It seems I failed to educate you properly. Su Ku gently shook her head and replied earnestly, it's not your fault. I share the responsibility. Upon witnessing this, Ning Xi felt her cheeks flush. She wasn't naive. It was evident they were teasing her. It was highly probable that she had misspoken once again. In truth, one could hardly blame Ning Xi. Throughout her life, her world had revolved solely around academics, with the singular pastime of visiting the library on weekends to peruse books of interest. Today marked her inaugural encounter with basketball, leaving her entirely oblivious to its rules. Innocent and unversed. A stark reality. At the hoop, Yi Fan brushed off the dust from his hands, contemplating that the idea was commendable, albeit slightly lacking. His unremarkable tone, however, resonated with sarcasm in Zhao Wenhao's ears. He had already surmised what had transpired moments earlier, and hearing Yi Fan's nonchalant remarks incited a furious desire for retribution within him. This was merely an inconsequential match, not warranting such a commotion. Yi Fan bent down to retrieve the basketball, turning to stride towards the three-point line, declaring, "You're about to lose by 3 points." Oof. Zhao Wenhao's countenance darkened as he rose from the ground, a sharp pain in his backside causing him to gasp. As the captain of the basketball team and a prominent figure at Jinhua, he had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, they were not alone. The entire Class 2 of the senior science stream was watching the spectacle. If he were to lose to this newcomer, word would spread throughout the school in no time. The shame would be unbearable. Thus, he could not afford to lose under any circumstances. Yi Fan, holding the ball in one hand, approached the three-point line, facing Zhao Wenhao, and announced, "Get ready, I'm about to begin." With that, he dribbled forward, completely disregarding Zhao Wenhao's defense. The students on the sidelines gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This guy is audacious. Is he really going to charge in? Wow, how impressive." Zhao Wenhao exerted force with his left leg, bracing himself for impact, perceiving Yi Fan's actions as a deliberate affront. Did he truly believe he could disregard his presence? The two moved with lightning speed, neither showing signs of slowing down, and it appeared an imminent collision was unavoidable. On the sidelines, some timid girls had already covered their eyes. At the critical moment, Yi Fan stepped left, executing a complete 360-degree spin, preparing to force his way through. "You will not pass," Zhao Wenhao shouted, his left foot striking down to block Yi Fan's advance. At that moment, his expression was grave, devoid of any trace of disdain. Precise shooting, fluid dribbling. A true master. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, trailing by 2 points. Should Yi Fan score again, bridging the gap would be a monumental challenge. It seemed Yi Fan had anticipated Zhao Wenhao's defense. He halted his leftward motion abruptly and pivoted to the right. The entire transition was swift and seamless, devoid of any awkwardness. Zhao Wenhao's face paled as he instinctively followed with his right foot, but his left foot had just landed, leaving him off balance. A ripping sound echoed through the air. Zhao Wenhao's complexion turned ashen as a searing pain surged through him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead in an instant. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, hands braced against it, his expression one of agony. Yi Fan posed, regarding Zhao Wenhao on the ground with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. "Classmate, I assure you, I did not touch you. There are dozens of eyes watching. One cannot feign injury," Zhao Wenhao retorted. "Feign injury? You must be joking." Gritting his teeth, he gasped for air, struggling to utter, "I'm merely feeling unwell. Let us call a day for this match and continue another time." He then turned to call out to Chu Qinglin on the sidelines. "Qinglin, please assist me to the infirmary. I've injured my leg." Chu Qinglin and another boy hurried onto the court, supporting Zhao Wenhao's arm as they led him away. Yi Fan cast a glance at Zhao Wenhao's retreating figure, a peculiar smirk playing on his lips. An injured leg? That doesn't seem quite accurate. If his leg is hurt, why is he clutching his groin? Could it be that he belongs to the groin-clutching faction? Such thoughts fleetingly crossed Yi Fan's mind as he approached the center line and handed the basketball to Ning Xi. "You may continue." Ning Xi, taken aback, accepted the ball, asking, "What happened to Zhao Wenhao?" The moment she uttered the question, she regretted it. Zhao Wenhao's voice had been loud, proclaiming his leg injury for all to hear. Why inquire further? How foolish of her. Ah, him? Yi Fan chuckled softly, his voice low. He sustained a minor injury. As for where, I cannot say. "Oh," Ning Xi replied, lowering her head. Luo Yumin, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "Yi Fan, you're quite impressive." Suka nodded in agreement, her tone laced with an unusual undertone. "Your basketball skills are remarkable. Even if Zhao Wenhao were uninjured, he would likely not be your match." "Just a bit. I wouldn't call it remarkable." Yi Fan responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the bashful Ning Xi. Unable to resist, he waved his right hand in front of her. "Xiaoxi, you all can continue. I'm going to take a break." Ning Xi, with her head bowed, felt a surge of shyness. Why must he call her that? She had clearly expressed her preference to be addressed as Ning Xi. Yi Fan, just call me Ning Xi. Luo Yuman and Su Ke burst into laughter, especially Luo Yuman, who laughed so hard she struggled to catch her breath, playfully teasing, Xiao Shi. He is already far away. Huh? Ning Xi lifted her head, only to find Yi Fan's figure had vanished. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an urge to take a bite. Witnessing Luo Yuman's teasing expression, she indignantly threatened, Yuman, do you believe I will prevent you from copying my homework? Incorrect, incorrect. Luo Yuman quickly adopted a serious demeanor, wrapping her arms around Ning Xi's shoulders, grinning as she raised an eyebrow. Xiao Shi, we're good friends. If I can't copy from you, who else can I turn to? Su Ke interjected, discussing homework copying in front of the class monitor. These two individuals are truly excessive. The onlookers by the sidelines gradually dispersed. A few boys gathered together, still engrossed in discussing the events that had just transpired. How could a leg injury strike out of nowhere? Who knows? Perhaps Zhao Wenhao, seeing himself on the verge of defeat, deliberately conjured up an excuse. I doubt that. Zhao Wenhao's expression just now didn't seem feigned. It's possible he genuinely suffered a leg injury. Nonsense. What leg injury? This is simply absurd. A boy who had been silent suddenly spoke up, saying, I saw it quite clearly. Zhao Wenhao didn't sustain a leg injury. Did you not hear that sound, the thud? Did it seem like I heard something? What sound? The boy chuckled and replied, Did you not notice how Zhao Wenhao left, clutching his legs? He most likely just got hit in a sensitive area. Chapter 13. Borrowing Money Class 2 of the Science Stream in the senior year. The homeroom teacher, Yang Ting, stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping across the classroom. With the monthly exams only 2 weeks away, it is imperative that everyone exerts themselves diligently during this time. The bell signaling the end of school rang. Yang Ting gently waved her hand, announcing, School is over. Please be cautious on your way home. Goodbye, teacher. The students began to pack their burdensome study materials, fatigue evident on their faces. Yi Fan stared blankly at his empty backpack, lost in thought. Before coming to Zhenhua, he had never purchased any review materials, not even once. Observing the towering piles of exam papers, exercises, and workbooks before everyone else made him feel as though he had wandered into the wrong scene, feeling utterly out of place. Yi Fan, why are you dazed? Luo Yuman, shouldering her backpack, turned around to see Yi Fan in a trance. School's out. Aren't you leaving? I'm going now, Yi Fan replied, his gaze shifting to Ning Xi, who was also looking at him, a soft smile gracing her cheeks as she gently said, See you tomorrow, Yi Fan. See you tomorrow. The girl's smile sent a tremor through Yi Fan's heart. Everything felt like a dream. At the entrance of Zhenhua's school, a black Audi was parked by the roadside. Luo Shan sat inside, his eyes fixed on the school gate. Upon catching sight of Yi Fan, he hurriedly exited the vehicle, waving and calling out, Xiao Fan, over here. Uncle, thank you for your trouble. Noticing the car still parked between two locust trees, Yi Fan realized that Luo Shan must have been waiting outside the school all afternoon. A warm feeling blossoming within him. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Shan's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. You, my boy, why are you being so formal with me? We are family. The emphasis on the last phrase brought a subtle smile to Yi Fan's face. The car began to move. As Luo Shan drove, he said, Xiao Fan, I found a place for you near the school. The environment is quite nice, and the price is reasonable. Let me take you to have a look. If you find anything unsatisfactory, we can always look for another. Thank you, uncle. Yi Fan nodded lightly. He just wanted a place to stay. Housing in the capital, especially near the school, could hardly be described as inexpensive. He understood this well. This was merely an excuse from Luo Shan, intending to spare him any psychological burden. Zayahua Road, Bayou Garden. This is an upscale community, located very close to the prestigious Zhenhua High School, merely a 10-minute walk away. Thus, rental prices here have skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Building number 3, Unit 1, Room 606. Luo Shan placed a set of keys in Yi Fan's hand, introducing Xiao Fan. The apartment is just over 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a small study. It may not be large, but it is quite adequate. Uncle, it's already wonderful. Yi Fan glanced around. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, equipped with all necessary appliances, and even the bedding was new. One must admit, Luo Shan was truly meticulous in taking care of others. I've already paid the rent and property fees, Luo Shan continued, removing the backpack from Yi Fan's shoulders. I've also bought daily necessities for you. If you need anything else, feel free to purchase it yourself. Saying this, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Fan. Xiao Fan, there is 10,000 yuan in this card. When it runs low, just ask uncle for more. Don't hesitate to speak up, all right? Uncle, may I discuss something with you? Staring at the bank card in front of him, Yi Fan fell into a daze, suddenly reminded of something. Luo Shan chuckled. With me? Xiao Fan? You must never stand on ceremony. Yi Fan wanted to discuss something with him? This took Luo Shan by surprise. Over the past 5 years, the total number of words Yi Fan had exchanged with him surely did not exceed 20. Yet in the past few days, the volume of their conversations had multiplied several times, even reaching a dozen. Yi Fan's lips moved slightly. Uncle, how much cash flow do you currently have? As far as he knew, Luo Shan was engaged in the clothing wholesale business. While not exceedingly wealthy, he was certainly well off. However, when Yi Fan had just entered his first year of college, Luo Shan, misled by friends, had invested in a high-tech company, only to end up losing everything. Upon learning this, Yi Fan shook off his previous despondency and grew more proactive. Before graduating, he became engrossed in studying stocks, experimenting while accumulating funds. After graduation, he began to make bold attempts. One must concede, in this regard, fate had indeed favored Yi Fan. Within just 6 months after graduation, he had amassed a considerable fortune, eventually establishing his own securities firm. The connection between Yi Fan and Ning Xi began at that moment. Thus, upon seeing the bank card earlier, Yi Fan was reminded of what would transpire a year from now, prompting him to help Luo Shan mitigate risks while simultaneously accumulating some capital for himself. Money is a valuable asset. Although the reborn Yi Fan has adopted a rather indifferent view towards wealth, it remains an essential component. Money is a necessity in life. In modern consumer society, a life devoid of funds is utterly impractical. There is a saying in Summer Country, money is not omnipotent, but without money, one cannot achieve anything. Luo Shan was momentarily taken aback. Cash flow? This question caught him off guard. Why the sudden inquiry? He replied, truthfully, due to the accumulation of 2 batches of goods. My cash on hand is not substantial, only a little over 2 million. That is sufficient. Yi Fan uttered a phrase that left Luo Shan perplexed. Luo Shan, somewhat bewildered, asked, Xiao Fan, what is the purpose of your inquiry? Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, Uncle, I would like to borrow some money. Borrow money? Luo Shan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You child, if you find the money insufficient, just say so. Why go around in circles? Once Uncle returns to Linhai, I'll transfer you 10,000. He assumed Yi Fan was dissatisfied with the amount he had offered. Yi Fan waved his hand, elucidating, Uncle, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Indeed. Yi Fan picked up 2 cups of water and gestured toward the sofa. Uncle, let us sit down and converse. Very well. Accepting the water from Yi Fan, Luo Shan revealed a complex smile, though he concealed it expertly, rendering it not overt. Observing Luo Shan as he sipped from the cup, Yi Fan ventured, Uncle, I would like to borrow 2 million. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan was so taken aback that he spluttered the water he had just swallowed. However, Yi Fan was well prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his backpack to shield himself, deftly avoiding the spray. Xiao Fan, what did you just say? Luo Shan, now standing in shock, was overwhelmed, his mind buzzing. Borrow money? This was understandable, but to request 2 million in one go? At this moment, Luo Shan recalled his earlier words. Here with your uncle, you mustn't be polite. He had merely spoken in jest. Yet here was Yi Fan, outright asking for 2 million. He wasn't surname Ma, after all. Moreover, Yi Fan was merely a high school senior. What could he possibly need such a vast sum for? Could it be? Luo Shan set down his cup and grasped Yi Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, you must tell your uncle the truth. Have you gotten into some serious trouble? It was no wonder Luo Shan thought this way. First, there was the transfer to another school, then the request for money, and a staggering 2 million at that. Everything seemed quite abnormal. Yi Fan smiled wryly and shook his head. Uncle, please don't overthink it. I wish to borrow money primarily to invest in a stock. Stocks? Luo Shan's voice rose sharply by several decibels. How old are you to be dabbling in stocks? Is it something you should be involved in? Realizing his tone, he quickly softened his approach. Xiao Fan, your uncle is merely concerned that you might be deceived. You are only 17, and there is so much you do not yet understand. The risks in the stock market are immense. Even I dare not tread there. I have witnessed too many who have lost everything in stock trading. Your primary focus should be on your studies, striving for admission to a good university. Understand? Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Uncle, I'm aware of all that you say and understand your skepticism, but I can prove it to you. Prove it? Luo Shan was somewhat bewildered by Yi Fan's train of thought. How can you prove it? Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he raised the bank card in his hand, nonchalantly stating, Uncle, grant me 1 week, and I can transform the 10,000 in this card into 50,000. Furthermore, you will witness the entire process of buying and selling. If I succeed, I kindly ask you to lend me 2 million for a year. Luo Shan lowered his gaze in contemplation. A week's time, turning 10,000 into 50,000, a net profit of 400. Was this even feasible? After a considerable pause, Luo Shan lifted his head. And what if you cannot achieve this? If I fail, I shall abandon any notion of trading stocks and commit myself to my studies, striving for a good university. With you and my mother deciding my major. Yi Fan stood up, seemingly discussing a matter of little consequence. Though such a scenario was improbable, confidence. It bore no semblance of arrogance. It is settled. Luo Shan scrutinized Yi Fan, increasingly perplexed by this young man before him. Well then, he relented. But prior to this, I must inform your mother of this matter. Her consent is imperative, or I shall not part with the money. Upon finishing, Luo Shan chuckled awkwardly, hastily adding, your uncle is not under the thumb of your mother. He merely respects her. Do not misunderstand. Very well. Yi Fan smiled, his gaze profound. Perhaps due to the reasons of reincarnation, he recalled the events of his past life with startling clarity. This wager was one he was destined to win. After dinner, Luo Shan called his wife, Yi Xian, recounting the day as occurrences in their entirety. Upon hearing that their son had passed the rigorous examination at Genoa, Yi Xian was elated. However, before her joy could linger, Luo Shan revealed Yi Fan's request to borrow 2 million. On the other end of the line, Yi Xian gasped. What? This is sheer nonsense. Dear, please do not panic, Luo Shan quickly interjected. It is this way, Xiao Fan and I have made a bet. In the room, Yi Fan had intended to read and accrue some experience points, only to find the new house devoid of any books. He lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, the image of Ning Xi drifting into his mind, a gentle smile gracing his lips as his thoughts became remarkably tranquil. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Tomorrow, he would see Ning Xi again. Anticipation. Chapter 14. The Scholar? In the classroom of the second science class of his senior year, a physics problem loomed large on the blackboard. Qi Wenju stood at the podium, passionately expounding. This class revolves around this single problem. I shall give you half an hour to attempt a solution. You may discuss, but keep your voices down. With that, Qi Wenju casually settled into a chair by the classroom door, clutching a thermos filled with goji berries. In his early 50s, he sipped while peering into the thermos, murmuring, aren't there too few goji berries? Yes, indeed, a tad scant. Luo Yuman rummaged through her desk, soon producing a romance novel. Ning Xi, her eyes fixed on a blackboard, began attempting to solve the problem on a sheet of draft paper. Her gentle and sweet demeanor rendered her a striking presence in the classroom, causing many boys to steal glances. Before long, a hint of helplessness and confusion crossed the girl's face. No matter the method employed, she could only arrive at half a solution, after which she stalled. A few physics prodigies seated at the front began murmuring to each other. How do we solve this? Indeed, it is so difficult. Is this truly a senior physics problem? Surely, Teacher Qi is not intentionally trying to perplex us? I've tried several approaches and simply cannot arrive at a solution. Their words were laced with exasperation. Yi Fan propped his chin with one hand, tilting his head to observe Ning Xi's profile, a smile perpetually adorning his face. Solving problems? Utterly tedious. Furthermore, this problem posed no challenge to Yi Fan. He found himself entirely uninterested. Rather than squander time, he preferred to gaze at Ning Xi for a while longer. Yi Fan was presently more troubled by how to bridge the gap between himself and Ning Xi. Despite her seemingly amiable exterior, he understood well that Ning Xi harbored a considerable degree of wariness, especially towards the opposite sex. Confessing his feelings? How pedestrian. Moreover, it is somewhat premature for Ning Xi. He is merely a newly arrived classmate, likely to elicit an adverse effect. Ning Xi set down her pen, her expression revealing hesitation. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to seek counsel from the rear, where Yi Fan sat. The level of proficiency Yi Fan displayed in physics yesterday was unparalleled among her peers, without exception. The girl inhaled deeply, turning slowly to face him. She met Yi Fan's gaze, which bore a depth akin to an unfathomable abyss, stirring her emotions. Is he looking at me? Upon realizing this, Ning Xi felt her cheeks flush. To be candid, her impression of Yi Fan was exceedingly favorable. Although they had only known each other for a day, his composed demeanor and the clarity in his eyes when they met hers instilled in her no semblance of aversion. Moreover, she could not shake the peculiar feeling of familiarity, as if she had encountered Yi Fan before. Suppressing her shyness, she softly inquired, Yi Fan, may I trouble you for a moment? I am unable to solve this problem posed by Teacher Qi. Could I seek your guidance? Of course, Yi Fan replied, his expression transforming into a knowing smile. He had been contemplating ways to bridge the gap between himself and Ning Xi, and unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. He felt a profound gratitude toward Qi Wenju, pondering that such physics problems should arise more frequently in the future. This notion pleased him. Thank you, Ning, she said softly. Clutching her draft paper, she furrowed her brow as she voiced her query. Yi Fan. Teacher Chi asked us to determine the speed of an object falling at point B with a fixed angle of inclination for the slope. But why can't it be solved using the law of conservation of momentum? Her fair complexion, complemented by a low ponytail and long, thick lashes, revealed a serene gaze that captivated those around her. Several boys, including a few top students in the front row, took note of this scene, feeling quite displeased. Why should this happen? This guy only transferred to Zhenhua yesterday, yet he seems so familiar with the goddess Ning. Damn it, what luck this Yi Fan has. Could it be that the goddess is about to fall for him? Fall for him, you say? Shut your mouth. These murmurs reached the ears of Deng Yu in the front row, igniting a surge of unamiable anger within him. Why him again? He had witnessed the events on the basketball court yesterday in their entirety, and Ning Xi's current behavior made Deng Yu feel threatened. He was one of Ning Xi's many admirers. Until now, he had acknowledged only one rival, the Zhao Wenhao who had embarrassed him yesterday. But now, another contender had emerged in Yi Fan, and he was resolute in not allowing this newcomer to succeed. With this determination, Deng Yu seized the opportunity while Qi Wenju was distracted, bending low to take the vacant seat beside Yi Fan, gazing at the girl who occupied his thoughts. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Ning Xi, if you have any doubts in physics, just ask me. After all, I was the top scorer in the last physics test. Besides, if you ask Yi Fan, he may not even know. Deng Yu's words brimmed with pride, smugness, and a hint of ostentation. Though it seemed directed at Ning Xi, it was, in truth, meant for Yi Fan's ears. Ning Xi frowned slightly, replying gently, Deng Yu. Yi Fan's physics skills are quite impressive. She felt a twinge of distaste for Deng Yu's behavior, but, out of politeness, chose not to express it overtly. Impressive? Deng Yu chuckled. Ning Xi, I'm not boasting. I'm the only one in the class who can solve this problem. With that, he cast a sneer at Yi Fan, asserting he wanted to be able to Yi Fan Smidet. Rivals truly seemed to appear one after another. Alas, it was inevitable. Though Ning Xi had yet to fully bloom, she possessed an innate beauty that made it entirely natural for these senior boys to be entranced by her. However, to dare set their sights on Ning Xi, it was akin to chasing phantoms. Yi Fan regarded Deng Yu with the same incredulity one might reserve for a fool. So, you can solve this problem? These fellows truly exhibited a lack of intelligence. They initiate provocations only to belittle others, to elevate themselves. Zhao Wenhao had acted similarly yesterday, and now this Deng Yu followed suit. Such tactics were utterly juvenile. But then again, what depth could one expect from high school students? Indeed, Deng Yu asserted, a flicker of insecurity crossing his eyes, though he maintained a facade of unwavering confidence. In truth, he had not solved the problem earlier, but in front of Ning Xi, admitting such would be unbearable. The problem on the board was indeed challenging, yet he had unwavering faith in his physics abilities. Given time, he was certain he could decipher it. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Of course. Deng Yu cast Yi Fan a disdainful glance, his tone laced with mockery. The world of top students is one that ordinary people cannot penetrate. Understand? A top student? Yi Fan laughed softly. After all, he too possessed a unique advantage. What confidence did this fellow have? Ignorance. Ning Xi's gaze turned icy as she reproached. Deng Yu, you have gone too far. Ning Ti. Deng Yu began to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. Since you were so confident, Deng, I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your skills. With that, he pushed a chair back and stood, addressing Qi Wenju at the classroom entrance. Teacher Qi, Deng Yu claims he can solve this problem. The moment his words left his mouth, every gaze in the room turned toward Deng Yu, leaving him feeling as if he were on a bed of nails. Deng Yu's expression darkened as he whispered, What are you doing? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, Did I not say I would give Deng a chance to shine? You. Deng Yu's face turned pale. Oh. Qi Wenju entered the classroom, his displeasure evident upon seeing Deng Yu at the back. Deng Yu, what are you doing back there? Return to your seat immediately. Yes, teacher. Being chastised in front of the entire class by Qi Wenju stung Deng Yu's pride. All of this stemmed from Yi Fan's words. Just you wait. Deng Yu muttered under his breath, hastily returning to his seat. As Deng Yu prepared to sit, Qi Wenju interjected, Not yet. You claim you can solve this problem. So, come up and demonstrate your thought process to the class. Deng Yu grimaced, caught in a predicament, regardless of his reluctance. He had boasted in front of Ning Xi and could not afford to admit defeat. Deng Yu approached the podium with a resolute demeanor. Yet as he gazed at the physics problem inscribed on the blackboard, a sense of uncertainty began to creep into his mind. Nonetheless, with the entire class watching, he steeled himself and attempted to solve it. However, the moment he began, Qi Wenju's brow furrowed in disapproval. Upon witnessing Deng Yu's initial misstep, He lost all desire to continue observing. One mistake leads to another, and to make matters worse, the error was apparent from the outset, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Stop right there, Qi Wenju declared. What's wrong, teacher? Deng Yu inquired, bewildered. He had only just begun. Why was he being halted? Qi Wenju waved him off, stating, Your first step is incorrect. There is no need to proceed further. Please return to your seat. At this, whispers erupted throughout the classroom. He is not as brilliant as they say. How can he make such a blunder right from the start? Maybe he is just having an off day. If he can't do it, why pretend? These remarks flushed Deng Yu's face with embarrassment. His fists clenched tightly in rage as he glared at Yifan. If it weren't for this insufferable individual, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating predicament. Silently, he set down the chalk, prepared to retreat to his seat when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Yifan had embarrassed him? Well, he could turn the tables. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. With a cold smirk gracing his face, Deng Yu thought, You are unkind, so do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, no one shall emerge unscathed. With this resolution, he turned to Qi Wenju and suggested, Teacher, Yifan claims he can solve it as well. Why not let him give it a try? Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted to Yifan. A smirk played on Yifan's lips as he muttered to himself, Now that's more like it. Ning Xi, taken aback, soon realized Deng Yu's intention was to set Yifan up for humiliation. This thought only served to tarnish her impression of Deng Yu further. She turned to Yifan, gently shaking her head, and whispered, Yifan, don't go up there. Just be honest with the teacher. Don't worry. Yifan replied with a smile, raising his hand and addressing, Teacher Qi, I'll refrain from going up. Deng Yu scoffed. Wasn't Yifan just so confident? He claimed he could solve this problem effortlessly, yet now he is too afraid to admit it. You've misunderstood, Yifan said, basking in warm, gentle sunlight pouring through the classroom, enhancing his features with an air of charisma and mystery. This problem is far too simple for me to warrant going up. In an instant, the chatter in the classroom ceased, leaving every student agape in disbelief. Silence reigned supreme. Simple? Did they hear him correctly? Was Yifan truly out of his mind? Did this problem even have a semblance of simplicity? What did you say? Deng Yu rubbed his ears, incredulous at the absurdity. Qi Wenju, intrigued, regarded Yifan with keen interest. His impression of this new transfer student had been exceedingly favorable, given Yifan's impressive performance in the previous class. He was eager to hear why Yifan deemed the problem simple. Because it is, Yifan replied calmly, devoid of any intention to seek attention, merely stating the facts. He had no interest in playing the fool or pretending to be modest. He simply was who he was. He didn't seek to stand out, but also wouldn't shy away from his capabilities. Everything unfolded as it should. A boy from the second row scoffed sarcastically, Sure, anyone can talk a big game. And you can? Yifan shot back, gesturing towards the blackboard. If that is the case, why don't you give it a go? The boy was momentarily at a loss for words, his face shifting from green to red in embarrassment. Silence. Qi Wenju's gaze swept across the classroom before settling on Yifan. Why don't you explain how to solve this problem? Ning Xi bit her lip, turning to observe Yifan with a hint of concern in her eyes. The classroom's collective gaze fixated on him as he maintained an air of composure. His voice steady as he articulated the solution. Let the horizontal velocity be v, the time of flight from A to B bt. Then the horizontal displacement from A to B is xvt. The vertical displacement is y12 gt ystin, alpha, where alpha is the angle of projection. Therefore, at point B, the horizontal velocity is v, and the vertical velocity is vi gt vtin, alpha. The resultant velocity forms an angle with the horizontal plane, hence tan, theta, vi v, leading to the conclusion that the object lands at point B at a fixed angle with the incline. With that, he nodded slightly at Qi Wenju, stating, Teacher Qi, the rest is merely a matter of formulating an equation. So may I take my seat now? Ah, certainly, Qi Wenju replied, astonished. The level of understanding displayed by this student was remarkable. He couldn't help but exclaim, Yifan's approach to solving the problem is indeed correct. If any of you have questions in the future, do not hesitate to consult Yifan for guidance. The students exchanged glances, the implications of this statement crystal clear. Yifan had actually solved it correctly? Incredible. Deng Yu's expression darkened, his frustration bubbling to the surface as he protested. Teacher, we haven't even verified the calculations. What Yifan said may not be correct. Qi Wenju scrutinized Deng Yu with a knowing look, inquiring, Are you questioning the teacher's expertise? He understood Deng Yu's sentiments all too well. It was simply a matter of pride. I am not. Deng Yu stammered, eager to deny it. Best to keep quiet then, Qi Wenju retorted with a cold huff. Yifan's reasoning is sound. Now, allow me to elucidate further. Let S follow Yi Fan's logic, starting with the horizontal velocity set as v and the time of flight from A to B as Qi Wenju elaborated. Most students found themselves lost in the explanation, with only a select few able to grasp the concepts clearly. Ning Xi was among them, diligently taking notes. And as she absorbed the information, she couldn't help but admire Yi Fan, realizing the vast chasm that separated them academically. How impressive! With such skill, he could indeed compete in physics competitions, and winning accolades seemed well within reach. Yet, amidst her admiration, a wave of pressure washed over her. As the representative for physics in Class 2, her own performance barely placed her in the top 5. Now, with someone of Yi Fan's caliber emerging, it seemed unlikely she could even maintain her position. The school bell rang, jolting the drowsy students awake. As Qi Wenju exited, the classroom quickly emptied, leaving only a few diligent students behind. Ning Xi turned to Yi Fan, placing a piece of scratch paper before him, politely asking, "Yi Fan, could you help me with this?" "Of course," he replied. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze swiftly traversing the draft paper before him. "Xiao Xi, please address me as Ning Xi. Otherwise, it may lead to misunderstandings." A faint blush graced Ning Xi's delicate face. Every time Yi Fan referred to her as Xiao Xi, she experienced a peculiar sensation. It was not one of distaste, but rather an endearing familiarity. Yi Fan was the sole boy who evoked such feelings in her, leaving the girl profoundly perplexed. Yet, to avoid any misconceptions, she felt compelled to reiterate her request. "All right," Yi Fan readily acquiesced, pointing to the third step on the draft paper. "Xiao Xi, there's a minor issue here." Ning Xi gazed at Yi Fan, her expression tinged with helplessness. "Why is he like this?" He responds so readily yet. "Xiao Xi, what are you thinking?" Yi Fan waved his hand in front of Ning Xi's eyes with a smile. "Daydreaming will not help you grasp the problem-solving approach. Focus your attention." A hint of melancholy glimmered in Ning Xi's clear eyes as her lips parted slightly. "Yi Fan, you clearly agreed, yet you still call me that. We have only known each other for a day. It feels inappropriate." Yi Fan squinted playfully and countered, "Why is it inappropriate? I find it rather delightful, don't you?" Ning Xi's mouth opened slightly, yet no words escaped her lips. Gazing at Yi Fan's cheerful countenance, she felt her cheeks flush. I won't ask you any more." With that, she snatched the draft paper from his hands, swiftly turning away to bury her head on the desk, her mind a flurry of confusion. Watching Ning Xi's reaction, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes reflecting deep affection. This was merely the beginning. She would gradually come to accept and become accustomed to his presence. Over the next 3 days, Ning Xi refrained from uttering a single word to Yi Fan, as if they hailed from entirely different worlds. As for Yi Fan, he remained unperturbed, entirely unsurprised by Ning Xi's demeanor. Such was her character. Throughout these 3 days, he diligently accumulated experience points during class after class. And even while lounging at home, he immersed himself in study, earning 1 experience point for every 10 minutes of reading. Upon hearing the system's notification of completed reading experience points, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel bewildered. At home, finishing a book typically granted him 5 points, yet now, completing a reading yielded only 1. What could this mean? Could it be that the system was hoarding points for itself? Host. The experience points earned from completed readings depend on the book's value. Is that so? Yi Fan glanced at the physics workbook in his hand, a smirk crossing his lips. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have purchased the workbook, wasting his time. Checking the time, with mere minutes left until class concluded, Yi Fan summoned his attributes panel. Host. Yi Fan knowledge. Level 3, 02000. Intelligence. Level 1, 20100. Martial power. Level 1, 10100. Medical skill. Level 1, 0-100. Merit points. 0 experience points. 142. Seeing the experience points listed on the attributes panel, Yi Fan displayed a satisfied smile. This was the fruit of his labor over the past 3 days. However, he now faced a dilemma. Which ability should he upgrade first? Intelligence seemed promising, martial power was decent, and medical skill was adequate. After much contemplation, he ultimately remained undecided, his gaze lingering on the merit points. In truth, he had long been curious about the purpose of these merit points, but had been too preoccupied with accumulating experience to inquire. Now, with a moment to spare, he sought clarity. System, more merit points. And how can one acquire them? The system's sweet voice chimed once more. The merit point feature has not yet been activated. Please await further developments. When will it be activated? Or are there specific conditions that must be met for activation? Fortunately, during his previous life as a student, he had encountered ample information regarding such extraordinary phenomena and was not entirely unfamiliar with the concept of a golden finger. To unlock the merit point feature, the host's various abilities must reach level 3 or higher. At that time, the system will automatically upgrade, and following completion, the merit point feature will be unlocked. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan nodded slightly. All abilities reaching level 3? That didn't seem overly challenging. Based on the experience points he had been earning through reading, maintaining his current pace would allow him to elevate all abilities to level 3 within 2 months at most. With this realization, Yifan felt no further distress. Regardless, he needed to upgrade the 3 abilities aside from knowledge. And whether he did so a few days earlier or later would not significantly impact him. Upgrade intelligence. Consuming 80 experience points, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Intelligence has reached level 2. Remaining experience points, 62. As the system's voice echoed, Yifan experienced a remarkable sensation in his mind. It felt as though a sudden clarity enveloped him, as if his thoughts had accelerated significantly. Is this what level 2 intelligence feels like? Quite impressive. At the front of the classroom, Yang Ting's eyes sparkled as she set aside her teaching materials. Yifan, please come forward and share the answer to the reading comprehension question on the board. Instantly, all students turned their attention towards him. Unbeknownst to him, Yifan remained immersed in a wondrous experience of his intelligence upgrade. In that moment, he propped his chin on one hand, gazing out the window, his demeanor radiating nonchalance, which elicited a wave of hushed laughter among his peers. This guy is doomed. How dare he daydream during the teacher's lecture? I can only express my admiration. Good luck. Ning Xi discreetly kicked her left foot back, not turning her head, and softly reminded, Yifan, the homeroom teacher is calling for you. She herself was unsure why she felt compelled to do so. It was merely a reflex. Yet, as soon as she completed the action, regret washed over her. Given the circumstances, she had intentionally ignored Yifan for a while, and now this gesture rendered her efforts meaningless. Feeling dejected, she buried her head, vexed. Ning Xi, what are you thinking? Why would you engage with this guy? Noticing the movement of her foot, Yifan finally snapped back to reality, finding all eyes fixed upon him, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He stood up quietly and asked, Teacher, did you call for me? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu exchanged amused glances, teasingly mocking him. As expected of a transfer student, even daring to daydream during the homeroom teacher's class. Truly audacious. Indeed. Does Yifan think the homeroom teacher cannot teach him? Silence, both of you. Yang Ting wore a composed expression, casting a glance at Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, whose smiles vanished in an instant, obediently sealing their lips. She pointed at the blackboard and interrogated Yifan. How should one select the answer for this reading comprehension question? Yifan swiftly scanned the content on the blackboard, already possessing the answer in his mind. Ms. Yang, the answer should be A. I noticed some of the boys on the field were heisting. Yang Ting was taken aback, her heart filled with incredulity. He actually answered correctly? Chapter 16. Yifan's compromise. Yang Ting was certain that just moments ago, Yifan had been daydreaming and had not paid attention to the lesson. Moreover, the reading comprehension question on the blackboard was a challenging problem she had painstakingly devised the night before, with all 4 answers being quite deceptive. Yet, Yifan merely glanced at it and identified the correct answer. Was it mere coincidence? Certainly, it had to be coincidence. Clearing her throat, Yang Ting inquired Yifan, why do you believe the answer is A? She was curious to hear what he would say. It's quite simple. Yifan replied nonchalantly, based on the previous context. The answer is A. Yang Ting. Everyone, isn't that just stating the obvious? Yang Ting's lips twitched awkwardly, and with a resigned gesture, she waved her hand. All right, you may sit down. Daydreaming is permissible, but must not disrupt your classmates. Understood? Understood. Yifan nodded, resuming his position with his chin resting on his hand. Gazing out the window, this scene left all the students utterly speechless. Is this even allowed? The notoriously strict Ms. Yang had just told a student that daydreaming in class was acceptable? What was happening in this world? In a solemn tone, Yang Ting declared, Yifan's answer is correct. Let me explain to everyone why A is the answer. Look here, ding-a-ling. The school bell rang. Ning, she turned to face Yifan, her eyes flickering slightly, stammering, I reminded you just now of camaraderie between classmates. You don't overthink it. Upon saying this, her delicate face turned slightly red. Even she did not believe her own reasoning. Observing the girl who appeared to have unwittingly revealed her intentions, Yifan smiled gently and nodded in agreement. All right. I won't overthink it. However, I must thank you, Xiao Shi, for your reminder. Ning Ti, Tiao Ti. Why are you still calling me that? Besides her father, only Yu Meng and Suku addressed her as Xiao Shi. Now being called that by a male classmate was something she found hard to accept. You, what's wrong with you? Ning, she said, her long eyelashes fluttering as she spoke in a clear voice. Just then, Luo Yuman, who had been engrossed in a romance novel, looked up with curiosity to assess the two. Raising an eyebrow at Ning Xi, she whispered, "Xiao Xi, what's going on between you two?" "And nothing is going on." Ning, she explained nervously, "I didn't quite understand the physics problem that the teacher discussed earlier, so I asked Yi Fan for help. Would you like to join us to listen?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's smile deepened. In his previous life, Ning Xi had never been able to lie. She would stammer every time she tried. In this life, it remained the same. Luo Yuman wore a peculiar expression and smirked. "Xiao Xi, although I was present during class earlier, you can't take me for a fool. We were clearly in English class. Ms. Yang was teaching physics?" Ning Xi's eyes widened slightly, and the color in her cheeks surged rapidly. I was referring to the last physics class. You might have misunderstood." "All right," Luo Yuman conceded, leaning back on her desk to continue reading. Relieved that her deskmate had ceased to press for more details, Ning Xi glanced up only to meet Yi Fan's amused gaze. And she quietly threatened, "What are you laughing at?" Her adorable demeanor resembled that of an irate little bunny, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Yi Fan's lips curled upward. "Is it acceptable if I call you Ning Xi instead?" "That sounds better." Seeing Yi Fan relent, Ning Xi revealed a smile, feeling that her efforts over the past few days were not in vain. As she admired the girl's sweet smile, Yi Fan felt a twinge of emotion and murmured, "Did you grow up eating candy?" Ning Xi blinked cutely, puzzled. "Yi Fan, what did you just say?" "Nothing," Yi Fan replied with a smirk. "I just think your smile is very sweet and beautiful." At this, Ning Xi's face flushed like a ripe apple, undeniably enticing. Flustered and shy, she stuttered, "You don't say such things." "I mean it." Yi Fan raised his right hand earnestly. "If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens." Ning Xi, She merely wished to change the topic, not to have Yi Fan swear. "You." Ning Xi bit her red lip, turning her face away in embarrassment. Yi Fan chuckled softly to himself. "Xiao Xi, your smile is truly delightful." In truth, Yi Fan's concession to Ning Xi stemmed from his desire to avoid prolonging their Cold War. Otherwise, given Ning Xi's personality, she might very well continue to ignore him indefinitely. For the sake of long-term peace, he had no choice but to temporarily alter his form of address. After all, it wouldn't be long before he reverted to his original way of calling her. He was confident in that. During lunchtime, Yi Fan ventured alone to the cafeteria, seeking a less crowded counter and quietly joining the queue. He had no dietary restrictions. He merely aimed to satiate his hunger. As he passed by, several girls couldn't help but steal glances at the handsome Yi Fan, their eyes sparkling with admiration. So handsome. They had never noticed that such a strikingly handsome boy existed in their school. Strategic miscalculation. Strategic miscalculation. Yi Fan remained unfazed by their attention. In fact, one could say he had grown accustomed to such situations. Upon reaching the counter, he ordered a bowl of beef noodles and found an empty table. Just as he sat down and prepared to eat, a girl appeared across from him. The girl possessed exquisite features, dressed in a check shirt paired with a knitted jacket, exuding a gentle aura. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze upon her, she offered a faint smile and said, "Hello, I'm Su Qiao from Class 1, Science Stream in Senior 3. May I join you for lunch?" Of course, Yi Fan nodded, lowering his head to begin eating, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with the girl. Observing the boy before her, Su Qiao's eyes sparkled with interest, and she initiated, "Classmate, you haven't introduced yourself yet." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan lifted his head and replied flatly, "Yi Fan, Class 2, Science Stream in Senior 3. From Class 2? Su Qiao paused momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "I basically know all the students in Class 2. How come I've never seen you before?" Yi Fan continued to eat noodles with chopsticks, mumbling indistinctly, "I'm a transfer student. I just arrived at Jinhua yesterday. It's only natural that you haven't seen me." "Transfer student?" At this revelation, Su Qiao was even more astonished and gently remarked, "I had no idea Jinhua accepted transfer students. It seems that your academic performance must be quite exceptional. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to transfer here." "Not too shabby," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, unconcerned about his image as he consumed his meal, occasionally offering brief responses, but only in a few words. However, this very demeanor piqued Su Qiao's interest further. Since middle school, she had been surrounded by boys, yet encountering someone as composed and unassuming as Yi Fan was a first for her. "Yi Fan, the monthly exams are approaching. You should put in your best effort and strive to surpass our class," Su Qiao encouraged. "Surpass your class?" Yi Fan looked at her with intrigue and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Su Qiao's eyes flickered as she quietly explained, "Every month, there is competition among the senior classes during the exams. This has been a tradition at Jinhua since its establishment. The class with the most students ranking in the top 10 of the grade wins. It's a competition among teachers and students alike." "Oh," Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "That sounds quite interesting. However, as a newcomer to Jinhua, I lack a strong sense of collective honor. The outcome of this competition is of little importance to me. Su Qiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. Yi Fan clearly did not adhere to the expected norms. She had merely brought this up as a conversation starter. Yet he abruptly closed the topic. It was evident that he was uninterested in chatting with her, which led Su Qiaoyu to question herself. Throughout her life, she had been the center of attention, surrounded by countless admirers. Yet, here she was, making the first move to engage a boy, only to be met with indifference. This situation left her feeling somewhat defeated. Yi Fan finished his bowl of noodles, drinking the broth to the last drop, and stood up, saying, "Classmate, take your time eating. I'll be leaving first." After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to Su Qiaoyu, smiling as he reminded her, "By the way, don't forget to finish your meal. Wasting food is not a good habit." With that, he left without giving her a chance to respond. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Su Qiaoyu momentarily lost her train of thought, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Was she not attractive? Why did Yi Fan seem to hold her in such low regard? If Yi Fan were aware of Su Qiaoyu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly shake his head in amusement. What did her beauty have to do with him? Just because one is beautiful, must everyone revolve around them? Beauty? Just a little girl. Aside from Ning Xi, other girls were merely passers-by in Yi Fan's eyes, nothing more. In the classroom, as soon as Yi Fan sat down, barely having warmed his seat, he noticed Luo Yumeng smiling at him, her smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Squinting, he replied casually, "What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Although I am rather handsome, please restrain yourself and do not disrupt Ning Xi's studies." Ning Xi, who had been focused on her exercises, couldn't help but smile, her pure beauty shining through. This person is quite self-absorbed. Yet, indeed, he is rather good-looking. Ugh, Ning Xi, why are you thinking such frivolous thoughts all day? Have you completed the physics problems? Finished the physics workbook? The girl quickly suppressed her chaotic thoughts and resumed her serious work. Luo Yumeng, feeling speechless, thought it absurd how naturally Yi Fan could express such narcissistic sentiments. Truly shameless. She tapped her fingers on Yi Fan's desk and said with annoyance, "Hey, you're really full of yourself, aren't you?" Yi Fan smiled lightly and replied, "First, I do not go by hey, my name is Yi Fan. Second, please lower your voice. Can't you see your desk mate is trying to study? You shouldn't hinder her. As a desk mate, if you cannot assist Ning Xi in her studies, you shouldn't drag her down either." Throughout, his tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I've said my piece. Feel free to say whatever you wish." Luo Yumeng, what could she possibly say after Yi Fan had spoken? Moreover, when had she become so utterly worthless? Wait a minute, could that possibly be true? Ugh, that is not the case at all, surely. Luo Yumeng hurriedly dismissed this dangerous thought in her mind, preparing to retort when someone grasped her hand. Ning Xi set down her pen and smiled softly. "Yumeng, don't listen to Yi Fan's nonsense. I'm very happy to be your desk mate." After speaking, she glanced at Yi Fan, her clear, autumn-like eyes carrying a hint of reproach. The girl's long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders and back, accentuating her grace. The dimples on her cheeks made her even more enchanting. Yi Fan's dark eyes glimmered slightly. How beautiful! Chapter 17. The first bucket of gold. Perceiving Yi Fan's gaze, Ning Xi's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. She shyly straightened her posture and resumed her work. Luo Yumeng triumphantly winked at Yi Fan. "Did you hear that? Little Xi is very happy to be my desk mate. Don't try to sow discord here." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "I am not sowing discord, merely stating facts." If only Luo Yumeng could stitch his mouth shut with a needle. How brazen. Oomph. Luo Yumeng tapped on Yi Fan's desk during lunch today. "I think I saw you sitting with Su Qiaoyu from class 1. Are you interested in her?" She didn't give Yi Fan a chance to respond, and continued. "It's no wonder. Su Qiaoyu is ranked first on the school's beauty list. Every boy would like her. I must commend you. To have charmed someone like Su Qiaoyu on your first day at school, your looks are certainly not wasted." While working on her problems, Ning Xi's eyes involuntarily dimmed, her mood suddenly plummeting. It was a sensation that defied description, but it felt decidedly unpleasant. Soon, the girl forced a self-deprecating smile. Yi Fan's lunch companion had nothing to do with her. Resolute, she suppressed her distracting thoughts and focused on the exercises before her. Only through diligence could she honor her youth. Yi Fan shook his head. "You're overthinking it. Relationships are not permitted in senior year. Moreover, I find that Su Qiaoyu is quite average in appearance. She cannot hold a candle to Ning Xi. Don't you agree?" "I've always thought so." "Indeed," Luo Yumeng exclaimed, as if she had found a kindred spirit. "I've always believed that little Xi is far more beautiful, in terms of looks, temperament, and character. In every aspect, she surpasses Su Qiaoyu from class 1. And most importantly, Su Qiaoyu is lacking in certain areas. In that regard, little Xi completely outshines her. How did she even become the top beauty?" At this point, She couldn't help but lament, "I wonder how little she developed." That area is simply too prominent. "You Meng." Ning Xi could no longer endure the conversation, and, with a cold expression, chided, "The more we discuss, the more frivolous it becomes." Luo Yuming, fully aware of Ning Xi's temperament, obediently sealed her lips, realizing that she had genuinely provoked Ning Xi's ire this time. In truth, she regretted her words the moment they escaped her lips, but it was too late to retract them. "Xiaoxi, I was wrong." Ning Xi retrieved an English test paper from her drawer and icily remarked, "Complete this paper. If you fail to achieve a score of 80 or above, do not entertain any thoughts of leisure this week." With that, she stowed away the romance novel that lay before Luo Yuming, her delicate face etched with frostiness. Luo Yuming wished to protest, but, upon meeting Ning Xi's gaze, instantly wilted and dutifully picked up the test paper, her expression clouded with worry. Yi Fan observed Ning Xi's retreating figure with keen interest, having previously glimpsed the potential that lay within her. In his past life, due to an unforeseen accident, he had witnessed the enchanting beauty that belonged to Ning Xi, albeit for a fleeting few seconds, yet it remained indelibly etched in his memory. He found himself in full agreement with Luo Yuming's earlier remarks. As time passed, Yi Fan had already been at Jinhua for 6 days. After school that afternoon, he hurried home without delay, promptly retreating to his room. Upon booting up his computer, he glanced at the time, 5:49. There was still time. In his previous life, he distinctly recalled that in March 2010, a stock named Huayu Technology had surged unexpectedly, hitting the limit up for 6 consecutive days, drawing in countless investors. However, this stock only basked in glory for a week. On the 7th day, its trajectory plummeted. Within mere hours, it collapsed, leaving innumerable individuals in financial ruin. It was only then that the returning rationality of these investors prompted a realization. The stock market is fraught with risks. One must invest with caution. But by the time they grasped this truth, it was far too late. There exists no remedy for regret in this world. Today marked the final day of Huayu Technology's limit up. Although the closing time had yet to arrive, Yi Fan vividly remembered that the peak of this stock's performance occurred at 5:53 on the 6th day, after which it began its descent. At the time, investors merely assumed it was a normal correction, unaware that this decline would prove unstoppable. As the computer powered on, Yi Fan logged into the stock market platform and noted that Huayu Technology's share price had risen to 3,045 yuan. Without hesitation, he swiftly sold all 10,000 shares. After completing this transaction, a smile graced his lips. 6 days prior, when he had purchased Huayu Technology, the share price was 497 yuan. And selling it at 2,945 yuan netted him a profit of 2,548 yuan per share, totaling 254,800 yuan. This marked his first substantial earnings since his rebirth. His wager with Luo Shan was to transform 10,000 yuan into 50,000 within a week. Initially, Yi Fan's capital could only afford 2,000 shares, but out of curiosity, Luo Shan had purchased an additional 8,000 shares. To him, the 40,000 yuan was merely a source of amusement. Naturally, Yi Fan did not decline this request. After deducting Luo Shan's winnings, he would net around 61,000 yuan, yielding a profit of 51,000 and successfully winning the bet. This meant Luo Shan would be lending him 200,000 yuan. Yi Fan intended to use this as his capital. According to his memory, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity awaited him next month. It was precisely because of this chance that he sought Luo Shan's financial assistance. Such opportunities rarely presented themselves. In his past life, he had still been a student at this time, having yet to delve into stock trading. With this opportunity before him, he resolved to seize it with both hands. After all, no one ever complains of having too much money. During dinner, Luo Shan took the initiative to inquire about the stock situation. "Xiao Fan, how did the stocks you bought a few days ago perform?" "I've already sold them." Yi Fan set down his chopsticks and placed his bank card before Luo Shan, calmly stating, "This card currently holds 304,500 yuan. After deducting the initial investment of 49,700 yuan, I netted a profit of 254,800 yuan in just 6 days. Are you satisfied with this result, uncle?" Luo Shan's mind buzzed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, Xiao Fan, are you certain you're not jesting? In just 6 days, 50,000 transformed into 300,000? A pure profit of 500% seemed unfathomable to Luo Shan. Countless seasoned investors continued to falter in the stock market, yet here was Yi Fan, a mere high school student, who had amassed 250,000 in just 6 days. It felt like a dream. Of course not. Yi Fan placed the bank card into Luo Shan's hands, grinning. "If you don't believe me, you can check at the ATM. Do you truly think I would weave such a flimsy lie?" Luo Shan stared at Yi Fan, lost in thought for nearly a minute before regaining his composure. Without uttering another word, He hurriedly donned his jacket and rushed out the door. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan tidied up and returned to his room, randomly selecting a book from the pile beside his bed and delving into it with intent focus. These books had been procured from the entrance of his community, each costing a mere 10 yuan. Thus, he had purchased nearly 100 titles from the stall. After all, accumulating experience points was of paramount importance. Currently, his experience points stood at 88, just 12 short of reaching 100 to upgrade his physical prowess. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anticipation. What transformations would level 2 strength bring him? Chapter 18. Upgrading strength. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes. 1 experience point. After half an hour, Yi Fan heard the sound of a door opening, prompting him to set down his book and exit his room. Upon emerging, he was enveloped in a warm embrace from Luo Shan, whose face flushed slightly with excitement as he exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, how on earth did you achieve this? To have generated a 500% pure profit in less than a week is simply astounding." As a businessman, Luo Shan fully understood the challenges of the current market. A 50% pure profit is considered a high return, 100% is termed exorbitant, but 500% was something he had never conceived. Not that he hadn't thought about it, but because he had never dared to imagine such a possibility. Yet today, he had witnessed this miracle unfold before his very eyes. Astonishment and shock washed over him. Most importantly, Yi Fan had accomplished this in a mere 6 days. Such a rapid return on investment was utterly unprecedented. Seeing Luo Shan so animated, Yi Fan offered a gentle smile and explained, "Uncle, to be honest, I merely seize an opportunity. Such chances are rare. The stock market, as you mentioned, is indeed treacherous. Earning small profits is relatively straightforward, but amassing wealth through it is exceedingly challenging." Luo Shan released Yi Fan. A look of surprise etched upon his face. Yi Fan's reaction was astonishingly subdued, too calm, almost unnaturally so. A senior student, having earned 250,000 yuan in just 6 days, would typically be elated to the point of losing their bearings. Yet, Yi Fan remained composed, his demeanor unchanged from usual, even cautioning himself about the perils of the stock market. Could this truly be a 17-year-old child? It was rather inconceivable how unflappable he appeared. Luo Shan collected his thoughts and spoke earnestly. "Xiao Fan, although you have won the bet, Uncle cannot lend you the money unless you agree to one condition." Upon uttering these words, he felt a flush creeping to his face. It was rather humiliating for a man in his 40s to engage in such antics with a child. Yet, it was a task laid upon him by his wife. In the grand scheme of things, the wife's word held the utmost weight. Embarrassment be damned. "What is it?" Yi Fan inquired, his calmness unwavering. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Shan continued, "I have discussed this matter with your mother. Unless you score over 600 points in the college entrance examination, and allow your mother and I to decide your university and major, I can only then provide you with 2 million. Yi Fan contemplated this, recalling that the stocks of Tianqing Pharmaceutical would only begin to soar in September, while the college entrance examination would take place in June. Ample time indeed. "I accept this condition," he affirmed. "Really?" Luo Shan was taken aback. Was it truly that simple to shift from breaking a promise to setting conditions? This was decidedly unusual. Yi Fan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Of course it's true. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses." At this statement, Luo Shan chuckled awkwardly, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. It was he who had initiated the breach of contract, and there was an unmistakable hint of mockery in Yi Fan's words. However, Yi Fan bore no such intention. He had anticipated this very scenario. After all, he was merely 17. Entrusting 2 million to a child for stock market investments seemed an exercise in futility, an endeavor with no return. Therefore, he had not expected Luo Shan and his mother to acquiesce outright. Luo Shan was fine, but it was primarily Yi Xian whom he worried about. Yi Fan understood his mother's character all too well. Such matters were unlikely to gain her approval outright. She would either impose conditions or outright refuse. Clearly, Yi Xian had opted for the former. This outcome was, to Yi Fan, the most favorable scenario, and he felt quite satisfied. "Uncle, I shall return to my studies," Yi Fan said with a light laugh. "Get some rest. We shall return to Linhai tomorrow morning." With that, he turned and walked into his bedroom. "All right then," Luo Shan murmured, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, lost in thought. He felt an unsettling sense that Yi Fan had changed, becoming more composed, calm, and unflappable, hardly resembling a typical senior student. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not pinpoint the reason. Even if Yi Fan were to reveal the truth, Luo Shan would likely dismiss it. The notion of reincarnation was simply too ludicrous. Closing the door, Yi Fan returned to his desk, continuing to accumulate experience points. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes, another point. Ding! Congratulations, host. Experience points have reached 90. Would you like to upgrade your martial prowess? After tireless effort, Yifan finally heard the system's notification. Setting down his book, a smile crept onto his lips. Upgrade. Ding. 100 experience points consumed. Martial prowess successfully upgraded to level 2. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Yifan felt a warm surge coursing through his body. A delightful sensation that prompted a couple of soft hums of pleasure. However, this experience was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed a deeper intensity in his gaze, imparting an air of mystery. He removed his shirt, stepping before the mirror to appraise his reflection. Overall, there were no significant changes, only subtle improvements. His muscle definition appeared more pronounced, and his complexion had lightened slightly. Clenching his fist, he could sense a notable increase in strength. To be honest, Yifan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that upgrading his martial prowess would transform him into a combat expert, yet it seemed to merely enhance his physical attributes. After this moment of disillusionment, he accessed his attribute panel for a closer look. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000, Intelligence, Level 2, 0500, Martial Prowess, Level 2, 0500, Medical Skills, Level 1, 0 Merit Points, 0 Experience Points, 0 Not too shabby. He believed it wouldn't be long before all 4 attributes reached Level 3. At that point, he could unlock merit points. An inexplicable intuition told him that these merit points might yield a delightful surprise. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he picked up a book and continued his quest for experience. This was the rhythm of Yifan's daily life. He read until midnight, every day without fail. At 7:10 in the morning, Yifan was awakened by his alarm, rising to wash his face and brush his teeth. As he exited the bathroom, he noticed breakfast laid out on the table along with a note. Xiao Fan, Uncle has returned to Linhai. Focus on your studies in the capital. The bank card is on your desk in your room. Remember our agreement. The 2 million is ready. Whether you can seize it depends on you, haha. Setting the note aside, a smirk crept onto Yifan's face. 600 points on the college entrance examination. That was entirely achievable. After finishing breakfast, he strolled leisurely to school, enjoying the proximity. Just a few minutes after settling in, he saw Ning Xi rushing into the classroom, breathless. Clad in a plain knit top, jeans, and white sneakers, she exuded a distinctive charm. Due to her striking figure, Ning Xi had always favored a conservative wardrobe, opting for loose, solid-colored clothing. Even so, she remained the center of attention wherever she went. Beauty, it seemed, was a double-edged sword. Yifan chuckled, why the rush? There's still time before class starts. Ning Xi replied, the clock on the wall has just hit 7:57. Class begins at 8. Is that still time? Are you kidding? She added, retrieving her books. Brother, there's only 3 minutes left. If I don't hurry, I'll be late. Being late is merely being late, after all. Yifan's lips curled slightly. Tardiness was hardly a grave matter. What if one were to trip while rushing? Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face adorned with an enticing blush. This sentiment seemed to carry some validity. Yet tardiness? Over the course of her 3 years in high school, she had never once been late. For her, being late was akin to the sky falling. How could Yifan treat it as something so trivial? Oh, Luo Yuman turned to Yifan, winking and lowering her voice. So, you're already starting to feel for little Xi, are you? Based on her extensive experience with romantic tales, she was convinced that Yifan harbored feelings for Ning Xi. Ning Xi halted her movements, casting an exasperated glance at Luo Yuman, playfully chiding, what nonsense are you spouting? Feigning confusion, Luo Yuman scratched her head. I said nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yifan nodded in agreement. Ning Xi turned to face Yifan, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. What did that signify? Luo Yuman nudged Ning Xi's shoulder, raising her eyebrows mischievously. Little Xi, even Yifan acknowledges it. He must have an interest in you. Have you considered it? Ning Xi's face flushed crimson, and she glared at Luo Yuman in indignation. You. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll tape your mouth shut. Ding ling. The sound of the class bell interrupted the 2 girls' conversation. Yang Ting entered the classroom, clapping her hands. Classmates, the monthly exam is approaching next week. This is the final monthly exam for our senior year, as the citywide mock exam will follow shortly. Therefore, you must all perform to the best of your abilities. After conferring with my fellow teachers, we will not hold a class today. We will have an exam. What? Chapter 19, English Examination. Upon hearing the word exam, most students wore expressions of dismay. An exam? Wasn't that a death sentence? Yang Ting's expression hardened. What are you gasping for? It's meant to help you acclimate to the upcoming pace of study. You have 10 minutes to tidy up your desks. I do not wish to see anything unrelated to the exam. Everyone began to gather their study materials, piling them on the floor at the back of the classroom. Yi Fan was relatively unburdened, possessing only a few practice books. However, Ning Xi had an abundance of materials, piles of practice workbooks, test papers, and various review materials. How could there be so much? Once tidied up, Ning Xi tilted her little head, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise, her adorable expression drawing the attention of several boys. Luo Yuman chimed in, "Of course there's a lot. Every time we visit the bookstore, do you ever leave empty-handed?" Realizing she was at fault, Ning Xi refrained from countering. A towering mountain of books, over half a meter high, loomed before her, and she absurdly attempted to carry it all at once but failed time and again. Her tiny hands simply couldn't grasp it all. Many boys exchanged glances, their hearts secretly elated. A golden opportunity. They seldom had a chance to converse with Ning Xi. Particularly, Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, without uttering a word, stood up and made their way toward Ning Xi's desk. However, halfway there, their strides faltered, their expressions darkening. Yi Fan effortlessly lifted Ning Xi's mountain of books and placed it at the back of the classroom, his movements swift and decisive. Ning Xi blinked in surprise, a smile blossoming on her face, only for it to freeze the next second. Luo Yuman leaned in closer to Ning Xi's ear. "Little Xi, see? I told you Yi Fan is interested in you. Look, he even moved your books for you. It feels like a boyfriend moment. Are you trying to get me killed?" Ning Xi shot a glare at her desk mate, her cheeks flushed. "Please, no more jokes like that. They're not funny at all." Luo Yuman's lips twitched in a resigned smile. She was not joking. Naturally, this was merely a minor interlude. When the test papers were distributed, many students' faces contorted with anguish. What? Who created this exam? The difficulty is outrageous. Yang Ting observed the students' reactions with a smirk. To be frank, today's test, while merely a practice, features a remarkably high level of difficulty. Each subject's exam was painstakingly compiled by the respective teachers over several days. In preparation for next week's monthly exam, starting tomorrow, you will be paired in groups, with 2 students from the same study group sitting together to learn and exchange ideas. To incentivize you, after discussing with the teachers, the student who ranks first in today's test will have the privilege to choose their group partner, provided the other is agreeable. All right, enough chatter. The English exam begins now. As Yang Ting's words echoed, many students' thoughts began to stir. Several boys couldn't help but glance toward Ning Xi, their eyes igniting with fervor. The thought of partnering with Ning Xi was exhilarating, especially for Deng Yu, whose grades consistently placed him among the top 3 in class. This grouping felt tailor-made for him. As for his rival Zhao Wenhao, he hardly regarded him as a threat. Just a mere athlete. What could he possibly contest against him? Deng Yu's expression turned serious. This time, he had to secure first place. Ning Xi cast a glance at Luo Yuman, softly advising, "Do your best." Luo Yuman bitterly nodded. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. First in class? That was destined to be out of reach. Thus, whether she could continue sitting next to Ning Xi depended on Ning Xi's performance. As long as Ning Xi maintained her composure, there was a strong possibility of clinching the top spot. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. If that was the case, then first place would be his. The rustling of papers in the warm morning sunlight created an inexplicable sense of comfort. As Yi Fan gazed at the test paper before him, his mind raced, various knowledge points flooding back, and his thoughts swiftly began filtering through, ultimately arriving at the correct answers. His efficiency was astonishing, especially with the multiple choice questions. He could discern the correct answers in mere 3 or 4 seconds. With 90 minutes allocated for the exam, he completed his answers in less than 20 minutes. Yi Fan took another 3 or 4 minutes to double-check, internally exclaiming, "System impressive." The books he had previously read, seemingly for the sake of gaining experience, had indeed served to enhance his knowledge. However, as he accumulated experience, the various concepts from those books firmly lodged themselves in Yi Fan's mind. This allowed him, upon encountering questions, to have many similar questions and answers spontaneously surface in his mind. It felt almost like a cheat, but that wasn't quite right. The system indeed seems to be an external aid. Yang Ting wandered through the classroom, and upon reaching Yi Fan's side, she noticed him lost in thought at his desk. Furrowing her brow, she softly admonished, "Yi Fan, focus on your answers. It's one thing to daydream during class, but to do so during an exam? Honestly, I have high hopes for you." From the principal, she had learned that Yi Fan had achieved a perfect score in the English entrance examination. Such a rare talent. Yet, over the past few days, she had helplessly observed that this promising student always seemed a bit absent-minded in class. Now, even during the exam, he appeared so inattentive. It was truly exasperating. Yi Fan straightened his posture and murmured, "Teacher, I'm finished." Yang Ting was taken aback and glanced at his exam paper. Shocked, she looked at her watch, her expression darkening slightly. The exam had only begun half an hour ago, and this boy had already completed it? What a joke. This test was a labor of love for her, and while she wouldn't dare say it was overly difficult, it certainly was no easier than the third mock exam. Finished in 30 minutes? Absurd. Bang. The sound immediately drew the attention of all the students, especially Ning Xi, who was diligently working through her problems. Was startled by the noise and dropped her pen. Yang Ting snapped. Finished in half an hour? Do you really think you're a genius? Can you not take this seriously? Yi Fan cast a calm glance at Yang Ting, bent down to retrieve Ning Xi's pen, and reassured her. Are you all right? No, not at all, Ning Xi stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yang Ting felt somewhat disoriented. Was she invisible? Just as she was about to explode with anger. A test paper appeared in her hand. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Teacher, to dismiss my efforts without even a glance seems rather unjust. Wouldn't you agree? Meeting Yi Fan's confident smile, Yang Ting's irritation dissipated, leaving her puzzled as to why. She turned away, her icy gaze sweeping across the classroom. What are you looking at? Focus on your exams. All the students dared not breathe a word, hastily averting their eyes. Returning to the podium with Yi Fan's test paper, Yang Ting picked up a red pen and began to grade. Half an hour? Oomph. She was eager to see how many points Yi Fan could possibly score. Chapter 20, Overwhelmed. Correct, correct, correct. In less than 3 minutes, Yang Ting completed grading Yi Fan's test. She felt somewhat dazed. Not only were Yi Fan's answers correct, but some of his responses to the reading comprehension questions were astonishingly precise. In fact, she felt incapable of producing such accurate answers herself. Was this really a test completed in half an hour? Good heavens! Where on earth did the principal find such a prodigious student? It was utterly outrageous. Sitting below, Yi Fan observed Yang Ting's expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, she surely believed in him, didn't she? To explain in the system's terms, Level 3 knowledge was equivalent to that of an outstanding graduate from Qing University, encompassing all subjects without any weaknesses. Qing University, the premier institution in the Summer Nation, admitted only about 500 students each year. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who gains admission to Qing University is far from ordinary. They are unequivocally academic elites. The capabilities of Qing University's exceptional graduates are indeed formidable. With time to spare, Yi Fan brought up his attribute panel. Host, Yi Fan knowledge. Level 3, 02000, intelligence. Level 2, 0500, strength. Level 2, 0500, medical skills. Level 1, 0100, merit points. 0 experience points. 7 looking at his meager 7 experience points. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. The road ahead was still long. Level 3 knowledge was already sufficient to tackle all high school examinations. Even the college entrance examination would pose no challenge. For now, Yi Fan was not focused on upgrading his knowledge. His thoughts were entirely consumed by merit points. He needed to swiftly accumulate experience points to elevate all his abilities to level 3, thereby uncovering the true purpose of merit points. Over the past 2 days, he had placed special emphasis on intelligence. Since it had risen to level 2, he discovered that his cognitive processing speed had significantly increased. Compared to before, he could read much faster. Those profound concepts were comprehensible with just a glance. For instance, during this English exam, if his intelligence had not reached level 2, even with knowledge at level 3, he would have needed at least an entire class period, 45 minutes, to complete the test. However, with his intelligence now at level 2, his thoughts flowed seamlessly. Various knowledge points sprang to life in his mind, and his reasoning sifted through them at an astonishing pace to identify the most accurate answers. It was precisely for this reason that he could finish the entire English exam paper in just over 20 minutes. Yi Fan had already formulated a preliminary plan. Once he upgraded all his abilities to level 3 and unlocked the merit points, he would utilize all the experience points he had accumulated to enhance his intelligence. Such an extraordinary capacity was simply irresistible. With ample time remaining in the exam, Yi Fan's mind raced with ideas. Under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, he slipped away to the Zhenhua library. Entering the library, he marveled at the extensive collection of books. Truly, Zhenhua was remarkable. For a mere high school, its library rivaled that of an ordinary university. It would be hard to find another institution like this across the nation. However, this was a stroke of luck for him. The books before him were all tools for gaining experience. Without hesitation, he grabbed a book from the shelf and sat down on the floor beside it to read. He flipped through the pages at an incredible speed, finishing an entire page almost every 10 seconds. Time passed swiftly. He was entirely immersed in the sea of knowledge, or more accurately, in the joy of gaining experience. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points 1. Reading for 10 minutes. Experience points 1. Tao Zhong, sitting at the library's front desk, could see Yi Fan from his vantage point among the shelves. He couldn't help but wonder, which class was this student from? Did they not have class? However, he was not a teacher, merely a librarian, and had no intention of meddling in such matters. Shifting his gaze, Tao Zhong picked up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and began to read it with great interest. In contrast to Yi Fan, his reading speed could only be described as tortoise-like. The content of a single page demands nearly 5 or 6 minutes of contemplation before one dares to turn to the next. Unbeknownst to him, time had stealthily slipped away, and it was now 11:30. The shrill chime of the alarm on his phone abruptly interrupted Tao Zhong's engrossed reading. Oh, it's already 11:30? Time to eat. Time to eat. Carefully, Tao Zhong tucked away the book before him, and upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Yi Fan still present, with 3 or 4 books strewn about on the floor beside him. He approached and inquired, "Classmate, why are you still here? Don't you have class?" "No. Our class is having an exam. I've already submitted my paper," Yi Fan replied without looking up, his eyes fixed intently on the book before him, as if nothing could deter him from his reading. "Oh, in that case," Tao Zhong mused, "you may continue reading. I'm off to have lunch. Give me your meal card, and I'll bring you a portion." "Lunch? Wait, what?" The mention of food jolted Yi Fan, and he quickly glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 11:33. Panic surged through him. He had lost track of time in his reading frenzy. Over 2 hours had slipped by without his notice, and he still had a Chinese exam to tackle. It seemed he had indulged too much in gaining experience. The exam was due at noon, and he had only 27 minutes left. Yi Fan disregarded everything else, springing to his feet with urgency. His sudden movement startled Tao Zhong. "Classmate, what are you doing?" In a frantic tone, Yi Fan exclaimed, "I lost track of time while reading. Please help me tidy up. I must hurry back to the classroom to take the test, or it will be disastrous." "Thank you." Without waiting for a response, he dashed out of the library. Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, Tao Zhong couldn't help but chuckle, muttering to himself, "In this day and age, students can actually forget about exams? How is that any different from a pig forgetting to eat?" Yi Fan, cursing himself for not being faster, sprinted towards the classroom, panting heavily. This exam was crucial for him to be in the same study group as Ning Xi, making it of utmost importance. Missing a subject could dash any hopes of securing the top position in class. After all, this was Jinhua. Even being at the bottom of the class was not a trivial matter. He had to catch up. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the classroom door. But before he could enter, he was halted by Yang Ting, who had been waiting for him. "Stop right there. Having waited 2 long hours." She confronted him with a frosty expression. "Yi Fan, have you gone too far? Did you really spend 2.5 hours in the restroom?" With a grimace, Yi Fan stammered an explanation. "Teacher, I had an upset stomach. I was on the verge of collapse. Look, I'm still dripping with sweat." He wiped the perspiration from his brow. Yang Ting scrutinized him with skepticism. Did he truly think she was gullible? The flush of his complexion had nothing to do with exhaustion. She shot him a disapproving glare. "Enough with the excuses. It's 11:37. The exam ends at 50 past. You should have gone to the cafeteria instead." Yi Fan managed a sheepish smile. "Teacher, please be magnanimous. I promise it won't happen again. Just let me take the exam." "Will you?" "Absolutely not," Yang Ting retorted, pointing to her wristwatch. "There are only 13 minutes left. What do you expect to accomplish in that time?" "To take the exam." "Of course. Ye fan pleadit. 13 minutes is sufficient. Please let me in. Now, you're in a hurry?" Yang Ting shot him a disdainful glance, gesturing to the pen and paper on a nearby bench. "I want to deny you the chance, but you only have 13 minutes. Once time is up, I don't care how much you've written. You must submit your paper. Do you understand?" This rascally boy had the audacity to claim he was merely using the restroom, yet he vanished for so long, leaving her waiting at the classroom door after the English exam, all for the purpose of reprimanding him. "Thank you, teacher." Without further ado, Yi Fan approached the bench, crouched down, and picked up the pen to begin his test. Many students noticed the commotion outside the classroom. Zhao Wenhao wore a smirk of schadenfreude. The place where he had tangled with Yi Fan during basketball still ached. Watching Yi Fan stumble was a source of amusement for him. Deng Yu felt a twinge of delight. He didn't know much about Yi Fan's academic prowess, only that he excelled in physics and seemed quite strong in English as well. However, if Yi Fan were to miss a subject, he would surely lose the chance to contend for the top spot in class. Losing a rival was certainly cause for joy. Ning Xi cast a furtive glance outside the classroom, concern etched across her face. Was this guy truly unaware of the exam? How could he dare to skip class? Such audacity. Now, it seemed, he had been caught red-handed by the teacher. She shook her head gently and returned to scrutinizing her test paper. Outside the classroom, Yi Fan was deeply engrossed in answering the questions, though his pace was rather unusual. Yang Ting's eyes widened as her eyelids twitched furiously. Was he really writing without reviewing the questions? Moreover, his speed was alarmingly swift. If one were to describe it in a single phrase, it could only be writing with fervor, while rapid writing was somewhat acceptable. What Yang Ting could not tolerate was Yi Fan's approach to answering. He moved directly from one question to the next without pausing for even a moment to consider. At the very least, one should review the questions. Did he truly believe he had no chance and had given up? That was certainly a possibility. At 11:43, Yi Fan completed the front side of his test paper and proceeded to tackle the questions on the reverse side. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any hesitation. Lea Fing Yang Ting Utterly Stuned. At 11:49, Yi Fan put down his pen, letting out a sigh of relief, and flashed a smile at Yang Ting. Teacher, I'm finished. Yang Ting raised an eyebrow at the blank space for the essay. What is this? You don't want to earn points for your composition? Yi Fan offered a rueful smile and replied candidly. There simply wasn't enough time. He scratched his head in resignation before allowing a confident grin to break through. But it's all right. I can forego the 50 point for the essay. Surely, I can still secure the top position in class with 700 points, right? Yang Ting's pupils narrowed in disbelief as she exclaimed, You still expect to claim first place? Chapter 21, Getting Hands-On? Huh. She had encountered many confident students, but none had ever possessed the audacity of Yi Fan. The essay remains unwritten, yet one aspires to secure the top rank. What is it? Does your father bear the surname Wang? After squatting for a while, my right foot began to tingle. Yi Fan stood up, gently stamping his foot twice, and retorted, Why not? Yang Ting replied, Confidence is commendable, but blind self-assurance borders on arrogance. With that, she took the exam paper and entered the classroom. Li Laoshi. This is Yi Fan's exam. The Chinese teacher, Li Wenqing, smiled and nodded, having witnessed the events unfold outside the classroom. However, he was not privy to the specifics of the conversation between Yang Ting and Yi Fan. Yang Lishi, what is the situation with Yi Fan? Oh, it's nothing. Yang Ting's expression flickered, ultimately deciding against exposing Yi Fan's deceit. He has a stomachache, but it's nothing serious. Please grade it normally, according to the rules. His score is his own affair. Understood. Li Wenqing did not ponder further. As Yang Ting exited the classroom, she intended to deliver another lecture. Yet, outside the classroom, Yi Fan had vanished. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, muttering, All right, Yi Fan, we shall see what your grades reveal. In the cafeteria, Yi Fan relished the taste of braised pork, marveling at the merits of arriving early. At least, there was no need to queue. Moreover, the cafeteria lady's tremors seemed considerably less pronounced. While he was enjoying his meal, a waft of youthful fragrance reached his nostrils. Upon glancing up, he was taken aback to find Ning Xi seated across from him. Xiao Xi, what brings you to this table? Is it forbidden for me to sit here, simply because no one else is? Ning Xi retorted, her expression one of disbelief, as she began to mentally draw circles in frustration. Hadn't they agreed to call each other by their names? How could he have forgotten so soon? Of course you can, Yi Fan chuckled, but his brows furrowed slightly upon observing the contents of Ning Xi's plate. Why are you only eating this? I'm on a diet, Ning Xi replied nonchalantly. With a figure like yours, why on earth would you want to lose weight? Are you planning to cultivate immortality? Ning Xi's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Although Yi Fan was complimenting her, it felt somewhat amiss. Was he so casual with compliments for every girl? Ugh, what a scoundrel. Unbeknownst to him, she had unwittingly labeled him as such. Were he to learn of Ning Xi's thoughts, he would vehemently proclaim his innocence. I know I'm handsome, he mused. Ning Xi quipped back, narcissist. Despite his good looks, ugh. Yi Fan lifted his plate and shared half of the braised pork with Ning Xi. Finish this, and I shall tutor you in physics. Ning Xi opened her mouth, feeling a lump in her throat. Her intention to approach Yi Fan was solely for physics tutoring, but hearing it from his lips transformed the sentiment entirely. It felt almost transactional. She was a person of principles. Is the meat really that delicious? Watching Ning Xi devour her food, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Slow down, if you run out. I can always fetch more. With that, he twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to her, saying, Don't just eat. Drink some water as well. The scene resembled a father caring for his daughter, and indeed, in spirit, Yi Fan felt quite paternal toward Ning Xi. His motives, however, were far from pure. Thank you, Ning Xi said, gulping down a few sips and mumbling, so delicious. Yet, as she continued eating, a wave of distress washed over her. She had devised a weight loss plan and had barely managed a day before Yi Fan disrupted it. Ning Xi, how can you not control your appetite? Seeing her frown, Yi Fan laughed gently. Don't overthink it. You need strength to lose weight. Ning Xi considered this reasoning for the first time. It struck her as somewhat valid. Without being full, how can one have the strength to lose weight? Consequently, She channeled her frustration into determination and polished off the entire portion of braised pork. Burp. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson. I didn't mean to. I didn't hear that. Yi Fan chuckled. Let us head back to the classroom. I'll return the trays. After tidying up their plates, he made his way to the window for the dishes. Huh? Ning Xi was momentarily dazed. What was happening? Serving meat, providing water, and even voluntarily cleaning up after the meal? It felt rather peculiar. What are you daydreaming about? After placing the trays down, Yi Fan, sporting a sunny smile, said, Let us go back to the classroom for your physics tutoring. Okay. Ning, she replied weakly, her emotions swirling. Yi Fan was being exceptionally kind to her. When kindness is offered without reason, it is often suspect. Her instincts warned her to remain cautious around Yi Fan. In truth, the situation was as she suspected. While she regarded Yi Fan merely as a classmate, he harbored intentions far more intimate, and that motive was rather dubious. Back in the classroom, Yi Fan lightly patted Ning Xi's shoulder, but the touch elicited a slight displeasure within him. Why are you so thin? Moreover, why on earth are you still dieting? You might as well ascend to the heavens. What is the matter? Ning Xi turned, her eyes reflecting confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? You are to cease your dieting, Yi Fan declared with a hint of authority. From now on, you must eat well. Just look at how thin you become. Ning Xi retorted, Is that really the issue? My dieting is my own concern, and it has nothing to do with you. Why are you so upset? It's nonsensical. You mentioned needing physics tutoring, did you not? Realizing she needed his help, Ning Xi stiffly forced a smile and asked, I'm struggling with the last few complex problems on this paper. Could you please enlighten me, a wise one? Your attitude is commendable, Yi Fan acknowledged, but then added. However, your method of diverting the topic is too blatant. First, answer my question, then I'll assist you. No more dieting, understood? His tone and expression bore an unusual seriousness. Got it, Ning Xi muttered, secretly rolling her eyes. There was no way around it. Under such circumstances, one must acquiesce. What made her ask Yi Fan for help? She could only suppress the displeasure in her heart. It wasn't he that she was truly upset, just a bit unaccustomed. Aside from her father, no one had ever taken such liberties with her. Quite well indeed. Yi Fan displayed a satisfied smile, pointing at the paper before them. Which parts do you find challenging? This one, and this question as well. Listen carefully, first scrutinize the problem. The question states that A and B intersect. I understand now, Ning Xi exclaimed, somewhat astounded. Yi Fan, you truly are remarkable. The physics problems on the exam paper, which seemed almost insurmountable, appeared exceedingly simple in Yi Fan's hands. The most crucial aspect was that she could comprehend everything he explained, unlike the lessons taught by their teacher that left her in a fog of confusion. Just average. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, Focus on your studies. There are only a little over 2 months left until the college entrance examinations. Remember, you aspire to attend Qing University. How did you know? Ning Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Qing University was her dream school, but she had never shared this thought with anyone, not even her father. Just a guess. Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile, gently patting Ning Xi on the head. Study diligently. Review what I just mentioned several times, and it will be best to jot it down in your class notes. A good memory is no match for a poor pen. Ning Xi flushed crimson at Yi Fan's sudden affectionate gesture, her long eyelashes fluttering as she quickly glanced around. Upon seeing her classmates napping, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan, please refrain from such antics in the future. With that, she huffed and turned away, her little face still burning as she rested it on the desk. Yi Fan smiled softly, watching the girl's retreating figure. Such antics? You'll gradually grow accustomed to it. Chapter 22. Seeking support? Compared to the first and second years, the third-year students only had a brief hour for their midday rest. As the clock approached 1 in the afternoon, Yang Ting entered the classroom to supervise the students' self-study. She sat at the lectern, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Yi Fan. After lunch, she had specifically gone to Li Wenking's office. Upon seeing the glaring red 100 on Yi Fan's exam paper, she was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't written an essay, yet he lost not a single point otherwise. This was outrageous. Could it be that this young man could truly score 700 points? The difficulty of this exam was quite high. In English, aside from Yi Fan, the highest score among the other students barely reached 136. Moreover, she had inquired about the highest score in Chinese, which was only 124. Given the current situation, if Yi Fan could score full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science, he would undoubtedly be the top of the class. Not writing the essay, yet still claiming the top spot, Yang Ting could only think of 3 words. That's absurd. After all, this was at Jinhua. Yi Fan was engrossed in a thick volume titled A Comprehensive History of Mathematics, reading intently. In his mind, the system notification chimed intermittently. 10 minutes of reading, experience 1. 10 minutes of reading, experience 1. At any moment, he would not miss the opportunity to accumulate experience. Ding! The mathematics exam commenced. Grabbing the exam paper, Yifan swiftly scanned the questions and began writing with remarkable speed. The 4 options for the multiple-choice questions were filtered in an instant, leaving only the singular correct answer. His efficiency was akin to that of a supercomputer. In mere minutes, he had completed all the multiple-choice questions. As he progressed to the subsequent mathematics problems, his speed remained unaffected. Various formulas flowed from his fingertips effortlessly. 17 minutes later, when Yifan set down his pen, only 17 minutes had elapsed from the exam's start. He hadn't rushed. He worked relaxed and at ease. After a thorough review to ensure everything was correct, he chose to submit his paper. "Teacher, I'm done." Instantly, all the students raised their heads, disbelief etched on their faces. "Hasn't it only been a short while? Already finished? Are you out of your mind?" Mathematics teacher Lu Hongwei frowned, displeasure evident on his face. Was he sincerely trying to disrupt the class? Yifan smiled calmly. "Teacher, I truly have completed it." He placed the exam paper on the lectern and, in the next moment, clutched his stomach, feigning a pained expression. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I'd like to go to the restroom." Upon hearing this, all the students silently gave Yifan a thumbs up. They vividly recalled the morning events, which had also involved a stomachache. This guy was really taking advantage of that excuse, and no one could top that. "Go ahead." Lu Hongwei waved his hand irritably. To be honest, he had a very poor impression of Yifan. Extremely poor, in fact. Every time he taught, Yifan was either daydreaming or reading. While reading is generally a good habit, the problem was that the books Yifan read had nothing to do with mathematics. This made Lu Hongwei question his own teaching abilities. When he visited the principal's office that morning, the principal had even praised Yifan, calling him a genius. This left Lu Hongwei utterly speechless. A genius? Nonsense. In a world of chaos, I alone stand supreme. What a load of rubbish. He was eager to see just how capable this transfer student was to earn such accolades from the principal. With that thought in mind, Lu Hongwei picked up Yifan's exam paper to begin grading. Ning Xi watched Yifan's silhouette, letting out a soft sigh. Did this guy really enjoy being so exceptional? Wait a moment. She suddenly remembered that their class had physical education this afternoon. Last time, she had heard Luo Yiman say that Yifan had sat with Su Qiao during lunch. Could it be that Yifan submitted his paper early to meet with Su Qiao? Or perhaps for a date? As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of irritation washed over her, and she lightly tapped her fingers on the desk. "Zioxy, what is wrong?" Luo Yiman asked, glancing up slightly. "Nothing, just the exam." Ning Xi suppressed her thoughts and focused intently on the questions. Meanwhile, Yifan exited the classroom, making a beeline for the library. Tao Zhong was seated at the front desk, engrossed in a book. "Uncle, thank you so much for this morning." "Oh, it's you?" Tao Zhong looked up and smiled, asking, "Did you get scolded when you returned?" "Yes," Yifan nodded, unfazed. Tao Zhong inquired, "It's class time now, why are you back?" "Skipping class, or exam. Submitted early." Yifan succinctly stated, "Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Please call me at 3:30. With a chuckle, Tao Zhong shook his head, gesturing towards the left side of the second row of bookshelves. "Go ahead, the books you perused this morning are placed on that shelf. I will call you at 3:30. "Thank you, Uncle." After expressing his gratitude, Yifan approached the bookshelf, casually selecting a tome and settling on the floor to read. Observing Yifan on the ground, Tao Zhong's expression turned quizzical. He submitted his exam early just to visit the library for reading. This child is rather unconventional. Little did he know, Yifan's actions were solely aimed at accumulating experience points. In the grand scheme of things, experience reigns supreme. Thanks to Tao Zhong's reminder, Yifan managed to return to the classroom just before Lu Hongwei collected the papers. Report. All the students turned in unison towards the classroom door, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. Daring to skip Lu Hongwei's class? Brother, good luck. The wrath of Lu Hongwei was notorious, and the students of class 2 had experienced it firsthand. The taste of it was simply unforgettable. Thus, a saying circulated among the students: better to provoke old Yang than to provoke Lu, the king of hell. This clearly illustrated their sentiment. Just as all the students braced themselves for Lu Hongwei's inevitable outburst, his next words left everyone astounded. "Kumin." With a genial smile, Lu Hongwei inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need to visit the hospital?" The classroom fell into an eerie silence. What was happening? Had he consumed counterfeit rodent medicine? Under normal circumstances, a fierce verbal battle should ensue. Moreover, the king of hell was actually smiling. A rare occurrence indeed. "Teacher, I'm fine, thank you." Yifan nodded with a smile as he made his way to his seat. He was not surprised by Lu Hongwei's demeanor, which was naturally attributed to the mathematics exam paper. Indeed, After grading Yi Fan's paper, Lu Hongwei was met with astonishment and excitement. The difficulty of the mathematics exam was exceedingly high, yet Yi Fan completed it in under 20 minutes. Correctly, no less. Furthermore, the elegance of Yi Fan's answers and problem-solving methods was astounding, incorporating knowledge from advanced university courses that left Lu Hongwei momentarily bewildered. A genius. This is true genius. Faced with such a student, how could Lu Hongwei bear to reprimand him? Instead, he contemplated inviting Yi Fan to his office for an in-depth discussion. Indeed, it was a discussion. Lu Hongwei had gleaned considerable insight from Yi Fan's approach to problem-solving. It may sound exaggerated, but it was the truth. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students hurriedly submitted their papers. Lu Hongwei picked up the exam sheets, momentarily pausing his gaze on Yi Fan. However, recalling that there was a comprehensive science exam to come, he suppressed his thoughts for the time being. We'll talk after the exam. Once Lu Hongwei departed, Ning Xi turned around and tapped her desk. Where did you go after submitting your paper? You didn't really have a stomach ache, did you? Yi Fan squinted slightly. What do you think? Childish. Ning Xi scoffed. Oh, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. From now on, don't ask me about physics problems, that's all. Ning Xi retorted, threatening me so openly? I was merely joking. Oh, great one. With that, she flashed a sycophantic smile at Yi Fan. In that moment, Ning Xi couldn't help but feel disdain for herself. How hypocritical. Nevertheless, if it would improve her physics grade, so be it. Yi Fan gazed at Ning Xi with great interest, as it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. In his previous life, Ning Xi was gentle, considerate, and understanding. He had never seen this side of her. Perhaps this was her true nature. I forgive you, Yi Fan softly explained. The stomach ache was just an excuse. I went to the library to read after submitting my paper. Really? Ning Xi questioned, her eyes filled with skepticism. Reading? More like ogling at pretty girls. If Yi Fan were to learn of Ning Xi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give her a playful knock on the head. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, casually stating, Xiao Xi, how many points do you think you'll score this time? Why do you ask? Ning Xi inquired, somewhat puzzled. She was too lazy to correct Yi Fan's nickname for her, knowing he would forget it in an instant. Whatever. It wouldn't cost her anything. Just a casual inquiry. Well, if I can score 670, I would be grateful. Ning Xi sighed, clearly distressed. The exam was difficult and I fear I will lose many points. Not too shabby. Yi Fan felt reassured. According to Luo Yuman, your scores have consistently placed you in the top 2. If even she can only score 660, then securing the class's top spot with 700 points should be a breeze. Not too shabby? Ning Xi sighed again, her voice soft. My usual total score hovers around 710, and dropping so much this time is dreadful. Her fragile demeanor evoked sympathy. Don't overthink it. The regular exam papers are too simplistic, lacking substance. Yi Fan gently reassured her. This exam's difficulty was quite reasonable, and it should be comparable to the college entrance examination. It serves as an appropriate reference. Moreover, I have some good news to share with you. What good news? Ning Xi blinked, her expression adorably naive. Yi Fan gazed at Ning Xi's fair face and smiled. I just calculated, and you will encounter a benefactor who will assist you. Gaining admission to Qin University will be a piece of cake. Therefore, you need to cling tightly to this benefactor's leg. Hold on as tightly as you can. Benefactor? Cling to a leg? Ning Xi's face registered shock, but she quickly regained her composure. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and exclaim, Pa. Luo Yuman, noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation, curiously approached. What are you two discussing? Yi Fan smirked. We're chatting about clinging to legs. No, we weren't discussing anything. Ning Xi shot a glare at Yi Fan, interrupting. We were talking about the math problems we just encountered. Do you want to join us? Not at all. Upon hearing math problems, Luo Yuman swiftly opted out of the conversation. She had left the last 3 questions blank, as she didn't know how to tackle them. You don't talk nonsense. Once Luo Yuman's attention drifted, Ning Xi quietly admonished. Yi Fan then inquired, which subjects are pulling your scores down? Physics and mathematics. Ning Xi counted on her fingers and replied with sincerity. My physics score is generally around 80, while my mathematics score hovers around 135. Her soft, melodious voice was truly delightful. A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Fan's eyes. It seemed that girls were inherently not gifted in mathematics and physics. While there were certainly exceptional girls, they were few and far between. The majority tended to struggle with logical reasoning, memory, observation, and analysis. They also exhibited little interest in such subjects. All right, I understand. After the exams, join my study group. Huh? Ning Xi quickly shook her head in refusal. No way. If you have no desire to improve your grades, then I shall remain silent, Yi Fan said, narrowing his eyes with confidence. Joining my study group will ensure that your scores in physics and mathematics will rise by at least 10 points each in next week's monthly exam. Ning Xi appeared troubled. her mind torn in conflict. Yi-Fan remained unperturbed, for he was certain that she would ultimately agree. To this little rabbit, he wished to utter just 2 words. Gotcha. Chapter 23, License Plate Number Understood. These 3 words brought a slight smile to Yi-Fan's eyes. As anticipated, Ning Xi could not resist the allure of better grades. In his previous life, having spent several years in close proximity to Ning Xi, Yi-Fan was well acquainted with her character. This seemingly delicate girl possessed an inner strength that was quite formidable. Ning Xi rested her head on the table, running her fingers through her hair, her expression one of palpable distress. What had come over her? Why did she agree to Yi-Fan's terms? Would Rain Dream be hurt if she found out? It's for the sake of learning. She will surely understand. The girl reassured herself in her thoughts. Ding! The school bell jolted her back to reality. She gazed at the daunting comprehensive science exam paper before her, feeling overwhelmed. It was quite challenging. Yi-Fan swiftly scanned the entire paper and nodded slightly. Truth be told, he was somewhat surprised by the exam's difficulty, as each subject presented considerable challenges. However, this was advantageous. The more difficult the exam, the lower the student's scores would be. A score of 700 should comfortably secure him the top position in class. The comprehensive science exam encompassed physics, biology, and chemistry, with abrupt transitions and question styles. Yet, it had no bearing on Yi-Fan, who, armed with his extensive knowledge, found high school exam papers to be mere trifles. 23 minutes later, Yi-Fan set down his pen, meticulously reviewing the entire exam paper. With 300 points at stake in the comprehensive science section, he could not afford to be careless. They say that familiarity breeds affection. First, he needed to address the issue of familiarity. After confirming everything was in order, he refrained from submitting his paper early and remained seated, as memories of the past flooded his mind. In his previous life, despite spending considerable time with Ning Xi, he was utterly oblivious to her family circumstances. He had never met her parents, and whenever the topic arose, Ning Xi would merely smile and swiftly change the subject. What was she hiding? After school, Yi-Fan stood at the entrance, his backpack slung over one shoulder, clad in simple white attire and black pants, exuding an inexplicable charm. Numerous girls passing by cast admiring glances. Wow, that boy is so handsome. How come I never noticed such a handsome guy at school before? You're unaware. But this boy is Yi-Fan, a transfer student from Class 2, Science Stream, in the senior year. I heard he just arrived not long ago. Transfer student? Don't be ridiculous. How could Jinhua possibly have transfer students? Yi-Fan paid no mind to their whispers, his gaze lingering at the entrance. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. At the school gate, after bidding farewell to Luo Yuman, Ning Xi walked towards the left sidewalk, her thoughts still preoccupied with the recent comprehensive science exam. She failed to notice a figure trailing her from several meters behind. After walking approximately 300 meters, Ning Xi entered a narrow alley, making several turns before emerging onto a main road. A black Audi was parked at the intersection. Ning Xi got into the car, which soon sped away, disappearing from sight. Yi-Fan observed this scene from a distance, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The car itself was unremarkable. In the capital, vehicles of Audi's caliber were quite common. What truly piqued his interest was the license plate number, D66666. The value of such a plate far surpassed that of the vehicle itself. It is worth noting that acquiring a license plate in the capital is extraordinarily challenging. Without substantial connections, one could never obtain such a prestigious number. It appeared that Ning Xi's family was rather extraordinary. Yi-Fan shook his head, suppressing the myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Regardless of Ning Xi's family background, it was of no concern to him. Zayahua Road, where Yi-Fan resided in the Bayou Garden community, lay along this route. Previously, he had to take a lengthy detour from the south to get home. Following Ning, she had unexpectedly led him to discover a shortcut. This route would allow him to reach school in approximately 5 minutes, effectively halving his travel time. Now, he could enjoy a few extra minutes of sleep. Passing by the market, Yi-Fan purchased some vegetables. Upon returning home, he busied himself for 20 minutes, preparing 2 dishes and a soup. He never tolerated the inconvenience of an empty stomach. After dinner, he resumed his quest for experience. The next day, upon entering the classroom, Yi-Fan sensed an unusual atmosphere. The collective mood of his peers was abuzz with excitement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. A swift realization dawned upon him. They were all eager for the results of yesterday's exam. The 4 great joys of life, the wedding night, the moment of triumph in exams, reuniting with old friends in a foreign land, and the refreshing rain after a long drought. Although it was not the college entrance examination, students' anticipation for their scores had, over time, become instinctual. This was entirely normal. As he passed by Ning Xi, Yi-Fan greeted her, Xiao Xi, good morning. Good morning. Ning Xi replied softly, her gentle voice eliciting a faint smile from Yi-Fan. After taking his seat, he pulled out a comprehensive idiom dictionary from his backpack and began to read. Ning Xi glanced over at Luo Yuman, who was fervently praying and with a resigned expression, turned back to Yi Fan, preparing to inquire about his expected score. However, upon seeing the idiom dictionary in Yi Fan's hands, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. What is the matter? Noticing Ning Xi's reaction, Yi Fan raised his head slightly. Are you surprised? Even in our senior year, I'm still perusing such books? Ning Xi gently nodded. Indeed, this was her sentiment. In the final year of high school, one should be immersed in solving problems and practicing examinations. However, Yi Fan was quite the contrary, spending his days engrossed in peculiar books. Many of the titles were unfamiliar to her. With a faint smile, Yi Fan raised the idiom dictionary in his hand, asserting that, for him, any book could yield valuable insights. This statement held a grain of truth. As long as it was a book, he could acquire knowledge. Of course, Ning Xi was unaware of this. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on the matter and softly inquired. Yi Fan, what was your answer to the last physics question on yesterday's comprehensive exam? Given that the mass of the plane before loading cargo is m, the takeoff speed is v, and the mass after loading is m2, the takeoff speed is mg equal to kv squared. What? Upon hearing Yi Fan's response, Ning Xi felt a wave of despair wash over her as she murmured, "It's over. I've made a mistake." At that moment, tears threatened to spill. "It's all right to make mistakes," Yi Fan comforted, noticing Ning Xi's expression. "Mistakes are beneficial. They reveal our shortcomings." Ning Xi sighed. "Thank you for your consolation, but my mood remains quite poor." Her heart felt heavy with sorrow. How frustrating. Deng Yu turned slightly, an ember of anger igniting in his eyes. This newcomer was once again attempting to charm Ning Xi. Damn it. He slapped his deskmate, Zheng Ling, on the shoulder, speaking louder than necessary. "Zheng Ling, how many points do you think you'll score this time?" Instantly, many gazes turned towards them. Zheng Ling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied quietly, "The exam was quite difficult. The highest score might not exceed 620. After saying this, he countered, "What about you, Deng Yu?" Unbeknownst to him, this question played right into Deng Yu's hands. Deng Yu raised his voice, feigning calmness. "As for me, I believe the difficulty is manageable. I should score around 700. Gasp! At this proclamation, a collective intake of breath echoed through the classroom. 700 points. I think I can only manage a maximum of 500 points. Deng Yu truly is the top student of our class. He is bound to be first. How impressive, scoring 700 points. The murmurs reached Deng Yu's ears, eliciting a smug smile. Turning to glance at Ning Xi, however, the smile on his face instantly froze. Ning Xi was completely oblivious to him, still engaged in conversation with Yi Fan. This infuriated him. What was so special about Yi Fan? Apart from his good looks, how could he possibly be superior? Yi Fan, observing Deng Yu's antics, raised an eyebrow at Ning Xi. "Aren't you surprised that Deng Yu claims he can score 700 points? Ning Xi shook her head confidently, asserting, "He can't score 700 points. His grades are similar to mine. How could he achieve that? Unless he has seen yesterday's questions before." "Quite astute," Yi Fan complimented. He understood Deng Yu's intentions well. He merely sought Ning Xi's attention. However, she was far too clever for his tricks. Ding! As the bell rang for class to begin, Ning Xi quickly turned to sit properly. Yang Ting entered the classroom, her expression far from pleasant. The mood among the students grew tense. Oh no! With Yang Laoban looking so grim, could it be that the exam results were disappointing? Very likely. Thud! Yang Ting slammed the textbook onto the desk, huffing. "You have all greatly disappointed me." This declaration silenced the students. With only 104 days remaining until the college entrance examinations, if you still lack a sense of urgency, how will you ever gain admission to your desired university? Yang Ting's gaze scanned each student's face as she spoke gravely. In this exam, out of 56 students, the average score was a mere 497, for not even reaching 500. Upon hearing this average, many students gasped in disbelief. They finally understood why Yang Laoban was so furious. An average score below 500? Unbelievably low. Previously, the average had hovered around 550 points. A sudden drop of over 50 points was certainly cause for anger. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly at the situation. Truly, this was Jinhua, an average score nearing 500, and had this been at his previous school, the homeroom teacher would have been overjoyed. But at Jinhua, what a disparity. This was the difference between an ordinary high school and a prestigious one. Now, I will announce the overall exam results. Yang Ting pulled out the score sheet she had compiled last night and began to read. Chao Zishan, for 81 points. Huang Hao, 463 points. Zhao Wenhao, 399 points. Yang Ting shot Zhao Wenhao a cold glance, reminding him, Do you realize how much you have dragged down the class average? Because of you, our class's average has plummeted nearly 2 points. Zhao Wenhao's face turned beet red as he bowed his head, feeling extremely awkward. His grades had always been subpar, far below Jinhua's standards. Now, being called out by Yang Ting only intensified his embarrassment. Yang Ting shot him a cold stare before continuing with the results. Ning Xi, 674 points. No one was surprised by Ning Xi's score, as she consistently ranked among the top in her class and often placed within the top 5 of the year. Her scores in regular tests were usually above 700. She was hailed as a promising student for Tsinghua University. Thus, 674 points was merely average for her. Deng Yu clenched his fists in frustration. He had always been in competition with Ning Xi for the top position in class, often losing. Now, seeing that Ning Xi had scored only 674 points, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He had just boasted about scoring 700 points. What if he fell short? That would be utterly embarrassing. Tan Yihan, 593 points. Yongyu, 601 points. As Yang Ting read on, she paused and glanced at Deng Yu. Instantly, Deng Yu tensed up. Deng Yu, 651 points. Upon hearing this score, many students displayed expressions of surprise. What's going on? Only 651 points? Didn't Deng Yu claim he could score 700? So low? Deng Yu's face flushed as he stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher, there must be some mistake. How could I only score 651 points? You know my usual performance is always around 700. That was during regular assessments." Yang Ting interrupted coldly, asserting that the scores had been confirmed multiple times by the teachers, leaving no room for error. 651 points was indeed your score. Reflecting on this is essential. Questioning me serves no purpose. Deng Yu was left speechless, his expression akin to that of someone who had just tasted something utterly distasteful. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from making grand statements. It was all Yi Fan's fault. Had it not been for him, how could this have happened? Silence, Yang Ting commanded, and the murmurs in the classroom ceased immediately. Zhao Li, 612 points. Yi Fan, she paused, then continued slowly, 700 points. As her words echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment washed over the students. Is this a joke? 700 points? Impossible. Yi Fan didn't even take the Chinese exam. How could he score 700 points? Deng Yu stood up impatiently, declaring loudly, "Teacher, there must be an error in this score. Yi Fan didn't take the Chinese exam. Even if he scored full marks in every other subject, he could at most have 600 points. There's no way he could achieve 700. Zhao Wenhao chimed in, unable to contain himself. That's right. At that moment, the two formed an unusual alliance. Who says Yi Fan didn't take the Chinese exam? Yang Ting frowned. In the final 10 minutes, aside from not writing the essay, Yi Fan had completed the entire Chinese test paper and scored full marks. Impossible, Deng Yu exclaimed, his mind racing with disbelief. This cannot be. There's no way he could finish in such a short time, and the exam was so difficult. How could anyone possibly score perfectly? Exactly. This is absurd. A perfect score? Are we a movie? No film would dare to depict such a scenario. Many students murmured in agreement, echoing Deng Yu's sentiments. If the essay remained unwritten, then all paper scores would only total 700 points. How could anyone achieve full marks? This was utterly ridiculous. Bang! Yang Ting slammed her hand on the desk, her gaze piercing into Deng Yu. Have you finished? Deng Yu replied, "Teacher, this time, sit down." Yang Ting's expression was stern. I have verified Yi Fan's exam paper with other teachers 3 times. There is no possibility of error. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Throughout the commotion, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed. With his extraordinary capabilities, if he could not accomplish this, he might as well end it all. As for the myriad of doubts, he paid them no mind. Questioning was a right others held, but it would not affect the outcome in the slightest. Yang Ting announced, "In this exam, Yi Fan is placed first in the class, thus he may select another individual for the study group. After class, Su Ku, please tally the results." Understood. Su Ku nodded in response. "Now, distribute the exam papers and find your mistakes." Ding! As soon as Yang Ting left, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise. My goodness, 700 points. He is not only handsome, but also academically outstanding. What a perfect combination. How did he manage such a feat? Not writing the essay and still scoring 700 points. Can he even be considered human? These remarks pierced Deng Yu's ears like daggers. He approached Yi Fan's desk and questioned loudly, "Did you cheat? There is no way you could score 700 points otherwise." Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Yi Fan smirked slightly, regarding Deng Yu as one might a fool. "Have you lost your mind?" Deng Yu retorted, "This is outrageous. It's intolerable." Just as he began to speak, a voice interrupted from behind. "Excuse me, make way." Stepping past Deng Yu, Su Ku approached with paper and pen in hand. "Yi Fan, who do you wish to pair with?" Ning Xi, Yi Fan replied, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. At this moment, nearly everyone's gaze fell upon him, ensuring that all heard his words. Shoo! The boys looked on with envy, while the girls felt a pang of disappointment. Why wasn't he at them? Ning Xi's face flushed crimson. Internally, she was in turmoil. Could he not speak any quieter? Luo Yuman, slightly dazed, poked Ning Xi and lamented, Xiao Xi, are you abandoning me? Ning Xi attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. Yes. Ning Xi, flustered, looked between Yi Fan and herself, and Su Ku detected an air of intrigue. Grinning knowingly, Xiao Xi, are you willing? I am willing. The last two words were barely audible. Luo Yuman, Sayidi dramatically, It seems you cannot escape the fate of prioritizing romance over friendship. She patted Ning Xi on the shoulder, adding, but I don't blame you. As your good friend, I find solace in seeing you with such a handsome guy like Yi Fan. You mustn't say such things. Ning Xi protested, her cheeks flushed. This is merely for forming a study group. I understand. Luo Yuman wore a knowing expression and then winked at Su Ku. Since Ning, she doesn't want me anymore. How about you take me in? Not a problem. Su Ku smiled gently, leaning over to write down Yi Fan and Ning Xi's names, followed by her own and Luo Yuman's. Deng Yu observed this entire process, feeling as if he might burst from frustration. After lunch, the study groups were finalized, and Yi Fan had the pleasure of sitting next to Ning Xi. Should I sit on the inside or the outside? Either is fine. Let's sit on the inside. Yi Fan said, I've already tidied up your side. You can sit down. Thank you. Ning Xi took her place at the inner desk, immediately drawing a straight line down the center of the tabletop with her pencil. Yi Fan stared at her in astonishment. What are you doing? This is a boundary line, Ning Xi replied softly, her gaze lowered, feeling a bit guilty. She knew this was inappropriate, but it was her first time sharing a desk with a boy, and she felt incredibly nervous. Xiao Xi, how are you so adorable? Chapter 25. The Sprint to Kingda. Xiao Xi, how are you so adorable? Unsurprisingly, Ning Xi's face turned red once more. Yi Fan, please don't tease me like that. Seeing how easily she blushed, Yi Fan decided not to provoke her further. He retrieved a handwritten physics exam from his desk. This is your assignment for today. Remember to hand it in tomorrow morning. Ning Xi stared at the paper, momentarily dazed. Clearly, this was the exam Yi Fan had written yesterday. Did he know he would place first in the class? How confident! The thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Oh, Ning Xi, you're being ridiculous. How could you entertain such thoughts? Absolutely not. You are preparing for the entrance examination to Tsinghua University. Your resolve must not waver before the JKO. Yi Fan raised his hand and waved it before Ning Xi's eyes, a hint of affectionate indulgence flickering in the depths of his gaze. Why does this girl always seem to drift off in her own thoughts? Nevertheless, her daydreaming countenance is rather charming. Starting today, I will assign you a math and physics test paper every day. As for your other subjects, we shall address them as necessary. Work diligently. By the way, my dream university is also Tsinghua. With that, Yi Fan picked up a dictionary of idioms and began to flip through its pages. A ripple of surprise danced in Ning Xi's eyes. Yi Fan's ideal university is Tsinghua too. There seemed to be an underlying message in his words. In the front row, Luo Yuman and Su Ku were clandestinely observing the two at the back, whispering to each other. What do you think? Do you feel something is off about those two? It does seem a bit unusual. Su Ku concurred with Luo Yuman's observation, scrutinizing the two seated together and murmuring. Why does it feel like a father-daughter dynamic? What kind of dynamic? Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. Su Ku straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. Yuman, with the JKO countdown now under 100 days, you can't just idle away your time any longer. No more distractions. Please don't say that. At the word no, Luo Yuman instantly panicked, pleading, Sister Su, please don't be so stern. Let me enjoy a little more of my high school bliss. Rest assured, once the countdown begins, I'll quit all these bad habits without you needing to remind me. No room for negotiation. Ignoring whether, Luo Yuman agreed. She bent down and rummaged through Luo Yuman's desk, turning it upside down, confiscating several romance novels and stuffing them into her bag. I'll return them to you after the JKO, Luo Yuman lamented. After finally escaping the clutches of that little demon Ning, I thought I could finally sing my way to freedom. Little did I know I'd soon find myself in the embrace of that big demon Su. What a wretched fate. Jinhua High School did not hold evening study sessions. This was due to the astute principal who commandeered Saturday for school activities. Thus, students had only 1 day of respite each week. This arrangement allowed for 8 classes each day and 6 days of school each week, enabling students to maintain a prolonged state of learning without feeling excessively fatigued. Of course, the first and second year students still attended evening study sessions as usual. Around 4 in the afternoon, several teachers from the second science class gathered in the principal's office. They sat on the sofa, exchanging glances, uncertain of the purpose behind the principal's sudden summons. Zhang Chongshan poured tea for each teacher, taking a seat on a small stool with an uncharacteristic demeanor, his face beaming with smiles. Please, savor this tea. It's a treasured batch of premium Longjing. You are indeed fortunate. The teachers lifted their cups to sample the tea. Yang Ting set her cup down and inquired, Principal, what is the reason for this sudden meeting? Indeed, Zhang Chongshan nodded. I one tea bead around the bush. With the JKO countdown approaching, I reviewed last year's results and noted that we had 3 students from Jinhua gain admission to Tsinghua. Although this number is respectable, it certainly could be improved. Thus, I proposed the establishment of a Tsinghua intensive class, comprising 7 classes in total, 3 for science and 4 for the arts, selecting 3 top students from each class, totaling 21. I have already arranged for 3 retired professors from Tsinghua to provide specialized instruction in Chinese, mathematics, and English, while the respective class teachers will continue to oversee the integrated science and social study subjects. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the teacher's eyes lit up. Yang Ting exclaimed, Principal, this is wonderful news. We certainly have no objections. Indeed, they agreed. Your connections are impressive. Securing retired professors from Tsinghua is remarkable. Zhang Chongshan waved his hand. But don't celebrate too soon. Compared to last year, our teaching conditions are markedly improved, and thus our expectations must rise accordingly. This year, we aim for no fewer than 10 students from Jinhua to gain admission to Tsinghua. The teachers from Class 2 were taken aback. 10? Last year, there were only 3. The figure had more than tripled. Is that even feasible? They felt it was exceedingly unlikely. Tsinghua University, recognized as the foremost institution in Zhaiguo, has an admission cutoff that hovers around 705 points, with minimal fluctuation. Combining both science and art students, Jinhua has a total of 345 students. Correction, with Yi Fan, the new transfer student, that makes 346. Out of these 346 students, to find 10 who score above 705 points? Challenging. Extremely challenging. The difficulty of the JKO paper far exceeds that of the monthly school exams. Are you all so lacking in confidence? Zhang Chongshan chuckled at their reactions. From what I know, there are plenty of promising students in Class 2, especially with a talent like Yi Fan among them. As he mentioned Yi Fan, a thought struck him, and he turned to Yang Ting. By the way, I heard Class 2 conducted a test yesterday. How did the students perform? What about Yi Fan? Principal, the test paper was rather difficult, and overall, the student scores were not particularly impressive, Yang Ting replied with a wry smile. However, Yi Fan did quite well. He scored first in the class. Oh, really? Zhang Kongshan's interest peaked. What was his score? Yi Fan had left a profound impression on him. A score of 750 was something he had never encountered before. Not only that, but the student also exuded remarkable composure. He felt assured about Yi Fan's performance during the JKO. He was undoubtedly a candidate with a steady temperament. 700 points, Yang Ting revealed quietly. Such a low score? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kongshan's brow immediately furrowed. While he did not expect Yi Fan to achieve a perfect score every time, this result was far below his expectations. To him, Yi Fan should have scored around 730 points. Did he perhaps underperform? Zhang Chongshan mused. He scored full marks during the entrance examination. How could he only manage 700 this time? Hearing this, Yang Ting and the other teachers exchanged uneasy glances. Previously, they had inquired about Yi Fan's scores. But Zhang Chongshan had only mentioned his individual subject scores, withholding the total. None had anticipated that Yi Fan had aced the entrance exam. No wonder. It was evident why this student could transfer to Jinhua. Who wouldn't he want a student of such caliber? Yang Ting sighed and explained, Principal, the reason Yi Fan scored 700 is that he did not write the essay. Aside from the 50 points deducted from the essay, he did not lose a single point. That is as it should be. Zhang Chongshan did not inquire about the reasons. As long as Yi Fan maintained his performance, he felt reassured. I hold high hope for this student, Yi Fan. His demeanor was exceedingly earnest as he solemnly declared, this year, the college entrance examination in the capital adopts a national exam format for the first time, and I hope that the top scorer emerges from Jinhua. In the office, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 26. Xiao Shi, is it beautiful? As the school day drew to a close, Yang Ting entered the classroom, prompting the students who were engaged in self-study to look up. An important announcement awaited them. The school had decided to establish a Kingda Spring class for the seniors. The subjects of mathematics, Chinese, and English would be taught by 3 retired professors from Tsinghua University until the college entrance examination. As soon as the words left her lips, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Retired professors from Tsinghua University? Good heavens! This is a monumental endeavor. Can you believe it? They managed to recruit retired professors from Kinghua, and not just one, but 3 of them. If one could join this so-called King to Spring class, wouldn't that imply a chance to gain admission to Kinghua? Dreaming too much, my friend. Upon hearing this news, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, "Such a wonderful opportunity. I absolutely cannot let it slip away." There could be no doubt regarding the teaching caliber of the retired professors from Kinghua. With just over 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, there was ample time for her to make significant progress. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Yi Fan, observing Ning Xi's reaction, let out a helpless sigh. Having just recently become her deskmate, he hadn't done anything yet. What else with his King to Spring class? The school is truly idle. Judging by Ning Xi's expression, she undoubtedly wished to join the King to Spring class. Consequently, he would have to join as well. However, he was concerned whether they could still sit together as deskmates in the King to Spring class. This dilemma was what truly troubled Yi Fan. His interest in the King to Spring class itself was rather lukewarm. Whether he joined or not bore no consequence to him. It all depended on Ning Xi. If she decided to join, then he would follow suit. Clearly, he needed to devise a means to ensure that she would agree to sit with him in the King to Spring class. That was the crux of the matter. Once he had formulated his plan, Yi Fan gently tapped Ning Xi on the arm, the soft sensation prompting him to muse. Indeed, girls are made of water. As for boys, reinforced concrete. What is up? Ning Xi looked up, her clear eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Yi Fan zhuchklit softly. Do you want to join this King to Spring class that teacher Yang mentioned? Of course I do. Ning Xi blinked, replying softly, such a fantastic opportunity for progress. I must join. I just don't know what the requirements are for joining the class. How about we discuss something? Sure, go ahead. When we get into the spring class, can we still be deskmates? Ning Xi, is that all? That's it. Yi Fan srugit. His handsome features paired with an earnest expression, making him the epitome of charm. Ning Xi met Yi Fan's deep gaze, and her heart fluttered with a surge of anxiety. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, resembling a ripening apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. I might not even be able to join. That's all right. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a low voice. If you join, I will too. If you don't join, I won't either. But regardless of whether we join or not, you must sit with me. Do you understand? I hear you. Ning Xi stared blankly at Yi Fan. His unintentional display of dominance was utterly disarming for a young girl. She was, after all, just a young girl. Noticing that Ning Xi had lost her train of thought, Yi Fan looked on with affectionate amusement. Was this girl raised on cuteness? When Ning Xi collected herself, she realized something was amiss. Her face flushed with heat as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yi Fan's eyes. Is this really how you negotiate? I don't care. You agreed. His nonchalant tone made it sound like an undeniable fact. Ning Xi, is this guy a rogue? How can anyone be like this? She cast a surreptitious glance at Yi Fan, internally grumbling. So what if he is handsome and academically gifted? What is so impressive about that? Oh, but it does seem quite impressive. Ugh, this guy isn't even that handsome. Not all, really. The girl consoled herself with self-deception. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Yi Fan's profile, she found it impossible to look away. Yi Fan's lips curled upward as he lightly tapped the desk. Xiao Shi, do you find me handsome? Very handsome. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ning Xi's face turned crimson. Have I been poisoned? There is no saving me now. Ning Xi, stealing a glance, she found Yi Fan gazing at her with a smile, causing her to wish she could sink into the ground in embarrassment. Have I lost my senses? How could I say something like that? Just then, in the front row, Deng Yu raised his hand to ask, Teacher, how can one join the King to Spring class? This question piqued the curiosity of many. With over 300 students in the senior class, it was impossible for everyone to join this so-called King to Spring class. Some criteria must surely be in place. And all the students pricked up their ears to listen. It's quite simple. Next Monday is the monthly exam, and the top 3 students in this exam will be allowed to join the King to Spring class. What? That is hopeless. Top 3? Forget it. I'll just continue to coast along. Isn't this a form of discrimination? It's utterly unfair. As Yang Ting announced the conditions for joining the King to Spring class, most students wore expressions of defeat. Top 3? That's easier said than done. Of course, a few students appeared somewhat irate, feeling that the school was practicing favoritism. Yang Ting's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on the student who had just spoken, her voice laden with reproach. What is wrong? Is the school preventing you from attending classes or studying? Unfair? Where were you when others were putting in the effort? Now you come to me complaining about fairness? It's too late. It must be said, Yang Ting exuded an imposing presence. Instantly, no one dared to utter a word, and the classroom fell into an utter silence. She sat at the podium and announced, This month's examination is open to all. embodying a fair competition. Whether you can join the Kingda intensive class depends entirely on your own capabilities. If you lack the ability, who can you blame? Do not complain about fate or others. Strive to achieve your goals and understand that only you can determine your destiny. Now, take the next couple of days to prepare diligently. Sharpening your skills at the last moment still brings some shine. Continue with your self-study. The next day, Yi Fan arrived at school. Just as he sat down, before he could greet Ning Xi, he noticed Yang Ting striding into the classroom. Many students were left bewildered. What was happening? It wasn't time for class yet. Why was the head teacher here? Yi Fan, step outside with me, Yang Ting said tersely before turning and exiting the classroom. Numerous eyes turned toward Yi Fan, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be that he had landed himself in trouble? Being summoned for a private discussion by the head teacher was hardly a good sign. A few students, including Deng Yu, displayed smirks of schadenfreude. Oh, Yi the scholar has only been here for a short time, and he's already being called in by the head teacher. Truly remarkable. The sarcasm was evident. In response, Yi Fan showed no reaction, not even glancing at Deng Yu. As he rose and left the classroom, Deng Yu's face shifted between shades of green and red, his eyes blazing with fury. If Yi Fan had retaliated verbally, he wouldn't have been so enraged. However, Yi Fan's utter disregard was what he found most intolerable. After all, he too was a top student in class 2. When had he ever been so blatantly overlooked? Enough was enough. Just wait, Deng Yu muttered darkly to himself. This month's exam will surely see me at the top of the class. Ning Xi gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. The girl was oblivious to the fact that her emotions were somewhat askew. Chapter 27. The Seed of the Top Scholar. Upon exiting the classroom, Yang Ting said nothing as she led Yi Fan to the principal's office. Here we are. Take a seat. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhang Kongxin's face lit up with warmth. Yang Ting felt a pang of jealousy. Was this really the same aloof principal? Yi Fan stood calmly beside Yang Ting, showing no inclination to sit down. Principal, did you call for me regarding something specific? He inquired. Indeed, Zhang Chongshan replied directly. You are aware of the Kingda intensive class, correct? Yes, Yi Fan nodded. Teacher Yang informed us yesterday. He was puzzled about what Zhang Chongshan intended to convey. The reason I called you here today is to inform you that you need not participate in this month's examination. You can directly enter the Kingda intensive class. Zhang Chongshan had his own considerations for this arrangement. Based on the entrance assessments and the previous tests conducted in Class 2, he had essentially confirmed Yi Fan's capabilities. A potential top scorer in the college entrance examination. No exaggeration. As long as Yi Fan maintained his current level, the title of top scholar would be within reach. Such an exceptional student must not be exposed too early. If Yi Fan performed extraordinarily well in the monthly exam, it might reach the ears of that old fellow from Yuqing High School. After all, with so many students at Jinhua, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. With over 3 months left until the college entrance exam, if that old man had any ulterior motives, Yi Fan would have no place to lament his fate. Such situations had occurred in the past. Having learned from previous mistakes, such an error could not be repeated. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot accept your proposal, Principal. Why not? Zhang Chongshan looked taken aback. Logically, no one should refuse such an opportunity. Yet, Yi Fan had done just that. Yang Ting, equally astonished, prompted, Yi Fan, this is a good opportunity. Why would you refuse? Why should I accept it? Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, countering. Do you and the principal believe that I cannot earn a place in the Kingda intensive class based on my grades? To skip the monthly exam and enter the intensive class would be unfair to the other students, and to me as well. If I accept your proposal, everyone would think I am using connections to gain an advantage. In reality, there's no need for that. With my abilities, I could easily secure a spot in the top 3 of the class with my eyes closed. Why would I want to enter the Kingda intensive class through a back door? Zhang Chongshan hesitated, then explained, Yi Fan, the reason we want you to join the Kingda intensive class directly is not due to a lack of faith in your abilities. Rather, it's because we have immense confidence in your potential, hence this decision. Precisely. Yang Ting nodded in agreement. Given your current performance, there's no need for you to take the monthly exam. All you need to do now is maintain your existing level and await the college entrance exam. I refuse. After the two finished speaking, Yi Fan decisively rejected the proposal once more. Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness surfacing on their faces. Particularly for Zhang Chongshan, who felt both embarrassed and frustrated. Last night, he had received numerous calls from parents concerned about the slots in the Kingda intensive class. Regardless of what these parents offered, he had turned them all down. Yet here was Yi Fan, refusing the opportunity even when offered freely. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chongshan was about to speak when Yi Fan interjected, Principal, just say it plainly. Are you afraid I might perform too well and attract the attention of other schools? In a flash, Yi Fan had discerned the entire situation. In his previous life, he had seen many similar news stories. Enrolling students. Do not think this only happens at universities. The competition starts much earlier. The final year of high school is the most frenzied period for student recruitment, where promising candidates for the top scholar title are in high demand. Zhan Chongshan and Yang Ting widened their eyes, their faces reflecting astonishment. Seeing their reactions, Yi Fan chuckled lightly, his youthful face revealing a maturity that felt oddly out of place. I have a suggestion. I wonder if the principal would be interested in hearing it? Go ahead, Zhan Chongshan said, increasingly curious about this student. Yi Fan casually continued, today is Saturday. If all goes as expected, the monthly exam papers should be ready, right? Yes, please continue, Zhan Chongshan encouraged. Since the papers are prepared, I could take the exam in advance. That way, regardless of my score, the principal can choose to announce it at his discretion. For instance, if I score 750 points, he could report it as 720 or 710. My only request is to score just 1 point higher than the first place. As for why he needed to score 1 point higher than the first place, the reason is quite simple. Yi Fan simply did not want to lose. And that was the crux of the matter. With a system that operated at a bug-like level, he could not afford to lose, no matter the circumstances. Otherwise, he would risk losing the system itself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhan Chongshan slowly nodded in agreement. Very well, but let me make one thing clear. If your results are unsatisfactory and you find yourself unable to join the elite class at Kingda, do not blame me. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. His tone was laced with temptation, suggesting that perhaps he should reconsider. Yi Fan said nothing. Instead, he settled into the sofa and smiled at Yang Ting. Teacher Yang, you may go fetch the monthly exam papers now. Zhan Chongshan replied, understood. It was clear that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Yang Ting, appearing somewhat speechless, had initially thought that Zhan Chongshan was merely notifying Yi Fan, but she never anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent. Her gaze shifted toward Zhan Chongshan, silently questioning him. Zhan Chongshan waved his hand in resignation. Go fetch the papers from Director Li. Very well, Principal. Yang Ting turned and exited the office. In just a few minutes, she returned, holding 4 exam papers. Let us begin. Zhan Chongshan glanced at the time. It was 8 in the morning. 2 hours should suffice. A single remark from Yi Fan stifled what Zhan Chongshan had been about to say. He recalled the circumstances of the entrance assessment. Perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. Rustling sounds filled the air as Yi Fan picked up a pen from the coffee table, casually grabbed the top exam paper, and began to write. His writing flowed like a torrent. Yang Ting stood outside the sofa, watching the scene unfold, momentarily entranced. Yes, not even reading the questions? How can one answer without understanding the prompt? Yet, Yi Fan proceeded without pausing between answers, moving seamlessly from one question to the next, just as he had done the day before outside the classroom. Such an approach to answering questions was something she had only seen in Yi Fan. It was utterly unscientific. Zhan Chongshan was equally astounded. He had not witnessed Yi Fan in action during the entrance assessment, and now, observing his unreasonable manner of answering. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. Indeed, it was unreasonable. Who answers questions like this? With no classes scheduled in the morning, Yang Ting decided to remain. She quietly settled into a nearby armchair, her eyes fixed on Yi Fan. Today, she was determined to see what score he would achieve. 750 points? If he managed 500 points with such an answering style, she would eat her desk, though she refrained from making any vows just yet. This student was indeed somewhat sinister. Chapter 28. Sinister. The Chinese exam took him merely 23 minutes, including the essay. As Zhan Chongshan and Yang Ting observed Yi Fan begin the math exam, they exchanged silent glances, both filled with disbelief. How could he be so fast? 23 minutes for the Chinese exam. Zhan Chongshan discreetly gestured to Yang Ting, who immediately understood, taking the completed Chinese exam paper and heading towards the office of Chinese teacher Li Wenqing. Knock, knock. Come in. Yang Ting entered, and upon seeing her, Li Wenqing rose with a smile. Teacher Yang, is there something you need? Yes. Yang Ting placed the exam paper before him and stated directly, Li teacher, could you please assist in grading this paper? Of course. Without further questions, Li Wenqing took a seat and began to grade. At first, everything seemed fine, but as he progressed, his astonishment grew increasingly evident. By the time he reached the essay, his expression was one of pure shock. Absolutely brilliant. Li Wenqing inhaled deeply, his voice filled with eagerness. Teacher Yang, may I ask who completed this paper? Yi Fan. No wonder, no wonder. Upon witnessing Li Wenqing's reaction, Yang Ting curiously inquired. Li teacher, how did he perform? Full marks. Li Wenqing exclaimed, gazing at the paper in disbelief. Without a doubt, full marks, especially the essay. It was exceptional. Yang Ting, though she had anticipated this possibility, was still taken aback upon hearing the words full marks. Perfect scores in Chinese? What would be acceptable in math or English Chinese? Goodness, what kind of prodigy was this? Thank you, Li teacher. Yang Ting nodded in acknowledgement and departed with the exam paper. Upon returning to the principal's office, she intended to report Yi Fan's results to Zhan Chongshan, but a glance at Yi Fan, who was still working diligently, left her momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, a math exam paper lay to Yi Fan's right, yet he was engrossed in the English exam. Yang Ting silently checked her watch. It had only taken her 14 minutes to leave and return. 14 minutes to complete the math exam? The overwhelming shock was accompanied by a hint of numbness. This student was sinister, utterly sinister. Zhan Chongshan, noticing Yang Ting's dazed expression, could not help but chuckle wryly. It was not just Yang Ting who felt this way. He himself was equally astonished. The difficulty of this month's exam was notably higher than any previous monthly assessments. Yet, Yi Fan's performance was simply terrifying. Zhan Chongshan had encountered countless students, but he had never seen one as formidable as this. He was certain that even a senior teacher would not be able to complete this month's exam in just a few minutes. Truly, this was a child who defied comprehension. Principal, take a look. Yang Ting placed the Chinese exam in front of Zhan Chongshan, saying nothing as she picked up the math exam and exited the office once more. After a brief interval, Zhan Chongshan stared at the two glaring scores of 150, his lips twitching as he muttered to himself, "What on earth is this creature?" Hearing this, Yang Ting glanced back at Yi Fan, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. Given Yi Fan's current performance, he was fully capable of challenging for this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise in tandem. The National College Entrance Examination's top scorer undoubtedly possesses an exceptional merit. Should Yi Fan triumph, his homeroom teacher would undoubtedly rise in prestige alongside him. One must ask, who wouldn't he cherish such a student? With a serene expression, Yi Fan picked up the English test paper and looked up at Yang Ting, saying, "Teacher, let us begin." Yang Ting, Zhan Chongshan. For the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English, Yi Fan completed all three papers in merely 54 minutes. Yang Ting retrieved a red ballpoint pen from the pen holder on her desk, seated herself on a single sofa, and commenced grading the English paper. Correct, correct, correct. In less than 4 minutes, she set down her pen. The glaring red number on the test paper stood out strikingly. 150. Another perfect score. Yang Ting took a deep breath, rose, and placed the test paper in front of Zhan Chongshan. "Here you are, Principal." Zhan Chongshan. Is there truly a necessity for such a student to join the Kingda Intensive class? The Kingda Intensive class primarily focuses on tutoring students in the three core subjects: Chinese, mathematics, and English. Given Yi Fan's demonstrated capabilities, he is not in need of such assistance. Although the retired professors from Kingda are undoubtedly formidable, they would likely find themselves at a loss when faced with a student as exceptionally talented as Yi Fan. How does one teach a student devoid of shortcomings? This fellow is truly extraordinary. Indeed, coughed just then, while Yi Fan was engaged in the comprehensive science examination, he paused in his writing and protested to the two. "Principal, Teacher Yang, can't you say something complimentary in my presence?" As he spoke, his brow raised slightly, and he chuckled. "I'm merely outstanding, the out in outstanding, and the stand in stand out." Zhan Chongshan, Yang Ting. Observing the speechless expressions on their faces, Yi Fan smiled faintly and redirected his focus to the comprehensive science paper. His writing speed astonishingly swift. Done. A few minutes later, Yi Fan placed his pen down and raised the comprehensive science paper in his hand. His action left Zhan Chongshan and Yang Ting once again speechless. Too fast. Could it be that this lad consumed expired rat poison? While a perfect score isn't unheard of, achieving it in such an extraordinarily short time is simply preposterous. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yi Fan blinked calmly and smiled. "Is there something on my face? Is my presence no longer required? I shall take my leave." Without allowing them a moment to respond, Yi Fan stood and exited the office. Watching Yi Fan's departing silhouette, Zhan Chongshan sighed lightly, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. "Teacher Yang, I am quite eager to see the performance of Class 2 in next Monday's monthly exam. Now that we have Yi Fan, I hope Class 2 can surpass Class 1 this time." "One can hope." Yang Ting nodded, though she held little optimism. Class 1 is home to an abundance of top-tier students, consistently featuring 4 individuals among the top 10 in the grade. In contrast, aside from Ning Xi and Deng Yu, the rest of Class 2 scarcely stand a chance to break into the top ranks, and even with Yi Fan included, they would only total 3. Returning to the classroom, as Yi Fan settled into his seat, Ning Xi's small hand poked him twice beneath the desk. Where have you been? What? Missing me? With his long hair brushing against the corner of his eye, his handsome smile accompanied by a teasing remark was utterly captivating. Ning Xi was taken aback, her expression shifting multiple times in the blink of an eye. Her slightly youthful face already radiated an enchanting beauty. A beauty like this is a sight to behold. Chapter 29. A loose tongue and a reckless hand? Ugh. Ning Xi's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She quickly glanced around, relieved to see that others were engrossed in the lesson, and sighed internally. Yi Fan, please refrain from such jokes in the future. She turned her head away, choosing not to engage further. Yi Fan felt somewhat defeated. Was it really such a big deal to tease a little? After all, we are bound to become a family sooner or later. Cough gently tugging at Ning Xi's sleeve, he whispered, my apologies. I won't make such jokes again. Please don't be angry. Ning Xi focused intently on the blackboard, ignoring him. She didn't harbor any resentment towards Yi Fan. But that didn't mean she could accept such teasing. Moreover, his previous comment had altered her perception of him. So frivolous. Ugh, what a cad. This is undeniable. Originally, her impression was a solid 70 out of 100. Now it had plummeted to 35. If Yi Fan could fathom Ning Xi's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly give himself a resounding slap across the face. Why did he have to let his loose tongue lead him astray? I was in the principal's office, working on some papers. Noticing Ning Xi's continued silence, Yi Fan decided to drop a bombshell, leaning slightly to the left, crossing the boundary of their desks, and adding, it's regarding the monthly exam papers. This finally elicited a reaction from Ning Xi, but upon witnessing Yi Fan's movement, her eyes turned icy, and her voice rang out clear and crisp. Please keep your distance. Can't you see this obvious boundary line? Yi Fan. All right then. He realized he had truly irked this girl. What a challenge. He glanced at his arm that had crossed the boundary and slapped it playfully. Loose tongue, reckless hand. Arm, Granny Lee's. The sound immediately drew the attention of many in the classroom, including the physics teacher, Chi Wenju, who was conducting the lesson. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Me? Yi Fan stood and explained, Teacher, I was just swatting a mosquito. His demeanor was remarkably calm, showing no signs of guilt. Ning Xi shot him a sidelong glance, her lips slightly pursed. What a fibber, speaking without a shred of shame. Clearly, he is not a good person. It seems she ought to distance herself from him. Chi Wenju, it's only the end of March, and the temperature is only in the teens. Are there even mosquitoes around? Are you trying to pull a fast one? But who could resist someone like Yi Fan? For exemplary students, especially one as outstanding as Yi Fan, teachers tend to exhibit a high tolerance. He was no exception. Swatting mosquitoes is permissible, but please refrain from making such a loud noise, as it disrupts the class for others. Chi Wenju gestured for Yi Fan to sit down and resumed explaining the content on the blackboard. Once seated, Yi Fan cast a bitter glance at Ning Xi. Feeling utterly helpless, this girl remains so difficult to approach. In his previous life, when Ning Xi first joined the company, the older gentlemen were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They had never encountered such a stunning girl, and their demeanor transformed entirely. With unkempt hair, a clean-shaven face, and attire that now befits his stature, he strives to leave a favorable impression in Ning Xi's heart, yearning for a moment of intimacy. Regrettably, Ning Xi casts not even a glance in their direction, setting an extraordinary record in the process. What record, you ask? For 6 consecutive months. Aside from professional interactions with Yi Fan, she has uttered not a single word to any other male. It took more than a year for Ning Xi to gradually warm up to Yi Fan. The reason was simple. Yi Fan's gaze toward her differed from that of other boys, clear and pure, evoking a sense of comfort within her. This understanding only dawned on Ning Xi later, revealing her inherent wariness towards unfamiliar males. No, to be precise, it was a matter of vigilance. Signed softly, Yi Fan realized that future interactions with this girl would require a more cautious approach. If he continued to dally, she might very well stray into another's arms. After class, Ning Xi leaned over her desk, diligently reviewing the material discussed in class. Her petite figure, combined with a gentle and sweet demeanor, evoked an irresistible urge in others to envelop her in a warm embrace. Yi Fan initiated the conversation. Ning Xi, did you complete the physics paper I gave you yesterday? Here, she replied, retrieving the exam from her drawer and handing it to him. In the future, you needn't tutor me anymore, and please refrain from speaking to me as much as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, she returned to her notes, engrossed in her studies. Yi Fan, bewildered, thought to himself, what is this situation? After 2 minutes of frustration, he redirected his focus to the physics exam before him, picking up his pen to mark it. His pace was not swift. Upon encountering errors, he would pause to annotate alongside Ning Xi's answers, outlining the corresponding problem-solving methods and fundamental concepts. The bell chimed, signaling the end of class, and Yi Fan had only managed to mark half the paper. During Chinese class, Li Wenqing entered the room, his gaze immediately landing on Yi Fan. At that moment, he was still pondering the brilliance of Yi Fan's essay. Had it not been for Yang Ting's explicit confirmation that the paper was indeed Yi Fan's, he would have found it difficult to believe that a senior could compose such an exquisite piece. Unbelievable, inconceivable, absurd. This lesson was primarily focused on writing techniques and related skills. After inscribing the 4 characters for writing techniques on the blackboard, Li Wenqing inquired, "Does anyone have a unique method they would like to share with the class?" Silence ensued. No one seemed inclined to respond. As what could there possibly be to discuss about writing? Just right. Yi Fan remained hunched over, meticulously grading the physics paper. As he scrutinized the penultimate question, his brow furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "This girl's grasp of physics is truly lacking. How could she possibly get this question wrong?" Ning Xi, overhearing this, felt her brows twitch with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. This girl? That term was reserved for her father alone. How excessive. Anger aside, she refrained from voicing her discontent, as Li Wenqing's attention was fixed upon her and Yi Fan. With no one stepping forward, the teacher proceeded to call on someone. "Yi Fan, please stand up and share your insights." In an instant, all eyes turned toward Yi Fan, with many faces betraying a hint of schadenfreude. If he faltered, it wouldn't be their embarrassment to bear. Yet Yi Fan continued to scribble notes, entirely oblivious to Li Wenqing's call. "Yi Fan, Yi Fan." Only when Li Wenqing raised his voice did Yi Fan finally respond, still focused on the paper, asking without lifting his head, "What is it, teacher? Please share your writing techniques and insights with the class." "Oh, sure," Yi Fan replied. "Free fall is a uniformly accelerated linear motion with an initial velocity of 0. Adhering to the laws of uniformly accelerated motion." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Had he lost his mind? Just wait for the reprimand. Responding with a physics formula in a Chinese class? How impressive. Ning Xi hesitated for a moment, gently kicking Yi Fan under the desk and whispering, "This is Chinese class. Look at the blackboard." It was only then that Yi Fan realized his oversight, glancing up in astonishment. Just as everyone anticipated Yi Fan's reprimand, an astonishing scene unfolded. Li Wenqing not only refrained from being angry, but instead wore a broad smile, saying, "Yi Fan, this is Chinese class. Please address the teacher's question first. Then you can tackle the physics problems." My goodness. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their minds momentarily blank. When did the old teacher become so amiable? This must be a dream. One boy pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. His deskmate's expression twisted in shock. "What are you doing?" "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." "Why not pinch yourself?" "I'm afraid it hurt." "You idiot." Many students were filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? Chapter 30. Concern leads to confusion of. Deng Yu wore a cold smile. The prospect of witnessing Yi Fan's embarrassment brought him immense joy. Another who shared this sentiment was Zhao Wenhao. Both he and Deng Yu harbored ill feelings toward Yi Fan, particularly due to Yi Fan's close association with Ning Xi. Furthermore, Ning Xi's demeanor toward Yi Fan seemed distinctly different from her interactions with other boys. Though they could not pinpoint exactly what set it apart, the feeling was palpable, instilling a sense of unease in both of them. In the classroom, dozens of gazes were fixed upon Yi Fan. For an ordinary student, the pressure might render them speechless. Yet Yi Fan remained unfazed, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Glancing at the 4 characters on the blackboard, he shifted his thoughts, and the relevant knowledge points surfaced in his mind. His voice was calm and authoritative, captivating the audience's attention. The techniques of writing can primarily be divided into 3 aspects: theme, structure, and content. Let's first discuss the theme. If the title is provided, one can derive the theme directly from the keywords. In the case of a material essay, it is advisable to interpret the author's intent from multiple perspectives and select the most prominent angle for the theme. Avoid being overly narrow-minded and do not attempt to cover every angle. A single sentence suffices to convey the theme. As for the structure, one should draft an outline before putting pen to paper, understanding how many paragraphs the essay will encompass and what each paragraph will discuss. For instance, in an argumentative essay, the first paragraph states the argument. The second provides contemporary examples to support it, and the third similarly develops the argument with evidence. One may draw upon ancient examples, while the 4th paragraph could incorporate foreign instances for substantiation, ultimately concluding the narrative. When recounting a story, one may follow a chronological or event-driven progression. Yi Fan eloquently spoke for nearly 10 minutes, still brimming with unquenched enthusiasm upon concluding. Everyone was rendered speechless, gazing at Yi Fan with their mouths slightly agape, their faces etched with incredulity. Is this even possible? They were certain Yi Fan had not been paying attention in class, yet he effortlessly spoke so fluently. Quite impressive. Sitting beside Yi Fan, Ning Xi was astounded. How remarkable! How could she entertain such thoughts? No, no. Ning Xi, regain your composure. Do not be deceived by this fellow's exterior and talent. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Well said, remarkably winking, as applause erupted in the classroom. Deng Yu and Zhao Wenhao wore expressions akin to those who had just consumed something bitter, utterly astonished that Yi Fan could indeed respond so adeptly. Hadn't he just been inattentive? Truly bewildering. Li Wenqing gestured for Yi Fan to take his seat, lavishing him with praise, stating that the writing techniques he had just shared were exceptional, and that everyone should seek his guidance in this regard. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. As Ning Xi stood up, she instinctively grasped Yi Fan's hand, fortuitously catching hold of her delicate, almost ethereal fingers. Let go. Ning Xi was momentarily dazed, then quickly jerked her hand away as if jolted by electricity. Her fair, flawless face radiated a cold demeanor. Yet, her exquisite features could not muster a truly fierce expression, only enhancing her charm and adding a unique flavor. Ahem. Sensing the awkwardness, Yi Fan innocently raised his hands in surrender, explaining, "Do not misunderstand. I merely intended to return your physics exam paper." As he spoke, he placed the corrected paper before Ning Xi. "I have marked the mistakes. You might find it helpful to review it when you have time." Ning Xi glanced at Yi Fan, then at the paper, her icy demeanor softening slightly. "Thank you, but there is no need to go through such trouble in the future." "It's no trouble at all. It is only right for classmates to assist each other, especially since we are desk mates," Yi Fan quickly amended, realizing his words could be misconstrued. Ning Xi, silent, moved her chair, preparing to leave. Yi Fan, blocking the space behind him, tentatively inquired, "Shao Ning Xi, I hope I haven't misspoken? Move aside, I need to go." "Where are you going?" Ning Xi replied, "I need to go to the restroom." Yet, how could she communicate this to Yi Fan? "I'm feeling unwell," she finally muttered, turning her head away, her soft voice laced with embarrassment and indignation. "Can you move now?" Yi Fan responded, "Oh dear." Concerned seemed to muddle one's thoughts. This remark was undeniably accurate. After Ning Xi exited the classroom, Yi Fan picked up a collection of advanced math problems, hoping to utilize these few minutes to accumulate some experience points. Just as he was about to begin, a voice interrupted him. "Ah, you're quite diligent." Deng Yu sneered, tapping his fingers on the desk as he looked down at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, do you dare to wager with me?" His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of several students. Yi Fan set the math book down, lazily fixing his gaze on Deng Yu. "Why should I wager with you? Gambling is illegal. You're in your senior year. Surely you know that?" Deng Yu retorted. "Such a flippant attitude is infuriating. It feels as if I'm punching cotton, without even stating the terms of the bet. You're already frightened?" His face was a mask of disdain as he proclaimed loudly, "Are you a man? If you are, then wager with me. Apologies, Yi Fan replied jalmly. I'm merely a boy. I am not yet a man." Unless he raised an eyebrow at Deng Yu, a knowing look in his eyes. Oh, many boys in the vicinity let out knowing chuckles. Deng Yu's face flushed with anger. Yi Fan smirked slightly, returning to his math book, ignoring Deng Yu. Unwilling to leave in defeat, Deng Yu seized Yi Fan's book, exclaiming, "In the upcoming monthly exam, let us compete on our scores. Whoever achieves the higher score will be the other's elder brother. From now on, in any circumstance, the other must refer to them as elder brother. Do you dare?" Yi Fan regarded Deng Yu with exasperation. Truthfully, he found it tiresome to engage with someone so juvenile. However, Deng Yu's relentless demeanor was increasingly vexing. "I'm not bothering you. Why are you provoking me? What is wrong with you? What can you even do?" Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden inquiry. Yi Fan idly scratched his ear, laughing. "I can't possibly take on a subordinate who knows nothing. Can I?" Deng Yu shouted, "How arrogant! Utterly arrogant!" Previously, he had been the one to act with bravado. How had the roles reversed with Yi Fan? This was intolerable. Deng Yu's father owned a company worth billions. Yet he dared to say a subordinate like that was useless? Ridiculous. It seemed he had already won, and he could not abide such a person. "Do you boys understand anything? This is called confidence," Yi Fan retorted, rolling his eyes. "Wow, the more I see Yi Fan, the more I think he is handsome." As class time approached, Deng Yu lost all patience and coldly demanded, "Do you dare to take the bet or not?" Seeing Yi Fan's eagerness to be a subordinate, he would grant him an opportunity. It's settled. With Yi Fan's agreement, Deng Yu tossed out those 4 words and turned to leave. Yi Fan shook his head and resumed perusing his math problems. Let them wager. For he was confident he would not lose. Competing on monthly exam scores? Huh. Deng Yu likely had no idea that the top score was already his. Chapter 31. I truly did not deceive you just before the class bell rang. Ning Xi returned to the classroom. She did not speak to Yi Fan. Her gaze fixed on the physics exam paper before her, her feelings somewhat conflicted. The paper, densely annotated, rendered her momentarily silent. To be fair, Yi Fan was unlike the other boys. When other boys looked at their papers, their eyes often burned with a certain intensity. Yet Yi Fan was different. When he looked at his eyes were clear, occasionally revealing a hint of affection, much like gazing upon a daughter. This sentiment left Ning Xi in a state of perplexity. After all, she had only known Yi Fan for a mere few days. Why then? Did she experience such an emotion? Perhaps it was simply her overactive imagination. As the afternoon bell rang, the campus appeared unusually desolate compared to the norm. Due to the Saturday break, first and second-year students had the day off, leaving only the third-year students to toil away in preparation for their impending examinations. With the weather gradually warming, the willows lining the roadside at the school gate began to unfurl their tender branches, adorning the world with a delicate shade of green. Yi Fan stood beside one of these willows at the entrance, his gaze flitting back and forth at the departing students. As throngs of pupils exited, the gate grew increasingly quiet. However, he remained unperturbed. Through his observations of Ning Xi over the past few days, he learned that she favored solitude. Typically, she lingered for 5 or 6 minutes post-class, avoiding the rush before finally leaving the classroom. True to form, at 5:38, a graceful silhouette appeared at the school gate. Her slender frame, clad in a simple white sweatshirt, appeared even more petite, with only a hint of baby fat gracing her delicate face, lending her an air of resilience. Upon catching sight of Ning Xi, Yi Fan's eyes filled with warmth. In his previous life, he had failed to provide her with an answer. In this lifetime, he vowed to accompany her to the very end of her journey. With her head bowed, Ning Xi took small, measured steps. Seemingly liberated from the intense atmosphere of academic pressure, her spirits buoyed. The little yellow flower of the story, since the year of its birth, emitted a soft sound akin to celestial music, irresistibly inviting one to embrace tranquility, almost as if imbued with a mystical charm. Following Ning Xi, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. Her singing remained as enchanting as ever. The first time he heard her voice was in a KTV venue, after his securities firm had secured a significant client. As the boss, he treated the entire company to a dinner and karaoke session, with only a dozen employees. In the KTV, a few enthusiastic colleagues urged Ning Xi to sing, despite her initial reluctance, and she eventually performed Legend, leaving everyone astounded. It was in that moment that Yi Fan felt a peculiar stir within his heart towards her. Now, hearing her voice once more, that same flutter returned. Lost in reminiscence, Yi Fan suddenly collided with a petite form, and upon raising his gaze, he met Ning Xi's wary eyes. "What do you want?" she inquired as she stepped into a narrow alleyway, having noticed him trailing behind. Her initial instinct was to reassure herself that he was merely taking the same route. Yet, as she ventured deeper into the alley, Yi Fan followed suit. As a girl being pursued by a male classmate, Ning Xi felt a surge of panic. She dared not proceed further into the alley and quietly picked up a wooden stick, roughly 2 feet long, prepared to take the initiative if necessary. And thus, the current scene unfolded. Yi Fan, coming back to his senses, observed Ning Xi wielding the stick with a vigilant expression, and a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. "If I say I'm just passing by, would you believe me? Do you take me for a fool?" Ning Xi retorted coldly, gesturing towards the alley's entrance a few meters away. "Did you not just arrive in the capital? Why would you choose the alley instead of the main road? You must have ulterior motives." However, as she gazed into Yi Fan's clear eyes, her resolve wavered. How could a person with ill intentions possess such innocence in their gaze? Yi Fan cleared his throat. "I truly am just passing through. May I have the chance to prove it?" Seeing the sincerity etched on his face, Ning Xi hesitated before giving a slight nod of her head. "How will you prove it?" "It's simple. Follow me," he replied, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he stepped ahead. Ning Xi trailed a few meters behind, evidently still skeptical of Yi Fan. He paid her doubts no mind. Ever since discovering the shortcut, he had traversed it daily, skillfully navigating the twists and turns until they soon reached the opposite side of Zhaohua Road. Observing Yi Fan's familiarity with the path, Ning Xi's belief began to solidify. Yi Fan paused and pointed towards the entrance of Bayou Garden, over 200 meters away. "I rent a place in that community. This is the most direct route. Please do not misconstrue my intentions." Without waiting for her approval, he took her hand and led her to the car parked by the roadside, tapping on the window. The window rolled down to reveal a man in a black suit, appearing to be around 30, exuding a subtle, refined aura. Upon seeing this man, Yi Fan's mind instantly conjured 2 words: soldier. This individual was likely a retired military personnel, the unmistakable air of discipline surrounding him. Just moments ago, Zhuangli had noticed the situation outside the car, surmising that Yi Fan must be a classmate of the young lady. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, for in his recollection, She had never been seen leaving school with a classmate, especially not a male one. What astonished him further was that this young boy dared to grasp the young lady's hand. This could lead to consequences both significant and minor. Zhuangli was acutely aware of the boss's indulgence towards the young lady, who would spare no effort to fulfill her desires. Should the boss learn of this incident, Zhuangli's position as her chauffeur could very well be jeopardized. Zhuangli's initial impression of Yifan was not favorable. He nodded towards Ning Xi outside the window. Addressing her, "Miss, who is this?" Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback by Yifan's actions. When she regained her composure, she struggled to free her hand. Though to no avail. Flushed with a charming pink hue, she stammered, "Uncle Zhuang, this is my classmate." After speaking, she cast an annoyed glance at Yifan and whispered, "Let go of me." "Not just yet," Yifan replied calmly, a smile gracing his features as he nodded to Zhuangli. "Uncle Zhuang, could you please drive to the entrance of Bayou Garden? Ning Xi needs to collect some study materials from my home. It will only take a few minutes at most." With that, he disregarded Ning Xi's protests and led her towards the garden's entrance. "You." Ning Xi felt the stares of passers-by upon her, blushing furiously. "I don't believe you yet. Can you please let go of me?" By the end of her plea, a note of desperation tinged her voice. Throughout her life, she had never had a male friend, let alone held hands with a boy in public. If there were a crack in the ground, she would have eagerly squeezed through it. Yifan halted, his handsome features illuminated by the setting sun, making him appear even more striking. "I can let you go, but you must not run away. I only wish to prove that I am not deceiving you. I won't run away." Upon hearing those 3 words, Yifan said nothing more and released Ning Xi. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she softly inquired, "Aren't you afraid I'll flee?" "Not at all." Yifan shook his head and said, "Follow me. It won't take too long." With that, he strode towards the entrance of the White Jade Garden. Ning Xi glanced back at the car parked a few meters away, then turned to look at Yifan's retreating figure, lightly stamping her foot. Her delicate face revealed a mix of hesitation and struggle. Ultimately, she decided to follow him. She was not one to deceive. Yifan, aware of this, felt reassured. Yifan's pace was leisurely, and soon Ning Xi found herself walking alongside him. Upon reaching building number 3, as they ascended to the 4th floor, Ning Xi was slightly out of breath. She seldom exercised, dedicating most of her time to her studies. Climbing stairs, in her memory, it was something she had rarely, if ever, done. Yifan paused, removed his backpack, and handed one of the shoulder straps to Ning Xi, saying, "Hold on, I'll help you up." After a moment's hesitation, she gently grasped the strap. When they reached the 6th floor, Yifan took out his key to unlock the door. The instant the door swung open, Ning Xi was entirely convinced that Yifan had not been misleading her. She stood at the threshold, hesitating to enter. Yifan turned back and, noticing her reluctance, smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid," Ning Xi replied, meeting his gaze. A hint of apology graced her fair face as she continued, "I'm sorry about earlier. I misunderstood you, and I apologize." "It's nothing," Yifan responded, placing his backpack on the shoe cabinet. He gestured towards the iron door, saying, "Come in. I prepared a math test for you. The door is open, so there's no need to worry about anything." Ning Xi looked deeply into Yifan's eyes before finally stepping inside. Yifan guided her to the sofa and said, "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you," Ning Xi replied, shaking her head repeatedly, her voice tinged with shyness. She was perplexed by her own feelings, despite her resolve to distance herself from Yifan and decline his academic assistance. She found herself unable to utter a word of refusal whenever she met his clean, sincere gaze. Now, to be in his residence was truly beyond her imagination. With a smile, Yifan turned to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of lemonade. He placed one in front of Ning Xi and said, "I made this myself. It's quite decent. Give it a try while I fetch the test from the bedroom." Ning Xi stared at Yifan's back, then at the lemonade before her, momentarily taken aback. Coincidentally, aside from plain water, she only drank lemonade. How fortuitous! Lifting the glass, she took a small sip, and her surprise deepened. The taste was delightful. It was hard to believe that a high school student had made it. She thought Yifan could easily set up a stall and surely thrive in business. What a bizarre thought. The girl shook her head, sipping her lemonade while her gaze wandered to the bedroom door, occasionally surveying the interior. Although the apartment was modest, it exuded a sense of cleanliness and warmth. In the bedroom, Yifan rummaged through a chaotic pile of books and soon found a math test and a physics notebook he had prepared for Ning Xi. He returned to the living room, placing the items before her as he took a seat opposite her. "This math test addresses the mistakes you made in the previous assessment. Please take it seriously. And this notebook contains some physics analyses and problem-solving strategies for you to review when you have time." "Thank you," Ning Xi replied, feeling somewhat awkward as she looked at the test and notebook before her. Despite her cold demeanor towards Yifan, he continued to offer her such assistance. In his eyes, she saw only sincerity. Let us refrain from such formalities. We are not only desk mates, but also friends. It's perfectly natural to help each other, Yifan said, standing up to sit beside her. He opened her backpack and placed the test and notebook inside. Feeling his presence, Ning Xi's mind went blank as she inhaled the faint scent of laundry detergent on him, causing her heart to flutter nervously. Noticing her daze, Yifan waved his hand before her eyes and softly said, Ning Xi, what are you lost in thought about? It's all fine now. Let us head downstairs. The nickname Xiao Xi had become ingrained in him, yet he understood that she was still coming to terms with it, so he opted to use her full name instead. Patience was key. Okay, Ning Xi replied softly, her head bowed, reflecting on Yifan's earlier words. Xiao Xi? He instinctively called her by that name, which puzzled her since they had only known each other for a little over 10 days. Once downstairs, Yifan did not stop but continued to accompany Ning Xi to the community entrance. The car awaited beneath a tree at the roadside. Yifan approached the vehicle, opened the door, and gestured for her to enter. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Ning Xi replied, nodding slightly. Just as she was about to get in, her body paused momentarily as she made a decision. Call me Xiao Xi. Her voice was soft, tender, and gentle. It was only after the car had disappeared from view that Yifan slowly regained his composure and smiled knowingly. As the car glided smoothly down the road, Zhuangli observed the young lady's demeanor through the rearview mirror. After a brief moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, Miss, may I ask you a question? Of course. Ning Xi replied with a gentle nod. Zhuangli organized his thoughts before speaking. Is the boy you were with just an ordinary classmate? Please don't misunderstand. You know the boss. Ning Xi responded politely, her smile soothing. We're merely classmates. His academic performance is excellent, and I asked him for some tutoring. I understand. Zhuangli refrained from pressing further. Having been Ning Xi's driver for over 2 years, he was well acquainted with her character. After a while, Ning Xi suddenly spoke from the back seat. Uncle Zhuang, please pretend you didn't see what happened today. If my father finds out, I'll worry about what he might do. Miss, rest assured. Zhuangli made an okay gesture, a hint of fondness flickering in his eyes. After 2 years of companionship, he had come to regard this gentle, polite, sweet, and charming girl as his own sister. The thought of her growing up struck a painful chord in his heart. The car entered a large villa surrounded by a variety of lush greenery, beautifully arranged. Ning Xi, with her backpack, headed towards the living room, ready to ascend the stairs, when she was called to a halt. Xiao Xi, you're back from school? Chapter 33. Ning Xiantian Xiao Xi, you're back from school? A middle-aged man sat upright on the sofa, his plain features unremarkable. A glimmer of brilliance occasionally flickered in the depths of his eyes, revealing the grand ambitions that lay within. He exuded a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure, embodying the essence of an individual in a position of power. Ning Xiantian. This name is imbued with an enchanting allure. In the realm of our nation, one could safely assume that even a 3-year-old child is familiar with it. An investment magnate, a commercial prodigy, these are but a few of the accolades bestowed upon him by others. Yet, these accolades scarcely scratch the surface. Ning Xiantian possesses an even more formidable identity, the wealthiest individual in Xian Nation. For 6 consecutive years, he has dominated the Forbes Xian Nation wealth rankings, and no one has been able to challenge his supremacy. The legendary tales of Ning Xiantian are so abundant that they could fill days and nights without end. And Ning Xi, she is the sole daughter of Ning Xiantian. In his quest to provide her with a semblance of a normal childhood, Ning Xiantian has shielded her with the utmost care. Throughout Xian Nation, hardly anyone is aware of his fatherhood. In the corporate realm, Ning Xiantian stands as the chairman, assertive and decisive. Yet at home, he assumes the roles of husband and father. His gentleness is wholly devoted to his wife and daughter. In his eyes, they're the most precious gifts bestowed upon him by the heavens. Especially his daughter, Ning Xi. Ning Xi responded with a soft acknowledgement, displaying no intent to linger in the living room. She harbored an aversion to spending time with her father, as the atmosphere was rather stifling. In contrast, she found solace in her mother-esque company, where warmth and joy flourished. Observing his daughter making her way to the staircase, a faint expression of defeat flickered across Ning Xiantian's face. He set aside his documents and beckoned to Ning Xi. Xiao Xi, am I truly that frightening? Gulme, sit with me for a while. Reluctantly, Ning Xi approached after removing her backpack. Dad, is there something you need? If not, I have to go upstairs to tackle my homework. My senior year is demanding, and the workload is substantial. Ning Xiantian's eyelids twitched twice, his tone laced with helplessness as he poured himself a glass of water, unable to stifle a wry smile. If memory serves me right, You said the same thing the last few times. Xiaoxi, how long has it been since we had a proper conversation? Do you truly not wish to spend time with your father? Do you? Ning Xi blinked, muttering softly, I've been overwhelmed with studies lately. I hardly recall such matters. Besides, you are my father. What daughter would dare to disregard you? That would be akin to sabotaging her own allowance. You impudent child. Ning Xiantian shook his head and explained. Throughout your life, even when you made mistakes, I never deducted your pocket money. You cannot accuse me unjustly. Please, name one infraction I should be aware of. Ning Xi extended her right hand, silently observing her father. Ning Xiantian, defeated, his eloquence, which had triumphed in countless situations, found no foothold before his daughter. A simple statement rendered him speechless. This knack for silencing him was undeniably inherited from his wife. The old adage holds true, like mother, like daughter. Coughing slightly, Ning Xiantian awkwardly suggested, well, let's change the subject. How has your studying been? Same as always. Realizing that his daughter was not inclined to leave anytime soon, Ning Xi took out the handwritten math test paper given to her by Yifan. Before she could even grasp her pen, the paper was snatched away. Goodness. Is your school so financially strained that even tests are handwritten? Should I consider donating some funds to Jinhua? This time, it was Ning Xi who fell silent. She had endured similar remarks throughout her 3 years of high school, at least 20 times. Dad, why haven't you abandoned that notion yet? I get along splendidly with my classmates. Please do not interfere. Ning Xiantian chuckled awkwardly and turned his attention to the test paper. Initially unfazed, his astonishment grew with each passing moment. Upon completing his review of the entire sheet, he exclaimed, your math teacher possesses remarkable skill. These questions are exceptionally well crafted. You can comprehend this? Ning Xi raised her delicate brow, her fair face displaying a hint of surprise. A slight cough escaped Ning Xiantian, ahem. Xiaoxi, I am a graduate student from Tsinghua University, after all. Ning Xi pouted, yet I have never seen you assist me with my studies. Ning Xiantian found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her statement. Could we not engage in a different manner of conversation? Suddenly, Ning Xi let out a laugh, reminiscent of blossoms in full bloom, refreshing and delightful to behold. All right, I was merely teasing you, understanding that you work hard to provide for the family. Now, that's music to my ears. Shower me with compliments, and your allowance shall double next month. Not happening. Ning Xiantian rose to sit beside Ning Xi, spreading the test paper across the coffee table. Come, give it a try. From this day onward, I shall tutor you every day. Really? Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's eyes brimmed with skepticism. She was acutely aware of her father's bustling schedule, constantly jetting about. Often absent from home, there were times when she might not see him for an entire month. The prospect of daily tutoring? She had never dared to even entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, she scrutinized Ning Xiantian, her gaze rife with uncertainty. Was this truly her father? Surely, he had not been possessed by some inexplicable entity. Indeed, it is true. The college entrance examination is a pivotal moment in a child's life. Ning Xiantian understood this fully, which is why he had canceled all his commitments for the past 3 months, solely to accompany his daughter through this crucial period. He intended to keep this decision from Ning Xi. Ning Xi offered a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. She picked up her pen and began tackling the test paper. However, as she commenced, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, evoking a sense of sympathy. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Ning Xi's forehead. Her youthful visage bore the unmistakable expression of despair. Were these questions? Each one is a trap, particularly in the areas I struggle with. Unbeknownst to her, 2 hours had slipped by. At precisely 8:07 in the evening, Ning Xi set down her pen, her once tense demeanor gradually relaxing. This math test was, without a doubt, the most challenging she had ever encountered. Ning Xiantian handed her a tissue, concern etched across his face. You must be exhausted. Here, wipe your sweat. Accepting the tissue, Ning Xi dabbed at her forehead, muttering softly, these questions are incredibly difficult. Allow me to take a look. Ning Xiantian picked up the test paper and began to read. A few minutes later, he silently set down the exam paper and inquired, Xiaoxi, did your mathematics teacher specifically assign you this paper? To be honest, he was quite astonished. From Ning Xi's responses, Ning Xiantian discerned something amiss. Every question on the paper aligned perfectly with his daughter's weaknesses. Such precise and targeted tutoring was an exceptional standard that most teachers could not achieve. Isn't it? After a brief hesitation, Ning Xi gently shook her head. Then who is it? Chapter 34. Father's surname. Mother sound, who is it? Upon seeing his daughter shake her head, a look of perplexity crossed Ning Xiantian's face. Not the teacher? Could it be the principal? Ning, she remained silent. her small hand entwined with her father's arm, gently shaking it, her tone imbued with a hint of playful affection. Dad, why don't you first see how I did? What score did I get? She was well aware of her father's nature, his excessive concern and affection for her. Especially regarding her interactions with boys, it was almost exaggerated. A gentle breeze could ignite a flame. A gust of wind could stir a storm. In the second year of junior high, Ning Xi had stayed late to clean the classroom with a boy from her class. Consequently, as they approached the school gate, they encountered her father, who was exuding an intimidating aura. The moment he saw the boy beside her, anger ignited in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he pulled her away. After that, she transferred schools. She vividly remembered how resolute her father had been at that time. It was precisely for this reason that Ning Xi wished to keep Yi Fan a secret from her father. If her father were to learn about her sitting next to Yi Fan, it would be prudent to keep it under wraps. Oh, all right. Ning Xiangtian was momentarily dazed. Moreover, as Ning Xi grew older, she seldom indulged in playful antics with him. With this sudden display, he was caught off guard, and with a tone of affection, he said, "Let me first calculate your score, but you must prepare yourself mentally. There are many mistakes, so I estimate your score won't be particularly high." "It's fine." Observing her father's diverted attention, Ning Xi's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Tap, tap, tap. A woman appeared at the stairway. Her loose loungewear did little to conceal her graceful figure. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Ning Xi, looking barely in her 20s. The woman approached Ning Xi, and the two stood side by side, akin to sisters. One exuded mature allure, while the other radiated youthful beauty, each possessing their own unique charm. "Xiaoxi, you and your dad have made yourselves comfortable in the living room. Haven't you? An hour ago, I saw you two there, thinking you would go upstairs shortly. After waiting for so long, I haven't seen a single shadow. What are you up to?" "Mom, Dad is helping me with my homework." With that phrase, the woman's identity was revealed. She was none other than Ning Xi's mother, Lan Xi. Ning Xi's name was derived from both of them, her father's surname and her mother's sound. Despite standing side by side with Lan Xi, who appeared to be her twin, in reality, she was already 39 years old. Logically speaking, a woman of that age, regardless of how well she maintained herself, would exhibit some signs of aging. Yet remarkably, Lan Xi bore no such marks. Instead, she seemed to exhibit a trend of reverse aging, making her and Ning Xiangtian appear more like father and daughter than a married couple. This situation left Ning Xiangtian both blissful and troubled. Ning, she smiled softly. Her cheeks dimpled charmingly as she whispered a few words into her mother's ear. "What?" Lan Xi responded with surprise, a look of incredulity dawning on her face as she turned to her husband and asked, "Wait a moment, what is going on with you?" Hearing what Xiaoxi said, indeed, before Lan Xi could finish her sentence, Ning Xiangtian interjected, a hint of pride evident on his face. "I've pushed all my work aside to accompany Xiaoxi as she prepares for the college entrance examination. Have you lost your mind?" "No. Are you unwell?" Ning Xiangtian found himself both amused and exasperated. Having known his wife for 18 years, her manner of conversation had remained unchanged. In summary, one sentence to stifle you. If that doesn't suffice, then two. Ning Xi stood to the side, stifling laughter. Ning Xiangtian's face turned red as he protested. "If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This is called paternal love." Lan Xi narrowed her eyes and said, "Go on. Go on about what?" "Mom, could you say a little less?" Ning Xi interjected diplomatically. "It's a good thing that Dad is helping me prepare for the college entrance examination." "Exactly." Ning Xiangtian chimed in. "Typically, I'm too busy with work to pay much attention to Xiaoxi. Accompanying her during this crucial time not only nurtures our father-daughter bond, but also allows me to tutor her in her studies during my spare moments. It's a win-win situation." Subtly, a silent alliance was formed between father and daughter. Lan Xi scrutinized the two, then turned and ascended the stairs, declaring, "You two can skip dinner." The father and daughter exchanged a knowing glance, both breaking into wry smiles. "Don't mind your mother. That's just her nature, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted." "Not at all," Ning Xi said softly. "When I'm with Mom, she's incredibly gentle. It's just..." Pausing, she winked at her father, leaving her sentence unfinished. Ning Xiangtian asked, "Am I to leave?" In that moment, he appeared utterly despondent, prompting Ning Xi to flash a mischievous smile. "All right, I was just joking. So, how did I do on the exam?" "Almost done." Ning Xiangtian handed the paper to his daughter, grinning as he said, "It's a 150-point exam, and you scored only 79. That's simply one do. Back in my day, I was a science whiz, achieving a score of 706 in the college entrance examination, ranking third in the capital for science, equivalent to a top scholar in the past." Ning Xi spread her delicate, boneless hand and replied cheerfully, "Dad, is that what you wanted to say?" She had heard this speech countless times throughout her life, her ears nearly calloused from it. Exactly. Ning Xi continued. This score must be the lowest you've ever achieved in mathematics, right? Yes. Ning Xi pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Scoring 79 in mathematics? This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Don't be discouraged. Ning Xi patted his daughter's shoulder, offering comfort. This exam was tailored to address your mathematical shortcomings, so a low score is to be expected. How do you know? Ning Xi was taken aback. The exam paper was specifically crafted by Yi Fan based on the deficiencies she exhibited in her last test. But how did her father know? Ning Xi pointed to her own eyes with a playful smile and remarked, "Of course, I can see that. By the way, who crafted this math paper? Quite impressive." Unbeknownst to her, they had once again circled back to this topic. Ning Xi employed her charm once more. "Dad, since you're so brilliant, could you annotate the mistakes I made?" Annotations? Ning Xi's father, Ning Xi, was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What annotations? Without much thought, Ning Xi rummaged through her backpack, retrieving the physics paper that Yi Fan had previously given her, and handed it to her father, saying, "This is the one. It has been immensely beneficial for me. Far more effective than working through exercise books." During school, she had only skimmed it during her breaks, yet found it exceedingly helpful. Yi Fan's annotations pointed out her shortcomings and offered improvement strategies, even providing a comprehensive analysis of problem-solving approaches. For the first time in her years of schooling, Ning Xi felt that learning could indeed be this simple. Gazing at the physics paper in his hands, Ning Xi fell into silence for several seconds. Who authored this paper? Chapter 35. The Imperial City Library. Noticing her father's relentless curiosity, Ning Xi felt a twinge of exasperation. Why pull out the physics paper? How naive of me to dig my own grave. Dad, why are you asking about this? Curiosity. Curiosity about what? Ning Xi raised the physics paper, pointing at the densely packed annotations. Little Xi, you might not fully understand, but a rare look of admiration flickered across his face as he explained. Not everyone can write such annotations. When did your school acquire such high-caliber teachers? Ning Xi blinked her innocent eyes, momentarily stunned. High-caliber teachers? What are you talking about? This was written by a student. Ning Xi concealed her skepticism, her voice laced with doubt. It's merely a few annotations. How can that be considered high-caliber? She acknowledged Yi Fan's prowess in physics, but to claim superiority over a teacher was something she found hard to believe. Besides, judging by her father's words, it seemed he was implying a level beyond that of an ordinary teacher. Was it not high caliber? Ning Xi chuckled wryly. A physics prodigy may not necessarily be able to write such annotations, but anyone capable of such clarity must indeed be a genius. Articulating the fundamental theories of physics so clearly is no trivial feat. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi murmured softly, "Is that guy really that impressive?" "What? Oh, nothing." With her father looking perplexed, Ning Xi clung to his arm and feigned innocence. "Dad, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Ning Xi waved his hand decisively. "Come on, let us go upstairs for dinner." Relieved that her father had ceased his inquiry, Ning Xi's spirited eyes sparkled momentarily. "Dad, have you forgotten what Mom just said?" Joking. Ning Xi patted his chest, declaring, "In this family, I make the rules." At that moment, he exuded an air of authority as the head of the household. Ning Xi merely rolled her eyes. Who really holds the reins at home? I know all too well. Just as she was about to speak, her expression shifted to one of surprise as she subtly shot a glance at her father. "Dad, don't be so stubborn." Ning Xi's face hardened. "What do you mean by that? You don't believe me? I would say this even if your mother were here." Ning Xi felt rather helpless and glanced behind her father, her lips moving slightly. "Mom, could it be? No way. You can't be serious." At 7 in the morning, a sudden alarm pierced the tranquility of the bedroom. Yi Fan opened his eyes, immediately refreshing himself with a shower, feeling instantly invigorated. It was the weekend, and he had no classes to attend. The reason for rising so early was that he had his own plans. What plans, you ask? Naturally, it was to amass experience points. Half an hour later, Yi Fan hailed a cab and arrived at Hyang Road in the eastern district of the Imperial City. Before him stood a colossal structure, its axial symmetry accentuating its dignified and meticulous style. Against the backdrop of somber hues, it resembled a crown worn by ancient scholars, embodying their integrity and refined tranquility. The Imperial City Library, a premier establishment amongst China's largest libraries, boasting an extensive collection of tomes. As he gazed upon the grand edifice, Yi Fan felt a swell of emotion. Checking the time, he noted it was 7:52 a.m. Only 8 minutes remained until the library opened. Clutching a bag of 10 steamed buns he had purchased from a nearby breakfast shop, he settled on the steps to indulge. This was to be his venue for today's activities, and likely future ones as well. At that moment, an elderly man approached Yi Fan, his silver hair gleaming and his complexion rosy, radiating vitality. "Young man, are you here to read?" He Gua, taking the day off, had come to the library to consult some materials and had spotted Yi Fan seated on the steps, particularly drawn to the large bag of buns in his hands. "Can you finish all that?" Yi Fan looked up at He Gua and nodded. "Yes, I'm waiting for the library to open." "What coincidence, me too." He Gua chuckled heartily, disregarding appearances, and casually sat beside Yi Fan. "You look young. Are you in college yet?" "Not yet. I'm in my senior year of high school." Yi Fan raised the bun in his hand, offering, "Would you like one?" He Gua's lips twitched slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. Coming to his senses, he couldn't help but scrutinize the young man before him. "Interesting. Offering buns right off the bat. All right, here you go." Yi Fan smiled and placed a bun in He Gua's hand. "Just kidding." He Gua stared at the bun in his hand, both amused and bewildered. "The pressure of studying in your final year must be immense." "Not really," Yi Fan replied casually. "As long as your inner strength is sufficient. There won't be any pressure." "Well said." He Gua laughed heartily, patting Yi Fan on the shoulder. "Maintain this mindset." Yi Fan remained composed, noticing that the library had opened its doors. "The library is open. I must take my leave." Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, He Gua murmured to himself, "What intriguing young man." Entering the library, Yi Fan was greeted by rows of solid wooden bookshelves, meticulously arranged and laden with a diverse array of books, truly a sea of knowledge. Without pausing, his gaze swept rapidly across the shelves. The system had indicated that the more profound the content of a book, the greater the experience points gained from completing it. Given the circumstances, it was evident that his aspirations could not be confined to merely ordinary books. After nearly 5 minutes of searching, he finally located the target bookshelf. The tomes resting upon it were of considerable renown, each one a treasure in its own right. Topology, the fascinating concepts, fundamentals of topology, mathematical thought through the ages, the loss of mathematical determinism, and new explorations in geometry. Cradling a dozen books, Yi Fan settled onto the floor, his focused gaze fixated upon the definitive concepts of physics. 10 minutes of reading yielded an experience point of 1. Another 10 minutes, another experience point of 1. Sighing after more than 2 hours, Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, the prolonged concentration causing a slight warmth to emanate from them. Checking his phone, he noted the time was 10:39 in the morning. After nearly 2.5 hours, he had barely made it through half the material, his pace having diminished considerably compared to the past. Casting a glance at the stack of books beside him, he let out a resigned sigh. With renewed confidence, Yi Fan rose to return the books to their rightful place on the shelf, taking with him the definitive concepts of physics and mathematical thought through the ages as he made his way toward the reading area. At his current speed, it was clear that he could only manage to finish 2 books that day. With that in mind, he certainly would not settle for an uncomfortable seat. Selecting an unoccupied table, Yi Fan sat down to continue his studies. A few meters away, an elderly man smiled as he observed the engrossed Yi Fan. It was He Gua, whom Yi Fan had encountered earlier at the entrance. The notebook in front of him was filled with densely packed writing. He had found the information he needed and was preparing to leave. However, upon seeing Yi Fan, he suddenly changed his mind. Folding his notebook, he approached and sat across from Yi Fan. Once he recognized the titles of the books in Yi Fan's hands, he was astounded. A high school student reading the definitive concepts of physics. He Gua was familiar with this book, which contained numerous advanced theories and concepts within the realm of physics. Moreover, it was interspersed with various theoretical conjectures. Could a high school student truly comprehend it? Noticing Yi Fan still engrossed in his reading, He Gua initiated the conversation. "Young friend, how fortuitous it is to meet you again." Yi Fan paused his reading, finally acknowledging He Gua with a slight pursing of his lips. "Are you hungry again?" As he spoke, he pushed the bag of buns from his left side towards he. "Remember to save 2 for me," he added. He Gua opened his mouth, his expression a mix of astonishment. He was not there to beg for buns. "Can I at least have one?" he asked, feeling rather flustered. In the academic community, he was a well-respected professor, and yet in front of this young man, he felt reduced to a mere beggar for buns. Clearing his throat, He Gua laughed awkwardly. "Young friend, you misunderstand. I'm not here to mooch off your buns." "Oh." Yi Fan's response was remarkably nonchalant. Closing his book, he opened the plastic bag and took a bun to eat. These buns were his sustenance for the day. Before the army moves, the rations must be prepared. Having decided to spend the entire day at the library in the capital, he had no intention of wasting time on meals. Going back and forth would be too time-consuming. More accurately, it was a waste of experience. Time equates to experience. As he munched on his bun, he raised an eyebrow at He Gua. "These buns are quite delicious. Are you sure you don't want to try one?" He Gua's expression darkened. Was this joke going to persist? No. He could not allow this young man to lead him down that path. Resolutely, Hiziguo refrained from engaging further, picking up the definitive concepts of physics and flipping through a few pages. Once he confirmed that this was indeed one of the 8 great classics of physics, he spoke again. Young friend, what prompted you to select this book? Just browsing, Yifan replied casually. Hiziguo was unconvinced. The seriousness and concentration Yifan exhibited while reading were not merely a facade. One could only display such demeanor when wholly immersed in a subject. But how could a senior high school student be so absorbed in such a complex book? Placing the book down, Hiziguo continued. The definitive concepts of physics, is quite significant. It is hailed as one of the 8 great classics of physics, covering profound knowledge in the field. Typically, those who read such works are physicists, as the average person cannot grasp the concepts presented within. He paused, his voice tinged with curiosity. Can you comprehend it? Yifan did not respond to this inquiry, instead surveying the elderly man before him. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and temples bore witness to the passage of time, emanating a rich literary aura that commanded respect. What should I call you? Hiziguo. I am Yifan, Yi as in leaf, and Fan as in ordinary. Yifan smiled gently. If I claimed to understand, you likely would not believe me. So whether I answer that question is inconsequential, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Hiziguo fell silent for a moment, his admiration for Yifan growing. It had been a long time since he encountered such an intriguing young person. Young Yi, do you have a preferred university? Qing University. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Hiziguo's eyes. Qing University is indeed prestigious, but its admission standards are quite rigorous. You must strive hard. Indeed, Yifan nodded. Is there anything else? I wish to read. Such an overt dismissal was not lost on Hiziguo, who noticed the oddity in his expression. Very well. I shall not intrude further, until we meet again. With that, he stood to depart. Do you still want some buns? He heard from behind him, just as he had taken a few steps away. Hiziguo froze, his pace quickening, taking on a slightly panicked demeanor. Engrossed in a singular pursuit, Yifan was oblivious to the passage of time. 10 minutes of reading yielded an experience point of 1. Another 10 minutes. Another experience point of 1. Completion of the reading awarded 20 experience points. Yifan was taken aback. Completing a book granted him 20 points of experience? The system was indeed true to its word. It seemed he ought to delve into more profound texts in the future to significantly enhance his experience-gathering efficiency. At that moment, it was already 2:43 in the afternoon. He had spent over 6 hours to finish the definitive concepts of physics. However, the rewards reaped were undeniably substantial. During his reading, Yifan accumulated a total of 38 experience points, complemented by a completion reward of 20 points, culminating in a grand total of 58 experience points. With the remaining time, he believed he could finish another book. A slight smile graced his lips as he picked up the tome titled Ancient and Modern Mathematical Thought, and resumed his reading. It was nearly 9:30 when Yifan finally returned home. After dining and bathing, he found that it was already just past 10 o'clock. Once comfortably reclined in bed, he summoned his attribute panel. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000, Intelligence, Level 2, 0500, Strength, Level 2, 0500, Medical Skill, Level 1, 0100, Merit Points, 0 Experience Points, 166 before heading to the library. His experience points stood at a mere 64. Spending an entire day at the Imperial Capital Library, he had garnered an impressive 102 points. Yifan felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this achievement. His gaze lingered on the medical skills section of the attribute panel, currently at level 1. The experience points he had amassed were sufficient to elevate this skill. Not one to hesitate, he promptly decided to upgrade his medical skill. System, upgrading medical skill requires the expenditure of 100 experience points. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade. Ding. System, 100 experience points consumed. Medical skill successfully upgraded to level 2. As the system's melodious voice echoed in his mind, an influx of unfamiliar knowledge surged within him. Anatomy and physiology, foundational pathology, pharmacology, as well as common and frequently occurring diseases. The room fell into a deep stillness for what felt like an eternity. An hour had passed by the time Yifan fully absorbed the knowledge that had materialized in his consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, all radiating from within. The upgrade of his medical skill was unlike any other ability enhancement. The sheer volume of knowledge was staggering, encompassing a vast array of medical disciplines. As the saying goes, to be broad is not as good as being specialized, and to be specialized is not as good as being proficient. Human energy is finite, and under normal circumstances, one would choose to dedicate themselves to a field of expertise. Yet the system contrarily demanded a comprehensive development. An all-encompassing system? Quite intriguing. After a moment of whimsical contemplation, Yi Fan quelled the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind and prepared for slumber. He turned off the lights and lay down. Just as he began to drift in his sleep, the system's voice resonated once more. Task issued. Please ensure the host secures the first place in tomorrow's monthly examination. Reward: random experience points. Chapter 37. System task issued. Please ensure the host secures the first place in tomorrow's monthly examination. Reward: random experience points. The drowsiness he had felt moments ago vanished in an instant, leaving Yi Fan utterly alert. A task? Indeed. At the beginning of each month, the system would issue tasks. During this period, he had been so preoccupied with accumulating experience points that he had completely forgotten about the tasks. He glanced at the clock, which had already struck midnight. It was now April 1st. Upon realizing this, anticipation bubbled within him. Random experience points? Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, rewarding him with a staggering 80,000, or even 100,000 experience points. At that point, why bother grinding for experience? He would need no further assistance. Immediately, the system interjected. Please refrain from indulging in your fantasies. The awarded experience points are indeed random, but they are determined within a specific range, not to exceed 1,000 points. Yi Fan understood. His dream shattered. Ahem. System, could you clarify the range of the amount? System, the experience points awarded for completing the task will be randomly determined within the range of 100 to 1,000. Now, Yi Fan grasped the situation entirely. Not bad. At the very least, it was better than he had anticipated. As long as he completed the task, he was guaranteed a minimum of 100 experience points. And he hardly believed his luck would be so dire. Surely he would land somewhere in the middle, around 500 experience points, which would be sufficient to elevate one of his abilities from level 2 to level 3. The crux of the matter was this task, securing first place in the monthly exam. He was already poised to do so. However, the system had not indicated that he had completed the task. It appeared he would have to wait until the results were announced. No rush. Morning arrived at 7:50 a.m. Yi Fan sauntered into the classroom, only to sense a peculiar tension in the air. Each student bore an expression of anxiety, the atmosphere palpably heavier than usual. At the podium, Yang Ting was reminding students of important matters. Upon noticing Yi Fan's relaxed demeanor, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. Yi Fan was already the de facto top student. What more could be said? Seated in the front row, Deng Yu clenched his fists, his gaze steely. He was determined to triumph in this wager against Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan had claimed first place in the last test, Deng Yu harbored doubts about Yi Fan's abilities. A perfect score? Absolutely impossible. In his eyes, Yi Fan's transfer to Zhenhua must have involved some form of favoritism. It was rumored that this month's exam papers had been crafted by teachers from other schools at the principal's request, and even the teachers themselves were unaware of the content prior to the exam. Thus, Yi Fan had no opportunity to leverage any connections this time around. In light of this, he was intent on proving to everyone in Class 2 who truly deserved the title of first place. As he passed by Deng Yu's desk, Yi Fan smirked. Why the wide-eyed stare? Have you lost your money or your dignity? Instantly, Deng Yu's face flushed crimson. Before he could retort, Yi Fan had already reached his seat. Good morning, Xiao Shi. Good morning. Upon hearing the name Xiao Shi, Ning Xi felt a slight blush creep to her cheeks. She was indeed enchanted by Yi Fan. Why had she allowed him to call her Xiao Shi? How embarrassing. If others overheard, who knew what they would think? Noticing Ning, she lost in thought. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he spoke in a low voice. Did you finish the math paper I gave you the other day? I did. Snapping back to reality, Ning Xi's cheeks flushed deeper as she retrieved the math paper from her drawer, feeling inexplicably guilty. The questions were too difficult. I only scored 79 points. It's not very satisfactory. Oh, at her words, a flicker of surprise flitted across Yi Fan's eyes. This girl was aware of her own score? Taking the paper, he immediately noticed it was filled with dense annotations. He perused all the notes, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Upon witnessing the scene, Ning Xi gently prodded Yi Fan with her small hand and softly inquired, "These annotations were written by my father. There shouldn't be any issues, right?" "Of course. There are no issues," Yi Fan replied with unwavering certainty. What a jest. After all, this was the future father-in-law. However, just as he was about to finish his statement, the class bell rang with a resounding chime. Yang Ting clapped her hands, adopting a serious expression. "Everyone, pay attention. We will have Chinese and mathematics exams in the morning, followed by English and comprehensive science in the afternoon. Maintain silence and adhere to examination rules during the testing period. You have 5 minutes to remove all unrelated items from your desks to the back of the classroom." All students were well prepared, having already tidied their belongings in anticipation of the exams. Before Ning Xi could take action, someone had already stepped in. Let me handle it. Yi Fan carried a stack of books in each arm and made his way to the back of the classroom. This spectacle caught the eye of Luo Yuman. Upon reaching Yi Fan's desk, paused and remarked, "Ah, Xiao Shi, I now completely understand why you abandoned me. If I were in your shoes, I would likely make the same choice." As she spoke, she placed her own stack of books on Yi Fan's desk, freeing one hand to pat Ning Xi's shoulder encouragingly. "Go for it. Strive to win Yi Fan over. I have faith in you." Ning Xi's gaze was cool as she retorted, "Are you itching for a response?" Luo Yuman looked up and mused to herself. The weather is quite pleasant today indeed. With that, she unobtrusively gathered her books and made her exit. Best to avoid provoking the little demon king. My life could be at stake. Ning Xi slightly raised her head, a hint of helplessness on her face. Pleasant weather? Why are you staring at the ceiling? This was merely a minor interlude before the examination. As the test papers were distributed, the classroom swiftly fell into an almost palpable silence. One could hear a pin drop. Each student wore an expression of utmost seriousness and focus. Yet, one individual stood apart. Yi Fan, bored and daydreaming, held his pen in his right hand, utterly still. Time ticked away, and soon half an hour had elapsed. He turned a glance at Ning Xi, who was diligently taking the exam, then picked up his test paper and approached the podium. "Teacher, I am submitting my paper." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. All heads turned in unison to the podium. Their expressions varied. This guy again? The exam has only been underway for half an hour, and he is already handing his paper? Yang Ting's eyelids twitched furiously as she looked at the blank paper. Well, he can't even be bothered to write his name. She was well aware of the circumstances. Yet seeing Yi Fan submit a blank paper left her somewhat speechless. At least put in some effort. Yang Ting discreetly collected the test paper, her face expressionless as she said, "There's still time. Go check your answers. Why the rush to submit?" "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom." The familiar scene, the familiar sensation, the familiar person. Ugh. Couldn't he choose a different excuse? Chapter 38. The Genius List go on. Yang Ting wearily waved her hand, not wanting to argue with Yi Fan over this matter. There was no choice. After all, Yi Fan was academically exceptional, remarkably so. This year's national examination scores would not only be confined to the capital city, but would encompass many regions. Only a few areas still employed local papers. And according to the Ministry of Education statistics, candidates from regions using the national paper accounted for a staggering 93 of all examines nationwide. Thus, the significance of the national examination scores was unprecedentedly high. Achieving top marks on a national paper would be an unparalleled honor. For this reason, Yang Ting's tolerance for a prodigious student like Yi Fan was remarkably high. Naturally, he was the sole exception. Had it been any other student in the class, she would have lost her temper long ago. "Thank you, teacher." Yi Fan nodded and turned to leave the classroom, his destination set for the library. However, as soon as he exited the teaching building, he was intercepted. Zhang Chongshan had just received a notification from the Ministry of Education and was on his way to see the director, Wu Ronghua. Passing by the teaching building, he spotted Yi Fan leisurely walking out. Wasn't there an exam taking place? Why was Yi Fan emerging? Puzzled, Zhang Chongshan quickened his pace to block Yi Fan's path, cheerfully asking, "Yi Fan, where are you off to?" Yi Fan halted, his expression calm as he replied, "Staying in the classroom is rather dull. I plan to head to the library to read for a while." For an ordinary student, being suddenly stopped by the principal would likely induce anxiety. Yet, Yi Fan remained unfazed, his face as tranquil as a still lake, even speaking in a tone akin to casual conversation. Zhang Chongshan had initially intended to express that this behavior was inappropriate, but recalling Yi Fan's demeanor in the office the other day, he swallowed the words before they left his mouth. A genius cannot be judged by the same standards as others. "Come with me." Zhang Chongshan led Yi Fan down a small path on the north side of the teaching building, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Let me share some news with you." "What news?" "I received a notification from the Ministry of Education that this year a genius list has been established." "The genius list?" Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a myriad of related memories surfaced in his mind. In early 2015, the Ministry of Education released a statement. Of the 13 regions using local papers, 10 were transitioning to the national paper, with over 90 of candidates corresponding to the national examination. To incentivize examines, a list called the Genius List was created. It was said that all candidates who made it onto the Genius List were regarded as keen nurturing subjects, with benefits that exceeded imagination. However, the Genius List had no bearing on Yi Fan by that time. He had already been striving in society for a year and had little interest in it. Merely a fleeting glance had left him with a vague understanding. The year 2015 was also when Yi Fan met Ning Xi, so he remembered the significant events of that year quite clearly. Yet now it was only 2010. and the emergence of the genius list had come a full 5 years earlier than in his past life. For a moment, Yi Fan pondered deeply. Could it be that his rebirth had altered the timeline of the world? Zhang Chongshan rambled on excitedly. But when he noticed Yi Fan furrowing his brows and seemingly lost in thought, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he said, Yi Fan, you should head to the library. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave it at that. No response. Yi Fan remained entirely unresponsive. Ahem. Zhang Chongshan coughed twice forcefully. Yi Fan snapped back to reality and said, Principal, you haven't left yet? The day passed in a tense atmosphere. With the exception of Yi Fan, he attended classes in Chinese, mathematics, and English, along with the sciences, yet he spent less than 2 hours in the classroom, dedicating the remainder of his time to the library. As 5 o'clock approached, with only half an hour left until school dismissed, the principal's office was filled with the 7 class teachers of the senior year, each face reflecting a flicker of confusion. Zhang Chongshan lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and spoke. Are you all wondering why I have summoned you? The 7 nodded in unison. Today marked the monthly examination at Jinhua, and following this test, the citywide mock examination, known as the first mock exam, would soon take place. There would also be a second and third mock exam. Thus, this was the final monthly assessment for the seniors, and the results would significantly impact the allocation of spots in the prestigious Qing University preparatory program. Therefore, each teacher regarded this examination with utmost seriousness. At this moment, they should have been monitoring the exam in their respective classrooms. But they were unexpectedly called here by Zhang Chongshan. Their curiosity was indeed piqued. The head teacher of Class 1 in Sciences, Luo Haifeng, stood up and said, Principal, please get to the point. I am eager to return to my duties monitoring the exam, so let us keep this brief. Upon hearing this, the other teachers remained silent. In all of Jinhua, Luo Haifeng was the only one bold enough to speak to Zhang Chongshan in such a manner, especially given his esteemed background as a graduate of Qing University. Zhang Chongshan, however, was unfazed by Luo Haifeng's tone. He chuckled and replied, Haifeng, do not be in such a hurry. He then set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 7 teachers, and spoke solemnly. The reason I have called you here is indeed of great importance. We have received notification from the Ministry of Education regarding the establishment of a genius list for this year's college entrance examination. The term genius list left the 7 teachers bewildered, their expressions reflecting confusion. What is this? They pondered. Zhang Chongshan continued. Unperturbed by their reactions, the genius list comprises 100 spots. The top 97 students nationwide will be eligible, alongside 3 students from local examination zones who achieve the highest scores. However, those 3 will be placed at the end of the list, while the nationwide candidates will be ranked according to their scores. Students on the genius list will not only receive substantial monetary rewards, but will also be afforded special training. The 100 students named to the genius list will be divided into 2 classes, with opportunities for advanced study at the nation's top universities, Qing University and Nanjing University, rotating every 6 months. Exceptional performers will not only obtain diplomas from both esteemed institutions, but, more importantly, will qualify for admission to the Institute of Technology. What? As Zhang Chongshan concluded his announcement, the 7 teachers could no longer remain seated, rising in astonishment. The news was astounding and hard to believe. The genius list, advanced studies at 2 prestigious universities, and qualification for the Institute of Technology. This revelation left them momentarily speechless. The teachers at Jinhua were not ordinary individuals, and once they processed this information, excitement began to bloom in their eyes, filled with anticipation. The thought of having one of their students ascend to the genius list filled them with pride. With such a credential, even pursuing a teaching position at another school would be effortless. Among them, the most elated was undoubtedly Yang Ting, though she endeavored to suppress her excitement. The joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Based on Yi Fan's current performance, as long as he maintained his composure during the college entrance examination, a place on the genius list was almost guaranteed, and perhaps even a top ranking. The possibility of him securing the first position was not out of reach. If Yi Fan were to. Yang Ting's hands involuntarily clenched in excitement. Observing the reactions of her colleagues, Zhang Kongshan's wrinkled face broke into a smile, and he gently clapped his hands, stating gravely, this reform for the college entrance examination will undoubtedly attract widespread attention, with the genius list being of paramount importance. I urge each of you to strive for excellence. If we can produce a student on the genius list, the school will not overlook your contributions. Principal, this is indeed our responsibility. Well said. As the dismissal bell rang, the students, who had been tense throughout the day, suddenly deflated like punctured balloons, their faces bearing the marks of deep fatigue. The prolonged mental exertion left them feeling dazed. Upon submitting their science examination papers, the students burst forth like birds released from their cages, the weariness on their faces swiftly replaced by joy. In Class 2 of Sciences, only a few students remained to tidy up their belongings. Ning Xi moved at a leisurely pace, soon transforming her desk and drawer into their usual neat state. Glancing up, she noticed she was alone in the classroom. This was a routine occurrence for her, and she slung her backpack over her shoulder, preparing to leave. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a disarray of books scattered on the floor at the back of the classroom. This person, the evening sunlight, streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the girl's exquisite visage, enhancing her natural beauty with an ethereal quality that evoked a sense of reverence. Ning Xi softly approached the back of the classroom, gathering the fallen books, and took out a tissue to gently wipe the dust from their covers. Her focused demeanor and tranquility formed a picturesque scene. Regrettably, only time silently recorded the beauty of this moment. Once she finished cleaning, Ning Xi placed the assorted books into Yi Fan's drawer, muttering softly, "Daring to skip the exam, and you think you're impressive for studying?" As she spoke, a hint of helplessness surfaced in her crystalline eyes. "All right then, studying well is indeed commendable." After securing the classroom door, Ning Xi departed with her backpack. Upon exiting the school gates, she retrieved her MP3 player, donned her headphones, and her steps carried a hint of buoyancy. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, every movement of the girl seemed to narrate the essence of youth. At the alley's entrance, Yi Fan leaned against the wall, gazing at the graceful figure approaching him, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. He felt fortunate, grateful for the chance to start anew. In this lifetime, he vowed to rectify all past regrets. As Ning Xi neared the alley, her gaze met Yi Fan's clear eyes, causing her steps to slow. "Shall she?" Yi Fan nodded gently, pointing toward the alley, his voice deep and tender. "Shall we go?" Ning Xi felt a swirl of emotions. Her dark, flowing hair danced softly in the breeze as she replied, "Were you waiting here just for me?" "Why else?" A subtle smile played on Yi Fan's lips as he stepped behind Ning Xi and added, "Let us go to my house. I have something for you." Her soft nasal tone was enough to stir one's heartstrings. Ning Xi walked with measured, delicate steps, a hint of rosy hue gracing her cheeks, youthful yet enchanting. Trailing behind her, Yi Fan's gaze was captivated by the graceful silhouette before him. So beautiful. As usual, Zhuangli awaited at the corner. Upon noticing Yi Fan behind Ning Xi, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Although he had never been in love, his life experience spoke volumes. At the tender age of 17 or 18, one is particularly susceptible to the stirrings of love. "Mississippi, Uncle Zhuang." Ning Xi offered a gentle nod, her clear eyes slightly downcast. "Please wait for me at the entrance of the Bayou community. I need to retrieve some review materials from Yi Fan's home." Zhuangli cast a deep, warning glance at Yi Fan, though he could not afford to be overtly obvious in front of Ning Xi. He started the car and drove towards the entrance of the community. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his expression placid. He simply adored Ning Xi. There was no need for concealment or explanation. At the stairwell, Yi Fan removed his backpack and subtly gestured to Ning Xi. She paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended his intention, her cheeks flushing slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her left hand to grasp the strap of the backpack. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yi Fan produced a key to unlock the door and gestured for Ning Xi to enter. "The door won't close. Feel free." Ning Xi, her face slightly flushed and parted lips betraying uncertainty, stepped inside, lowering her head. Yi Fan approached the refrigerator, retrieving a glass of lemonade and placing it on a coffee table. "Have a sip of water. I'll fetch the materials from the bedroom." Ning Xi picked up the glass and took a gentle sip of the lemonade, her eyes brightening. Delicious. Her gaze drifted towards the bedroom, and she cautiously tiptoed to the door, her demeanor reminiscent of a thief. What met her gaze was a chaotic array of books strewn across the floor, the computer desk, and even a bed. Crouched down amidst the disarray, Yi Fan was rummaging through the piles. Ning Xi raised her small hand and lightly tapped on the doorframe. Hearing the sound, Yi Fan looked up, a subtle smile gracing his deep-set eyes. "It's a bit messy in here. Please bear with me for a moment." "That's all right." Ning Xi responded with a polite, shallow smile. Observing the clutter of books, her clear eyes flickered, reminding her of recent events. Yi Fan had submitted his exam early, claiming he was heading to the library to study. She had been skeptical then, but now it seemed she may have misjudged him. Coupled with their recent interactions, the label of scumbag she had unconsciously affixed to Yi Fan had quietly dissipated. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan was oblivious to her thoughts. After considerable searching, he finally unearthed a copy of Fundamental Mathematical Formulas for High School. "This is for you." "Fundamental formulas?" Ning Xi's small face fell into a look of confusion as her soft voice questioned, "Why should I read this? We covered the fundamentals in the first and second year. Foundation is crucial." Yifan urged her towards the sofa, explaining as they walked, "I scrutinized your math exam and discovered an intriguing issue." The warmth of his palm seeped through her clothing to her shoulder, rendering her momentarily speechless, completely missing his words as she moved forward under his gentle guidance. After a couple of steps, Yifan suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his actions. This instinctual behavior had slipped his mind. He and Ning Xi were merely ordinary classmates. "Oh no, these troublesome hands should be severed." Ning Xi, I didn't mean to. Please don't misunderstand." Yifan quickly collected himself, finally managing to speak without stuttering. Ning Xi stared at him intently, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What did you just say?" "I said, please don't misunderstand." With a sigh of relief, Yifan tentatively inquired, "You're not angry?" "No." Ning Xi gently shook her head, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. "But don't let it happen again." She had noticed Yifan's earlier anxiety, which inexplicably amused her. Was he truly so fearful of her anger? How peculiar. Noted for the future, Yifan chuckled awkwardly before continuing, "I observed your math exam and identified a particular problem." "What problem?" "Typically, individuals possess a solid foundation but become constrained in their problem-solving approach, hindering the flexible application of their knowledge. However, you're different." "How so?" Sensing Ning Xi's puzzled gaze, Yifan clarified, "Your problem is the opposite. Your problem-solving approach is imaginative and unrestrained, yet your foundation lacks solidity, leading you to make fundamental errors. In mathematics, one misstep leads to a cascade of errors. A single miscalculation can result in total failure. Therefore, you need to reinforce your understanding of fundamental mathematical formulas." He picked up the fundamental mathematical formulas for high school from Ning Xi's hands, rapidly flipping through the pages, occasionally pausing to fold down specific sections. "What are you doing?" "Highlighting key points. Just focus on the folded pages." Yifan replied, not looking up as he smiled. "Since this is a remedial session, it should be targeted to yield effective results." "All right, that is sufficient. Be sure to review it at home." "Thank you," Ning Xi murmured softly. Yifan's efforts were thoughtful, nearly exhaustive in their consideration. "Why thank me? It's the least I could do." Yifan waved dismissively, bending down to retrieve his backpack, pulling out the math exam and 2 sheets of scratch paper. "These 2 sheets contain my annotations, with question numbers. Remember to review them tonight." He added as an afterthought, "Oh, and don't misconstrue this. I'm not implying that Uncle S annotations are inadequate, just that they may not be entirely suitable for you." Ning Xi's clear gaze scrutinized the densely packed annotations on the scratch paper, her expression shifting in a way she could not articulate, even to herself. Just then, a cough echoed through the air. Outside the door, Zhuangli stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having parked the car silently and followed closely behind the two, observing everything that had transpired within the room. Upon witnessing Yifan's hand resting upon Ning Xi's shoulder, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to intervene. Fortunately, Yifan withdrew his hand in a timely manner. Otherwise, upon encountering Zhuangli at the doorway, Ning Xi, initially taken aback, quickly pieced everything together. She placed her belongings into her backpack, seized the water cup from the coffee table, and took several gulps. Setting the cup down, she waved her little hand and remarked, "The lemonade is delightful. Farewell." Upon stepping outside, she nodded and said, "Uncle, shall we depart?" "Indeed." Mississippi Zhuangli, with an expression of utmost respect, took hold of Ning Xi's backpack. After their departure, Yifan sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Miss, his little girl, her background is not trivial. In his previous life, before Ning Xi joined the company, it was languishing in dire straits. Yet, after her arrival, significant clients began to approach him for collaboration every couple of months. With each successful partnership, coupled with his astute instincts in the stock market, he transformed into a billionaire within a few short years, basking in the envious gazes of many. Initially, Yifan had harbored doubts. With so many renowned securities firms, why did these clients choose to collaborate exclusively with him? However, as time passed and the reasons eluded him, he ceased to ponder further. Now, those uncertainties have found resolution. Perhaps it is indeed due to Ning Xi. Realizing this, a bittersweet expression clouded Yifan's face as he murmured, "Xiao Shi, it seems I still owe you." With a firm set of his lips, he resolved, "If that is the case, I shall repay you with the rest of my life." The car glided smoothly along the road. Inside, Zhuangli occasionally glanced at Ning Xi through the rearview mirror, torn between the desire to inquire and the fear that she might take offense, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. "Uncle Zhuang." Upon hearing Ning Xi's voice, Zhuangli quickly suppressed his thoughts, maintaining a composed demeanor. Miss, what is it? Ning Xi brushed her hair away from her forehead and spoke clearly. The boy from earlier is named Yi Fan. He is my classmate and also my deskmate. We are merely friends, nothing more. A cough escaped Zhuang Li's lips as he attempted to diffuse his embarrassment. Indeed, he could never hide his secrets from Ning Xi. She is simply too perceptive. Such occurrences had transpired more than once in the past. Each time, Ning Xi could effortlessly deduce his unspoken thoughts. How absurd. He at 35 and she, only 17, over a decade apart. It's nothing. Ning Xi smiled gently, her eyes fluttering. Uncle is looking out for me, and I appreciate it. Zhuangli found himself at a loss for words. Ning Xi had articulated everything he wished to say. He swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. As long as you are aware. Miss, this is a crucial period in your senior year. It's vital to remain focused. Once you enter university, he left his sentence unfinished, knowing that Ning Xi's keen intellect would grasp the implication. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Zhuang. Ning Xi smiled demurely, her gentle demeanor captivating. Please do not mention Yi Fan to Dad just yet. After the college entrance examination, I will inform him myself. I trust you. Zhuangli contemplated for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, Mississippi. I know what should be said and what should remain unspoken. In the living room, a plethora of senior mathematics workbooks and past examination papers cluttered the coffee table before Ning Xi's father, Ning Xiangtian. His daughter's weaknesses lay in mathematics and physics, both of which happened to be his areas of expertise. To equip her for success, he, as a father, aimed to become her weapon, shattering any obstacles in her path. As Lan Shi descended the stairs, she observed this scene with a softness in her eyes. Are you serious about this? Of course. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Ning Xiangtian paused his actions and replied, I always follow through. Lan Shi smiled, and in light of this endeavor, declared, Tonight, you may sleep in the bedroom. Ning Xiangtian set down his pen, wrapped his arms around his wife's slender waist, and remarked, Only one night. And you already miss me? Less of that narcissism. Lan Shi shot her husband a playful glare, her alluring visage adorned with a hint of sweetness. Ahem, a soft, melodious voice interrupted, causing Ning Xiangtian and Lan Shi to freeze, hastily parting. At the entrance of the living room, Ning, she covered her eyes with her small hands, her fingers apart, wide enough to peek through. I saw nothing. You may continue. Chapter 41. A gift from Ning Xi. Lan Shi glared at Ning Xiangtian, stating, I will check if Aunt Wang has prepared dinner. You two can chat. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, her retreat tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Ning Xiangtian, unfazed, waved to his daughter, asking Xiaoxi, how did the exam go today? Not too bad. Recalling the day's examination, a smile flickered in Ning Xi's eyes. Yi Fan's targeted tutoring had proven remarkably effective. Previously daunting physics problems now seemed considerably simpler. Thus, when Yi Fan mentioned he had something for her after school, she readily agreed. Oh, noticing his daughter's expression, Ning Xiangtian chuckled. It is rare to see you this cheerful. It seems you performed well. Dropping her backpack, Ning Xi settled onto the sofa, gently linking her arm with her father's. Observing the stack of workbooks and past papers on the coffee table, two dimples danced on her cheeks. Dad, while I appreciate your desire to accompany me through the college entrance exam journey, ultimately, it is essential for me to rely on myself. Should I encounter any difficulties in my studies, I won't hesitate to seek your guidance. You work so hard. It's a rare opportunity for you to rest. So please don't overexert yourself. Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Ning Xiangtian's eyes sparkled with affection as he ruffled his daughter's hair. Being with my little princess, nothing feels burdensome. Ugh, Ning Xi pouted, finding it rather cheesy. Dad, did you learn all this online to help me lose weight? Lose weight? Indeed. I'm shedding goosebumps all over. The corners of Ning Xiangtian's mouth twitched, his expression one of helplessness. Truly, she is his daughter. A single remark can obliterate the warm atmosphere. Ning Xi covered her mouth and giggled, winking at her father. All right, I was just joking. I know Daddy loves me the most. With that, Ning Xiangtian's face broke into a broad smile. He picked up a notebook from the coffee table and placed it in his daughter's hands. This is what Dad accomplished today. These problems are the essence, totaling 100. From now on, we will tackle one each day. I guarantee your physics and mathematics will improve significantly. Thank you, Dad. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled, radiating warmth. In the next moment, she seemed to recall something, her voice soft and tender. Dad, let me show you something first. Opening her backpack, Ning Xi retrieved the annotations written by Yi Fan. As she handed over the draft paper, a flicker of confusion crossed Ning Xiangtian's face. However, as time progressed, that confusion gradually transformed into astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback. At first glance, These annotations might seem unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, their intricacies became evident. The fundamental formulas were simple, the steps to decipher them were exceedingly clear, and the reasoning was straightforward, allowing for immediate comprehension. As a top student from Qing University, Ning Xi quickly discerned the essence of these annotations. The principle is simplicity itself. It was inconceivable that an ordinary teacher could possess such prowess. Even the instructors at Jinhua High School, a prestigious institution, could not possibly achieve this level. Moreover, he discovered another intriguing detail. The annotations on the physics exam from a couple of days ago bore a striking resemblance to those before him. Given his own accomplishments, Ning Xi was certainly no ordinary individual, and a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. "Xiao Shi, are you hiding something from Dad?" "Yes." Ning Xi lightly nodded, candidly admitting it. That admission was rather straightforward, wasn't it? Why isn't she following the usual script? Ning Xi appeared bewildered, and the carefully organized words he had prepared suddenly felt useless. What on earth was Xiao Shi hiding from him? "I won't tell you." Seeing her father's speechless expression, Ning Xi smiled gently and said, "Dad, please don't ask. I can't tell you just yet. After the college entrance examination, I promise to share everything, okay?" As she spoke, she playfully shook his arm. All right. Faced with his daughter's playful charm, Ning Xi found himself utterly defenseless. "Can you not ask, please?" Upon hearing her father's acquiescence, Ning Xi's face lit up with a charming smile as she pointed at the annotations in his hand and asked, "Dad, what do you think of these annotations?" "Good. Very good. Extremely good." Ning Xi blinked her eyes in surprise. "That's it?" Ning Xi let out a wry smile and explained, "In any case, I could never produce annotations of such caliber. The brilliance lies in the clarity and accessibility of all the steps involved in the solutions. You haven't looked at them yet, have you?" "No." Ning, she shook her head. "Once you do, you will understand." Ning Xi silently tucked away the notebook. After a long day of effort, he suddenly felt as though he hadn't been able to assist his daughter, a tinge of disappointment settling in his heart as he shifted the topic. "Xiao Shi, let us go upstairs and have dinner." "Okay." Ning, she pressed her lips together, deftly snatching the notebook from him, her face adorned with a captivating smile. "Thank you for the gift, Dad. One question a day, as you promised. You can't back out now." "Of course." Ning Xiangtian's lips moved slightly, his eyes brimming with affection. As dawn gradually unfurled, a new day began. In the classroom of Science Class 2, discussions erupted, lively and vibrant. "I can't wait. What is there to look forward to? We still can't compare to Class 1. It's a disgrace. Building others' ambitions only diminishes one's own prestige. Until the results are out, anything is possible." Yifan entered the classroom right on time, as usual. Just as he sat down, he found a new item in his hand, a small white lunchbox containing several exquisitely crafted red bean cakes. "Thank you for helping me with my studies. This is your reward." Ning Xi lowered her head, a hint of bashfulness gracing her fair and delicate face, her eyes sparkling like crystal, pure and enchanting. "Did you make these?" Staring at the red bean cakes in the lunchbox, Yifan's eyes gleamed with delight. From Ning Xi's gesture, it seemed she had lowered her guard against him. Otherwise, given her nature, she would never have acted this way. The deepening of their relationship filled Yifan with immense joy. "Ning," she murmured softly, "they're about the same." Although Aunt Wang made the red bean cakes, she had personally placed them in the lunchbox, so it could be considered as her own contribution. "That counts." Yifan didn't inquire further, treasure in hand, placing the lunchbox into his desk drawer. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Xi ventured, "What do you think of the difficulty of this month's exam paper?" "What do you think?" Yifan responded with a smile. Ning Xi pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Everything else was fine, but I found a math paper particularly difficult, especially the last major question. I estimate I'll lose all 12 points on it. What a pity." Chapter 42. Monthly exam results. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Ning Xi's cheeks, her exquisite nose slightly illuminated. She was as beautiful as a painting, leaving Yifan entranced. In that moment, 4 words floated through his mind: "Eye skin and J bones." Noticing Yifan's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Ning Xi felt her cheeks flush, and her ears grew warm. Embarrassed and irritated, she lightly kicked him under the table. "Is there need to stare like that?" Cough. Regaining his composure, Yifan showed no signs of awkwardness. People naturally gravitate towards beauty. It is instinctive. He was no exception. Besides, he was looking at his wife. "Isn't that the case?" "It doesn't matter. It will come to be sooner or later." The last major question on the math paper was of considerable difficulty. Few would likely manage to solve it in this exam. Yifan said, "I was too pressed for time before and didn't get a chance to help you with math. It's my fault." But it's all right. It's just a monthly exam. Not even a mock exam, so don't take it too seriously. How can I not take it seriously? Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with reproach. This month's exam results will determine whether I can enter the Qing University spring class. To me, it's extremely important. In other matters, she might be indifferent. But in her studies, her competitive spirit was fierce. Moreover, the 3 teachers for this Qing University spring class were all retired professors from Qing University, and their teaching prowess was beyond doubt. If she could enter the Qing University spring class, she would undoubtedly be able to improve herself further. Yi Fan lightly tapped the tabletop with his left hand and said softly, "Xiao Shi, you might consider viewing this from a different perspective. If you can't earn those 12 points, others may not be able to either. In other words, everyone is starting from the same line. So, what is there to worry about?" From Luo Yuman. He learned that Ning Xi's grades hovered around 4th or 5th in her grade, and there were 21 spots in the Qing University spring class. She was assured a place. "Can you earn those 12 points? Yes. Can you?" Ning Xi blinked. Yi Fan nodded, his tone unassuming. Ning Xi lightly nodded. She did not believe Yi Fan was merely boasting. From Yi Fan's annotations, she grasped the essence of disparity. With a fleeting thought, she softly inquired, "Yi Fan, how many points do you think you'll score this time?" "How many points?" "Let me calculate," Yi Fan responded, mimicking a calculating gesture with his fingers, and remarked with a faint smile, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your deskmate will likely secure the first position in this month's examination." His words carried no hint of arrogance. It was as if he were merely stating a trivial fact. Ning Xi, momentarily taken aback, displayed an adorably bewildered expression. "My deskmate? Isn't that Yi Fan? What if there are unexpected outcomes?" It's premature to make assumptions about the exam results. One must tread carefully to avoid embarrassment. "Not a chance," Yi Fan calmly shook his head. Retracting his gaze, he rummaged through the drawer, retrieved a piece of red bean cake, and popped it into his mouth, savoring it while offering his opinion. "Delicious. I had no idea your culinary skills were so remarkable." At his words, Ning Xi's eyes flickered oddly. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, an indication of her bashfulness. In the front row, Deng Yu turned his head, glaring at Yi Fan as he conversed with Ning Xi, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Oomph. Once I win this bet, I shall thoroughly humiliate this bothersome fellow. The girl I fancy shall remain untouchable." If Yi Fan were to learn of Deng Yu's intentions, he would surely scoff in disdain. Ning Xi belongs to him, and only him. Naturally, he belongs to Ning Xi as well. The classroom bell chimed. All the students perked up, their faces illuminated with anticipation. Yang Ting made her appearance as expected. She approached the podium, holding 2 score reports, and upon sensing the eager gazes of the students, a subtle smile flickered in her eyes. Clearly, everyone was highly expectant of the results from this month's examination. In light of this, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and proceed to announce the results. The students' eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Shuo, 601 points, class ranking 17, grade ranking 94. Su Ku, 674 points, class ranking 4th, grade ranking 10th. As soon as the words fell, a murmur spread among the students. Su Ku actually made it into the top 10 of the grade? What a hidden talent. One could only say, the class monitor is impressive. Wow, she made it into the top 10? In the competition among the senior classes, the number of students in the top 10 is the benchmark. This is common knowledge. Historically, Su Ku's scores hovered around 15th place. Who would have thought she could break into the top 10 this time? This development gave the second class a fair chance of surpassing the first class. They had only won against class 1 once before, and since the transfer of a top student last semester, they had not triumphed since. The mere thought of possibly defeating class 1 sparked a wave of excitement among everyone. How impressive! Ning Xi waved her small hand, her radiant face reflecting joy. Yi Fan's lips barely moved as he muttered, "Xiao Shi, you are even more formidable than her." Yang Ting looked at Su Ku in the front row, praising her. "You performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work." Indeed, Su Ku nodded with a smile. Truth be told, she herself was quite surprised by this score. Yang Ting continued to announce, "Zhao Wenhao, 365 points, last in the class, last in the grade." Uffed. Oh my, how ridiculous. Such remarks were painfully piercing for Zhao Wenhao, who lowered his head, his face burning with embarrassment. Yang Ting shot a glance at Zhao Wenhao, unable to suppress a sigh. A rotten wood cannot be carved. If one's grades are poor, how much better it would be to attend an ordinary school than a struggle in a place teeming with academic prodigies like Zhenhua. It's simply self-inflicted misery. Continuing with the announcements, Deng Yu, 691 points, 3rd in the class, 6th in the grade. Upon hearing his score, Deng Yu's expression shifted dramatically. 3rd in the class. This cannot be possible. Absolutely impossible. Zheng Ling, 613 points, 13th in the class, 37th in the grade. Ning Xi, 718 points. Second in the class, second in the grade. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment washed over the students, their eyes widening and mouths agape. Second in the class. Second in the grade? They all understood the implications of this statement. The top student of the grade was among them. Wow! Dozens of gazes turned toward Yi Fan. He had been the top scorer in the last test, having lost no points whatsoever, save for not writing an essay. If anyone were to be the most likely candidate for the top spot in the grade, it could only be him. Ning Xi's clear eyes flickered, her gaze landing on Yi Fan's calm countenance. She bit her lip, recalling their earlier conversation. How impressive and confident he was. Is this what they call a super scholar? So formidable. Although the announcement was not yet concluded, she was already certain. Yi Fan was undoubtedly the top scorer of this month's examination. Yang Ting cleared her throat, her voice rising in excitement. Yi Fan, 719 points, first in the class, first in the grade. Chapter 43. Do you enjoy watching? Yi Fan, 738 points, first in the class, first in the grade. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the classroom. Many had already speculated that the top-ranking student would likely be Yi Fan, but when conjecture morphed into reality, they were still taken aback. Is this the standard of a transfer student from Jinhua? Terrifyingly so. Upon hearing Yi Fan's score, Deng Yu, seated in the front row, felt his shoulders tremble slightly, his fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to his own distress. Defeated, his confidence and pride, like a dam bursting, flowed away in torrents after Yang Ting announced Yi Fan's score. Unwilling to accept it, he could not bear it. Just yesterday, Yi Fan had completed each exam in merely 20 to 30 minutes. How could his score be so high? It was absurd. Is this what dominance looks like? Surely not. Just because others performed well, it doesn't mean you have to bow down to them. You know nothing. This BA refers to academic prowess, not familial ties. I understand now. It turns out that the transfer students from Jinhua are the existence between the extraordinary and the remarkable. Observing the students whispering among themselves, Yang Ting chose not to intervene. The true nature of Yi Fan's remarkable score was known only to her and the principal. 719 points? No, to be precise, it's 750 points. This month's examination results had genuinely surprised Yang Ting. Not only was there Yi Fan, the ultimate dark horse, but also Su Ke's astounding performance, alongside the steady outputs of Ning Xi and Deng Yu. In the top 10 of the grade, Class 2 secured 4 spots, while Class 1 equally claimed 4. Although there was no victory, there was also no defeat. It was a draw. For Yang Ting, this outcome was a pleasant surprise. Please be quiet. The teacher is heading to a meeting. We will have self-study for this class. Su Ke, you're in charge of maintaining order during the break. All right, teacher. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Ting left the classroom. The chatter among the students soon escalated. Wow, our class is incredible. Indeed, the first position in the grade had been monopolized by Su Qiaoyu from Class 1, but this time, Yi Fan and Ning Xi have decisively claimed the first and second ranks in the grade. Simply outstanding. That's 4 words. I stand corrected. Ning Xi poked Yi Fan playfully, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Fan, how did you score only 719 points? I thought, even if you didn't get a perfect score, you'd at least be around 740. She distinctly remembered the full score from the last exam. Yet it was unexpected that Yi Fan had only scored 719, a mere point above her. Is 719 points really that low? Yi Fan smirked, rummaging through the drawer and pulling out a red bean cake to eat. Ning Xi felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing the cake. Lowering her head and averting her gaze, she softly replied, No, it's not low. I just thought your score could be higher. Forget about it, Yi Fan chuckled. In the time leading up to the college entrance examination, focus on studying diligently during the day and reviewing thoroughly at night. I assure you, your results will astonish you. Ning Xi nodded, taking out the notes and exams Yi Fan had given her yesterday, immersing herself in her studies. Yi Fan, too, was not idle, pulling out a book titled Records of Oddities, but before he could open it, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a random reward of 652 experience points. Keep up the good work. 652 experience points? A flicker of joy crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Indeed, his luck was not so bad. He summoned the attribute panel, and the familiar virtual page materialized in his mind. Host, Yi Fan knowledge, level 3, 02000, intelligence, level 2, 0500, strength, level 2, 0500, medical skill, level 2, 0500, merit points, 0 experience points, 735 originally. He had only 83 experience points, but with this task reward, it instantly surged to 735. Splendid. The efficiency of gaining experience this way far surpassed that of reading books. Unfortunately, tasks were limited to once a month. However, Yi Fan was not one to be discontent. This was already quite satisfactory. Progress must be made step by step, and one must take it one bite at a time. There was no need to rush. What to do with money? Naturally, one spends it. Experience points were no different. Yi Fan had everything planned out. Now that his pockets were filled, he couldn't sit idly. Upgrade intelligence. System. Upgrading intelligence requires 500 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. System. 500 experience points consumed. Intelligence successfully upgraded to level 3. As the system's voice resonated, the attribute panel in Yi Fan's mind transformed. Host. Yi Fan knowledge. Level 3, 02000. Intelligence. Level 3, 02000. Strength. Level 2, 0500. Medical skill. Level 2, 0500. Merit points. 0 experience points. 235. The once bulging pockets were suddenly deflated by more than half. However, Yi Fan felt no sorrow. Experience points were meant to be spent. The mystical sensation returned, clarity flooding his mind. In that moment, he felt an illusion of being able to see through illusions. As time passed, this feeling gradually faded, returning to normalcy. Yi Fan exhaled lightly, his eyes narrowing slightly. All right, currently, I have 235 experience points remaining, and I need 265 more to reach 500. Over the next few days, I will stop studying once I accumulate 20 experience points in school. The rest of the time will be dedicated to tutoring Ning Xi and explaining concepts. After school, I'll study for another 5 hours, go to bed promptly at midnight. 5 hours can yield 30 experience points, and with the bonus for finishing reading, I can earn around 60 experience points daily. In no more than 5 days, I should be able to upgrade my next ability. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Yi Fan's face as he lightly tapped the desk with his left hand. Xiaoxi, is there anything you don't understand? His voice was soft, laced with a hint of tenderness, subtle yet palpable. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the desks and floor, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere. Under the sunlight, Yi Fan's already handsome features appeared even more striking. Hearing the commotion, Ning, she turned her head, and when her gaze met Yi Fan's, her eyes momentarily glazed over, followed by a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As she looked at Yi Fan, he was also gazing back at her. Their eyes met in the air, and they held each other's gaze for a good 10 seconds. With a smile in his eyes, Yi Fan softly spoke, Xiaoxi, that's enough for now. At his words, Ning Xi's face turned crimson, her arms encircling the desk as she buried her head into it, her hair cascading around her. What is happening to me? How embarrassing. As noon arrived, Yi Fan ordered a beef rice dish and settled into a corner to eat. After taking a couple of bites, he caught sight of a shadow from the corner of his eye. Looking up, he asked, what are you doing here? Deng Yu remained silent, his face etched with a conflicted expression. Yi Fan shook his head slightly, understanding Deng Yu's dilemma. All right, the bet is off. Just go back to what you were doing and let me enjoy my meal in peace. Off. Deng Yu initially felt a surge of joy, but then disappointment washed over him. He couldn't help but linger on the bet, while Yi Fan, the victor, seemed to regard it with indifference, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Silence ensued. Seeing this, Yi Fan chose not to engage further with Deng Yu, picking up his chopsticks to continue eating. Deng Yu lowered his head, his expression shifting. Finally, he steeled himself and looked up at Yi Fan, speaking earnestly. A man's word is his bond. From today forward, you're my big brother. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best. Yi Fan raised his eyelids slightly, replying, I have nothing I need your help with. If you genuinely want to assist me, just refrain from bothering Ning Xi. You truly have a fondness for Ning Xi. Upon hearing this, a fierce animosity ignited in Deng Yu's eyes. Indeed, I do, Yi Fan nodded. He unequivocally liked Ning Xi. This sentiment required no concealing. Deng Yu rose, gritting his teeth as he declared, Ning Xi is the girl I have my sights set on. You are unworthy of her. Have you finished? Yi Fan, lacking interest in quarreling with a mere child, casually waved his left hand without lifting his gaze. Farewell. Unworthy of Ning Xi? What nonsense. He was indeed the most deserving of her affections. Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor utterly infuriated Deng Yu, who turned away with a cold expression. Remaining any longer would surely provoke a heart attack. As Deng Yu departed, another figure materialized in his place. Su Qiaoyu. Her long hair cascaded naturally, and a violet coat accentuated her gentle demeanor. The phrase gentle as water aptly described Su Qiaoyu. She fixated on Yi Fan, who was engrossed in his meal, her curiosity unmasked. Yi Fan, congratulations on securing first place in this month's exam. Oh, it's you? Yi Fan lifted his gaze to meet Su Qiaoyu's. His tone indifferent and his expression bland. He merely glanced at her before averting his eyes. Su Qiaoyu was not surprised. This was the same attitude Yi Fan had displayed previously. A soft smile graced her exquisite features as she spoke gently. Yi Fan, you are truly impressive. No wonder you transferred to Jinhua. You snatched first place this time, but next time, it may not be so certain. In the upcoming first mock exam, in half a month, I will reclaim the top position. Her voice, laced with confidence, conveyed her determination. Yi Fan swallowed the last morsel of his meal, took a few sips from his water cup, and glanced at Su Qiaoyu. In this month's exam, it seems you didn't even secure second place. Don't get ahead of yourself. Focus on stepping up one rung at a time. If I recall correctly, Ning Xi from your class achieved second place this time. Did she not? Su Qiaoyu raised her right hand, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and replied, I merely underperformed this time. Under normal circumstances, Ning Xi would not be my rival. My only competitor is you. Historically, she had consistently topped the grade in previous monthly exams, while Ning Xi languished around 4th or 5th place. Thus, even though Ning Xi had surpassed Su Qiaoyu this time, the latter still did not regard her as a contender. As Yi Fan organized his tray, he paused, a smirk forming on his lips. How about a wager? Though they jest, he was serious. Ning Xi was not to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Fan smile, Su Qiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and she joined in with a soft laugh. All right, let's make a bet. Whoever secures first place in the upcoming mock exam will treat the other to a meal. How does that sound? Cough. Yi Fan cleared his throat and replied, You seem to have misunderstood. Misunderstood? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qiaoyu's eyes. What misunderstanding? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stated nonchalantly, In the mock exam, your score will not surpass Ning Xi's. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. With that, he rose and departed. Su Qiaoyu stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her brows slightly furrowed. What did this mean? Competing for first place with Ning Xi? There was no need for that. She merely viewed Yi Fan as her rival, and only a boy of his caliber was worthy of such a role. However, Su Qiaoyu had misconstrued Yi Fan's intent. In truth, Yi Fan was not urging her to vie for first place, but rather for second. In the classroom, Ning Xi was diligently working on her workbook, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and a few strands of hair framing her earlobes added a charming touch, perfectly showcasing her quiet and graceful demeanor. As Yi Fan settled into his seat, he found himself captivated by this enchanting scene. Unabashedly, he propped his chin on his hand, tilting his face to admire her openly. Excuse me? Not at all. He had no shame. The pen he was using faltered slightly. Ning Xi lowered her gaze, her cheeks warming. Here we go again. Why did he always enjoy watching her like this? Yi Fan, do you need something? Nothing at all, Yi Fan instinctively replied. Just checking if you solved the problems correctly. Quite well done. Thankfully, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he might have found himself in trouble again. It had taken considerable effort to lower Ning Xi's guard, and he wished to avoid any further complications. Ning Xi felt a mix of embarrassment and exasperation. Checking the problems? What nonsense? Were the questions written on her face? You, Xiao Shi. Just as Ning Xi was about to speak, Luo Yumeng and Su Ku approached, taking advantage of the two students in front who had yet to return to the classroom and promptly seated themselves. Luo Yumeng seized Ning Xi's workbook and tossed it to Su Ku, declaring, You're already second in the grade. Why are you still studying? Oh, my workbook. Ning Xi shot Luo Yumeng a glare, her eyes filled with reproach. She extended her hand towards Su Ku, saying, Xiao Ku, we are in the same boat. Get back to me. Su Ku blinked innocently, smiling as she replied, Xiao Shi, Yumeng has a point. Don't be so tense. Study when it's time to study, but also allow yourself to relax. As she spoke, the workbook in her hands mysteriously vanished. Yi Fan retrieved the workbook from Su Ku's hands and returned it to Ning Xi, saying, Xiao Shi, don't pay attention to their nonsense. One cannot achieve greatness without diligence. Comfort leads to complacency. I understand, Ning Xi nodded lightly. Luo Yumeng and Su Ku exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. These two were not quite right. At that moment, they seemed to sense a peculiar tension in the air. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Luo Yumeng placed her hands on her hips, questioning. Is Ning Xi studying so hard because of you? Studying hard? Nonsense. Before Yi Fan could respond, Ning Xi interjected, her voice soft and melodious. Studying is a joyful endeavor. How can that be equated with hardship? Moreover, I truly do not feel exhausted. Rather, I find each day fulfilling. In recent days, Ning Xi had sensed her gradual improvement. This experience delighted her. When engaging in activities she loved, how could she possibly feel weary? Luo Yumeng opened her mouth, her tone tinged with melancholy. Xiao Shi, are you actually defending Yi Fan? I'm heartbroken, utterly heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to clarify, Yi Fan interjected. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yumeng, he asked nonchalantly, In this month's exam, I secured first place, Xiao Shi came in second, and Su Ku was 10th. What position did you achieve? In response to Yi Fan's inquiry, Luo Yumeng was momentarily taken aback, her face soon reflecting a look of embarrassment. The inquiry posed left her countenance flushed, brimming with indignation as she glared at Yi Fan, exclaiming, "You! Do not overstep your bounds." In stark contrast, Yi Fan maintained an unperturbed expression, responding with a cheerful grin, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely inquired out of sheer curiosity." Having not paid heed when the teacher announced the results earlier. The grades from the monthly examination are hardly shrouded in secrecy, so do not feel embarrassed, do share. I couldn't help but chuckle. Observing Luo Yumen's flustered demeanor, Ning Xi and Su Ku exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement. "Are you still laughing?" Luo Yumen, her expression despondent, shot a glare at Ning Xi and huffed, "Especially you. Keep Yi Fan in line." With that, she rose and departed from the scene of her dismay. Su Ku stifled a giggle, following suit, but not before teasing Ning Xi in a mimicry of Luo Yumen's earlier tone. "Keep Yi Fan in line." Ning Xi's cheeks flushed crimson as she nervously clutched her garment, softly murmuring, "Yi Fan, please do not misunderstand. Yumen and Xiao Ke were merely jesting. You needn't take it to heart." "Indeed," Yi Fan replied, his lips curving into a playful smirk, "I shall heed your advice and take it to heart." Ning Xi's bright eyes widened, her cheeks aflame. Logically, she should have felt relieved that Yi Fan was not taking the matter seriously. Yet, his words struck her as peculiarly ambiguous. What did he mean by heeding her advice? Dingling. With the class bell ringing, Yang Ting entered the classroom, clearing her throat before announcing, "I have an important matter to declare. The roster for the Kingda intensive class has been finalized, and I will now disclose the list of selected candidates. Yi Fan, here. Ning Xi, here. Deng Yu, here." Yang Ting nodded slightly, stating after school, "The three of you should gather your belongings. I will escort you to the intensive class to finalize your seating arrangements. Beginning tomorrow, your primary subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, will be conducted there. As for physics, chemistry, and biology, those will remain in our current classroom. At the end of the day, I will distribute a timetable to each of you." A myriad of students gazed upon them with envy. The Kingda intensive class, how enticing, with 3 retired professors from Kingda. The caliber of instruction far surpassed that of those so-called elite tutoring centers. Why were they not more competitive? The resentment was palpable. If only they had performed better. Perhaps they too could have been among the chosen ones. How frustrating. Just after Yang Ting finished her announcement, Su Ke raised her hand and stood up. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yang Ting inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ke quietly asked, "Aside from this monthly examination, is there any other way to join the Kingda intensive class?" She was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yang Ting's face. After Su Ke's question, many students exhibited signs of intrigue, which she noted with clarity. "Indeed, there's a way." Her 5 simple words ignited a wave of curiosity among the students. "Wait, is there truly another method? Splendid. No matter what, I must join." As the whispers of speculation filled the room, Yang Ting tapped the podium, declaring, "Next, there'll be mock tests for both the first and second rounds. As agreed, the top performer from each class will gain entry to the Kingda intensive class. This means you have 2 additional chances, so give it your all." Class commenced. When the dismissal bell rang, students departed with their backpacks. In the blink of an eye, only Su Mo, Ning Xi, and Deng Yu remained in the classroom. Could we revisit this problem? Ning Xi pointed delicately at a challenging math problem on the draft paper, her voice barely above a whisper. "I find myself somewhat perplexed." "Of course," Yi Fan replied, noticing her earnestness. "Xiao Shi, consider the final question of this problem, integrating the second step from the first query." Seated in the front row, Deng Yu felt a tightness in his chest. His expression darkened, resembling someone who had been wronged to the tune of millions. Why was this guy not only handsome, but also academically gifted to such an extraordinary degree? The heavens were truly unjust. Yang Ting approached the door, glancing into the classroom. "You 3, come with me." Upon hearing this, the trio gathered their belongings, Yi Fan carrying both his and Ning Xi's, and followed Yang Ting upstairs. "Yi Fan, give me the things. I can manage." "No, please, no." The academic building comprised 5 floors, with Class 2 of the Science Department located on the 4th. The 5th floor remained unused. The school had specifically renovated a classroom for this intensive class. Upon entering, they found several students already present, all evidently selected for the Kingda intensive class, 15 boys and 3 girls. Among the 3 girls, Yi Fan recognized one, Su Qiaoyu. At that moment, several boys stood beside her, engaging in small talk, while she responded with either an affirming or a gentle smile, emanating a soft and graceful aura. As Yi Fan and his companions entered the classroom, a hush fell over the room, with many eyes scrutinizing them. Notably, a greater number of gazes lingered on Ning Xi. It was inevitable. Before Ning Xi's arrival, Su Qiaoyu had undoubtedly been the favored choice among the boys. However, with Ning Xi's entrance, most of them swiftly redirected their attention. Ning Xi's ethereal beauty, complemented by serene demeanor, was far more captivating than Su Qiaoyu, although they attended the same school. Ning Xi was often too low profile, arriving early and leaving late, resulting in many students having scarcely glimpsed her, thus earning her the title of the second school flower. Now, witnessing her up close, the boys' eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to wolves spotting their prey, barely holding back their enthusiasm. Sensing the intensity of their stares, Yi Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Xi. Yang Ting, oblivious to the dynamics, turned to the trio and said, "This is the designated classroom. Choose your seats wisely and remember to tidy up. A professor will be visiting shortly, so do make a good impression." With that, she pivoted and exited. The classroom offered ample seating. With only 21 students in the Kingda intensive class, they could choose freely, which was fortuitous for Yi Fan. He turned to Ning Xi and inquired, "Shall we sit at the front or the back?" "The back," Ning Xi replied after a moment's contemplation. She disliked the way the boys gazed at her, finding it quite irksome, extremely irksome. Sitting at the back would help her avoid such distractions. Very well. Yi Fan had anticipated this response. He carried an abundance of review materials and made his way to the back of the classroom, with Ning Xi trailing closely behind. As they reached the third row, a bespectacled boy suddenly stood, greeting Ning Xi. "Ning Xi, greetings. I'm Tang Jinsu from Class 1 of the Arts. There is still an available seat here, and I have numerous queries in mathematics. I would like to seek your guidance, esteemed scholar of the sciences. May I?" Chapter 46. Fond of debating? At this very moment, apart from Yi Fan, every male student in the classroom silently cursed. Is there no shame? What guidance are we talking about? It is utterly preposterous. As fellow males, they were well aware of Tang Jinsu's dubious intentions, with a visage akin to a car wreck. What audacity did he possess? Ning Xi paused her steps, glancing at the smiling Tang Jinsu, and could not help but cast a pleading gaze towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan placed his book on the last row of desks in the classroom and approached Ning Xi with a leisurely demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Jinsu. He calmly remarked, "Apologies, but Ning Xi has been reserved by me." Ning Xi shot Yi Fan a glare, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What does reserve even mean? She is not a commodity. However, considering that Yi Fan was intervening on her behalf, she chose to pretend she hadn't heard him. "Who are you?" Tang Jinsu furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure clouding his features. Just moments ago, Ning Xi appeared likely to acquiesce. And now, this interloper had audaciously disrupted the moment. "Me?" Yi Fan pointed to himself, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, and I am Ning Xi's deskmate." Upon hearing this, the lips of all the boys twitched in unison. Well, this one is even bolder. He has outright confirmed their deskmate status, and he is playing this game, is he? "Are you also from science class too?" Tang Jinsu's gaze turned hostile, his voice laced with animosity. "Why else would I be here?" Yi Fan countered. A flicker of intelligence sparkled in Tang Jinsu's eyes, and then a broad smile spread across his face as he adjusted his glasses. "Since you have been accepted into the Qing University acceleration class, it must indicate that your prowess in mathematics is remarkable. However, sitting next to Ning, she does not allow for mutual enhancement. It would be more beneficial to find a student from an arts class. You could assist him in elevating his math skills, and in turn, he could help you improve in language. Ning Xi and I are in a similar situation. Thus, all four of us could benefit. I am confident that you, Yi Fan, would not decline such a fortuitous arrangement, would you?" Gasp. After Tang Jinsu finished speaking, several boys inhaled sharply. Wow, this guy has quite the eloquence. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. At the tender age of 17 or 18, to possess such clarity of thought and the ability to assert dominance is indeed rare. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Yi Fan. In his previous life, Yi Fan had been the owner of a company valued in the hundreds of millions. Though Ning Xi may have aided him, he certainly possessed the acumen to steer the company to its current standing. Unfazed by Tang Jinsu's petty tactics, he spoke calmly. "Why have you joined the Qing University acceleration class?" Tang Jinsu was taken aback by Yi Fan's question, instinctively replying, "Of course, to enhance my skills in language mathematics and English." Indeed, Yi Fan continued, "But why is it that attending the Qing University acceleration class would lead to an improvement in those subjects? Is that even a question?" Tang Jinsu's tone was tinged with impatience. "Do you not know? I now question how you managed to get into the Qing University acceleration class. The school has invited 3 retired professors from Qing University to teach in this class. Do I need to elucidate the teaching standards of Qing University professors to you?" With the guidance of these three professors, our proficiency in language, mathematics, and English will undoubtedly improve. This is a simple concept even a primary school student could grasp. How can you, a high school student, not understand? A wave of quiet laughter rippled through the classroom. In the presence of Tang Jinsu, Yi Fan was clearly too inexperienced. All eyes were fixated on Yi Fan, poised for spectacle. Su Qiao furrowed her brows, perplexed. She could not comprehend why Yi Fan would pose such a question. Such an elementary principle was surely known to him. Yi Fan, Ning Xi gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, whispering, "Shall we tidy our seats?" She sought to extricate him from the predicament. Sensing her subtle gesture, Yi Fan offered a faint smile, his lips moving. "Do not worry." With that, he directed his gaze back to Tang Jinsu, stating, "My dear classmate, you must have misunderstood. The reason I asked is to ascertain your understanding of the matter." A chorus of derisive hisses echoed in the classroom. Clearly, no one believed his words. They interpreted Yi Fan's statement as a feeble attempt to cover his tracks. Tang Jinsu smirked mockingly, raising his hands in a gesture that seemed to say, "See, does anyone believe you?" In response, Yi Fan remained unperturbed and instead smiled. "Earlier, you asserted that the guidance of the three professors from Qing University could enhance our skills in language, mathematics, and English, correct?" "Absolutely." "Danzengu not det, vigo du sin." Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his smile growing more pronounced. "If that is the case, does it truly matter who one sits next to? Is there an issue that the professors from Qing University cannot resolve that Ning Xi might help you with? Even if there were, it certainly would not pertain to academic matters. Since Ning Xi does not even know you, she has no obligation or reason to assist you. Would you not agree?" Unbeknownst to him, the reins of the conversation had shifted firmly into Yi Fan's grasp. Yu Tang Jinsu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Yi Fan continued, "Moreover, here is the most crucial point. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Ning Xi is exceptionally beautiful. Naturally, she should sit beside me. With you? Huh. Well, I've said my piece. Do you have anything further to add?" Tang Jinsu was left speechless, his face, marred by acne, turning a deep shade of purple. "It appears you have nothing more to say." Yi Fan turned to Ning Xi and winked, all sorted. "Let's tidy up our seats." "Oh, all right." Ning Xi nodded blankly, her gaze fixed, as obedient as a little rabbit. In that moment, her mind echoed with three words, "So impressive." A series of gasps filled the classroom as everyone absorbed the scene. They often speak of the existence of greater talents beyond their own. This was indeed true. With impeccable logic, clear reasoning, and incisive rhetoric. My goodness. After witnessing Yi Fan's retort, everyone regarded him with awe. Observing Yi Fan's calm demeanor, they could not help but marvel. He had refrained from using any vulgar language. Yet he left Tang Jinsu utterly speechless. In the end, he even managed to deliver a wave of sarcasm in return. Simply flawless. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, Yi Fan busily took a tissue, dampening it slightly, and commenced wiping down the table. Fond of reasoning? Very well. He was indeed someone who relished engaging in discourse. Chapter 47. Not a single one left behind. Ning Xi stood to the side, observing Yi Fan's diligent efforts, and ventured, "May I assist you?" "Not necessary." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan paused momentarily, looked up with a smile, and said, "You ought to exhibit a modicum of self-awareness. Your sole responsibility is to look delightful. Leave this task to me. Just a moment longer, and I shall be finished." With that, he resumed his work. Ning Xi remained at a loss, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, undeniably captivating. With her bashful gaze, she became the most enchanting sight in the classroom, unmatched by any other. Each subtle expression, each glance, was both poetic and graceful. Several boys turned their attention toward her, their eyes wide with awe, nearly drooling at the sight. She exuded a beauty that was fresh and transcendent. Amidst the multitude of gazes, one discerning pair belonged to Su Qiao. Having attended the same school, she had caught fleeting glimpses of Ning Xi numerous times, but had never taken the time to truly understand her. She was aware that Ning Xi was an exceptional girl, yet after this close encounter, her perception of Ning Xi elevated significantly. This girl was not only beautiful and accomplished, but was her gentle aura that captivated even Su Qiao, a girl herself. How could the boys possibly resist such charm? Moreover, Su Qiao unearthed a troubling realization. Yi Fan seemed to harbor feelings for Ning Xi. The mere thought unsettled her. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, surrounded by suitors, yet she had never felt a spark for any boy, until now, with Yi Fan. From a moment she laid eyes on him, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her, and as time progressed, she grew increasingly certain of its nature. Upon learning that Yi Fan had secured the top spot in the recent monthly exam, her heart quivered, reigniting those peculiar feelings. Previously, she had scoffed at the notion of love at first sight, but now she found herself a believer. She understood the importance of modesty and had always adhered to it. Yet when faced with Yi Fan, she found it difficult to maintain her composure, yearning to know more about him. In their final year of high school, romantic relationships were discouraged, but university would offer new possibilities. Thus, Suki Awu aspired to befriend Yi Fan before the college entrance examination. After witnessing Yi Fan's demeanor towards Ning Xi, a sense of urgency welled within her. In their brief interactions, Yi Fan's demeanor could best be described with two words: aloof and indifferent. Suki Awu had assumed this was his true nature until she witnessed his warmth and attentiveness towards Ning Xi, his eyes brimming with affection. Yes, it was affection. She was confident in her assessment. Biting her lip, a complex expression crossed her features as she averted her gaze, murmuring to herself, "She is outstanding, but so am I." Her elegantly arched brows rose slightly, determination flickering in her eyes. All right. Yi Fan arranged Ning Xi's study materials in the manner they had been organized in Class 2. Once he completed this task, he extended his hand to Ning Xi, saying, "Please take a seat." "Thank you." Ning Xi nodded gently, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush, revealing her inner emotions. Seeing her shy yet charming demeanor, Yi Fan felt an impulsive urge to pat her on the head. In his previous life, he had performed this action only once, vividly recalling Ning Xi's reaction. Yet, he refrained from acting on this desire. Given their current relationship, such familiarity was unwarranted, and the setting was not conducive to it either. Regaining his composure, he presented her with the schedule provided by Yang Ting, saying, "Take a look at this and memorize it a bit to avoid any mistakes." As Ning Xi accepted the schedule, her hand brushed against Yi Fan's, sending a jolt through her, causing her to retract swiftly. Noting her reaction, Yi Fan smiled broadly, saying nothing as he placed the schedule before her. "Go ahead." Ning Xi lowered her head, her hair cascading over her shoulders and obscuring her fair face. Yi Fan stole a couple of glances before averting his gaze, pulling out the 3 books he possessed, only to discover he had already read them. Thus, he could not accrue experience points. The system dictated that previously read books could not yield repeated experience. This stipulation left Yi Fan utterly exasperated. At Jinhua, there was but 1 day of respite each week, meaning for the remaining 6 days, if he wished to gain experience, he had to purchase books. Indeed, that was precisely what he had been doing, resulting in a veritable sea of books cluttering his room. He could read ordinary books swiftly, finishing in approximately half an hour. But the more profound texts required significantly more time, and such books were often prohibitively expensive, typically costing several hundred yuan each. In a normal situation, he had been allotted 10,000 yuan for living expenses by Luo Shan, combined with the 50,000 he had earned in the stock market, totaling 60,000 yuan. Yet, in merely half a month, he had already spent nearly half of it, with all remaining funds directed toward purchasing books. It was only April 2nd, and at this rate of expenditure, the 30,000 yuan left in his bank account would certainly not last until the end of the month. Originally, he could have earned some money in the stock market. In his past life, he recalled several stocks performing well during this period leading up to the college entrance examination, ample to cover his expenses. Unfortunately, his mother had called to explicitly forbid him from trading stocks before the exams, warning him that failing to comply would jeopardize the 2 million he hoped to acquire. Yi Fan had acquiesced to her request, which was precisely the source of his greatest frustration. He believed that promises should be honored. Deceit was not within his character, nor did he wish to engage in such behavior. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy to earn some extra cash, lest he find himself unable to gain experience while at school. Just then, an elderly voice broke the silence. The students looked up to see a venerable figure standing at the podium. With graying hair and spectacles, he bore a kind expression, radiating an aura of profound knowledge. Noticing the curiosity in the children's eyes, Pang Kai-upping smiled and began his introduction, his voice resonant and seasoned. "Hello everyone, my name is Pang Kai-upping, and I will be your Chinese teacher for this intensive class at Qing University. Today, I primarily wish to familiarize myself with all of you, and I apologize for encroaching upon your dismissal time." He glanced at his watch and said, "Give me 3 minutes. Once I finish speaking, everyone can go home." All the attendees nodded in unison, sitting up straight, eager to leave a good impression on Pang Kai-upping. Descending from the podium, Pang Kai-upping strolled slowly down the corridor. "To be honest, when I first received the invitation from your principal, neither I nor the other 2 teachers had any intention of accepting it. However, after a telephone discussion with my colleagues, we ultimately decided to comply. As an old man with 1 foot in the grave, it is indeed an honor for me to contribute, albeit modestly, to the nation's educational endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Individuals like Pang Kai-upping are truly commendable. Having accepted the invitation, we shall treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. You're the first batch of students in this intensive class, and there will surely be more little ones joining later. Regardless of whether it is you or the students who join subsequently, the goal of myself and the other two teachers remains singular. This tutoring class is called the Kingda Intensive Class, and naturally, it is aimed at helping everyone gain admission to Kingda. Therefore, our objective is for every participant in this tutoring class to be accepted by Kingda. Pang Kai-upping's gaze swept across each student's face as he solemnly uttered 4 words. Not a single one missing. Chapter 48. Seeking a part-time job, not a single one missing. After hearing Pang Kai-upping's words, many students couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even Yi Fan was taken aback. For everyone in the tutoring class to gain admission to Kingda, that seemed rather unrealistic. While the truth may be harsh, it is, nonetheless, the reality. How impressive. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she murmured to herself, I will definitely not hold back. Her earnest demeanor was exceptionally endearing. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile, thinking, you certainly won't hold back, my dear. In his previous life, even without his assistance or the so-called Kingda intensive class, Ning, she still managed to gain admission to Kingda through her own hard work. Let alone this life. Kingda will surely have Ning Xi, and of course, you'll be there as well. As they exited the school, Ning Xi walked with a slightly hurried pace compared to usual. Xiaoxi, why are you walking so fast? Yi Fan followed closely, ensuring she was safe on the inner side of the road. Ning Xi paused her steps and explained in a clear voice. I don't have a mobile phone, so Uncle Zhuang probably isn't aware of the specifics yet. I'm afraid he might be worried. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan refrained from asking further, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze. This girl still cares so much for others. As they emerged from the alley, Zhuang Li stood by the car, occasionally glancing toward the alley's entrance. Uncle Zhuang, Ning Xi called out, rushing over. Miss, Zhuang Li nodded in greeting, deliberately ignoring Yi Fan standing behind her. Yi Fan, however, paid no mind, lingering quietly without any intention of leaving. Ning Xi was slightly breathless. Her cheeks flushed as she explained to Zhuang Li, Uncle Zhuang, we were assigned seats in the intensive class today, which caused a delay. Miss, I understand. Zhuang Li replied with a smile, raising his phone and stating, I have teacher Yang's number. Ning Xi paused for a moment, feeling a wave of relief. She turned to Yi Fan, her lips moving slightly. Yi Fan, I haven't finished reading the annotations you gave me yesterday. It's all right. Yi Fan replied with a gentle smile. Let us head home. See you tomorrow. Sighing softly, Ning Xi stared at Yi Fan, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. She hadn't finished her sentence when he reiterated, see you tomorrow. As the car drove away, Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and headed home. Upon arriving home, he began to wash vegetables and prepare dinner. Everything felt so natural. Yi Fan cherished this student life, especially since he could see Ning Xi every day. Quite pleasant indeed. After dinner, Yi Fan took a shower, dried his hair, and sat down at his computer. He logged onto the web and began to browse through various part-time opportunities available in the city. The variety was overwhelming, countless, and diverse. Moreover, as the capital of the summer country, the economic landscape was incredibly robust, resulting in an enormous part-time job market. As long as one could articulate their needs and the conditions were favorable, it was relatively easy to find a suitable position. However, the vast majority of part-time jobs did not pique Yi Fan's interest. With only Sundays free, he eliminated most opportunities based solely on that criterion. Additionally, Yi Fan had further stipulations. The pay could not be too low, the work had to be light, the environment should be pleasant, and ideally, he would like the chance to read as well. If others were to learn of Yi Fan's standards for part-time work, they would surely find it absurd. A high school student without a diploma demanding so much? If you were to find a job matching those criteria, it would indeed be a miracle. In fact, after searching for over an hour at the computer, he had yet to find a satisfactory part-time position. With a resigned sigh, he pondered whether his expectations were unreasonable. Were they really so high? Not at all. After all, in his previous life, he had been a successful entrepreneur with a valuation exceeding $1 billion. He certainly couldn't settle for washing dishes, could he? After searching for a while longer, Yi Fan prepared to give up. Forget it. I might as well ask Luo Shan for some help. At worst, I can pay him back double later. Yes, that's the plan. Just as he was about to exit the web page, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of the screen announcing a part-time job. He clicked to refresh and saw a particularly striking listing at the top of the page, hiring a tutor. Yi Fan slightly shook his head, losing interest immediately. Such part-time jobs were abundant, and he had perused many, but the conditions rarely aligned. It wasn't that the conditions were poor. Rather, it was his lack of qualifications that disqualified him. Well, let us take a look anyway. Perhaps they won't require any formal education. He reassured himself as he moved the mouse and clicked on the listing. Seeking a tutor for high school subjects, classes held only on Sundays for 4 hours. Primarily focusing on physics and mathematics for seniors, offering a salary of 1,000 yuan per hour. Requirements: age must not exceed 40, neat appearance, non-smoker, and no bad habits. And then it ended. After reading the job description, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Truly, after traversing a mountain of obstacles, he finally found a glimmer of hope. This listing nearly met all of Yi Fan's criteria. High pay, light workload, moreover, tutoring certainly allowed for reading, as he could easily create problems that would take the student considerable time to solve. Most importantly, they did not require any formal education, which was simply splendid. This was it. Yi Fan jotted down the contact number and dialed it. The call connected swiftly. Greetings, I am here to apply for the position of tutor. May I inquire how to address you? On the other end of the line, a melodious female voice resonated. Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, this is your mobile number, correct? Indeed. In a moment, I shall send you an address. If you are applying for the tutoring position, please arrive this Sunday morning at 8. Thank you. As the call ended, Yi Fan stretched languidly and turned to glance at the diminishing stack of books on the left side of his bedside table, a faint smile gracing his lips. The long night was filled solely with the pursuit of experience. After a night of slumber, Yi Fan arose at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was uncertain if it was due to his rebirth, but regardless of fatigue, after just a few hours of sleep, he would awaken automatically, feeling utterly refreshed and invigorated. He didn't dwell on it much, considering it a fortuitous circumstance, for it meant he had more energy to read and engage in other pursuits. Moreover, the early bird catches the worm. Having dressed, Yi Fan descended the stairs and jogged once around the neighborhood. Upon completing his run, he was somewhat astonished. Had it been his former self, he would have been drenched in sweat, yet now he merely felt a mild warmth, without even a hint of perspiration. His second-tier martial prowess seemed quite commendable. After breakfast, as he was preparing to head to school, he suddenly recalled that there was no food left at the school. This simply would not do. While a meal could be skipped, experience could not be neglected. He stuffed 4 or 5 books into his backpack before hurrying off to school. A gentle breeze wafted through, cool and refreshing. Exiting the neighborhood, just as Yi Fan reached the middle of the road, an unexpected incident occurred. Move aside. Chapter 49. The heavens truly have blinded eyes. Get out of the way. A brand new red sedan surged towards Yi Fan on the sidewalk. The speed was astonishing. Just as it seemed destined to collide with him, several pedestrians on the roadside gasped in alarm. In a split second, Yi Fan took a significant step forward, narrowly avoiding the car's left side rearview mirror as it brushed against his right arm. Screech. Boom. The road bore the marks of a black skid. The vehicle crashing straight into a willow tree by the roadside, the front hood crumpling inward, accompanied by wisps of white smoke, as if lamenting its tragic fate. Hiss. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeve and glanced down, noticing a scrape near the joint of his right forearm. The wound was the size of a bottle cap, blood oozing from it, forming droplets. He looked at the rear of the car in front of him, feeling a twinge of irritation. What was this driver thinking? Was an attempt on his life? Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have faced severe injury or worse. A young woman hurriedly exited the driver's seat, her face etched with panic as she opened the back door, exclaiming, "Grandfather, are you all right?" "I'm not dead." An elderly man, over 60, trembled as he got out, worry etched across his features. Upon exiting the vehicle, his gaze darted around before settling on Yi Fan in the middle of the sidewalk. "My young friend, I sincerely apologize." The elderly man wasted no time, hastening to Yi Fan's side. Just as he began to speak, he noticed the wound on Yi Fan's right arm and swiftly turned to the young woman beside the car, shouting, "Ruo Yu, why are you just standing there? Quickly take this young man to the hospital." "No need." "What do you mean, no need?" 2 voices rang out simultaneously. The young woman approached with indignation, her eyes fixed on the youthful Yi Fan, her tone decidedly unfriendly. "Grandfather, this is not our fault. This person clearly has poor eyesight, failing to dodge when he saw the car. I suspect he is attempting to extort us." "What nonsense!" The elderly man maintained a stern demeanor, his authority palpable. "You should not have been in your car. Now, immediately take this young man to the hospital. You'll cover the medical expenses and additionally provide him with 10,000 yuan for his recovery. Do you understand?" "Grandfather." The young woman stamped her foot in frustration, evidently unable to accept this resolution. She glared at Yi Fan, coldly questioning, "How do you walk? You saw the car and still didn't move? You may be young, but I never expected you to be such a person." Yi Fan glanced at his phone, noting the time, 7:49 in the morning. It would take him about 5 minutes to reach school. He still had time. Unperturbed by the young woman's remarks, he replied nonchalantly, Do you possess a driving license? The young woman was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed with anger, retorting loudly, "Of course I have a license. Let me tell you, I just received it the day before yesterday, and passed every test on my first attempt." Doubting her driving skills? How infuriating. Yi Fan smirked slightly, shaking his head. The heavens truly have blinded eyes. Before the young woman could respond, Yi Fan pointed at the traffic signal by the roadside, continuing, according to regulations. Pedestrians must adhere to traffic signals when crossing at marked crosswalks. The light was green just now. If you doubt it, you can check the surveillance footage. The young woman opened her mouth to retort, but Yi Fan interrupted her. Casting a glance at her, he stated, according to Article 47 of the Road Traffic Safety Law, vehicles must reduce speed when approaching a crosswalk. If pedestrians are crossing, they must stop to allow passage. Even on roads without traffic signals, drivers must yield to pedestrians crossing the street, let alone when the light was green. How did you pass the first test? The young woman was rendered speechless, her chest rising and falling with indignation. If looks could kill, Yi Fan would have perished multiple times already. Seeing this, the elderly man quickly interjected, "My young friend, I truly apologize. My granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood. Please do not take offense. How we handle this matter is up to you. Does that sound acceptable?" "No need." Yi Fan gestured towards the small wound on his arm, dismissively stating, "It's merely a minor injury, hardly worth fussing over." He glanced at the young woman and lightly remarked, "In the future, do drive with more caution. Better yet, perhaps you should refrain from driving altogether. It seems beyond your capabilities." With that, he turned and walked away. The young woman glared at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her face flushed with anger. Is this person insane? Why recite the road traffic safety law for no reason? How dull. Yet, regardless of her grievances, she had to endure them, for Yi Fan was in the right. The elderly man shot a disapproving glance at his granddaughter, saying, "When we return home, reflect on this properly." "Grandfather, shall I repeat myself?" I understand." Ding-a-ling. As the class bell rang, Yi Fan's right foot crossed the threshold of the classroom just in time. As he was about to step inside, a voice from the podium halted him. "Stop. What's your name? Late on the first day?" Upon witnessing this scene, many students displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Among them was Tang Jinsu. Yesterday, Yi Fan had embarrassed him, and today he faced his comeuppance. What a delight. Sitting at the back, Ning Xi wore an expression of resignation. During their time in class 2, Yi Fan had always arrived just in the nick of time. "Couldn't he arrive a few minutes earlier?" The girl murmured softly, her flawless complexion betraying a hint of worry. Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, explained, "Teacher, I encountered a minor incident on the road that delayed me for a few minutes." Before He Kingbo could speak, Tang Jinsu interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What kind of incident could occur on the road? Did you happen to get hit by a car?" "Haha." Several boys acquainted with Tang Jinsu chimed in with laughter. Yi Fan smirked, fixing a cheerful gaze upon Tang Jinsu, and nodded, "Indeed, I was hit by a car." "Hit by a car? You really dare to say that?" The classroom fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in peals of laughter. He Kingbo scrutinized the student before him, noting his neat attire and rosy complexion. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't appear to be a victim of a vehicular accident. However, since it was the first day of class, he hesitated but ultimately decided to let Yi Fan return to his seat. Yet, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, causing He Kingbo to swallow the words he had prepared. "Teacher, Yi Fan is definitely lying." Tang Jinsu stood up, casting a glance at Yi Fan, who stood by the door, then turned to He Kingbo and declared loudly, "Such a clumsy lie. I truly wonder how he finds the audacity to utter it. If he cannot even uphold basic honesty, I believe such a person is unworthy of attending the Qing University intensive class." "What do you think, teacher?" "I think not highly of it." He Kingbo furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Tang Jinsu, and replied solemnly, "Whether the studentess claim holds any truth remains to be discussed. Today marks the inaugural day of the Qing University intensive class, and I hope everyone can arrive at the classroom a few minutes early. Otherwise, I may not be so lenient in the future." With that, He Kingbo nodded at Yi Fan, indicating he should take his seat. "Thank you, teacher." Yi Fan refrained from saying more and walked back to his seat. As he passed by Tang Jinsu, he paused momentarily, chuckling softly. "Are you so eager to have me expelled from the intensive class? Such lofty aspirations. Keep it up." Anger flickered in Tang Jinsu's eyes as he clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "Yi Fan, you just wait." Upon reaching his seat, Yi Fan wore a familiar smile, winking at Ning Xi. "Good morning." Ning Xi glanced at the podium, her gaze unwavering as she softly inquired, "Were you really hit by a car? Are you hurt?" "A scrape here and there, nothing serious." Yi Fan casually replied, smiling. "Let's not dwell on that. What's the name of the teacher at the podium? What subject does he teach?" Ning Xi shook her head gently, her eyes innocent. I don't know. Ahem. He Kingbo clapped his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Let me introduce myself. My name is He Kingbo, but you may call me Teacher He. I will be your English teacher for this intensive class. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. He continued. For our first class, I will discuss grammar. After the class, Ning Xi set down her pen, her cartoon notebook filled with notes. A gentle smile graced her face, radiating satisfaction and joy. Observing Ning Xi's reaction, Yi Fan smiled in return and asked, why so cheerful? Did something particularly delightful happen? No, Ning Xi replied, shaking her head, her soft voice tinged with a hint of admiration. I just feel that Teacher He's teaching skills are impressive. The knowledge he shared in class was very useful. Then make sure to study hard and remember it well. Yi Fan couldn't help but agree. He Kingbo's teaching ability was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of his reputation as a professor at Qin University. In matters of self-improvement, Ning Xi was particularly enthusiastic, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, unmarred by any dust. Of course, Yi Fan would not allow any dust to settle upon her in this life. He would stand by her side. As the two engaged in quiet conversation, an elderly man entered the classroom, instantly silencing the chatter. They had already encountered 2 professors from Qin University. It was expected that this elder was the final one. The teacher has arrived, Ning Xi whispered, straightening her posture. Yi Fan looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Is it really him? For Lin Dijiang, today had been somewhat heart-stopping. First, he was startled by his granddaughter's outrageous driving skills, and then he nearly collided with someone. Even now, he felt a lingering unease. He sighed softly, scanning the classroom, and when his gaze landed on Yi Fan in the back row, astonishment filled his eyes. What a coincidence! Noticing Lin Dijiang's gaze, Yi Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. He had a very favorable impression of Lin Dijiang, cultured and discerning. At the podium, Lin Dijiang retracted his gaze and said, Hello everyone, my name is Lin Dijiang, and I will be teaching mathematics. Afterward, he placed a stack of handwritten tests on the desks of the front row students. For our first class, we will conduct a small test, allowing me to gauge your mathematical proficiency. No problem, teacher. I love exams. Just watch me. The students, all top performers from their respective classes, were not intimidated by the prospect of test. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Among the 21 students in the intensive class, there was not a single weak contender. Competing with such a talented cohort was exhilarating. It must be noted that the attitude toward examinations between high achievers and average students differs qualitatively. As the tests were distributed, Lin Dijiang glanced at Yi Fan, his expression betraying no unusual reaction. He stood in the aisle and asked, Has everyone received their test papers? Yes. Many students looked at the papers in their hands, astonished. This test for the students' reactions, Lin Dijiang observed keenly, smiling as he remarked. You all should have noticed that the test paper you hold is rather different from your usual ones. Different? It's an enormous disparity. Everyone realized with dismay that their test papers contained only 6 questions, each worth 20 points. The entire examination comprised exceedingly challenging questions. What a jest. Yi Fan surveyed the test paper with keen interest, his lips twitching slightly. Not bad at all. It appears that this session of the Kingda Sprint class exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin. What are you talking about? Ning Xi did that head. Her eyes blinking adorably. Her endearing demeanor elicited amusement from Yi Fan, who softly explained, Nothing much, just that the difficulty of this test is quite high. Please take it seriously. Her soft nasal tone made Yi Fan's heart flutter. Xiaoxi, did you grow up on cuteness? Lin Dijiang scanned the room and loudly announced the rules. 6 questions with 30 minutes to answer. Everyone should perform well, aiming for 5 minutes per question to maintain a good pace. With that, he ascended the podium and settled down, squinting his eyes. A few students who shared a close bond exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. With such exaggerated difficulty in the mathematics problems, 5 minutes? Was this not a matter of life and death? Alas, the classroom resonated with the pleasant sound of writing, a harmonious melody. Yi Fan focused intently on the 6 questions, swiftly reviewing them before his mind conjured the relevant concepts, examples, and analytical strategies. He inscribed his name and commenced, with pen flying across the page. He continued at an astonishing pace. Okay, once he set down his pen, Yi Fan glanced at the clock above the blackboard. 5 minutes? That seemed manageable. If his thoughts at that moment were known to others, they would surely be dismayed to the point of sputtering blood. Completing 6 exceedingly difficult mathematics problems in 5 minutes. Was that reasonable? How utterly pretentious. In 5 minutes, they couldn't even solve a single question. Yi Fan tilted his head, discreetly observing Ning Xi, his gaze softening immensely. The girl's exquisite profile radiated earnestness, her delicate hair tucked behind her ears, her earlobes exposed. She was serene and beautiful. Witnessing this brought sweetness to his heart. Chapter 51. Perfect score. Half an hour passed swiftly. As Lin Dejiang announced the time to submit the papers, nearly every student wore an unwilling expression, for they had yet to finish. Even Ning Xi was no exception, her gaze fixed on the collected test papers, her long eyelashes fluttering in resignation. Noticing this, Yi Fan offered reassurance. It's all right. It's merely an ordinary test. I only managed to complete 4 questions. The time was too short. If only we had another 10 minutes, that would be splendid. The girl's voice carried a hint of complaint. Yi Fan tilted his head, watching as Ning Xi poked the desk with her pen, her eyes glimmering with mirth. This girl truly cared about her scores. At the podium, Lin Dejiang neatly arranged the test papers and picked up a pen. As if struck by inspiration, he looked up at the students and said, "You may discuss, but keep your voices down. Otherwise, it may affect my grading, and if I mark you incorrectly, do not blame me." His words instantly lifted the previously somber atmosphere in the classroom. Nearby students began to huddle together in hushed discussion. How did you all respond to the second question of the third problem? Yes, right? The second question was so difficult. In the end, I couldn't answer it and simply skipped it. There were a total of 21 students in the King of Spring class. Yi Fan and Ning Xi sat in the last row, while the others occupied the front, leaving 4 empty rows in between. This arrangement made the two feel as if they were in a different dimension, entirely unaffected by others. Ning Xi tilted her body and blinked at Yi Fan, inquiring, "Yi Fan, did you answer the second question of the fourth problem?" "Yes, I did." Yi Fan put down the book he had just opened, his voice low and gentle. "Regarding the function f, x, xbx, ax." As Yi Fan spoke, Ning Xi listened intently, occasionally resting her delicate chin on her hand, lost in thought, her feminine scent wafting through the air, captivating. With a soft gaze, Yi Fan recounted the entire solution process for the second question, observing Ning Xi deep in contemplation, and playfully asked, "How was that?" "Very good," Ning Xi replied. "I was asking you," Yi Fan chuckled. Ning Xi furrowed her brow, her small hands rubbing her head, her once orderly hair now slightly disheveled, showcasing a kind of charming chaos. "I didn't answer. I couldn't." Her inquiry stemmed from her inability to respond. "Never mind." Yi Fan gathered his books from the desk and took out paper and a pen. "I still remember the question we just tackled. Come, let me explain it to you properly." Ning Xi's lips parted in surprise, her lovely face adorned with astonishment. Such a complex mathematics problem, and he still remembered? "Don't dawdle." Yi Fan waved his right hand before her eyes, his gaze indulgent. "Would you like to listen?" "Yes." Ning Xi nodded, albeit with a faint blush coloring her cheeks. After finishing, she realized Yi Fan was not paying attention to her words, but was instead quickly writing down the 4th math problem from the exam on the draft paper. His actions left Ning Xi feeling increasingly bashful, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Did he have such unwavering confidence that she would listen? If he was so certain, why bother asking? Before long, Yi Fan completed the writing and raised his head to meet the girl's reproachful gaze, which made him break into a sunny, sincere smile. Ning Xi promptly turned her head away, her cheeks aflame, her thoughts a whirlwind. "Ning Xi, what on earth are you thinking?" "P.S. Just explaining the problem." "Ah." Only 5 minutes remained before class ended. Lin Dejiang finished grading and stood up, clapping his hands. Instantly, the chatter in the classroom ceased, and all attention converged on him. "All right, the results are in." Lin Dejiang held up the compiled score sheet and began to read. Zhao Tianyang, 48 points. Liang, 52 points. Tang Jinsu, 52 points. He continued to read off names, the highest score being 52, the lowest 24, with not a single score exceeding 60, which left the self-proclaimed top students feeling utterly ashamed. Su Qiao, 72 points. Hiss. Upon hearing this score, numerous gazes turned toward the seat on the left side of the front row, truly deserving of being the top student in the science class. Not to mention she is quite beautiful. I wonder who will be lucky to have such a blooming flower. Impressive. It's only natural for Su Qiao to score higher than us in the science class. As for these murmurs, Su Qiao paid them no mind. In truth, she was not entirely pleased with her score. She had almost solved the first question of the 5th problem, but alas, time had run out. Otherwise, she is confident in securing an additional 20 points. Ning Xi, scoring 72 points, was not taken aback upon hearing her result. Her approach to answering questions diverged significantly from her peers. While others endeavored to attempt as many questions as possible, she prioritized accuracy above all else. Habitually checking her answers twice upon completion, she only managed to tackle 3.5 questions. Nevertheless, her accuracy stood at a remarkable 100%. Though she remained unfazed, her score elicited astonishment among her fellow students. Many turned their heads toward the back of the classroom upon hearing Ning Xi's score. Wow, are the girls in the science class this incredible? It appears that the science field is entirely dominated by females, leading to an imbalance of power. Thank goodness I opted out of science. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Why rely on talent when one can depend on looks? Su Qiaoyu is like this. And so is Ning Xi. Can't the boys catch a break? Su Qiaoyu clenched her delicate hands. A perfect score? If memory served her correctly. Ning Xi's mathematics skills had not been particularly outstanding. Could it be that she had performed exceptionally this time? Historical monthly exam results were typically displayed in the school's announcement board, and given that both girls rank highly in science, Su Qiaoyu had some impression of Ning Xi's performance across various subjects. To be frank, Ning Xi's score was somewhat unexpected. Lin de Xian posed, his gaze landing on Yi Fan at the back of the classroom, his expression a blend of confusion, surprise, and a touch of regret. Yi Fan, scoring 120 points. Silence. The classroom fell into a hushed stillness. How much? 120 points? This must be a hallucination. Observing the scene, Linda Jiang reiterated, Yi Fan, 120 points. These words rippled through the classroom like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Could it be? No way. A perfect score? In half an hour, this fellow named Yi Fan managed to solve all 6 questions correctly? Goodness gracious. Who claimed that the science class was female-dominated? Step forward, and I promise not to harm you. As everyone turned their attention toward this direction, Ning Xi, who initially intended to congratulate Yi Fan, quickly lowered her head. After a moment's hesitation, she scribbled a note, flicking it with her pinky, and the crumpled paper rolled toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan picked up the paper ball, smoothing it out on his desk, a smile dancing in his eyes. The note bore 5 elegant characters, neatly penned. Great job, genius. Chapter 52. Is lemonade delicious? Great job, genius. These simple 5 words brought Yi Fan more joy than earning countless experience points. His lips twitched slightly as he whispered, in a voice only the two of them could hear, You're amazing too. Ning Xi's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Fortunately, she was looking down, otherwise, her unusual demeanor would have surely been noticed. Ahem. Linda Jiang's cough promptly snapped everyone back to attention. Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the classroom. While others were astonished and incredulous, Tang Zhengsu was consumed by extreme jealousy. Why? How could this guy possibly score full marks? This must be a fraud. Besides Tang Zhengsu, another individual whose expression darkened was Deng Yu, also from the second science class. To date, Deng Yu had reconciled himself with Yi Fan's brilliance, yet he still harbored a sense of discontent. If this trend continued, Ning Xi would drift further away from him, and he found himself at a loss for any means of redemption, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Previously, Ning Xi had been rather indifferent toward him, but he had not been anxious, as she treated all the other boys similarly. However, since Yi Fan's arrival, everything had changed. Good-looking, academically gifted, and exceptionally adept at forging connections with girls. How could this rascal monopolize all the good fortune? Heaven, are you blind? Yi Fan's mathematics skills are exceptional. If anyone has questions, feel free to seek his guidance. Of course, you can approach me as well, Linda Jiang remarked, glancing at the time. All right, class is about to end. We will discuss this test paper in the next session. Ding. Just as Linda Jiang finished speaking, the bell rang, prompting him to gather the papers and declare, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. With only 2 sessions of the Kingda intensive training class in the morning, the students packed their belongings and hurried back to their respective classrooms. This experience was unprecedented for them, yet it felt fulfilling. In the afternoon, as school let out, most students from the second science class had already left. Only 2 remained seated, showing no intention of departing, Yi Fan and Ning Xi. Ning Xi turned to glance at Yi Fan, who was engrossed in his book. Her curiosity piqued. Aren't you leaving? Waiting for you, Yi Fan replied, closing his book with a gentle smile. As your desk mate, I have the duty to escort you to the alley. Ning Xi met his deep gaze. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her soft voice tinged with a hint of panic. No, that's not necessary. I can manage on my own. Oh, Yi Fan's smile widened. I was planning to share some of my homemade math problems for the college entrance exam with you. Since you insist, I suppose I want tea. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's body stiffened, her face revealing unmistakable signs of helplessness. How could he do this? No way. Ning Xi turned her head away, whispering, Wait, I'll come to your house. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk, feigning ignorance as he asked, So, can I walk with you from now on? Ning Xi clutched the hem of her clothes, her face aflame. Her adorably flustered demeanor stirred a longing within Yi Fan to embrace her. Alas, he knew he had to bide his time. Once they reached university, he would fully unleash his affections, ensuring he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. This time, he would hold on to Ning Xi tightly, never letting her go. Suit yourself. Ning Xi picked up her backpack and dashed out of the classroom. Yi Fan followed leisurely behind, his heart brimming with tenderness as he watched her retreating figure. At the alley, Uncle Zhuang, I understand. Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, Zhuang Li started the car, driving toward the entrance of Bayou Community. Ning Xi offered Yi Fan a soft smile, her clear eyes glimmering like a stream. Shall we go? Sure. Yi Fan smiled in return, instinctively guiding Ning Xi to the inner side as they made their way to the community entrance. In truth, he could have brought the prepared test papers and exercises to school, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Now, this arrangement is quite satisfactory. It allows him to spend some time alone with Ning Xi. He took a seat, placing his backpack down before turning to the refrigerator to retrieve the lemon water he had prepared in the morning, setting it in front of Ning Xi. Drink up. I'll fetch the exercise book. Once Yi Fan stepped into the bedroom, Ning Xi shifted her gaze away, a hint of complexity flickering in her eyes. She suddenly realized that her interaction with Yi Fan seemed somewhat peculiar. She couldn't quite articulate what was amiss, but it was undeniably strange. Raising the cup to her lips, she took a small sip, the familiar flavor swirling on her tongue, and her mood instantly lightened. Each time she visited, Yi Fan had prepared lemon water for her, and after several occasions, she had become accustomed to its taste, making other lemon waters feel somewhat off in comparison. Moreover, after nearly half a month of companionship, she had come to a firm conclusion. Yi Fan was exceedingly kind to her, almost unnaturally so. Logically, they were merely classmates, and Yi Fan had no compelling reason to treat her with such kindness. Yet, from the sincerity in his eyes, she discerned no ulterior motives, just a genuine goodwill towards her. Leaning against the sofa, her calves slightly raised, Ning Xi sipped her lemon water while allowing her thoughts to wander. When Yi Fan emerged from the bedroom and beheld this scene, a fleeting tenderness flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by his usual demeanor. He approached the coffee table, picked up Ning Xi's backpack, and placed the exercise book inside. Is the lemon water to your liking? Delicious. A smile graced the corners of Ning Xi's lips, curving perfectly like a crescent moon. Yi Fan lowered his gaze, zipped up the bag, and gently patted the wrinkles on its surface, grinning as he said, Then how about drinking it every day from now on? Sure. The moment the words slipped from her lips, Ning Xi felt a slight unease. Everyday drinking? The implication of that statement suddenly dawned on her, and her face flushed crimson, resembling a blooming rose. Yi Fan, we are still in high school. Some things are rather inappropriate. I hope you won't overthink this. I truly appreciate your help with my studies. If I have inadvertently caused any misunderstanding, then what are you thinking about? Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, Yi Fan gently interrupted her, his tone warm. What I meant to say is, if you wish to drink lemon water in the future, just let me know, and I'll bring you a cup during school. It's not a significant expense, and, as classmates, is it not within my means to treat you? Ning Xi's mouth fell slightly agape, her gaze dazed. Huh? Her eyes drifted to the immaculate floor, and she felt her cheeks heat up rapidly. Why? Why were there no seams? How embarrassing. Seeing Ning Xi bow her head in silence, Yi Fan's eyes twinkled with amusement, the corners of his mouth curling upward. My dear, I shall not give you the opportunity to refuse. Chapter 53. Unexpected joy. I should be going. Ning Xi murmured, her demeanor somewhat awkward. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as embarrassing. All right. Yi Fan made no attempt to keep her, picking up her backpack. Noticing the remaining lemon water in the cup, he softly reminded her, Finish your drink. From now on, I'll bring a cup for you every morning. At his words, Ning Xi's voice dropped even lower, her fair complexion tinged with pink. She lifted the cup, sipping the rest of the lemon water delicately. People who are good-looking seem to make everything they do appear beautiful. Yi Fan suddenly felt this statement held profound truth. Even a simple act of drinking water was captivating when performed by Ning Xi. Setting down the cup, she rose and moved towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Fan handed the backpack to Zhuang Li, who was waiting outside, offering a slight nod. Drive carefully on the way. Zhuang Li glanced at Yi Fan, but said nothing. Accepting the backpack and respectfully addressing Ning Xi, Miss, shall we depart? Ning Xi turned to Yi Fan, giving a gentle wave. Thank you for the lemon water. It was delightful. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Ning Xi, Yi Fan returned home, gazing at the mountain of books piled on the floor of his bedroom, releasing a weary sigh. He hoped that the interview this Sunday would proceed smoothly. If that were the case, At least he wouldn't have to worry about funding for books. After washing vegetables and cooking, Yifan sat at his desk and opened a book nearby. The gentle night breeze brushed against the window, adding a touch of vibrancy to the darkness. Ding! When the alarm rang, Yifan, seated at his desk, stretched lazily. It was time for bed. Since his rebirth, he had been remarkably disciplined, meticulously planning his time and adhering strictly to his schedule. To be an exemplary individual was essential, for that would enable him to offer Ning Xi a better experience in love. A night passed in silence. The following morning, a light rain fell, shrouding the sky in a misty haze. Yifan held an umbrella, strolling leisurely toward school. Upon rising, he had checked the wound on his right arm. After a night's rest, it had already scabbed over, prompting him to marvel at the system's prowess. Merely at the second level of martial prowess, yet it was astonishing, far surpassing the realm of modern medicine. However, the nomenclature seemed somewhat inappropriate. Martial prowess? To be precise, a term like physical fitness would be more fitting. At the very least, it could be referred to as stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, on renaming the martial prowess ability. After the system's evaluation, it has been deemed that physical fitness is a more appropriate designation. Henceforth, martial prowess shall officially be renamed as physical fitness. The name change has been successful, awarding the host 500 experience points. Yifan halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. This could be done too? This system was rather whimsical. Thy excellence surpasses mine. However, the 500 experience points were an unexpected boon for Yifan, sufficient to elevate his martial prowess. Oh no, physical fitness to the third level. Standing at the alley's entrance, observing that no one was around, Yifan summoned his attribute panel. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000, Intelligence, Level 3, 02000, Physical Fitness, Level 2, 0500, Medical Skills, Level 2, 0500, Merit Points, 0 Experience Points, 864 Upgrade Physical Fitness. System, upgrading physical fitness requires 500 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. System, 500 experience points consumed. Physical fitness successfully upgraded to Level 3. As the system's notification echoed, Yifan's bones crackled loudly. Fortunately, no one was around, or he would have surely startled them. Once the strange sound subsided, Yifan clenched his fist, feeling a significant increase in strength and a slight enhancement in his overall vigor. Not bad. The attribute panel in his mind shifted along with the upgrade of his physical fitness. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000, Intelligence, Level 3, 02000, Physical Strength, Level 3, 02000, Medical Skills, Level 2, 0500, Merit Points, 0 Experience Points, 364 at present. Only his medical skills remain at Level 2, while the other 3 abilities have ascended to Level 3. With 364 experience points still in hand, he is a mere 136 points away from reaching 500. At the current rate of experience point acquisition, 3 days should suffice. Upon this reflection, a subtle smile graced Yifan's visage, hinting that the time to unlock the merit points would arrive much sooner than anticipated. Indeed, the designs of man often pale in comparison to those of fate. As he entered the school, the scene before him evoked a poetic sentiment. The gentle rain on the heavenly street, like butter, the grass appears distant, yet nearby it is not. Springtime is the finest season of the year, surpassing the misty willows that adorn the imperial capital. With a splendid view and even more splendid people, Yifan did not pause. Instead, he strode through the delicate drizzle towards the academic building. Upon reaching the 5th floor and stepping into the classroom, he spotted Ning Xi in the last row, resting her head on her desk, resembling an adorably naive little rabbit. A flicker of something unusual crossed Yifan's eyes. Tang Jinsu, engaged in conversation with his deskmate, noticed Yifan's entrance, and his smile swiftly evaporated, replaced by a cold glare directed at Yifan, as if they harbored some deep-seated enmity. Yifan, however, remained impervious to Tang Jinsu's gaze, ignoring him entirely as he glided past. This indifference struck a nerve in Tang Jinsu, rendering him with a sense of helplessness akin to striking a cotton pillow. In this state, he resembled the former Dengyu in every way. Yifan settled into his seat and opened his backpack, placing a pink thermos on the desk. Xiaoxi, here, your lemon water. Thank you. As Ning Xi gazed at the thermos, she bit her red lip, an expression of complexity flashing in her eyes. Soon after, she suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within her mind. Perhaps she was overthinking. It was merely a cup of lemon water. Just leave the cup on the desk before school ends, and I can bring it again tomorrow. No, it's unnecessary. With her head lowered, her hair cascading down, she fixed her gaze on the cartoonish thermos, her voice tinged with shyness. Just an occasional drink will do. Otherwise, I might tire of it. Hearing this, Yi Fan cast a meaningful glance towards Ning Xi as he retrieved a book from his bag, his eyes sparkling with mirth. You won't. Ning Xi opened her mouth, her expression a blend of surprise, confusion, and astonishment. How'd he know? Indeed, Yi Fan knew well. In his previous life, Ning Xi had frequented the milk tea shop downstairs almost daily for her lemon water. The phrase iced lemon, no sugar, thank you, was indelibly etched in his memory. Yi Fan had once asked Ning Xi, don't you tire of drinking it every day? To which her charming smile had replied, others may tire, but I do not. As for Ning Xi's earlier words, they were quite simple, an indirect refusal. Yi Fan was fully aware of this girl's subtle intentions. Want to reject? Not a chance. Not even once. Regarding the second question of the sixth problem, Yi Fan's steps and thought process are exemplary and can serve as a standard answer. Lin Dijiang, standing at the blackboard, nodded at Yi Fan, announcing, Yi Fan, you're the only student in the class to have solved the sixth problem. Now, please share your thoughts with everyone. In an instant, all eyes converged on Yi Fan, filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Yi Fan closed his book, stood up, and addressed the class with a serious demeanor. In truth, this problem is quite simple. By synthesizing the answer to the first question and scrutinizing the problem carefully, one can derive the reasoning for the second question, leading to its solution. With that, he effortlessly resumed his seat. He continued poring over the 4-elemental jade mirror. The entire process executed in one fluid motion, leaving everyone, including Lin Dijiang, momentarily speechless. After several seconds, various expressions emerged on their faces. What was that? Was it mere nonsense? Indeed it was. Unable to contain herself, Ning Xi stifled a laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. In the blink of an eye, most gazes shifted towards Ning Xi. So beautiful. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Everyone yearned for a classmate like her. Regret. Deep regret. How they wished they'd fought for a seat beside her 2 days prior. Feeling the intensity of numerous stares, Ning Xi hurriedly lowered her head. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, her softly reproachful tone carrying a hint of annoyance. It's all your fault. To this, Yi Fan could only smile wryly. Girl, with such striking beauty, how could these onlookers resist? Though he thought it, he refrained from voicing it, instead pushing a pile of revision materials towards Ning Xi, effectively obstructing the prying eyes of their classmates. Wanna gawk? Dream on. Chapter 54. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Ahem, Lin Dijiang interjected, attempting to redirect attention back to Yi Fan's explanation. Observe Yi Fan's first step. The known function f, x, 3x acts 2, a 2x. Only then did the gazes of the boys shift back to the blackboard. Noticing this, Ning Xi patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yi Fan and asked, why didn't you take the time to thoroughly explain your thought process to everyone? Typically, when Yi Fan explained problems to her, he was exceptionally earnest and meticulous. If she failed to grasp a point, he would patiently reiterate, often employing different methods. Yet, in contrast to his earlier demeanor, Ning Xi could only perceive 2 words on his face. Perfunctory. Indeed, it was nothing but perfunctory. Ning Xi couldn't fathom why he would be so dismissive. Sharing one's problem-solving approach with everyone is undoubtedly a good thing. Because I need to read. Yi Fan paused in his reading action, offering his explanation in a low voice. Ning Xi still appeared somewhat perplexed, her crimson lips moving. Is reading truly that significant? We're in class, after all. Indeed. Yi Fan lifted his gaze to the podium, observing Lin Dijiang's earnest lecture, then tilted his body slightly, his penetrating gaze resting upon Ning Xi's exquisite countenance. With a smile, he remarked, Xiao Xi, when you're diligently studying, do you not also dislike interruptions? I. Ning Xi's eyes fell, unable to meet Yi Fan's gaze. I feel the same. In Yi Fan's calm tone lay a hint of yearning, for he aspired to be admitted into his ideal university. His voice trailed off as he offered an apologetic smile towards Ning Xi. Apologies, I may have rambled on. No. Ning Xi hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring. When you are engrossed in your reading, do my questions disturb you? Do they disturb me? Ning Xi looked up, meeting Yi Fan's cheerful gaze, her fair cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, utterly enchanting. Yi Fan's deep voice resonated with sincerity as he replied, I am not jesting. It truly does not bother me. In the future, feel free to come to me with your inquiries. Should I discover that you are asking others or your teachers, well, at this point, his brows arched slightly, then I shall revoke our targeted tutoring. Do you understand? Ning Xi's clear eyes widened as she stared at Yi Fan, her lips parting slightly. In that instant, the essence of a charming girl next door enveloped her, refreshing, sweet, and with a hint of adorableness. Not even the teachers. How excessive. This person is simply too much. She could almost conjure a circle to curse him. Yifan smiled faintly, retracting his gaze to continue reading. This period felt surreal to him, akin to a beautiful dream. If this were a dream, he hoped never to awaken. If it were reality, he intended to immortalize this blissful time. In the days that followed, Yifan brought Ning Xi lemon water every morning. Despite her protests of no, she never refused once he insisted. Yifan seemed to have long anticipated her compliant nature. Indeed, he was well aware. On Saturday, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the students displayed an unusual joy. Finally, a day of respite, truly hard-earned. In the blink of an eye, the classroom became quite empty, with only a few slower students remaining to pack their belongings, including Yifan and Ning Xi. However, they were not slow. They simply had not moved at all. After a few days of acclimatization, Ning Xi had grown accustomed to Yifan's presence, silently accepting it all. One read, while the other reviewed class notes, an exceedingly harmonious scene. Ning Xi, do you have time tomorrow? A voice suddenly interrupted the tranquil atmosphere. They both looked up simultaneously. Standing before them was none other than Deng Yu. Meeting Ning Xi's clear gaze, Deng Yu appeared somewhat awkward, his hands nervously clutching his trousers as he stammered. Ning Xi, there's an exhibition at the Imperial Capital Science Museum tomorrow. I have a ticket. It's rather rare, and I would like to invite you to go with me. Is that all right? Not all right. Before Ning Xi could respond, Yifan interjected. How dare you openly invite Ning Xi in front of me? Do you think I'm incapable of making a move? He hadn't yet asked Ning Xi out since his rebirth, and here Deng Yu was, boldly taking the initiative. This infuriated Yifan. He had refrained from doing so because he understood Ning Xi well. Given her personality, she would never go out alone with a male. You, Deng Yu's expression darkened as he glared at Yifan. Please understand, I am not asking you. I am asking Ning Xi. Who do you think you are to her? I am Ning Xi's deskmate. Deng Yu's face twitched slightly, about to retort. When he saw Ning Xi gently shake her head, her clear voice saying, Deng Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but I have plans for tomorrow. You should go by yourself. With this polite refusal, a hint of helplessness flickered in Deng Yu's eyes. Ning Xi always maintained this cool demeanor when addressing him. It's fine. Sorry for bothering you. Having been turned down, Deng Yu did not pursue further, but as he turned, he shot a furious glance at Yifan. Flames of anger igniting within him. You continue to ruin my good fortune. Just wait. Yifan watched Deng Yu's retreating figure, unfazed, and chuckled softly. Tapping the desk lightly, he said, Xiaoxi, let us head to my house for a moment. I have something for you. Okay. Ning Xi thought nothing of it, assuming Yifan wanted to give her supplemental study materials, and replied softly. Once they finished packing up, the two of them exited the classroom with their backpacks. Yifan locked the classroom door, while Ning Xi obediently waited beside him. The scene was exceedingly picturesque. All right, let us go. MHM. They walked side by side, even descending the stairs in unison. Ning Xi walked slowly, and Yifan deliberately matched her pace. He relished the feeling of being with Ning Xi, even in silence. Simply walking together was delightful. At the alley entrance, Zhuangli had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Yifan, he did not display any surprise. Recently, Yifan had been constantly with Ning Xi. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, Ning Xi never voiced any objections, and as merely her bodyguard and driver, he could only keep his thoughts to himself. Mississippi, MHM. Ning Xi offered a gentle smile. Uncle Zhuang, I'm going to Yifan's house to pick up some review materials. Could you please drive to the entrance of the community? Of course. Zhuangli nodded and turned to get into the car. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped towards the entrance of Bayou Community, several hundred meters away. Ning Xi winked at Yifan, her beauty reminiscent of a captivating painting. Shall we go? All right. Yifan walked on the outside, engaging in casual conversation. Xiaoxi, how do you find the tutoring these past few days? Quite good. The girl took dainty steps along the brownstone pavement, her face radiating happiness. The exercises you assigned, how do you feel about them? She tilted her head slightly, her hair dancing in the breeze as she softly replied, It feels like they are precisely tailored for me. After completing the problems and reviewing your annotations, the results have been excellent. Pausing in her steps, she continued, Haven't you noticed that my scores have been steadily increasing lately? Her tone carried a hint of pride. When she first began tutoring, she found Yifan's exam papers daunting. Out of a 150-point math exam, she could barely score 70 or 80, and from a 100-point physics exam, she managed only 60 or 70. After more than 10 days of tutoring, her performance had improved significantly. Now, she consistently scored around 100 in math and above 80 in physics, an impressive leap. Impressive. Seeing Ning Xi so joyful, Yifan smiled back and asked, How does the lemon water taste? At the mention of lemon water, Ning Xi's face flushed suddenly, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's good. Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. With a click, he opened the door, without needing an invitation. Ning Xi instinctively sat down on the sofa, her bright eyes scanning the living room curiously. Yi Fan set down his backpack and turned to see Ning Xi's actions. Smiling as he remarked, "It's not your first visit. Have you discovered some new territory?" "Not really." Ning Xi giggled softly, her voice as sweet and delicate as candy. "It's just that your home feels a bit lonely. By the way, do you have plans for tomorrow?" Chapter 55, The Great Deceiver. "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" A hint of shyness and nervousness adorned the girl's face, her small hands tightly gripping the straps of her backpack, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her clear eyes resembled a tranquil pool of water, capable of melting the burdens of the world. Faced with Ning Xi in such a state, it was likely that no boy would dare to decline her invitation. Certainly not Yi Fan. Upon hearing Ning Xi's inquiry, he found himself momentarily stunned. Is this girl asking me out? Surely, it must be so. Ning Xi inviting him? Even though Yi Fan was typically composed at that moment, he could not suppress the swell of excitement within him. Well, I do have something planned. Yi Fan bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain calm, his tone still maintaining its usual nonchalance, yet a keen observer would discern the subtle tremor beneath. He stepped forward to sit opposite Ning Xi, smiling as he asked, "Xiao Xi, why the sudden question?" Ning Xi hesitated, her gaze briefly evasive, and softly continued, "Your home seems rather cold and empty. And since I have a day off tomorrow, if you have time, I could bring some decorations to brighten it up as a token of appreciation for tutoring." Realizing the potential awkwardness of her words, she quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely—" "Sound good," Yi Fan interjected, nodding with a smile before she could finish her sentence. He stood up, retrieved his backpack, and pulled out a pink thermos. This particular thermos was one he had searched for across 2 supermarkets, having noted its design when he saw it with Ning Xi's notebook that day. He opened the refrigerator, poured the chilled lemon water into the thermos, and placed it back in Ning Xi's backpack, advising, "Remember to drink it when you get home. What time will you come tomorrow? Don't forget to bring the cup." "Okay." Ning Xi was somewhat bewildered by the series of his actions, nodding vacantly. "Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps." "All right," Yi Fan cheerfully noted, hesitating for a moment before softly calling out, "Xiao Xi. Don't eat lunch tomorrow." "Ah, well, since you're coming to help me with the room, I must show my gratitude by preparing a feast for you." After speaking, Yi Fan seemed to remember something and continued, "Don't worry, I won't poison you. It'll be completely organic and harmless. I'm looking forward to it." Ning Xi's gaze dropped, her cheeks flushed. "Why is it so warm in here?" she wondered. "By the way, Yi Fan, weren't you supposed to bring me the study materials?" Meeting Ning Xi's slightly evasive gaze, Yi Fan smiled gently, his handsome features paired with his deep-set eyes resembling a black hole. Ning Xi stole a quick glance before hastily averting her gaze, her face growing warmer. "He looks quite charming when he smiles." "Ning Xi, what are you thinking about?" "Ugh, no. My thoughts must not stray." Just as Ning Xi was lost in her musings, Yi Fan's voice broke through. "Xiao Xi, I didn't ask you over for study materials today. I mainly wanted to bring you lemon water." Ning Xi's mouth fell agape, her expression one of shock. "So it wasn't tea for the study materials, but for lemon water? This is deceitful." Yi Fan raised his hands in mock surrender, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I never claimed it was for study materials before you came, and besides, you didn't ask, did you? Deceiver. A great deceiver." Ning Xi's clear eyes blinked rapidly, her fair face turning a shade of pink, her voice laced with playful reproach. I'm leaving." With that, she stood up and made her way towards the door, her demeanor tinged with a hint of fluster. However, as she reached the doorway, she realized she had forgotten her backpack. Turning back to retrieve it, she nearly collided with Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised the backpack he held, grinning as he said, "Let us go. I'll walk you home." "No, it's all right. I insist on escorting you." Yi Fan held the backpack high, giving Ning Xi a playful wink. Ning Xi shot him a defiant glance and jumped a couple of times, but alas, it was futile. She could not reach it. "Give it to me. I'm walking you home." Ning Xi bit her lip, her eyes filled with a hint of longing, lightly stomping her foot before turning and heading downstairs. Seeing this, Yi Fan's smile widened, and he hurried to follow. Today, Zhuangli surprisingly did not accompany them upstairs, and the two descended side by side, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other, the fragrant scent of the girl enveloping Yi Fan, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. This feeling is truly delightful. Mississippi downstairs. Zhuangli approached Ning Xi immediately. As for Yi Fan trailing behind, Zhuangli didn't spare him a glance, treating him as if he were invisible. "Uncle Zhuang, let us go." "Yes." Yi Fan paid no heed to Zhuangli's attitude, From the moment they first met, Zhuangli had always been this way. Yifan stepped in front of Zhuangli, offering him the backpack, saying, "Drive carefully on the way." Zhuangli shot Yifan a glance, but said nothing. Following behind Ning Xi toward the community entrance. After taking a few steps, Yifan smirked slightly and called out, "Xiao Shi, remember not to eat lunch tomorrow." Ning Xi's pace faltered momentarily before she quickened her steps. Zhuangli, however, was left puzzled. What does that mean? Not eating lunch? But he didn't dwell on it, quickly catching up with her. Once the two figures were out of sight, Yifan returned upstairs, back to his room, where he took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" A familiar female voice resonated. It was the same one from the tutoring job advertisement. "Hello, this is Yifan. I called a few days ago regarding the tutoring position. I wonder if you remember me, Yifan?" The woman paused for 2 or 3 seconds, seemingly recalling him. "Ah, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" "I would like to inquire whether I will begin teaching immediately after the interview tomorrow." Although this part-time job was significant for Yifan, it paled in comparison to his plans with Ning Xi. If there was a scheduling conflict, he would gladly decline the position. "No, that will not be the case. We need to wait until next week. This matter hasn't been communicated to my daughter yet, and she likely has her own plans for tomorrow, so we can only proceed next Sunday. Tomorrow will merely be a formality. So, it is. Thank you for informing me. I apologize for the intrusion." The woman's response elicited a smile from Yifan. It appeared that fortune favored him, as there were no scheduling conflicts whatsoever. "You are too kind, Mr. Yi." Just before the call concluded, the woman suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Yi, it would be wise for you to prepare yourself psychologically. There will be quite a number of applicants. I hope you succeed." With that, the call ended. Yifan stared at his phone for a moment, then broke into a carefree smile. Many applicants? No matter. As long as educational qualifications weren't a concern, everything else could be negotiated. Yifan donned a clean outfit, took a shower, and then began to inspect the provisions in his refrigerator. Vegetables, rice, chicken, and then it was empty. How could this be? He had promised to treat Ning Xi to a grand feast. After drying his hair, he stuffed several 100 yuan bills into his pocket before heading out. His destination, the vegetable market. Bayou Community was quite a prestigious residential area, where the inhabitants enjoyed decent economic conditions, and the nearby vegetable markets flanked either side, competing with one another. However, Yifan preferred the market on the left. Although the right one offered lower prices, the freshness of the produce was somewhat lacking. By 6 in the evening, the market was nearly deserted, with many vendors preparing to close up shop. Observing this, Yifan quickened his pace and made a beeline for the seafood section. "Boss, I'll take a pound of fragrant snails, 2 ribbons of fish, half a pound of bamboo shrimp, and 2 blue crabs." The vendor, a man in his 40s with a buzz cut and a kind demeanor, was familiar with Yifan from previous purchases. Upon hearing the order, his face broke into a broad grin. "Little Yi, what do you need so much seafood for? You can't possibly eat it all by yourself." Yifan's gaze remained fixed on the seafood display, selecting items as he explained, "I'm treating a classmate to dinner." "Oh." The vendor's smile widened, his eyes nearly disappearing with mirth. "Is it a male classmate or a female one?" Yifan glanced up, giving the vendor a resigned look, and replied, "A secret." It was clear that it was a female classmate. The vendor chuckled. "Is she your girlfriend? If so, I'll give you a 50% discount on today's seafood. What do you say?" When men became curious, the affairs of women often faded into the background. After a moment's hesitation, Yifan nodded. Although Ning Xi was not yet his girlfriend, she would be in due time. Therefore, borrowing that title for the moment seemed permissible. All right then. After all, Ning Xi had no inkling of it. Ning Xi, shameless. Chapter 56. Why him? Upon returning home, Yifan surprisingly did not delve into his studies, but instead began searching online for proper seafood recipes, diligently jotting down notes, fully engrossed in the task. After 2.5 hours of busy work, his notebook was filled with an array of seafood preparations. Based on his recollections of Ning Xi's tastes, Yifan began to filter through the options. Soon enough, he arrived at the most optimal plan. By the time he finished, it was already past 11 at night. Yifan switched off the midnight alarm and lay on his bed, the image of her smiling face dancing before his eyes. Ding ding. At 6 in the morning, a few sparrows flitted back and forth on the windowsill, occasionally pecking at the wooden frame. The sounds of early summer filled the air. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, sitting up as the thin blanket slipped away. His handsome visage was striking, with defined angles. His deep, dark eyes gleamed with a mysterious allure. His muscular physique was remarkably well-defined. It was hard to fathom that this was the form of a 17-year-old high school student. In fact, Yifan himself had been startled by his physique when he had seen it in the mirror the previous night. In his past life, he had never possessed any semblance of muscle. After some reflection, He concluded that this transformation was likely due to an upgrade in physical condition. Standing before his wardrobe, Yi Fan rummaged through his clothes, but found nothing satisfactory. All casual wear, with not a single formal piece in sight. Having been so preoccupied with preparing sifu the night before, he had completely forgotten about his attire. Now, it was too late to go shopping. With no other option, he opted for a black casual outfit. He went downstairs, purchasing 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from a breakfast shop, then hailed a taxi on the roadside. Driver to Haihuang District, number 88. Upon hearing the address, the driver looked surprised, glancing at Yi Fan, who was munching on a bun, through the rearview mirror. Young man, I can't drive into Haihuang District. I can only drop you off at the entrance. All right, Yi Fan nodded. Haihuang District is the most prestigious residential area in the capital, bar none. There are no standard apartments, only villas. With the current market price at 530,000 per square meter. The smallest villas exceed 300 square meters, amounting to nearly 160 million yuan. Larger villas start at over 200 million. Only the affluent or elite can reside in Haihuang District. Given the stringent security measures in such an area, it was quite normal that taxis could not enter. Seeing Yi Fan acquiesce, the driver did not inquire further and started the car. Bio Garden was not far from Haihuang District, and since Yi Fan had set out early, he perfectly avoided the morning rush hour, resulting in a smooth journey without traffic delays. By 7:06, Yi Fan stood at the entrance of Haihuang District. He pulled out his phone to check the time and murmured to himself, I too early? However, since he was already there, he did dwell on it and dialed the number. Mr. Yi? Yes, it's me. Glancing at the 6 security guards a few meters away, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk. Hello, I've arrived at the entrance of Haihuang District, but it seems I can't get in. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I will send someone to escort you right away. Please hold on. Thank you. After hanging up, Yi Fan smiled to himself, thinking quite courteous. The woman on the phone exhibited a polite demeanor, both in speech and action, devoid of any arrogance or haughtiness. It seemed he was fortunate to encounter such a considerate employer. Hello, are you Mr. Yi? About 5 or 6 minutes later, while Yi Fan was lost in thought, gazing at the distant office buildings, he suddenly heard a man's voice from behind him. Turning around, surprise flooded his eyes as he recognized the man's face. Why him? Zhuangli had just risen and was having breakfast when he received a call from his wife, instructing him to pick up a Mr. Yi at the community entrance. However, he never expected that the Mr. Yi mentioned by his wife would be the same Yi Fan who was often seen accompanying the young lady after school. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? Mr. Yi Fan. Seeing Zhuangli's astonished expression, Yi Fan shrugged with a wry smile. Don't look at me like that. I have no idea how this happened either. He pointed towards the entrance of the community and explained, a few days ago, I came across a part-time tutoring job online, so I thought I would give it a try. Zhuangli fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. He stepped forward, his eyes glinting with intensity, and spoke in a low tone. Do you have feelings for Miss Xi? Yes, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, his intentions laid bare without a hint of concealment. Zhuangli's lips twitched slightly. This young man was utterly unpredictable. He had prepared a barrage of probing questions, but Yi Fan's candid admission caused the words to falter on his lips. What is the matter with you? Yi Fan chuckled softly, responding calmly. Neither of us is married. Besides, considering how exceptional Xiao Xi is, isn't it quite natural for me to like her? But you, I know we're in our final year of high school. Rest assured, I won't disrupt Xiao Xi's studies. In fact, I will assist her with her revisions, Yi Fan added, a smirk playing on his lips. Recently, Xiao Xi's grades have shown remarkable improvement. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Zhuangli opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Do you understand Miss Xi's background? She is, well, you simply do not deserve her. Abandon those thoughts. Does background truly matter? Yi Fan dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, smiling amiably. Regardless of Xiao Xi's status, I believe I am worthy of her. If you doubt it, just wait and see. His tone was calm, yet remarkably natural, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Zhuangli had not perceived this before. But after just a few exchanges with Yi Fan, he was left astounded. This young man was exceptionally articulate and rather tenacious. Let us go. The lady is already waiting for you. He turned and walked into the community, unwilling to continue bantering with Yi Fan, because he found himself unable to outmatch him. Yi Fan smiled slightly and followed suit. Along the way, his eyes were greeted by a plethora of greenery, with various plants trimmed into exquisite shapes. Evoking the sensation of strolling through a grand forest, the air infused with freshness. The scenery is quite pleasant. Of course, upon hearing Yi Fan's comment, Zhuangli halted his steps, his expression stern. Do you know where this place is? It's the Sea Emperor district, isn't it? Yi Fan replied with a cheerful smile. Zhuang Li's eyelids twitched incessantly. Why did he feel such an urge to give this young man a good thrashing? Oomph. Zhuang Li stopped, his voice cold. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if you work your entire life, you could never afford a house here. You and the young lady inhabit entirely different worlds. I understand. Yi Fan sighed helplessly, lazily digging at his ear with his left hand. Uncle Zhuang, I already know this. There's no need to reiterate. Shall we proceed? Don't call me uncle. I'm not your uncle. With that, Zhuang Li, his face darkened, strode away. Brother, wait for me. Zhuang Li stumbled slightly, his expression growing even darker, and his pace quickened. Yi Fan leisurely trailed behind, a faint smile on his face. Though Zhuang Li's words were rather harsh, he was not a bad person. In fact, he was quite upright. His earlier remarks, while not universally applicable, did reflect the reality for the majority. Generally, even if one toiled for a lifetime, they could never afford a house in this area. However, Yi Fan was not an ordinary individual. He followed Zhuang Li to the front of villa number 88, passing through 2 security checks before entering the residence. The decor was lavish yet understated, true understated luxury, a hallmark of a person of taste. Wait here, Zhuang Li instructed, casually tossing Yi Fan into the room before ascending the stairs. Yi Fan, feeling at ease, settled onto the sofa and began surveying his surroundings. Upon noticing a painting on the left wall of the living room, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He rose and approached the artwork, his gaze fixated, quickly becoming engrossed in it. At some point, a woman dressed in casual attire appeared behind him, exuding a gentle charm with a hint of playfulness that added a unique flair. The woman was Ning Xi, who had come downstairs to find Yi Fan admiring the painting. Out of courtesy, she remained silent, patiently waiting. What a splendid painting. Truly extraordinary. Mr. Yi also appreciates art? Hearing her voice, Yi Fan turned around. In that instant, both were taken aback, their expressions reflecting mutual astonishment. Ning Xi was surprised by Yi Fan's youth. He appeared far younger than the mature voice she had heard over the phone, which had suggested someone in their 20s or even close to 30, exuding a sense of composure atypical for someone so young. Yet, the young man before her seemed not even to have reached 20. Yi Fan was astonished by Ning Xi's resemblance to Ning Xi, recognizing at once the woman's identity. Ning Xi's mother. Realizing her identity, Yi Fan's casual demeanor shifted to one of earnest respect. I am Yi Fan. You may simply address me by my name, madam. Yi Fan spoke, his voice steady and deep, incongruent with his youthful appearance. I don't yet know how to address you, madam. My surname is Lan. Given your age, you should call me Sister Lan. After the initial surprise, Ning Xi chuckled softly, gracefully introducing herself. Sister Lan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yi Fan smoothly complied, his words sweet. What? You're just going to flatter me? Ning Xi teased playfully, stepping closer to Yi Fan and standing beside him, her gaze fixed on a landscape painting on the wall. She gently inquired, Yi Fan, I noticed you were quite captivated by it. Do you understand it? One must admit, language is an art form. Even a mildly probing question from Lan Xi felt warm and inviting, akin to a chat with a friendly neighbor. In response, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, I grasp only the superficial aspects. I wouldn't dare to embarrass myself in front of Sister Lan. No need to worry. Please share your thoughts. Ning Xi brushed her hair back with a delicate hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Considering your age, you should be about the same as my daughter. I'm curious to hear a young person's perspective on such classical art. Since that's the case, allow me to share my humble opinions. Seeing no way to decline, Yi Fan set aside his reservations. One must be humble in life. There's a time for modesty, but one should not be excessively so. If I'm not mistaken, this painting is titled Snowy Landscape in a Cold Forest, created by the Northern Song Dynasty master Fan Quan. Fan Quan is renowned as one of the 3 great masters of landscape painting of the Northern Song, alongside Dong Yuan and Li Cheng, and has received high praise in later evaluations. His voice was gentle, evoking an irresistible desire to listen further. Even the notoriously arrogant Mi Fu, in his history of painting, proclaimed him unparalleled in our dynasty, while the Yuan dynasty painter Zhao Minfu extolled his work as a masterpiece of both ancient and modern times. Ming dynasty artist Dong Qikeng regarded him as the foremost painter of the Song era. The painting depicted the majestic landscape of the northern winter after snowfall, where amidst the pristine white snow stood a perilous peak, serving as the focal point. Behind it loomed countless layers of towering mountains, boundless and awe-inspiring. As Yi Fan spoke eloquently, the astonishment in Ning Xi's eyes grew ever more pronounced. This young man, seemingly of tender years, possessed such profound knowledge of ancient figures and paintings that it truly took her by surprise. With a polite smile, Yi Fan remarked, This painting appears to be a seamless amalgamation of three pieces of silk, with no visible traces of their joining. The brushwork is masterful, robust, yet graceful, with ink applied judiciously, and the composition is astonishing, showcasing an exceptionally high level of artistic skill and mastery. It was customary for Song Dynasty artists not to inscribe their names on their works, save for the four characters Chun Fan Quan Ji etched upon the trunk of a grand tree, akin to that of his other renowned piece, Travelers Among Mountains and Streams. This piece was likely commissioned by the court, rendered with exquisite detail. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi couldn't help but applaud, her admiration evident in her expression. I never anticipated someone so young could possess such insight. It is indeed rare. You flatter me, Sister Lan, Yi Fan replied, his demeanor composed and devoid of any self-satisfaction, humbly stating, I only have a superficial understanding, hardly worthy of great esteem. Lan Shi smiled without pursuing the matter further. Please have a seat. Thank you, he replied, and they sat across from one another. Lan Shi scrutinized him and asked with a smile, How old are you this year? Are you in university or in your senior year of high school? Oh, my daughter is also in her senior year. Lan Shi gazed at Yi Fan with curiosity, inquiring, Given the compensation I have offered, the candidates applying should all be graduates from the top 4 prestigious universities. How do you plan to contend with so many exceptional competitors? Truth be told, she held a high regard for Yi Fan. Despite his youth, he exhibited a calm demeanor and articulate speech, with no hint of awkwardness in his behavior. Yet he remained courteous. Such a young man was indeed a rarity. However, Lan Shi held reservations about Yi Fan. Although today's interview was merely procedural, there were essential assessments to be made. Not just anyone could tutor her daughter. Considering the numerous graduates from esteemed institutions, a high school senior seemed unlikely to prevail. Yi Fan maintained his tranquil expression, addressing his future mother-in-law. Could he call her that? With assurance, Sister Lan, your recruitment advertisement did not specify educational qualifications, which suggests you do not place great importance on them, correct? Indeed, Lan Shi nodded lightly. Academic credentials do not signify much. A subtle smile graced Yi Fan's lips. This was highly favorable for him. The fact that he and Lan Shi's daughter were both in their senior year was not a disadvantage, but rather an advantage. Oh, pray tell your reasoning. Unbeknownst to him, the initiative had firmly shifted into Yi Fan's hands. Meeting Lan Shi's puzzled gaze, his eyes reflected only sincerity and clarity. I possess a deeper understanding of the senior year curriculum, and am well acquainted with the focal points of the examination questions, allowing me to provide your daughter with efficient and targeted tutoring. Please refrain from using you in reference to me. Just you will suffice, Lan Shi corrected him. My apologies, Yi Fan acknowledged, continuing. Having said all this, I am certain you are pondering that even if I have greater insight into the senior curriculum, my knowledge base and problem-solving abilities could not possibly rival those of graduates from the top 4 universities. Lan Shi was taken aback. How could this young man, Yi Fan, so accurately gauge her thoughts? It was uncanny. Not minding Lan Shi's bewildered expression, Yi Fan continued, among such fierce competition, yet you only require one tutor. If I am not mistaken, there will indeed be a testing phase during today's interview, correct? Yes, indeed, Lan Shi instinctively nodded, gaining her affirmation. Yi Fan's confidence surged as he smiled and said, As long as I can outperform the other candidates in the test, I shall naturally secure this position. It's quite straightforward. Really, this time, Lan Shi was utterly speechless. Straightforward? A high school senior, believing he could outshine a dozen top graduates from esteemed universities? How could that be considered simple? Yet, Yi Fan's tone was so calm that Lan Shi felt no hint of bravado. It was as though it were a matter of course. Best of luck. Lan Shi took a deep breath, choosing not to elaborate further. I look forward to your performance. She rose slowly, saying softly, Yi Fan, please wait a moment. The other candidates should be arriving shortly. I need to attend to a few matters upstairs. Feel free to go. I shall wait, Yi Fan replied, rising with respect. After all, this was his first meeting with his future mother-in-law, and he needed to leave a favorable impression. In his previous life, he had never met Ning Xi's family. Thus, unexpectedly encountering her mother filled him with a hint of anxiety, fearing he might not perform well. As Lan Shi departed, Yi Fan sat on the sofa, lost in thought, reflecting on their earlier conversation. Perhaps he had come across as a bit too mature. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory. At the very least, he had not been disrespectful. Excuse me, are you the student being tutored? A sudden voice broke through Yi Fan's reverie. Looking up, he found a young man, around 25 or 26, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed smartly, exuding the aura of a top student. What do you think? Chapter 58. The mix-up observing the smiling young man before him, Ji Xingchun also smiled back, already convinced that Yi Fan was the tutoring candidate and eager to foster a good rapport. After all, The remuneration for this job was quite substantial. If he could secure this part-time position, his living conditions would significantly improve for some time. My name is Ji Xingchun. I am probably 7 or 8 years your senior, so you may refer to me as Brother Ji. Ji Xingchun settled beside Yi Fan, casually draping an arm around his shoulder, saying, although the math and physics in the senior year are challenging, they can be managed with the right approach. I am pursuing a doctorate in mathematics at Nanjing University, and I can easily handle the senior curriculum. In 3 months, I can assuredly help you significantly improve your math and physics scores. Indeed, Yi Fan smiled, his expression bright. Just then, 3 more candidates for the tutoring position entered the hall. Upon catching sight of Yi Fan, their eyes brightened with intrigue. Much like Ji Xingchun, they mistakenly assumed Yi Fan to be the tutoring candidate. It was inevitable, for Yi Fan bore an uncanny resemblance to a senior high school student. Well, he indeed was one. Before the trio could make a move, several others entered the room. In no time, a dozen or so individuals filled the living room. A quick count left Yi Fan astonished. He finally comprehended the reason behind Lan Xi's reminder from the previous night. Aside from himself, there were 14 other candidates, 9 males and 5 females. Each of them exuded an air of exceptional grace. However, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. These individuals had spent too long in university, long having forgotten the critical knowledge from their high school years. They might discourse on grand ideals, but in a true contest, they could hardly rival him. At this moment, all 14 gazes converged upon Yi Fan. A few young men enthusiastically surrounded him, initiating conversations. The girls, witnessing this scene, felt a touch of helplessness. Surely, they could not forcibly intrude upon the gathering. Little brother, my elder brother, is undoubtedly a science prodigy at school, ranking 6th in the province during the college entrance examinations. If you seek my assistance, the results will be remarkable. Merely 6th? I ranked 5th and haven't even spoken yet. What being 5th? I'm a guaranteed student. Voices surged in the living room, transforming the atmosphere into a lively exchange. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, a few girls mustered the courage to squeeze beside Yi Fan, attempting to charm him. Brother, girls are inherently attentive. Finding a tutor who is a girl is far more advantageous. Indeed, my science skills are commendable as well, and my disposition is gentle. You will find our interactions quite relaxed. Handsome little brother, do consider me. In contrast to the boys, the 5 girls displayed an even warmer demeanor. One girl, named Yu Lingling, came perilously close to throwing herself into Yi Fan's arms. How could individuals residing in the Sea Emperor district be anything but remarkable? Coupled with Yi Fan's strikingly handsome appearance, he was undeniably the epitome of an ideal partner. Too young? Not a problem. After all, the trend now is to cultivate relationships. Yi Fan smiled faintly, though his smile bore an odd quality, and he slowly spoke. Everyone here is quite exceptional, but ultimately, the decision of who will be hired is not solely mine to make. No worries, little brother. You can always suggest your thoughts to your parents, right? Your suggestions hold significant weight. Your parents will surely take them into account. Handsome little brother, I also dabble in dance. If you choose me, I can perform for you to help you unwind after tutoring sessions. Doesn't that sound enticing? The expressions on the boys' faces were overtly perplexed. Can it be so blatant? Is this not a blatant attempt at seduction? Taking advantage of a child's naivete with such allure? During their adolescent years, boys naturally harbor a degree of yearning and curiosity towards the opposite sex. The girl's words were akin to a finishing blow. Furthermore, this particular girl was rather attractive, and though they were reluctant to admit it, it was indeed the case. The boys' discomfort was palpable. Even the other 4 girls wore expressions of dismay. How shameless! Noticing the shifting dynamics, Ji Xingchun, who had been the first to engage with Yi Fan, quickly interjected, "Little brother, women will only distract you from your studies. Never fall for such nonsense. As the saying goes, with no thoughts of women in mind, one can study with clarity." Upon hearing this, several boys echoed their agreement. Indeed, dancing to relax? Is that conducive to learning? There are plenty of girls in college. Little brother, do not allow yourself to be beguiled by the sirens before you. Keep your sights set on the long term. With your looks and qualifications, what kind of girlfriend couldn't you find? Not just anyone can catch your attention. One must possess self-awareness. Yi Fan found amusement in the situation. What's going on here? I never claimed to be the tutoring candidate. This group was truly imaginative. How frightening. Yu Lingling, feeling somewhat displeased by the comments, retorted, "Those who say such things have impure thoughts. Science indicates that appropriate relaxation aids in better concentration. Moreover, I merely suggested dancing to help little brother unwind. Where did your minds wander? A bunch of ignorant fools." Her words left the boys visibly embarrassed. Ji Xingchun smirked, saying, "What are you implying? Those who understand, understand. There is no need for further elaboration. Yu Lingling's face flushed with indignation as she waved her sleeve in frustration. Little brother, don't listen to their nonsense. They are simply envious of you. I harbor no ill intentions. Tutoring must naturally balance work with relaxation. Besides, my science grades are quite good as well. Let us strive together, and I am certain you will gain admission to your desired university. Her words clearly established her position. What position, you ask? A tutor. Yu Lingling's attitude irked the others, yet they could say nothing. After all, as graduates of prestigious institutions, a modicum of decorum was expected. They could not resort to outright insults. You must be mistaken, Yi Fan gently replied, shaking his head. As I mentioned, today as hiring is not solely up to me. A series of footsteps echoed as polished shoes met the floor, prompting everyone to look up. It was Zhongli. He nodded to the crowd, gesturing toward the conference room on the left side of the living room. Thank you all for your patience. We appreciate your attendance for this interview. Please proceed to the conference room to await further instructions. Yi Fan rose with a calm smile. Excuse me, please. He navigated through the crowd, making his way toward the conference room with an unassuming demeanor. Observing this, the others quickly followed suit. Watching Yi Fan, encircled in the center of attention, Zhongli found himself perplexed, pondering, is this lad truly so well regarded? However, he did not dwell on it. Once everyone had entered the conference room, he turned and ascended the stairs. Reaching the door of a room on the second floor, he gently knocked. Madam, most of the candidates have arrived. We may commence. After a few moments, the door creaked open, revealing Ning Xi, donned in a stunning blue gown, appearing as though she were not a day past 20. The youthful vigor radiating from her was utterly captivating. Shall we? Yes. Zhongli replied respectfully, his gaze averted from Ning Xi, not daring to linger for even a moment. They proceeded into the conference hall. Upon the first sight of Ning Xi, the crowd fell into a state of astonishment. The boys were captivated, while the girls felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Many pairs of eyes inevitably turned towards Yi Fan, scrutinizing his delicate and handsome features, and they couldn't help but reflect on the sheer strength of genetics that could produce such a pair of siblings. Indeed, unbeknownst to themselves, the onlookers had already begun to regard Ning Xi as Yi Fan's elder sister. Observing their reactions, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, she would make an exceptional future mother-in-law. Ning Xi, never have I encountered such unabashed audacity. In response to the gazes of the crowd, Ning Xi offered a gentle smile. Immensely charming. I thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this recruitment. She stated, I will take attendance and compile the statistics. As she spoke, Zhuangli promptly handed her a list. Ning Xi took it, glanced at the name at the top, and softly announced, Yi Fan, present. Chapter 59. Recruitment test. Yi Fan stood up, a warm smile gracing his face, and nodded towards Ning Xi amidst the dazed stares of the crowd. Eyes widened. Expressions of utter bewilderment adorned their faces. Who am I? Where am I? Is this person here for an interview? Just now, what the heck? A certain plant. Particularly for Yu Lingling, who had been so proactive moments ago, it seemed she had gotten herself into quite the misunderstanding. However, this young gentleman was indeed quite handsome. If only he weren't so young, perhaps there might be a chance. The thought that crossed her mind caused a slight blush to creep onto Yu Lingling's cheeks. Seated beside Yi Fan, Ji Xingchun gaped at him in disbelief, mixed with a hint of resentment. Little brother, so you're here for the interview too? Indeed, Yi Fan replied as he took his seat, jokingly adding, surprised? Astonished? Thrilled? If it were permissible to express frustration, Ji Xingchun would not have hesitated. They were all here for the same recruitment, yet Yi Fan had the audacity to adopt an air of superiority, intentionally misleading them. How infuriating. That's a bit excessive. Ji Xingchun retorted with a hint of irritation, adjusting his glasses, a gesture that clearly indicated a struggle to suppress his emotions. Excessive? Not at all. Yi Fan quipped indifferently. I believe I mentioned more than once that today's recruitment isn't solely my decision, and at no point did I claim to be the tutor in question, did I? Ji Xingchun was left speechless. The truth was undeniable, yet it was undeniably frustrating, akin to biting into something unexpectedly unpleasant. Ji Xingchun, present. Upon hearing Ning Xi call his name, Ji Xingchun set aside his anger and promptly stood up, donning a polite smile. Yi Fan smirked slightly. Indeed, none of them are to be underestimated. Once attendance was complete, Ning Xi declared in a clear voice, today's recruitment is rather straightforward. I did not place great emphasis on academic credentials. What I seek is genuine ability. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand slightly. Zhuangli immediately understood and strode to the podium in the conference room, bending down to retrieve a stack of examination papers from the table. His gaze swept across the faces of the attendees as he proclaimed in a resonant voice, the content of today's recruitment is a test. On this paper, there are 10 challenging mathematics problems and 10 physics problems from the third year of high school. You will have 1 hour, and the candidate who answers the most questions correctly will secure the sole tutoring position. Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of everyone except Yi Fan turned to one of shock. A test? This was a situation they had not anticipated, as they had never encountered such a scenario before. In previous tutoring applications, the process merely involved reviewing academic qualifications and having a brief meeting, if deemed suitable. That was that. Who could have foreseen that today's interview would include an examination? This was utterly absurd. The advanced problems from the third year of high school were long forgotten. However, whether they were willing or not, they had no choice but to brace themselves for the challenge. Of course, they could walk away immediately if they were uninterested in the part-time job. Yet the crux of the matter was that they were reluctant to leave. A mere 4 hours of tutoring per week could yield a remuneration of 4,000 yuan, meaning a mere 16 hours of work in a month would earn them 16,000 yuan. Such a lucrative part-time opportunity was rare and could not be easily found again. The exam papers, handwritten in a graceful script, carried an air of elegance. As each individual received their paper, they couldn't resist glancing at it multiple times. What beautiful handwriting! Yet when they laid eyes on the questions, a collective expression of nostalgia washed over them. They struggled to recall the knowledge from their third year of high school. Mathematics was manageable, but physics? Now that everyone had obtained their exam papers, Zhuangli glanced at the time and announced loudly, "It is now 8:21 a.m. The papers will be collected promptly in an hour. During the test, I ask that everyone maintain silence. Thank you for your cooperation." Lan Shi's gaze swept across the conference room before ultimately landing on Yi Fan, her eyes momentarily betraying a hint of surprise, while the others appeared frazzled. Yi Fan was diligently writing away. Indeed, the questions on this paper were those she had arranged through connections with esteemed high school teachers. Each question was a classic. How could he complete them so swiftly? The astonishment was fleeting. Soon, Lan Shi's expression returned to normal, and a charming smile graced her alluring lips. What kind of performance will this young man, named Yi Fan, deliver? With that thought, Lan Shi exited the conference room. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was wholly absorbed, his mind racing as various concepts and similar problems surfaced. He swiftly sifted through an array of solving methods, his efficiency astonishing even to himself. Was this the manifestation of advanced knowledge and intellect? Incredible. Since arriving at Jinhua, Yi Fan had participated in 3 examinations: an entrance exam, a minor test, and a monthly assessment. Each of these assessments had been a breeze for him. However, the current exam was different. Every question was exceptionally challenging, worthy of being the final question on a college entrance examination. 20 questions in total, and Yi Fan felt an inexplicable thrill. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? In just a few minutes, the sound of writing filled the conference room. The others began to put pen to paper as well, for as top students from prestigious universities, they were not to be underestimated. Each possessed their own unique talents. With a sigh, Yi Fan set down his pen and swiftly reviewed the examination paper, ensuring everything was in order before raising his hand. "I submit my paper." In this moment, maintaining a low profile was not only inappropriate, but also counterproductive. He needed to assert himself as boldly as possible. If he did not demonstrate sufficient capability, why would anyone choose him, a high school senior without any formal qualifications? Zhuangli, who was patrolling the conference room, noticed Yi Fan's action and strode over, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" "I'm submitting my paper," Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, placing the examination paper in Zhuangli's hands. As Zhuangli examined the paper, his lips twitched involuntarily. Confusion and disbelief etched on his face as he asked Yi Fan, "Are you certain? Only 34 minutes have passed. Are you really submitting it now?" His voice was not low, and many others overheard. The hands of those still answering paused momentarily, then resumed with a hint of disdain. "Submitting? Is this a joke?" He asked, young, yet so audacious. "Yes, I am submitting it." Yi Fan offered no further explanation. Whether in his previous life or this one, he firmly believed in a principle. A true stronghold requires no excessive words. Zhuangli glanced at the densely filled answers on the paper, his mind momentarily muddled. While he could not comprehend the content, one thing was clear. Yi Fan had answered every question. At that moment, Zhuangli recalled a conversation he had with his wife the previous day. "Madam, if several candidates answer all questions correctly within the allotted time, should we evaluate them based on their answering time? You need not worry. No one can complete it within an hour." Yet here lay the completed paper before him. Though he was uncertain about its correctness, he felt an overwhelming astonishment. Was it truly so extraordinary? As Ning Xi's driver, Zhuangli was well aware of her academic prowess, consistently ranking among the top in her class. one of the few academic elites. If Yi Fan was tutoring her, his own academic performance must be commendable. Zhuangli could surmise as much. Could it be that this young man truly had the potential to succeed in the interview? Impossible. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. What a farce. The candidates present were all high achievers from the 4 prestigious universities. How could Yi Fan, merely a high school senior, possibly stand out among them? It seemed utterly improbable. Zhuangli said nothing further, collecting Yi Fan's paper and continuing his patrol. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained seated, patiently awaiting the end of the test. In a future mother-in-law's home, he refrained from seeking any special treatment, as it might leave a poor impression on others. As time ticked away, when Zhuangli's voice announced the end of the test, it signified that the time for submission had arrived. Time's up. Please put down your pens and submit your papers. The expressions of the dozen or so high achievers were tinged with varying degrees of reluctance. Although the exam questions were challenging, they were confident that, given enough time, they could solve them. The crux of the matter was the time. 1 hour was far too brief. However, a few of the boys, like Ji Xingchun, wore subtle expressions of confidence. After submitting his paper, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and consoled him. Brother, don't be disheartened. I know those questions were rather harsh for you. But look on the bright side. This experience is invaluable. Oh, Yi Fan glanced at Ji Xingchun, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, what do you mean by that? Competing alongside us distinguished scholars is a rare opportunity. It can be seen as an important experience for you. Ji Xingchun replied earnestly, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Just strive diligently for the future. Aiming for Nanda, it's the second best university in the nation. As long as you can get into Nanda, your future will be bright. However, upon seeing Yi Fan's hesitant expression, Ji Xingchun added readily, what's wrong? Speak your mind. Yi Fan sighed softly, admitting, I want to attend Kingda. Ji Xingchun's mouth fell open, his expression a masterpiece of incredulity. Seriously? Is this a joke? At that moment, he swore to himself that if he continued to engage with this fellow, he would be a fool. Ji Xingchun fell silent, while Yi Fan wore a subtle smirk. Who was he competing against? Was it a contest of wits? Anyone could play that game. Just as Zhuangli finished organizing the papers, Lan Xi arrived. Without uttering a word, she sat at the desk on the podium, comparing the correct answers as she began grading. Yi Fan, being the first to submit, found his paper at the bottom of the stack. As Lan Xi completed grading each paper, she announced the names and the number of questions answered correctly. Li Haifeng, 5 questions. Zhao Lingyang, 4 questions. Her clear, melodious voice rang out like wind chimes, captivating many of the boys in attendance. How fortunate must one be to marry such a beautiful wife? Ahem. Zhuangli approached the desk, blocking the view of the crowd, his eyes brimming with a warning. Several boys, who had been brazenly staring, suddenly became compliant. The man before them was clearly someone who had undergone training. They had no desire to invite trouble. Yu Lingling. 7 questions. All eyes turned to Yu Lingling, astonishment evident in their gazes. Prior to this, the highest number of correct answers had been 6. No one had anticipated that this self-proclaimed dancer would perform so well on the test. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Yu Lingling proudly puffed out her chest, transforming her previously modest figure into something more pronounced. In the blink of an eye, Lan Xi had announced the results of 13 candidates, leaving only Yi Fan and Ji Xingchun. At this point, Yu Lingling remained at the forefront with the highest number of correct answers. Many had already deemed her the ultimate victor of this interview, including Yu Lingling herself, who could not suppress her delight. Ji Xingchun, 9 questions. As Lan Xi's voice echoed, the joy on Yu Lingling's face evaporated, replaced by disappointment and regret. So close. Ha! Ji Xingchun burst into laughter upon hearing his score, his expression radiating pride. Lan Xi frowned slightly and admonished, Mr. Ji, please maintain your composure. My apologies, Ji Xingchun repeated, though his exhilaration remained unabated. He gently patted the silent Yi Fan and whispered, little brother, did you see that? Your older brother is indeed a true academic powerhouse. Impressive. Yi Fan responded with a mere 2-word evaluation. He had come to realize that this Ji Xingchun was quite the joker. A true buffoon indeed. Just SOSO. Ji Xingchun declared animatedly. In truth, I didn't perform at my best just now. Otherwise, answering 15 or 16 questions wouldn't have posed any challenge. I believe you. Yi Fan replied. Ji Xingchun smirked, then continued, little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. If your goals are set too high, they cease to be goals and become mere dreams. Dreams, in essence, are unrealistic notions. The entrance to Qing University is not as easily attainable as you might think. It's better to remain grounded. Don't you agree? Yes, you're absolutely right, Yi Fan replied, his expression unchanging. Suddenly, Ji Xingchun recalled a popular saying circulating online recently: "Do not debate with fools." Suppressing his frustration, he deliberately raised his voice and asked, "Little brother, are you a freshman now?" "I'm in my senior year of high school," came Yi Fan's calm response. Upon hearing senior year, many couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, can high school seniors really apply for tutoring jobs? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ji Xingchun's smile widened, and he continued to inquire, "So how many questions do you think you can answer?" "About a dozen," Yi Fan replied, his tone remarkably flat, so much so that many thought they had misheard him. Once they processed the statement, laughter erupted in the conference room. "A dozen? Pray, don't let the wind knock your tongue out." Ji Xingchun chuckled awkwardly, the sarcasm evident in his smile. "Ah, little brother, you certainly enjoy jesting, don't you?" "Yes, you are correct," Yi Fan affirmed. Ji Xingchun was convinced that this young man was intentionally mocking him, and his expression shifted from sunny to overcast in an instant. Just then, Lan Shi put down her pen and glanced up slightly. Yi Fan. Instantly, everyone perked up their ears, eager to see how this trickster would fare on the test. Lan Shi's gaze was peculiar, tinged with a hint of astonishment, as she slowly announced Yi Fan's score. 20 questions. How many? 20 questions. The conference room fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This atmosphere lasted nearly 10 seconds before it was shattered by a voice, none other than Ji Xingchun's. His face was etched with disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is impossible." "How can it be impossible?" Lan Si Vito. Ji Xingchun, for reasons he could not comprehend, felt a pang of insecurity under Lan Shi's seemingly penetrating gaze. However, recalling the lucrative nature of this job, he clenched his teeth and stated solemnly, "Although this test paper covers only high school material, the difficulty level is something we all experience firsthand. If even we couldn't answer half, how could a high school senior possibly get them all right?" Lan Shi remained unperturbed, shifting her attention to Yi Fan, and gently asked, "Yi Fan, do you have anything to say?" Meeting the eyes of the crowd, Yi Fan calmly shook his head and replied lightly, "No, he is absolutely right." A distinct smile flickered in Lan Shi's eyes. She could see that Yi Fan's words were merely a formality, as he did not wish to dwell on the matter. As for the test paper, others might be oblivious, but she was fully aware of its origins. The 20 challenging questions were crafted by esteemed high school teachers over the course of more than a week. Furthermore, aside from Yi Fan, Ji Xingchun had only managed to answer 9 questions correctly. Was it possible that Yi Fan had copied Ji Xingchun and miraculously got all 20 right? Absurd. Ji Xingchun could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Yi Fan, his expression devoid of the previous affability. "Me? Yi Fan srugit innocently. What more do you want from me? Is what you said incorrect?" "Ahem." At that moment, Lan Shi interjected, "All right. We have reached a final decision regarding today's recruitment. Yi Fan, congratulations." "Thank you." Yi Fan nodded appreciatively. Zhuang Li clapped his hands and announced, "Everyone else, please follow me. I apologize for wasting your time. I've prepared red envelopes as a token of my regret." Upon hearing red envelopes, the expressions of the crowd softened somewhat. Finally, it seemed their efforts this morning had not been in vain. Ji Xingchun shot Yi Fan a cold glare and fumed, "Kid, I hope I never see you again." Yi Fan smiled slightly and replied, "It seems your memory isn't too sharp. I'm heading to Qing University, while you're at Nanjing University. We won't be crossing paths anyway." Yixing-kun, Wolf. Why was he even bothering with Yi Fan? As the group departed, only Lan Shi and Yi Fan remained in the conference room. Lan Shi beckoned to Yi Fan and produced a contract, saying, "Take a look, and if everything is in order, please sign your name." "All right." Yi Fan approached the podium, picked up the pen, and without glancing at the document, scrawled his name. Just as he set the pen down, a familiar, soft voice echoed from the doorway. The familiar sweetness caused him to stiffen, and he hurriedly bowed his head to examine the contract. "Mom, I want to be having lunch today." Chapter 61. Signing the contract, Mom. I want to be having lunch today. At the entrance, Ning Xi was dressed in a simple white casual outfit. The oversized clothing accentuating her petite frame, her delicate features radiating youthful vigor. "How can you skip lunch?" Lan Shi looked up at her daughter, her brows slightly furrowed. "Little Shi, how much do you weigh now?" 75 pounds, Ning Xi replied, only to realize the presence of others, and felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh dear, why are you asking about that? At such a slender weight, you should be eating properly." Lan Shi shook her head disapprovingly. "You need to have a good lunch. I want to introduce you to your new tutor. You two should get acquainted today." At this, Yi Fan, who had been pretending to scrutinize the contract, felt a tightening in his back. It seemed he could no longer hide, given his understanding of Ning Xi. He knew she would surely give away their connection the moment she laid eyes on him. When Lan Shi discovered that this tutoring assignment was for Ning Xi, Even if the job paid nothing, Yi Fan would still be eager to take it. He would have 6 days a week to see Ning Xi, with only Sunday left devoid of her presence. That one day was particularly arduous for Yi Fan, as he could only bury himself in books to endure it. Now, everything is set. As long as he successfully secures this job, he will be able to see Ning Xi every day of the week. What could be better for him? Ning Xi is like water, and he is like a fish. A fish cannot live without water, just as he cannot live without Ning Xi. As for the tutor, Ning Xi was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. Observing the silhouette of the tutor, a strange sense of familiarity washed over her. However, recalling her promise to Yi Fan from the previous day, she gently shook her head, winking at her mother, her voice laced with a hint of playful petulance. Mom, let us skip today. I have plans with classmates this afternoon and need to leave early. I'm going upstairs now. With that, she turned to leave. Shall she? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Ning Xi halted her steps, turning back with a touch of apology in her tone. Teacher, please don't mind me. I truly have something to attend to today. I'll see you next week. Hearing this, Shi finally relented, allowing her daughter to depart. Noticing these subtleties, Yi Fan inwardly marveled. Indeed, such an outstanding girl as Ning, she could only be cultivated through strict upbringing. Simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped him. That was close. Had Ning Xi lingered any longer, he would have been obliged to greet her. Otherwise, it would have appeared exceedingly rude. Yet, Ning Xi was evidently preoccupied, her mind racing with thoughts on how to embellish Yi Fan's room. Every move and every sip is predetermined. Shi smiled apologetically at Yi Fan, explaining, Please don't take offense. My daughter has a gentle disposition. You two should get along splendidly. I want to take offense, Yi Fan replied, withdrawing his gaze and placing the contract before Shi. The contract seems fine. Shall we commence the tutoring next week? Yes, next week, Shi nodded. This tutoring will continue until the college entrance examination. Will it interfere with your own study schedule? In truth, she had not anticipated that the tutor she hired would turn out to be a senior student herself. It was quite unexpected and somewhat exasperating. Prior to the recruitment test, she had stated that whoever answered the most questions correctly would be the sole candidate for the tutoring position. Given Yi Fan's exceptional performance, after much deliberation, she had ultimately decided to invite him to assist her daughter. At one tea, Yi Fan shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. Sister Lan, I've already mastered nearly all the knowledge required for my senior year. Even if I don't attend school now, it won't affect my exam results. This may have sounded boastful, yet it was indeed the truth. Meeting Yi Fan's clear gaze, Shi found herself momentarily taken aback. She genuinely could not discern any arrogance in his demeanor. His tone bore no trace of pride, as though he were merely stating an inconsequential fact. Since that is the case, I can rest easy. A charming smile blossomed on her lovely face. Please stay for lunch. Sister Lan, that is too kind. But I must decline. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, and wouldn't want to intrude. Yi Fan naturally would not accept his future mother-in-law's invitation. He could not afford to stand up Ning Xi, for she would hold a grudge for quite some time. In his previous life, he had made such a mistake, and Ning Xi had ignored him for an entire month. He vowed never to repeat that error. Very well, I want to keep you. Shi did not press further. Upon seeing Zhuang Li at the entrance, she instructed Zhuang Li, please see Yi Fan out and have him register at the security desk for easier access in the future. Yes, madam. Zhuang Li nodded in agreement, gesturing for Yi Fan to follow. Mr. Yi, this way, please. Yi Fan nodded at Shi before departing with Zhuang Li. Once outside the Haihuang district, his spirits soared. It was inexplicable. He had somehow become Ning Xi's tutor and had even met his future mother-in-law ahead of schedule. The decision to seek a part-time job had proven to be exceedingly wise. Yi Fan, I've already given you all the warnings you need, Zhuang Li began, trailing behind him. Miss Ning, she comes from a prestigious background. If you wish to be with her, you must exert 100-fold or even 1,000-fold more effort than the average person for even the slightest chance. In truth, there are many exceptional girls. There is no need to make life so arduous, don't you think? Yes, you are right, Yi Fan replied with a smile, noticing Zhuang Li's exasperation. In my world, there is only Ning Xi. But why am I even discussing this with you? You wouldn't understand. He waved dismissively. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. As he watched Yi Fan hail a taxi by the roadside, Zhuang Li couldn't help but smirk slightly, muttering to himself, what a conceited lad. I had no intention of seeing you off anyway. Upon returning home, Yi Fan quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 10:25. Just in time, he opened the refrigerator, grabbed a chilled glass of lemonade, and gulped it down. After setting the cup down, he immediately began tidying up. Though the house was not disorganized, it did not hinder his cleaning efforts. After 20 minutes, he had thoroughly cleaned the living room and neatly arranged the books on the bedroom floor against the wall. Having accomplished all this, it was already 11 o'clock. Without pausing, Yi Fan headed straight to the kitchen. He took out the ingredients he had prepared the previous day and began cooking according to the methods he had found online. He approached each step with meticulous care, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. One dish, then another. After more than an hour of labor, 4 dishes and a soup graced the coffee table in the living room. Satisfied with his handiwork, Yi Fan nodded approvingly. Everything was prepared. All that remained was Ning Xi. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yi Fan picked up the newly purchased book Relativity from the sofa and began to read. The living room was dim, as he had not turned on any lights. Coupled with Yi Fan's focused expression and the serene atmosphere, a sense of tranquility enveloped the space. Time slipped by, second by second. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yi Fan set down his book and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he found a youthful girl wearing a mask standing outside, her arms laden with bags. Strands of hair clinging to her damp forehead. Who else could it be but Ning Xi? Yi Fan's heart ached for her as he quickly took the items from her hands. Why did you buy so many things? You should have called me to go with you. What kind of guy just stands by while you do all this alone? Isn't that foolish? You humph. Ning Xi retorted, her tone filled with mock indignation. Not only do you fail to praise me, but you also scold me? Releasing her hands, she removed her mask, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face, which bore a hint of defiance. Her red lips pursed, she pointed at the items in Yi Fan's hands. I ran all over to buy these things. I deserve at least some credit for my efforts, don't you think? Yi Fan remained silent, placing the items on the shoe rack by the door. He grasped Ning Xi's hand and gently pressed her onto the sofa, then retrieved a glass of chilled lemonade from the refrigerator, setting it before her. First, have a sip of water and take a moment to rest. In contrast, Ning Xi was utterly bewildered the moment Yi Fan took her hand. Her mind went blank. It was only upon hearing his words that she slightly regained her senses. Her cheeks flushing a vivid red, a stunning sight to behold. You don't know about the propriety between men and women, do you? Who gave you the right to hold my hand? By the end, the girl was on the verge of tears, her clear eyes sparkling with confusion. Upon hearing her, Yi Fan was taken aback. He had acted on impulse, without considering the ramifications. He was fully aware of Ning Xi's conservative nature. Such intimate gestures would undoubtedly be beyond her comfort zone. What to do? In this moment, the effects of his third-level intellect became apparent. Yi Fan's mind raced as he faced the questioning gaze of the girl. With a composed demeanor, he replied, Xiao Shi, what are you thinking? Seeing you so exhausted, I simply wanted to help you rest. Besides, we're not only classmates, but also desk mates. What is wrong with holding hands between good friends? It symbolizes our friendship. Ning Xi stared blankly at Yi Fan, her mouth slightly agape, looking adorably naive. Apart from her father, she had never held hands with a boy before. In her understanding, such an act was reserved for those in a romantic relationship. Yet, after listening to Yi Fan's explanation, she found herself inexplicably convinced by his reasoning. However, there was still an unsettling feeling lingering within her. Noticing her daze, Yi Fan seized the opportunity, saying, All right, stop overthinking. Look at you, drenched in sweat. You should drink some water. Oh. Thus, the crisis was deftly averted by Yi Fan. Ning Xi cradled the cup in both hands, sipping the lemonade in small gulps, her eyes glimmering with delight. It was refreshing. The incident of holding hands was completely forgotten in her mind. Yi Fan let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. After a brief visit to the restroom, he returned with a clean towel and approached Ning Xi. Here, wipe off your sweat. Thank you. Ning Xi accepted the towel, dabbing at the perspiration on her forehead, her long bangs now in disarray. Don't move. Yi Fan suddenly interjected. Ning Ti Frose. Her large eyes darting around. What is it? Is there something? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, treading lightly as he crouched in front of her, his lips moving slightly. Don't move. There's a fly on your head. I've been trying to catch it for days. Why, Yi Fan? You're not actually planning to sweat on my head, are you? Can I refuse? Ning Xi gulped, her small face falling. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing. As he spoke, Yi Fan's fingers brushed against her forehead, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You're still so innocent. In truth, there was no fly at all. Yi Fan merely sought a legitimate reason to help her tidy her bangs. His fingers glided softly across her forehead, an unusual sensation causing the warmth in her cheeks to rise rapidly. Yi Fan, have you not caught it yet? Almost, just hold on a little longer. Oh. Ning Xi responded in a barely audible whisper, her heart racing as she inhaled the scent emanating from Yi Fan. Today's purpose was to decorate the house. Yet it had begun with hand-holding and now, After a brief moment, Yi Fan stood up, pretended to toss something to the ground, and exclaimed, That LL teach you to disturb my sleep every day. Go away. Having completed his antics, he smiled at Ning Xi and said, Let us wash our hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Ning Xi glanced at the floor, seeing nothing, but she did not dwell on it, rising to follow Yi Fan to the restroom. This is the hand soap. Thank you. No need to be so polite with me. Remember, we are desk mates. Yi Fan flashed a charming, clean smile. Ning Xi caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and quickly lowered her head, her heart racing. Noticing her subtle actions, Yi Fan's smile widened. He was thoroughly enjoying the current dynamic between them. Fresh, warm, and beautiful. Upon returning to the sofa, they sat across from each other. Yi Fan opened the lids of the bowls on the coffee table, and an enticing aroma enveloped the living room. Wow, Ning, she exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Did you make all this? What else could it be? Yi Fan replied with a grin. Come, taste and see how it is. As he spoke, he expertly picked up a steamed crab, deftly cracking its shell and extracting the succulent meat and golden roe into a small bowl. Here, eat up. Yi Fan, I can manage on my own. Ning, she lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with pink. This manner of interaction felt oddly peculiar, almost reminiscent of moments with her father. Ugh, Ning Xi, what are you thinking? Be normal. Yi Fan chuckled. For now, your only responsibility as the main force is to conserve your energy. This task is best left to me. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Thank you. Initially intending to express her gratitude, Ning Xi noticed Yi Fan gently shaking his head and shyly lowered her gaze, taking a small bite of the crab meat, her eyes widening slightly. How is it? Delicious. Then eat some more. Throughout the meal, Yi Fan hardly touched his own food, mostly serving Ning Xi instead. I can't eat anymore. I'm really full. Gazing at the mountain of food still piled in her bowl, Ning Xi shook her head repeatedly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. This is excessive. Even pigs wouldn't be fed like this. Yi Fan remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Come on, finish this bowl, and then you can stop. Look at you. You become quite thin. Ning Xi pouted, retreating to a corner. I'm done. You said that before. I've already eaten 3 bowls. Are you trying to kill me and inherit my debt? Fine. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. This girl rarely joked around. Let us take a break. I'll clean this up, and then we can start decorating the room. All right. Ning, she let out a sigh of relief. At last, she could cease her repast. This was the most copious meal she had ever consumed, without exception, as she watched Yi Fan carry the dishes into the kitchen. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Yi Fan's attire resembles that of the teacher from the conference room this morning. This thought flitted through the girl's mind, but she dismissed it, assuming it was merely a coincidence of similar clothing. She never considered that they were, in fact, the same person. Listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Ning Xi gently patted her tummy and reclined contentedly on the sofa, her slender legs slightly elevated, exposing her delicate ankles to the air. So full, she mused, and by the time Yi Fan returned to the living room, she had already drifted into slumber. He retrieved a thin blanket from the bedroom and draped it over her, carefully lifting Ning Xi's left ankle. He extracted the book titled Relativity that lay beneath it and took a seat on the opposite sofa, flipping it open to read. A few minutes later, Yi Fan set the book aside, a hint of frustration apparent. At this moment, he found it impossible to focus. His gaze frequently wandered across to the sleeping figure of Ning Xi. Realizing this, he decided to abandon the attempt to read. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed tenderly at her. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ning Xi's form, and at that moment, it seemed even the air had softened considerably. The girl remained in slumber until nearly 3 in the afternoon. With a soft murmur, she stirred, her drowsy eyes fluttering open, and she wobbled upright. Her gaze clouded with confusion. Yi Fan remained silent, quietly admiring the girl before him. After roughly 2 minutes, Ning Xi began to regain her senses. She lightly tapped her head with her small hand, and as her eyes wandered, they suddenly widened in realization. Yi Fan, why are you in my house? Yi Fan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Soon enough, Ning Xi sensed something amiss. Is this Yi Fan's home? Indeed it is. Memories rushed back, and her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Biting her red lip, she nervously glanced at Yi Fan. What time is it? 2:57. Ning Xi hastily sprang to her feet, the blanket slipping to the floor, her soft voice tinged with urgency. Oh no, why didn't you wake me? It's fine. No need to rush, Yi Fan replied, picking up the blanket from the floor. There's still time. Ning Xi turned her head away, her small hands patting her clothing to ensure everything was in order, feeling a slight relief. If her mother were to discover this, she would certainly be in for scolding. A smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips, but he said nothing. It was good for a girl to possess some caution. After placing the blanket back on the sofa, he removed several plastic bags from the shoe cabinet and emptied their contents onto the floor. Upon seeing the assortment, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is all this? Scattered across the floor were pink stickers, paint, paintbrushes, and 4 adorable pink bear ornaments. Yifan looked up, his voice laced with bemusement. Xiaoxi, is this what you prepared? Yes. Ning Xi crouched down in front of Yifan, her small finger pointing at the pile as she began to explain. These pink stickers are for the wall. My plan is to create a pattern of Chibi Mariko-chan. Both cute and pretty. A trace of bitterness flickered in Yifan's eyes. Chibi Mariko-chan? Are you serious, little girl? A grown man like me? With Chibi Mariko-chan plastered on the walls? It's quite peculiar. Unperturbed by Yifan's reaction, Ning Xi continued enthusiastically. The brushes and paint are the main tools for today. I plan to paint 2 cherry blossom trees on your wall, one big and one small. Make sure you do it well, and don't ruin the wall. Rest assured. Ning Xi patted her chest confidently, and the force of her gesture made Yifan's eyelids twitch. Easy there, little one. All right, since it's settled, I'll be counting on Master Ning. Yifan was well aware of her artistic abilities, above average, to be precise. This girl had dabbled in a variety of disciplines, piano, dance, vocal music, calligraphy, and so forth. Perhaps that was the way of children from affluent families. Go read, Ning Xi urged, pushing Yifan toward the bedroom and pouting. You can't come out without my permission. Don't you need my help? Yifan chuckled, his grin radiating affection. Nope. Ning Xi quickly turned her head away, her voice lowering considerably. I've already feasted on your grand meal, so I can handle the decorating myself. Just be careful. Don't climb too high, and, you're even more nagging than my dad. Ning Xi shot Yifan a mock glare, though her expression lacked any real menace. I'm just concerned for your safety. Before he could finish, Ning Xi had already shut the door, leaving him to chuckle to himself. In truth, he still wished to step outside. Watching Ning Xi at work was a delightful endeavor. However, since she was unwilling, he would not press the matter. Taking a seat at the computer, he contemplated briefly before retrieving his phone to call the landlord. Hello, who is this? Hello, landlord. I'm a tenant from Unit 606. Do you remember me? Ah, Xiao Yi, yes. That's me. How can I assist you? Is everything all right with the apartment? Not at all. Yifan replied politely, getting straight to the point. I'm planning to paint some murals on the walls. I wanted to know if that would be permissible. Oh, that might not be very appropriate. I'm willing to offer a compensation fee of 10,000 yuan. Would that be acceptable? Ah, yes, of course. Then it's settled. Thank you. After ending the call, Yifan smiled slightly, anticipating how Ning Xi would transform the living room. Although he wasn't particularly fond of pink, it depended on who was doing the decorating. Ning Xi had said, anything's fine. With nothing pressing to do, Yifan pulled up his attribute panel to review it. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 3, 02000. Physical Strength, Level 3, 02000. Medical Skill, Level 2 0500. Merit Points, 0 Experience Points. 489, just 11 experience points shy of upgrading his medical skills to Level 3. He had been on the verge of accumulating enough experience last night, but had been too preoccupied with researching seafood recipes to study. Seizing the moment, Yifan decided to gather those final 11 experience points. With that thought, he picked up a nearby book and began to read. Merit Points, here I come. After 10 minutes of reading, he gained 1 experience point. After reading for 10 minutes, Yifan accumulated 1 experience point. Completing a book granted him 5 experience points. An hour and a half later, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Yifan's mind, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Upgrade medical skills. System, upgrading medical skills requires 500 experience points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. System, consuming 500 experience points, medical skills successfully upgraded to Level 3. The attribute panel immediately underwent a transformation. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intellect, Level 3, 02000. Stamina, Level 3, 02000. Medical Skills, Level 3, 02000. Merit Points, 0. Experience Points, 3. Ding. The system detected that all 4 abilities of the host had reached Level 3, triggering an automatic system upgrade set to occur in 4 hours. Following the upgrade, the merit point system would be activated. Done. In 4 hours, he would uncover the true purpose of the so-called merit points. At this moment, the clock struck 4:40. Yifan approached the door, listening to the faint rustling sounds emanating from the living room, suppressing the urge to step outside and return to his computer desk instead. He picked up another book and resumed reading. 20 minutes later, he set the book down, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. The system upgrade had, astonishingly, yielded no experience points. He decided to sneak out. Yifan tiptoed, cautiously unlocking the door with the slow deliberation of a tortoise, fearing even the slightest sound might alert Ning Xi. In the living room, Ning Xi sat atop a high stool, facing the left wall, her delicate fingers wielding a paintbrush, her eyes reflecting deep concentration. She paused intermittently to ponder her work. The The soft glow of the living room light, mingling with the sunlight, enveloped the girl in a gentle, golden hue, as if draping her in a celestial veil. The blush of her cherry blossoms against her dark tresses rendered her akin to a fairy descended from the heavens. Tranquil and exquisite, Yifan halted, captivated, and quietly retrieved his phone, switching it to silent mode to capture this enchanting scene. Such beauty deserved to be immortalized. He silently settled onto the sofa, his gaze tenderly fixed on the burgeoning cherry blossom tree painted on the wall, his affection deepening. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, as Yifan's eyes remained glued to Ning Xi, reluctant to shift his gaze. The serenity of beauty was indeed manifested in this moment. Finally, after an indeterminate span, Ning Xi set down her paintbrush and clumsily descended from the stool, stepping back to admire the cherry blossom tree on the wall, satisfaction blooming on her fair face. On the right wall, she had painted a small cherry blossom tree, but the one on the left was the centerpiece of today's decoration. It seemed the effect was rather pleasing. Clapping his hands, Yifan exclaimed, "That is splendid." Huh? At the sound, Ning Xi turned her head, and upon spotting Yifan on the sofa, her lips slightly pouted. "Didn't I tell you to stay put? You've ruined the surprise." "Who said that?" Yifan shook his head, chuckling. "This is already quite a surprise. Any more, and my heart might not be able to bear it." He clutched his chest, mimicking Ning Xi's tone from earlier. "You wouldn't want me to die of joy, would you, and inherit my credit debt?" Puffed. Ning Xi pressed her lips together, a radiant smile blossoming on her lovely face, her sudden charm illuminating the living room. "What time is it, Yifan?" Her soft, melodious voice warmed his heart, washing away the dust of a day. 5:30 in the afternoon. Yifan's gaze flickered momentarily. "It's time to head home. I'll take you back." "No need." Ning Xi gently shook her head, politely declining. "I could take a taxi home. And remember to clean up the trash. Also, be sure to open the windows. The paint has a bit of an odor and needs ventilation." Her words melted Yifan's heart completely, drawing him into a whirlpool of emotions as deep as the ocean. "Grow up quickly." "Huh?" Ning Xi appeared bewildered by Yifan's sudden remark. "Grow up? What do you mean?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just a joke," Yifan quickly replied, shaking his head. He turned to retrieve a mask from a storage cabinet, his tone carrying an air of gentle insistence. "I'll walk you home." As he said this, he brushed a strand of hair from her cheek and carefully placed the mask on her. A rosy hue blossomed on Ning Xi's fair visage, akin to a fiery sunset, stunningly beautiful. Instinctively, she wanted to protest his actions. It felt too intimate, inappropriate. Yet the words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Gazing into Yifan's clean, earnest eyes, his handsome features rendered her momentarily speechless. His scent was delightful. "Just this once?" "Yes, just this once. Next time, I'll definitely refuse." Chapter 64. Hand in hand, as Yifan's fingers grazed the delicate earlobe of the girl, his heart raced. In truth, his actions had been impulsive. Halfway through, he regretted it. Given Ning Xi's character, she would most likely refuse, possibly leaving a negative impression. Yet, to his astonishment, she had not declined. "All right." His voice, low and trembling with a mix of excitement, barely concealed his thrill. Thank you." Ning Xi lowered her head. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Coughing, Yifan hurried to the bathroom, wetting a clean towel before returning to Ning Xi. "Xiao Xi, wipe your hands. You've worked hard today. The living room feels like a luxurious mansion after your renovation." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Ning Xi murmured, her voice barely audible, her mind still replaying the earlier moment. Distractedly responding. "What is happening? It seems as if I'm infatuated." Get a grip, Ning Xi. You must stay composed. Don't let your heart be swayed. Upching University. Upching University. She admonished herself, refusing to let her thoughts spiral. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. "It's just a mask. It's not a big deal. Why overthink it?" Indeed, it was a big deal. Ning Xi bit her lip and took the towel, wiping her hands a few times. "Shall we go?" Yifan took a deep breath, boldly extending his hand. "I'll walk you home." Ning Xi stared blankly at Yifan, resembling a bewildered little white rabbit. What could this mean? Why was this person reaching out? Should she refuse or accept? Noticing the hesitation in the girl's gaze, Yifan's thin lips moved slightly, his eyes deep and enigmatic, his voice gentle. "Xiao Xi, do we count as good friends?" "I suppose so. Isn't it quite normal for good friends to hold hands?" Yifan's voice brimmed with allure as he nonchalantly remarked, "Just like you and Yu Meng. Don't you often hold hands?" But Yu Meng is a girl. The girl lowered her head, shyly responding, "You are a boy, and boys and girls shouldn't be too close." "That's inappropriate. I do not concur with that notion." Yifan's lips gradually curved upwards. "What era are we in? We advocate for gender equality. Boys and girls are the same." You cannot view the world through tinted lenses. I do not. Ning, she shook her head. Her soft voice tinged with urgency. Let's go. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled. The girl had not outright refused, indicating a glimmer of hope. At that moment, he resolved to be a bit more proactive. As Ning Xi gazed at Yi Fan's hand, a battle raged in her mind. Her mother had always advised against being too intimate with boys, urging her to protect herself. Yet, Yi Fan's words, though strange, carried a hint of truth. Holding hands between friends did not seem too excessive. Just this once? Yes, just this once. The girl was once again successfully persuaded by Yi Fan. Her cheeks flushed. She hesitantly extended her small hand. Under the light, her skin resembled polished jade, translucent and radiant, delicate as spring onions nestled within fragrant sleeves. Yi Fan's heart soared as he grasped her tiny hand. It was soft and slightly cool, and he couldn't help but give a gentle squeeze, finding the sensation quite pleasant. Shall we go? The girl's voice brought Yi Fan back to reality, and he responded with a faint smile. Let's go. They descended the stairs side by side. As fate would have it, upon reaching the entrance of the community, they encountered the seafood vendor from the market, who was riding an electric tricycle laden with freshly arrived seafood. Spotting Yi Fan holding the hand of a girl wearing a mask as they exited the community, he grinned widely and honked the horn. Yi Fan cast a quick glance. Their eyes collided in the air. The vendor discreetly gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, his lips moving. Well done. Yi Fan understood the vendor's meaning, his eyes gleaming with laughter as he responded with a silent acknowledgement. Of course. Ning Xi remained blissfully unaware of their unspoken exchange. At that moment, she felt the warmth of Yi Fan's palm, her head spinning. Yet she inexplicably felt a sense of safety. This feeling was quite comforting. Driver, to the entrance of the Haihuang district. All right. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror and started the car. After a while, he cleared his throat and casually chatted with Yi Fan, hinting, young man, life offers many opportunities. When they arise, you must seize them tightly. Otherwise, it will be too late when regret sets in. Yi Fan chuckled, casting a furtive glance at Ning Xi, who had her head lowered. He slowly took hold of her left hand, lazily responding, Thank you for the reminder. I will certainly cherish it. You're a promising lad. I have high hopes for you. The driver nodded in satisfaction, wearing an expression of approval. Ning Xi, with her hand caught in Yi Fan's, appeared adorably dazed. Due to her overwhelming nervousness, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. Why do you still? She lifted her head, her eyes, clear as water, fixated on Yi Fan's profile, his chiseled features and handsome nose. So good-looking. Realizing the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind, the girl felt a rush of embarrassment, her thoughts descending into chaos. Ning Xi, you've fallen. Thus, in her dazed state, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Haihuang district. Yi Fan paid the fare and gently guided Ning Xi by the shoulders into the community. Since they had registered during the day, the security guard did not impede them. As for Ning Xi, the guard was even more familiar with her, despite her mask. They recognized her identity. After all, one must possess a certain discernment to work as a guard in such a prestigious community. All right, I'll leave you here. I'm heading back. At the corner of Villa 87, Yi Fan paused, gently waving to the still-dazed Ning Xi. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. Under the setting sun, his silhouette elongated. Ning Xi watched Yi Fan's figure for a long time, only snapping back to reality after he vanished from view. Ning Xi, were you foolish today? She stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger, her fair face brimming with unshed tears. I actually held hands with a boy. It's over, it's over. No, this cannot happen again. Ning Xi cast a glance in the direction Yi Fan had left, muttering under her breath, Scoundrel. She took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and stepped lightly into the villa. Upon entering the living room, she overheard a heated discussion. I've already sent someone out to look, but there's still no news. Dear, I'm not scolding you, but how can you let Xiao Shi go out alone like this? Ning Xiangtian's brow was furrowed with worry. It was already past 6 in the evening, and with nightfall approaching, the palpable anxiety made him break into a cold sweat. Are you scolding me? Lan Shi's eyes narrowed as she looked at her husband, feeling wronged. Usually, Xiao Shi often goes out to play with her friends. I thought it would be fine. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Ning Xiangtian panicked, immediately apologizing. Wife, how could I dare to scold you? I was just anxious. All right, no more crying. Be good. You're scolding me. Ning Xiangtian was at a loss, tried to lighten the mood with a playful grin. Come on, let's share a kiss. Ahem. Ning Xi felt it was time for her to make an appearance. Otherwise, the ensuing scene might be inappropriate for younger audiences. Xiao Shi. Upon seeing their daughter standing at the entrance, Ning Xiangtian and Lan Shi were overjoyed. Then, A hint of blush appeared on Lan Shi's face as she couldn't help but pinch Ning Xiangtian's waist, whispering reproachfully, "Didn't I tell you? Once we leave the bedroom, act normal. Now look, Xiaoxi must have heard everything. If you're not embarrassed, I'm still embarrassed." A hint of awkwardness crept onto Ning Xiangtian's face as he waved at Ning Xi. Her eyes flickered briefly before she obediently walked over to the sofa. "Where did you go today? I want to hang out with classmates." "Which classmate?" "I sent someone to Suku and Luo Yuman's home to look for you." "But why couldn't we find you?" "New friend." "Who? What's their name? Male or female?" Ning Xi pouted, her gaze filled with a hint of melancholy. "Dad, I am no longer a child. Can we not interrogate me like a criminal?" Then, with a playful twist of her thoughts, she mischievously added, "By the way, weren't you just about to kiss Mom? Go ahead, I'll turn my head away." Chapter 65, Revelation. Time to eat, time to eat. Can't you just let it go, Dad? Ning Xiangtian, having navigated the business world for many years, was well aware of his daughter's subtle thoughts. "Not going to tell me? That's fine. If I wish to know something, there are countless ways to do so. Xiaoxi, let us go eat and ignore him." Lan Shi pulled her daughter's hand, leading her upstairs. Ning Xi winked at her father and made a silly face, her charm utterly irresistible. Ning Xiangtian paused, unable to suppress a smile as he rubbed his eyes in astonishment. His daughter had always been the epitome of obedience, even when she playfully teased him. It was merely a reflection of her mother's spirit. She had never exhibited such behavior before him. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, intensifying his curiosity. Something unusual was afoot. Who had this girl met today? As this thought crossed his mind, it spiraled out of control. Once his wife and daughter ascended the stairs, Ning Xiangtian strode out of the villa. "Zhuangli." "Yes, come with me." "Understood." Zhuangli nodded respectfully, refraining from asking any questions. What he ought to know would be disclosed by the boss. What he should not know should remain unspoken, as asking would only leave a poor impression. This was the self-discipline of a bodyguard. Upon arriving at the security post, Ning Xiangtian said nothing, yet his mere presence left the security personnel visibly tense. "The richest man? Mr. Ning, is there something you need?" One man with a square face inquired cautiously, having heard that the wealthiest man resided in the Haihuang district. They had never encountered such a legendary figure before. To suddenly see him was undeniably nerve-wracking. "Hello, I would like to review the surveillance footage from this afternoon, if possible." Ning Xiangtian had deliberately suppressed his aura, yet the faint air of authority still rendered the security guards speechless. "I need to report to the captain, Mr. Ning. Could you please wait a moment? I sincerely apologize." "That's fine. Go ahead and make your call. I shall wait here." Ning Xiangtian nodded expressionlessly. "All right. I will do so right away." The guard hurriedly exited the security office, using the walkie-talkie to call out, Captain, please come to the security post immediately." "What is it?" "Mr. Ning has arrived and wishes to review the afternoon surveillance." "Review the surveillance? That's not allowed." "Young, you've been in the Haihuang district for 2 years. Don't you know about the need to protect resident privacy?" "But this is Mr. Ning." "Which Mr. Ning?" The voice on the other end seemed to detect an unusual tone. "Ning Xiangtian, the richest man." "What?" "I'm on my way." In the security office, Zhuangli moved a chair over, carefully wiping it before saying, "Sir, please have a seat." "Thank you." After Ning Xiangtian sat down, Zhuangli whispered, "Sir, I could handle such trivial matters. You need not trouble yourself to come personally." "No, I must handle this in person." Ning Xiangtian's eyes gleamed with resolve as he shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhuangli fell silent, his mind filled with questions. What exactly was happening? Why did it feel like a storm was brewing? Approximately 3 minutes later, a man in his 40s hurried into the security office. Noticing Ning Xiangtian's empty hands, he immediately reprimanded the 2 security guards beside him. "What are you standing there for? Mr. Ning is here. Don't you know to offer him a glass of water?" The 2 guards exchanged glances, their expressions bitter. They had been so shocked moments ago that they had completely forgotten this detail. "No need." Ning Xiangtian glanced at the man's name tag and stated directly, "Captain Hua, I'm here primarily to review the surveillance footage from 6 to 6:30 this afternoon." If that is possible, he did not mention Ning Xi. To date, very few people were aware of his wife and daughter's existence. To the public, he remained a solitary figure. This was a measure of protection for his family, as his identity was too sensitive, and exposing them to public scrutiny would not bode well. "Mr. Ning, that might be difficult." Hui Yulong wiped the sweat from his forehead, offering an awkward smile as he explained. "Our Haihuang community is a top-tier residential area with stringent security measures. To access surveillance footage, formal company procedures must be followed." Ning Xiangtian nodded slightly, not pressuring Hui Yulong, and took out his phone to find a number, dialing it. "Find out which company is responsible for security in the Haihuang district, its market value, and the chairman's contact information. You have 3 minutes." After saying this, he hung up. Hui Yulong stood at the door, caught between entering and leaving, feeling quite awkward. Ning Tian seemed to notice this and remarked, "Don't be nervous. You're merely doing your job. Rest assured, I won't complicate matters for you. Just wait a few minutes." "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Ning." Hui Yulong sighed in relief, glancing at the two security guards still frozen in front of the monitors. He quietly instructed, "Stop dawdling. Go pour Mr. Ning a glass of water." "Yes, Captain." The two guards hurriedly fumbled with cups, pouring water. Ding, ding, ding. In less than 2 minutes, Ning Tian's phone rang. He held the phone to his ear, nodding occasionally. "Purchased." In the end, he only uttered 2 words before hanging up. Setting the phone down, Ning Tian's gaze fell upon Hui Yulong at the door. "Shortly, you will receive a call from your boss, who will inform you of the specifics." "Oh, all right." Hui Yulong nodded dumbly, completely oblivious to the implications of the conversation. It was only when his phone rang that he was jolted back to reality. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, his tone exceedingly respectful. "President Wang, you were looking for me?" Then, a commanding voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hui Yulong was left dumbfounded, his gaze drifting toward Ning Tian as waves of astonishment surged within him. Is this really how the world of the wealthy operates? The two security guards, noticing their captain's unusual expression, whispered to each other, "What is wrong with the captain? It looks like he has seen a ghost." "Beats me." It is likely that Mr. Wang reprimanded him, for the individual before him is none other than Mr. Ning. Even Mr. Wang would not dare offend him in the slightest. Indeed, after hanging up the phone, Hui Yulong took a deep breath, quickly organized his thoughts, and then, with a respectful expression, bowed slightly to Ning Tian. "Good day, Mr. Ning." The two security guards were left dumbfounded. "What is happening, Mr. Ning?" Hui Yulong glared at the two of them and said, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and greet Mr. Ning." Just moments ago, Mr. Ning had already acquired the Sunshine Security Company, and from this moment forth, Mr. Ning is our boss. The two security guards stood frozen in place, their minds momentarily paralyzed. All they could think were 2 words, "Holy cow." To investigate the surveillance footage, he directly acquired their company? This world is utterly insane. Are we able to check the surveillance footage now? Yes, of course. A little over 10 minutes later, Ning Tian emerged from the security room, his face darkened, radiating a chilling aura. Zhuang Li silently followed behind, inwardly chuckling to himself. "Yi, my boy, you are in serious trouble now." Chapter 66, The Stakes Upon Returning Home. Ning Tian ascended the stairs to his daughter's bedroom door and gently knocked. The door creaked open, and Ning Xi extended her head, the flecks of cherry blossom pink in her hair catching her father's attention. "Cici, what have you done to your hair?" "Huh, this." Ning Xi's eyes darted around, her words tinged with a hint of guilt. "I was helping a classmate paint a picture earlier, and I accidentally got some on my hair. I'll wash it off right away." "A male classmate?" After several seconds of hesitation, Ning Xi lightly nodded. She did not wish to lie. Ning Tian squinted slightly and continued to inquire, "Do you have feelings for this male classmate?" Just moments ago, while reviewing the surveillance footage, he felt a murderous rage. But now he had calmed down and deemed it imperative to gauge his daughter's sentiments first. Such a direct question left Ning Xi at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Do I have feelings?" "Yes." This she was very clear about. Seeing his daughter's demeanor, Ning Tian reached a conclusion, letting out a slight sigh. "Cici, I was wrong earlier when you returned home. I've always regarded you as a child, but without realizing, you are already 17 and no longer a child. Logically, you have a right to make friends, and I should not intrude. However, you are at a critical stage in your studies, so please do not be distracted." "Dad, I'm not." Ning Xi lowered her head, biting her rosy lip. Ning Tian nodded slightly, well aware of his daughter's character. She would not lie. Since she said she did not, then she surely did not. After pondering, he could not help but advise Cici in the past. "I did not allow you to interact with boys primarily because you were still young. As you grow older, the topic of marriage will inevitably arise. But I only ask one thing of you. Even if you encounter a boy you like, you must protect yourself. A girl must remain reserved, understand?" "Dad." Ning, she stomped her foot in frustration. "What are you talking about?" Ning Tian awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "It's not that I'm forbidding you from dating, but it must be after you reach adulthood. Of course, if you meet a boy you fancy, you can bring him home, and your mother and I can help you keep an eye on things." "You're still saying that?" Ning, she flung the door open, glaring at her father, articulating each word, "I am not in a relationship." "I know, dear." Ning Tian gently patted his daughter's head, his voice tender. "You will date eventually. I just want to give you a little warning. What if someone deceives you? How do you feel about that boy who drove you home today?" Ning Xi's eyes widened, and she quickly realized, her fair face adorned with a subtle chill. "Dad, Are you investigating others again? Are you going to threaten them next? Ning Xiangtian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. His plan was indeed as such. However, it was not a threat, rather a cough. Do you really think that is the kind of image I have in your mind? Yes. Ning Xiangtian gazed at his angry daughter, feeling a tinge of bitterness. Cici, your father has never threatened anyone. You haven't threatened them? Ning Xi huffed, her lips pouting in indignation. What about my second-grade desk mate, my fifth-grade desk mate, my classmate in the second year of junior high, and my desk mate in the third year? Why do they suddenly transfer schools? Now, Ning Xiangtian felt embarrassed. Seeing that his father remained silent, Ning Xi hesitated for a moment before deciding to lay everything bare. Dad, the boy who drove me home today is named Yi Fan. He is my classmate and desk mate. He is the one who helped me with my studies, and those notes were written by him. I admit I have some feelings for him. He has helped me, and I am grateful. What is wrong with that? As for what you call dating, that is entirely baseless. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiangtian's face was filled with astonishment. Those notes were actually written by a senior student? Hard to believe. How about this? Next weekend, invite Yi Fan over for dinner at our house. Your mother and I would like to thank him in person. How does that sound? The dinner invitation was merely a facade. Scrutiny was the true intent. Ning Xiangtian was fully aware of how exceptional his daughter was. He did not believe any boy could withstand her charm. Yi Fan's motives for tutoring her were undoubtedly impure. In truth, they indeed were. Isn't that inappropriate? Ning Xi was taken aback. She never anticipated her father would make such a decision. While feeling shy, she was also somewhat at a loss. Inviting a boy home for dinner? That had never happened before. Ning Xiangtian waved his hand decisively, declaring, "It's settled then. Don't worry. Your father will surely treat him well." After saying this, he turned and left. Ning Xi stood at the door for quite some time, and once she regained her senses, she absent-mindedly closed the door, her heart in disarray. What should she do? Should she really invite Yi Fan over? However, the girl wrapped herself in her blanket, pondering for a long time, and, until she drifted off to sleep, she could not come up with a coherent plan. Meanwhile, Ning Xiangtian returned to his bedroom. Upon seeing him enter, Lan Shi, who was seated on the bed reading, set her book aside and softly inquired, "What were you doing just now? Why didn't you come upstairs for dinner?" Ning Xiangtian walked to the bedside and embraced Lan Shi, feigning grievance. "You didn't call me. How could I dare to eat?" A hint of reproach appeared on Lan Shi's lovely face. "If I don't call you, you won't come up on your own? I saved you some food. I'll go heat it up." As soon as there was movement, Lan Shi was seized. "I'm not hungry right now." "Thank you for your concern, my dear," Ning Xiangtian replied with a smile, then paused thoughtfully. "Wife, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Coincidentally, I also have something to share." "What is it?" "You go first." The two exhibited such remarkable rapport that not a single word was amiss, their tones perfectly synchronized. Lan Shi chuckled gently, tilting her head to cast her husband a playful glare. "You go first, or else you'll be sleeping alone tonight." Ning Xiangtian laughed bitterly. After so many years of marriage, he had heard this line countless times. Yet, no matter how often he heard it, he could not ignore it. You see, Xiaoxi has a classmate who has been helping her with tutoring, and the results have been quite promising. Recently, her scores in mathematics and physics have improved significantly. Therefore, I suggested that Xiaoxi invite this classmate over for dinner next weekend to express our gratitude. Of course, that sounds reasonable, Lan Shi nodded. Now it's your turn. Sitting up straight, Lan Shi's silk nightgown slipped slightly off her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Ning Xiangtian swallowed hard and said, "Wife, I suddenly find myself less inclined to listen. How about we engage in something more productive, such as?" Lan Shi appeared somewhat baffled. Ning Xiangtian stated with utmost seriousness, "Why, to give Xiaoxi a younger brother or sister, of course." "Get lost." Lan Shi shot her husband a look. Unfazed by the intimacy of their long marriage, she continued, "Today, I found a male tutor for Xiaoxi. It's nothing serious, but I wanted to give you a heads up since I know how you are about our daughter." "A male tutor? Really?" Ning Xiangtian's brows knitted together in displeasure. Lan Shi sighed, knowing this reaction was inevitable. She grasped her husband's hand and explained, "Don't overthink it. This boy is exceptionally talented at problem solving. Although he is still in his senior year, he surpasses many top students from prestigious universities." "Still in his senior year?" Ning Xiangtian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he immediately rejected the idea. "No way, absolutely not. This is sheer nonsense. Are you questioning my judgment?" "Lan Si Gao De. The tutor will start lessons with Xiaoxi next weekend, and you cannot interfere." Otherwise pausing, she raised an eyebrow and playfully uttered 3 words. "You know what?" Ning Xiangtian's face was a portrait of bitterness. Since their courtship, he had been firmly under Lan Shi's thumb, and nearly 20 years of marriage had only intensified this dynamic. "No, I must resist. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Wife, may I propose something for your consideration?" Lan Shi eyed him suspiciously. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Ning Xi chuckled awkwardly and said, "Did you not say that this tutor's abilities are quite impressive? Coincidentally, the student currently tutoring Xiao, she is also quite capable. Therefore, why not have the two of them compete? After all, each tutor has their own methods. If Xiaoxi listens to both, it might confuse her. Why not select the best tutor available for her? Does that not make sense?" He was astounded by the annotations he had reviewed recently. Anyone capable of producing such high-level commentary was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary tutor. Moreover, a senior student would be preoccupied with thoughts other than tutoring when faced with their daughter. This line of reasoning could at least eliminate this so-called tutor. The boy he had seen on the surveillance footage, while somewhat irritating, did possess a certain charm that would undoubtedly surpass that of this unknown tutor. Lan Shi furrowed her brows, thoughtfully considering her husband's words. He had a valid point. Biting off more than one can chew. She had confidence in Yi Fan's abilities. After all, his performance during the day had been nothing short of astonishing. Even if her daughter's classmate was exceptional, they could hardly compare to Yi Fan. "You seem quite confident in Xiaoxi's classmate?" "Absolutely." Ning Xiangtian nodded. Lan Shi's eyes brightened slightly, and she raised her gaze, contemplating that while the suggestion was acceptable, she also held great confidence in the tutor she had selected. "In that case, how about we add a wager?" "A wager on what?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I've thought it through, and you should do the same. The loser must comply with whatever the winner demands." "Agreed. All right. It's a delightful agreement then. Let us retire for the night." Just before turning off the lights, Ning Xiangtian and Lan Shi exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously uttering 4 words. "You are doomed."